Trial marriage husband, need to work hard Chapter 1 to Chapter 88. 9 p.m. The night was alluring. Tongming drank a little too much at her bachelor party, so she was taken back to the apartment by her fiancé. However, just as she opened her eyes with a splitting headache, she saw a couple kissing passionately under the dim lights. Tongming felt like she was struck by lightning as she stared blankly at the couple kissing passionately by her bedside. The anger in her heart immediately exploded. Don't mess around. Tongming has just fallen asleep, the man said as he restrained himself from rubbing her waist. What? Are you afraid your fiancé will wake up? Mo asked angrily. You are getting married tomorrow. This night, you should give it to me. Babe, stop fooling around. Let's go to another room, the man coaxed seductively. No, I want to do it here. I want to do it in front of her. Mo quickly unbuttoned the man's shirt as the couple once again kissed passionately. Tongming held back her tears. She never imagined the fiancé she was going to marry the next day would be cheating on her with a mistress in front of her bed. Be good, let's go to the bathroom. Don't you like the bathtub? In that case, you can go pee first. Mo pushed against the man's chest. After the man left, she walked over to Tongming and sneered, Tongming, tomorrow, I will not let Yufan have the chance to register his marriage with you. I am pregnant and he is mine. Tongming clenched her hands into fists and forced herself not to make a sound. It was not until the couple's passionate moans could be heard from the bathroom that Tongming finally felt her world shatter. 3 years ago, she was still Beijing's #1 model. But, for the sake of this man, she gave up everything and gave her position as a model to Mo. It turned out, she had been working hard for someone else. No, she was dreaming. This was a nightmare. Everything would be fine once she woke up. Tongming tried her best to lie to herself. But, in the middle of the night, Mo left the hotel with Han Yufan, claiming she wasn't feeling well. Yet, Han Yufan had simply abandoned her, but, they were going to register their marriage tomorrow. With a bitter smile, Tongming drove to the civil affairs office as planned the next morning. As soon as she got out of the car, she gave Han Yufan a phone call. However, all she heard was a cold reply, Mo was injured by the stage. I need to deal with some urgent matters first. We'll talk about the registration another day. There's no other day. Tongming reminded herself in despair. Tongming turned around and put on her sunglasses. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a tall figure walking towards her. Dressed in a dark blue retro suit, he had a burgundy scarf tucked into his chest pocket. Looking down, his legs were long and slender, and he wore a pair of brown leather shoes that shone brightly. This man is too oppressive, like a noble emperor from the Middle Ages, especially after he walked closer, although he was wearing sunglasses. His chiseled features and sexy thin lips were enough to drive anyone crazy. It was the CEO of Hai Rui Entertainment, Mo Ting. Back when she was still famous, they had met once at a ball. He's also getting married today? President, Miss Ji didn't arrive on time. She's 10 minutes late. The assistant behind him said respectfully. Call the Chi family and tell them that those who are going to be late for their wedding don't need to come anymore, the man said coldly. But the chairman said that you must get married today. He won't object even if you marry a transvestite. The assistant said timidly. Then, pick a random socialite from the crowd. I'll give you half an hour. The man said in a calm voice, appearing a little unreasonable. It turned out, they were in the same boat, but they were different. Mo Ting was sitting on a silver platter, so he could easily get anyone he wanted. As a rich bachelor, the last thing he needed was love. He simply needed to deal with the marriage of his elders. Suddenly, Tongming had an idea. She removed her sunglasses and approached the man. President Mo, your bride hasn't arrived yet and my groom ran away. Why don't we get married together? Mo Ting's assistant was stunned. How could a woman be so bold? But Tongming's back was straight, she had gathered all her courage. Mo Ting removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of black eyes. His pupils were like diamonds, emitting a sharp glow. A moment later, he turned to his assistant and asked, "Give me her information." Of course, the assistant knew Tongming's identity. He immediately pulled out his phone and searched for her name before handing over the information respectfully. 2 minutes later, the man's lips moved slightly as he replied with one word, okay. Tang Ning felt she was lucky to have met Mo Ting. He didn't need to use women, he didn't need love, and he definitely wouldn't lack a partner in bed. Plus, she wanted Han Yufan to regret it. The couple's marriage procedures were quickly completed. In just half an hour, Tang Ning received her marriage certificate. From now on, she was a married woman. President Mo, I wonder if you have some time to listen to me? Get in. Mo Ting put on his sunglasses and strode out of the registration hall. Tang Ning followed closely behind Mo Ting. After boarding the Rolls-Royce, she looked at Mo Ting nervously. Thank you for marrying me. I will do whatever you need me to do. However, there are 2 conditions that I hope you can promise me. Speak. Mo Ting tiredly loosened his collar. Firstly, unless it's a last resort, our marriage cannot be made public. Secondly, don't interfere with my private affairs. Don't worry, since we are already married, I won't have too much contact with other men. Hearing Tang Ning's words, Mo Ting's lips curved slightly as a dangerous aura filled the car. I promise you. But, I will give you some time to sort out your messy past and get married to me on a trial basis. In half a year's time, I will announce our marriage to the public. Thank you. Tang Ning nodded. Also, I don't agree with a married couple living apart. I will give you 3 days to move to the location I give you. My assistant will contact you after that. Tang Ning did not object. Since they were married, this request was reasonable. So, she nodded her head obediently. I promise you. Good. After the couple came to an agreement, Tang Ning stepped out of Mo Ting's car and got her assistant to sit in the driver's seat. She looked at Mo Ting through the rearview mirror. President, are you heading back to the office? Or do you want to go back to the family home and tell the chairman? Follow Tang Ning in the car and tell me her whereabouts. Mo Ting instructed his assistant before getting out of the car. If she suddenly asked him to marry her, there was no way nothing had happened. As the CEO of a multinational entertainment company, it wasn't like he hadn't heard of Tang Ning's name before. She was once famous in the modeling industry. However, 3 years ago, Tang Ning suddenly rejected a top model agency, Star King's offer, and was completely blacklisted. Afterwards, she announced that she had signed with Tianyi Entertainment and had a good relationship with their boss, Han Yufan. A supermodel had fallen from grace. But, from the looks of it, Tang Ning's story was not limited to this. In reality, Tang Ning had never felt she was so brave to marry a stranger. But, what was done, she had no regrets. Tang Ning returned to her car and prepared to go home. However, just as she was about to start the engine, she received a phone call from Han Yufan. Tang Ning. Where are you right now? I am at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, just about to go home. Tang Ning tried her best to calm down. Euro has an important show to attend. Go and replace her. I will get the makeup artist to put on a mask for you. No one will be able to tell it's you. Han Yufan used a commanding tone to make a request. Euro is injured, you have to work hard. Didn't Miss Mo get injured? The media should know she is at the hospital. But, I have already asked someone to spread the word that Euro will attend with her injury. If I ask you to go, then go. How shameless. In the past, she had helped Mo Euro do many stupid things like this. It turned out, she was just using Mo Euro. But, she didn't always end up helping Mo Euro. Tang Ning remained calm and nodded her head. Okay, tell me the time and address, I will be there in a moment. Tang Ning, we are about to get married. You should give Euro a boost, her career is currently on the rise. I will give her a boost. Tang Ning said with a hidden meaning. In that case, I will hang up now. Let's have dinner together later. Han Yufan had no idea the tables had turned. He was probably sitting by Mo Euro's bedside, loving her tenderly. After Tang Ning hung up the phone, she gave her manager a phone call. As soon as her manager heard this, she was furious. President Han wants you to replace that B-grade model Mo Euro? Are you kidding me? If you hadn't retired, there would be no place for her in the modeling industry. Long Jia, I have already agreed. Tang Ning replied calmly. You really want to go? Her manager was so angry she wanted to vomit blood. Tongning and Mo Euro were both models at Tianyi Entertainment, but because of Tongning's retirement, her manager was also ridiculed. Tongning knew her manager was trying to defend her, so she smiled, "I won't be so stupid as to let others use me again." Hearing Tongning's words, her manager suddenly came to life. "Does that mean you have a plan? Long Jia, you are the only person I can trust now. Can you help me with something? Speak." The manager was completely loyal to Tongning. After all, their interests were aligned. Mo Euro deliberately pretended to be injured because she wanted to affect the top 10 model awards. "Help me go to Tianyi Hospital." "I understand." "Get the proof that she was still in the hospital at that time and expose her," her manager said excitedly. "No, there's more news. She's pregnant, and the child is Han Yufan's. Also, I need you to help me prepare a statement about how Han Yufan has used me to replace Mo Euro on multiple occasions. As for which shows, I need Long Jia to find the evidence." At first, the manager was shocked, but she quickly understood the reason for Tongning's sudden change in attitude. What a shameless couple. Not only did they have an affair, they even treated Tongning like a servant. "Tongning, don't worry, I will help you with these two matters." Tongning did not reply, but her heart was unprecedentedly calm. She would treat others the way they treated her. After thinking it through, Tongning quickly packed her things and drove to the venue on her own to meet up with Mo Euro's assistant at Tianyi. The assistant was a well-built married man. He was quite cunning, but of course, he was also quite powerful. He was quite polite to Tongning. Although Tongning was past her prime, the Tang family behind her was not to be underestimated. "What took you so long? Quick. Follow me inside to get your makeup done." "What is today's show?" Tongning asked as she was dragged inside. "It's not that important," the assistant replied. In reality, this was a show from the famous French jewelry brand HF. After this show, Mo Euro was likely to become HF spokesperson. Originally, this contract was going to be ruined because of Mo Euro's injury, but since President Han wanted to make use of Tongning, he was more than happy to oblige. Actually, on the way here, Tongning had already done her research on the Crown Star jewelry show. For Mo Euro's assistant to lie to her like this, was she really that easy to fool? Thanks to Euro's current status, she has her own makeup room. "You will be the finale, this is the jewelry you will be displaying in a moment, this is the schedule," the assistant said as he pointed to the jewelry on the makeup table. He then instructed the makeup artist to apply Tongning's makeup. Did Han Yufan think that by putting on a mask, no one would be able to recognize her as Tongning? Although she was taking a risk by doing this, she would definitely catch the adulterous couple by surprise. In reality, Mo Ting's assistant had been following Tongning the entire time. After asking around and finding out she was going to replace Mo Euro on the runway, he immediately gave Mo Ting a phone call. As soon as Mo Ting heard this, he immediately contacted his secretary. "I want to go to HF's jewelry show, make the arrangements immediately." "Yes, President." It wasn't a high-class show, but he wanted to see Tongning's true abilities. 11 a.m. Hai-E Hall was already filled with classical music. It was obvious the show was about to start. Inside the makeup room, Tongning had already put on her makeup. She stood in front of a long mirror and waited patiently. She was wearing a white strapless, tight-fitting dress, simple but holy. She wore a golden mask on her face, giving off a mysterious aura. Her long hair was tied up behind her head, and a white rose was pinned in her hair. She looked incredibly otherworldly. The assistant stared at her in a daze. He thought to himself, even if Tongning stood still, she would still look stunning. Mo Euro was definitely going to be the spokesperson. "Your way of entering is to sit on a rattan chair and descend from the sky. This bracelet is the Crown Star bracelet, let me help you put it on." The assistant removed the bracelet and carefully clasped it on Tongning. However, Tongning was slimmer than Mo Euro, so the bracelet was a bit too big. It went all the way down to her arm. This was a bracelet the founder of HF had designed for his beloved daughter. In the middle of the golden bracelet was a crown inlaid with a white diamond. On both sides of the crown were two star-shaped, flawless white gemstones. It symbolized the precious things her parents had for her. "I can't wear it. What should I do? Do you trust me?" Tongning suddenly asked Mo Euro's assistant. Right now, I can only trust you, the assistant nodded. At this point, he had no choice but to trust the model. This was Mo Euro's endorsement. If he messed it up, President Han would definitely kick him out. In that case, leave it to me, Tongning said confidently. Hurry and get ready. It's almost time for you to go on stage. The assistant did not notice Tongning's sharp eyes hidden under her eyelashes. Tongning smiled as she nodded her head. She then lifted her dress and ran towards the backstage. As she was wearing a mask, if one had to point out a difference between her and Mo Euro, it would be her pair of legs that were known as one of the most beautiful in the world. Translator, Uni editor, Uni. The show had reached its climax. As Tongning descended from the sky on her rattan chair, all the spotlights were focused on her body. However, her wrists were bare, there was no sign of the crowned star. What was going on? Everyone looked around for the crowned star, so they scanned Tongning from head to toe. Not long after, quite a few people noticed Tongning's slender and fair legs. That was a pair of legs that people would never forget once they saw them. Not long after, the golden-masked Tongning gave a confident smile as she gently and elegantly raised her hand. Tilting her head back, she lifted her left leg that was facing the audience and performed a beautiful dance pose. At that moment, the crowned star slid down her white dress and down her leg. It gave off a suffocating glow. Oh my God! Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. What was even more unforgettable was, Tongning continued to change her pose and movements. But no matter which pose she stopped in, the crowned star on her ankle would always display a different beauty. The entire venue erupted into a thunderous applause. Everyone in the audience stood up excitedly, just to give Tongning a round of applause. Amongst the crowd, in an unapproachable and secluded spot, Mo Ting focused his attention on Tongning on stage. His new wife, a former Beijing supermodel, had actually come to replace a B-grade model on the runway. But it had to be said, whether it was 3 years ago or 3 years after she retired, she was still the same model. She was only born for the runway. After the final pose, the jewelry show came to a perfect end. HF's founder was extremely satisfied with Tongning's final performance. Of course, he had no idea it was Tongning, he thought it was Mo Euro. He walked onto the runway from backstage and held out his hand like a gentleman. He then led Tongning to the front and bowed to thank the audience. Thank you, everyone. Of course, I would also like to thank Miss Mo for her performance in this show. It was truly wonderful. Tongning did not say a word, she simply bowed politely. However, to everyone's surprise, from the end of the runway, a sharp voice suddenly resounded, "She is not Mo Euro. I've seen Mo Euro in person, she does not have such long legs." At that moment, everyone was stunned as they looked at Tongning suspiciously. They couldn't stop looking at her long legs. If you are really Miss Mo, please remove your mask. If not, then Tanny Entertainment is a liar. The voices of suspicion grew louder and louder. Even HF's designers couldn't help but suspect that the woman beside them wasn't Mo Euro herself. Miss Mo, please take off your mask. The designer also wanted to know if she was Mo Euro. If she really wasn't, then their collaboration with Tanny was over. Tongning appeared to be in a difficult position. But, at this moment, she was surrounded on all sides. So, she had no choice but to remove her mask. In that instant, everyone gasped. In fact, some people immediately recognized the outdated model in front of them. She is Tongning. Everyone had been saying that ever since Tongning was banned, her status was no longer there, she was even worse than a wild model. Who would have thought, she had fallen to the point of replacing someone else on the runway? Was she purposely trying to create hype, or was she forced by the situation? Tongning, it's actually Tongning. The reporters quickly surrounded her, sandwiching Tongning in the middle with no way out. Miss Tang, can you explain to everyone that HF's jewelry show specifically invited Mo Euro? Why did you replace her in the end? As everyone knows, you were banned 3 years ago. Are you trying to use this show to return to the modeling industry? You are just an outdated model. Tell me, are you trying to steal Mo Euro's resources? Are you trying to take advantage of her injury to steal the endorsement that belongs to her? One look and I can tell it's all hype. I told you, Mo Euro is already injured, how could she appear on the runway? What supermodel, she is simply a cheap model. The reporter's questions became more and more incisive, some even began to speak without thinking. Outdated cheap model. This endorsement belongs to Euro, return it to her. Tongming was forced back step by step, surrounded by the reporters and even pushed. At this moment, HF continued to attack Tongming. I will file a lawsuit against Tianyi Entertainment, this is fraud. I wanted MO Euro, how could you give me a third-rate model? The designer had no idea of Tongming's status 3 years ago. All he knew was, he hadn't seen a model like her in recent times. As for you, I'll see you in court. But for now, get out of my sight, you are not fit to stand on my runway. The piercing roar pierced through the entire set. Even the reporters present were shocked by HF's designers. No model would be yelled at in such a setting. Aren't you going to get out? Tongming had already prepared herself, but she still endured the humiliation. However, at this time, a deep and magnetic voice came from the end of the runway, someone should get out. The reporters followed the voice in surprise, only to find Mo Ting standing at the end of the runway with a cold expression. Everyone's eyes grew wide, oh God. Wasn't that the CEO of Hairui Entertainment? What was he doing here? Most importantly, he was actually walking on the runway. Everyone knew Mo Ting hated it when artists played dirty tricks. Tongming was digging her own grave, even Hairui couldn't stand it any longer. Everyone forgot to breathe, they thought Tongming was going to be in trouble. However, Mo Ting walked over to Tongming's side like a king and said to HF's designer, but, it's not her that gets out. It's you that gets out. I can make HF disappear from Beijing because it seems your upbringing and jewelry aren't on the same level. Tongming's heart stopped. She never thought her new husband, whom she had only met for the 3rd time, would stand out and speak up for her. All of the reporters were shocked and began to worry. If they had known Tongming had a relationship with Hairui, they wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. HF's designer's expression was ugly, but he knew he couldn't offend Hairui International. After a few seconds of silence, he could only apologize, I'm sorry President Mo, I didn't know about your relationship with this lady. You're wrong, I have nothing to do with her. I simply don't think highly of your character. Mo Ting removed his relationship with Tongming and prepared to leave. However, before he left, he turned around and said to the reporters, but, there is no denying that she will be a rising star in the modeling industry. The media couldn't afford to offend Hairui, even though they couldn't understand why Hairui was helping Tongming. Even Long Jia couldn't understand how their plan went so smoothly. She originally thought they would have to fight with Tianyi for a few days. Tongming, tell me, did another agency try to poach you? No, Tongming replied as she looked at Mo Ting beside her. But, there is indeed someone helping me from behind the scenes. As for who it is, it's not convenient for me to reveal it right now. Ha ha ha. That's okay, let's talk about it in the future. Whenever I think about Han Yufan's angry face, I get a kick out of it. Long Jia thought Tongming was using her family's background. She had no idea Tongming would end up becoming the wife of the king of entertainment, Mo Ting. Are you planning to use this incident to leave Tianyi? Mo Ting asked as he elegantly cut into the steak in his hand. No, if I leave like this, I would be letting those two off too easily. I want them to fall from the highest point, Tongming replied calmly. Plus, I have already decided to return to the industry. But, my popularity is no longer what it was before. Tianyi still has some use for me. You are doing this because of anger. If one day, you no longer hate. Once I've made a decision, I will never regret it and I will never turn back, Tongming confidently told Mo Ting. When she loved someone, she could give it her all. But, when she hated someone, she could destroy them with her own hands. Moreover, it had been so many hours since Han Yufan's substitute had been exposed. He didn't even give her a call to comfort her. Instead, he released a press release that ruined her reputation. She couldn't let Han Yufan have any chance to hurt her. Mo Ting did not say a word, but he had developed a strong interest in Tongming. Tongming wasn't stupid, she was too smart. She knew the consequences of lying to him. So, she did not hold back. Whether it was light or dark, this was a sign of trust. I've asked my assistant to arrange a suite in this hotel. Tonight, we will stay here. Going home is boring. Tong Ming's ears turned red, but she still nodded her head. I'll listen to you. Han Yufan was still busy dealing with the media and business partners. Plus, he already knew Mo Euro was pregnant, so he had no idea who Tong Ming was. Of course, he didn't know her current whereabouts. After the romantic dinner, Tong Ming followed behind Mo Ting as they entered the presidential suite one after another. Not only that, it was a bridal suite. Even though they were getting married in such a hurry, Mo Ting still cared about these things for her. She couldn't help but feel touched by his thoughtfulness. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to prepare these things for her. Mo Ting could sense Tong Ming's nervousness, so he removed his suit and turned to say, I'm going to go have a shower first. I'll give you some time to prepare. If you still have any reservations, we can delay our wedding night indefinitely. She watched as he entered the bathroom, but they were already married. What right did she have to ask Mo Ting to accommodate her willfulness? Thinking of this, Tong Ming pushed open the bathroom door and walked into the bathroom. Under Mo Ting's surprised gaze, she stretched out her arms and wrapped Mo Ting's muscular body in a hug. I have no regrets. Think carefully. Once you become mine, you won't have the chance to struggle anymore. Mo Ting restrained himself as he spoke. His deep and sexy voice was like a musical note that stirred up one's heart, causing one to be incomparably intoxicated. I've thought it through. As soon as these words left his mouth, Mo Ting no longer held back as he wrapped one arm around Tong Ming's waist and kissed her on the lips. He then used the other hand to lift up her soaked dress. Tong Ming's head buzzed. She never knew a kiss like this could have such a magical effect. It made her almost lose her mind. Under the shower, Tong Ming looked at Mo Ting's handsome face in a daze. She looked at the black mole on his earlobe that was as resplendent as a diamond. She looked at his passionate gaze and watched as he slowly devoured her. But, even though they had finally met, he was not in a rush to make love to her. Instead, he wrapped her in a clean towel and carried her to the white bed covered with roses. Afterwards, his tall figure pressed down on top of her as he prepared to take care of her. However, just as he was about to enter her, he felt an obvious obstruction. Tong Ming let out a cry of pain as Mo Ting pulled back and wrapped the blanket around her. He originally thought, since Tong Ming was in the entertainment industry and was with Han Yufan, it couldn't be her first time. But the feeling just now couldn't have been wrong. She had never experienced anything like this before. What's wrong? Tong Ming felt Mo Ting stop, so she lifted her head and asked. Her cheeks were red and extremely alluring. Maybe next time, Mo Ting was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, he was annoyed that he had misjudged Tong Ming. Did I displease you? If I had entered you like I did just now, you would have definitely been hurt. Mo Ting put on a bathrobe and returned to the bed. He tried his best to calm down. He didn't want Tong Ming to feel bad for her first time. Why didn't you tell me you had no experience? How could I tell you something like this? Tong Ming replied as she snuggled into Mo Ting's shoulder. You would have found out sooner or later. Plus, what was that supposed to be? Did we do it? Or didn't we? Regardless of whether we did it or not, you are already Mrs. Mo. You can't run away. After speaking, Mo Ting stood up and carried Tong Ming into the bathroom. Let me see if you're hurt. Seeing his nervous expression, Tong Ming let out a laugh. You are completely different from how the public portrays you to be. In that case, what did you think I was like? Mo Ting placed her in the bathtub and turned on the water. The emperor that dictates the life and death of an artist, decisive and inhumane. To others, I am like this. Mo Ting replied in seriousness. But since you have become my wife and are willing to trust me, then I will use my truest side to face you. But, Tong Ming, I have one thing to warn you about. For me, a single act of disloyalty will be tolerated 100 times. Any lies and betrayals will never be forgiven. Tong Ming sat up comfortably and placed her nose against Mo Ting's. What a coincidence, I feel the same way. That night, the couple only had half of their physical relationship, but their hearts had already become one. The next morning, Tong Ming woke up to the blinding sunlight. The seat next to her had already turned cold. Tong Ming thought Mo Ting had already left, but he was sitting in the living room, looking through some documents elegantly while waiting for her. I prepared some new clothes for you. They are in the bathroom. Let's go. Tongming nodded her head and turned to head into the bathroom. At this time, she received a phone call from Han Yufan. Tongming felt a little awkward, but Mo Ting raised his eyebrows seductively. Do you want me to pick you up? Of course not, it wasn't time yet. Mo Ting knew what she was planning, so he handed his phone to her. Tongming did not avoid the call as she picked it up right in front of Mo Ting. Tongming, where are you right now? I was afraid the reporters would find me, so I went into hiding, Tongming replied calmly. Does that mean you don't know what happened to Long Jie? Han Yufan asked patiently. What happened to Long Jie? The place I am hiding in is quite remote, so I have no way of knowing what is going on. What happened? Tongming tried her best to appear curious. Thanks to your manager, Tianyi is currently in big trouble. Return to the office first, I will arrange a press conference for you. Tongming, only you can explain everything clearly and clear Tianyi's name. What press conference? Was he trying to make her a scapegoat again? Did he think she was that stupid? Tongming hung up the phone in ridicule, but Mo Ting suddenly spoke, I've saved my number on your phone. Keep me updated on your whereabouts and let me know what you are planning to do. Thank you, Mo Ting. You called me the wrong way. Mo Ting uncrossed his legs and pulled her to his side, call me something else. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Tongming's face turned red as she awkwardly called out, Papa. However, this made Mo Ting reveal a rare smile. I will drive you to Tianyi. Also, remember what you promised me. You won't have any physical contact with any other men. Tongming knew what Mo Ting was referring to as she gave him a reassuring smile. Her desperate expression made Mo Ting's heart skip a beat. The relationship between the two was self-evident. 40 minutes later, Mo Ting had already driven Tongming to the vicinity of Tianyi Entertainment. After all, he was the emperor of the entertainment industry, so he was well aware of the dark side of the industry. He wanted to know how Tongming was going to turn the tables around and help her return to the top of the modeling industry. Tongming understood, this was a game where the enemy was out in the open and she was in the dark. If she still couldn't turn the tables after reshuffling the cards, then she would forever be a failure. After alighting from Mo Ting's car, Tongming entered the building through a secret passageway. As soon as the Tianyi staff saw her, they looked at her with disdain and ridicule. It seemed they were certain she was the one behind Long Jie's exposure. Tongming chose to ignore it as she pushed open the door and entered Han Yufan's office. From behind, she looked at Han Yufan's tall figure. You're back. Han Yufan turned around and tried his best to endure. What's going on? Tongming, did you really not know about Long Jie? Han Yufan threw the newspaper in front of her and asked angrily, if it wasn't for your instructions, how would a mere manager like Long Jie dare to do this? Yufan, we are about to get married. Why would I do such a thing? Wouldn't that be pushing you out myself? Tongming looked wronged and her voice was choked up. Then why did you wear the crown star on your ankle at HF's jewelry show? You obviously knew the most exposed part of you and Mo Euro was your legs. Tongming looked at Han Yufan as he questioned her. She remembered how Han Yufan had protected Mo Euro countless times in the past. She used to think Han Yufan only wanted to protect his career, so she was willing to put up with it and let him protect others. But now that she thought about it, the only person he wanted to protect was Mo Euro. At the time, I couldn't wear the crown star. Apart from wearing it on my ankle, I had no other choice. Mo Euro's assistant was also present, you can ask him. I've already asked Euro's assistant, he said it was all your own decision. Han Yufan pressed on. Yufan, I am your fiancé, but you would rather trust an outsider, right? Tongming pretended to be disappointed as she observed Han Yufan's expression. Yesterday was supposed to be the day we registered our marriage. No matter what, the consequences have already been created. HF has already filed a lawsuit against us for breach of contract. Plus, thanks to your manager, the public is now criticizing Tianyi more and more. You will be responsible for this. Han Yufan looked down at Tongming with an expression like he was the ruler of the world. You will soon be my wife. I don't want my wife to be someone that will hurt my career. So, Tongming, in order to protect Tianyi's reputation, you have a responsibility. Step out and explain to the public that your manager was trying to create hype, It has nothing to do with Tanny. What's the difference between saying Xianxia created hype and admitting I created hype? Every single time, you were the one who called me and asked me to replace Mo Euro on stage. Tongming was already crying. Yufan, just because I want to marry you, I should be sacrificed? I don't care, it is your responsibility to be recognized. As soon as these words left his mouth, Han Yufan felt his tone was a little too harsh, so he immediately softened. He reached out his arms to give Tongming a hug, but Tongming pushed him away. Tongming, I am just anxious. Plus, this is the only time. After we get married, I will treat you even better. As expected, Tongming's tears slowly stopped as she nodded her head. I compromised, but that doesn't mean I admit I created hype. I simply wanted to protect your career. But, there won't be a next time. Okay. I understand, there won't be a next time. In reality, Han Yufan's hidden meaning was, next time, you will fall for it all the same. Especially after we get married. According to Tongming's personality, she would be completely at his mercy. The press conference is at 3:30 p.m. In a moment, we will have a meeting to organize your speech. Okay. Tongming completely stopped crying and tried her best to look at Han Yufan the same as before. However, after leaving Han Yufan's office, Tongming's eyes were filled with coldness. She couldn't immediately forget the jerk, but she would be loyal to her decision. From now on, no matter what Han Yufan did to her, she would never take the blame again. Thinking of this, she returned to her room and gave her manager a phone call. Xianxia, Han Yufan wants to use me as a shield. Haha, Tongming, you just need to tell me what I should do. The manager on the other end of the phone was filled with fighting spirit. 3 p.m. I will publicly apologize and admit to creating hype. After that, you will anonymously release intimate photos of Han Yufan and Mo Euro in the hospital. Haha, okay. I even thought of a perfect title, Breaking News. Channy's CEO is cheating on many boats, an inventory of the jerk index. Tongming was amused by her manager, but she did not forget to apologize. I'm sorry Xianxia, I've implicated you. Tongming, as long as you decide to start afresh, I will definitely help you regain your position as the #1 model. In fact, I will even help you become an international supermodel. International supermodel, she hadn't thought that far ahead. She simply wanted to focus on the present. She wanted Han Yufan and Mo Euro to pay the price. 12 p.m., the day before Tanny's meeting, Han Yufan, who hadn't eaten with her in a long time, took her to a Western restaurant downstairs and ordered a surprise candlelit lunch. Looking at the red roses and candlelight, Tongming remained calm. With Han Yufan's help, she sat down at the table. I've ordered your favorite sirloin steak. Tongming was stunned, not saying a word. It turned out, she and Han Yufan had been together for almost 5 years, yet he didn't remember what she liked. What? You don't like it? Just as Tongming was about to speak, the tall chef dressed in white suddenly approached the couple and said, Miss Tang, today we have your favorite filet mignon. On behalf of De Fei Restaurant, I would like to wish you a happy wedding. Hearing this, Han Yufan's expression changed, but he didn't want to say anything. All he could do was help to change Tongming's plate. Has your taste changed? Thank you, but we are not married yet. Tongming ignored Han Yufan as she lifted her head and explained to the chef, but, you guys are really considerate. Just by hearing me say it once, you will remember. The chef politely left while Tongming looked back at Han Yufan. Next time I will definitely remember. What my wife likes to eat. Han Yufan said to himself. Hurry and eat, you still need to go through drafts. Tongming sneered on the inside, but on the outside, she acted normal. However, at this time, she received a text with the name 0819. Opening it, she saw it was from Mo Ting. 0819 meant yesterday was the day of their wedding. I asked someone to deliver the steak. The chef's message is to wish us a happy wedding. Tongming let out a laugh before replying from under the table, how did you know where I was? If I want to know, I will find out, Mo Ting replied calmly. Tongming held on to her phone and looked around, but did not see Mo Ting anywhere. Although she didn't know how he managed to send her such a thoughtful message, Tongming could feel he was there. Like an emperor, he was impossible to ignore and impossible to reject. Tongning, what are you looking at? Han Yufan stretched out his hand and interrupted her line of sight. His brown eyes were filled with confusion. Nothing. Tongning shook her head and calmly changed the subject. Yufan, when are we going to register our marriage again? Once the storm blows over, you will know that Euro is being nominated for the top 10 model awards. This is the perfect time for her to rise. Tongning, luckily I have you, otherwise Euro would have been ruined. Han Yufan poured a glass of red wine for Tongning and raised his glass to her. I will make you pay me back double, Tongning smiled gently. Her dimples made her look even more beautiful. However, at this moment, Han Yufan couldn't see a thing. His mind had long been numbed by Mo Euro's many years of pillow talk. He wouldn't have noticed the hidden meaning behind Tongning's words. Tongning, you've suffered. Tongning understood, this was the last bit of sweetness before she became the scapegoat. But, it was laced with poison. Also, after the press conference, contact your manager, Xianxia. It seems, to deal with someone like her, the only way is through the law. Okay. Tang Ming smiled sweetly like spring water. But, if they wanted to lay a finger on Xianxia, that was impossible. 2 p.m. Tiany's lobby was already filled with people from all walks of life. They were all very interested in Tongning's public speech. Whether it was the sudden retirement of this once famous model, the announcement of her signing with Tiany, or the fact that she was replacing Mo Euro on the runway, it was all a mystery to the media. Yet, ever since her retirement, she had kept a low profile, making it difficult to find any dirt on her. And this time, it was the perfect opportunity. 3 p.m. Tongning appeared dressed in plain clothes under the protection of her bodyguards. She slowly walked up the steps and turned around elegantly to face the media. The reporters immediately fought to be the first to speak. Tongning, you are currently number 1 on the internet searches and have never fallen. Are you buying your spot? Tongning, you and Mo Euro are both Tiany's models. But, in recent years, Mo Euro has been the one in the spotlight. Have you been frozen by Tiany? Are you unhappy with Mo Euro's fame? Tongning, are you trying to create hype? Faced with the sudden chaos, the company's team immediately stepped out to maintain order and give Tongning a chance to speak. First of all, I would like to apologize to the public for the damage I have caused to the company's reputation, as well as the public's suspicions towards Miss Mo Euro. HF's Crown Star fashion show was my own decision. I went on stage without the company and Miss Mo Euro's knowledge. This has nothing to do with my company, Tiany, or Miss Mo Euro. I was indeed trying to create hype. But, my manager had no idea, she was simply being used by me. At the same time, I will take full responsibility. Thank you everyone for your support, thank you. As soon as Tongning finished speaking, the entire venue was in an uproar. The reporters were all agitated because they had never seen an artist admit their mistakes so straightforwardly like her. Everyone else was in a rush to clear their name, yet, she took all the blame on herself, claiming it had nothing to do with her manager, the company, or Mo Euro. Tongning thought this was the end, but she never imagined Han Yufan had another trick up his sleeve. In order to prove that she was trying to create hype, Han Yufan even instructed the artist's director to approach her and face the reporters. This isn't the first time, but the company and I are willing to give you one last chance. Tongning, I hope you can learn from your mistakes and do your job as a model. This wasn't the first time. He wanted to use these words to refute the statement she had made Xianxia release and accuse her of helping Mo Euro create hype for herself. Han Yufan, you sure are ruthless. Tongning did not say a word. She simply bowed to the media and left the hall under the protection of her team. In an instant, the internet was filled with scolding. After all, Tongning had made the most direct admission. It was easy for the public to see things on the surface, so they were furious. Even within Hai Rui, the entire incident was a laughingstock. After Mo Ting finished his meeting, he overheard the discussion. He turned his head and looked at his assistant confusedly. His assistant explained everything that had happened during the press conference. President, do you need to do anything to help Miss Tongning? Not at the moment, let's see how she reacts, Mo Ting replied in a low voice. He had mentioned earlier that he was curious about Tongning's reaction. As he had interfered the last 2 times, he wanted to see Tongming's true abilities this time. Was his wife really going to be defeated by a scheme like this? No matter what, Tongming had admitted to creating hype, so Tiany's name was cleared. HF had successfully communicated with them and accepted Han Yufan's apology. As a result, Mo Euro was chosen as the spokesperson. As she was also a victim, after this incident, her popularity increased. Neither Tiany Entertainment nor Mo Euro suffered any losses, but Tongming was the one that was destroyed. In an instant, hype queen, scheming female model, green tea bitch Tongming and other topics became the hottest searches online. The comments were all disgusting. Tongming sat in her waiting room watching the news. She tried her best to maintain a calm expression. She knew what she was currently experiencing, was about to. She was going to make Han Yufan and Mo Euro pay her back tenfold. However, in everyone's eyes, her image had fallen to rock bottom. Even the company's cleaner couldn't help but step on her. "Miss Tang, can you please raise your noble leg? Can't you see I'm cleaning? It's not like you have a runway, stop coming in here every day. You're making my back ache from cleaning." Tongming's expression turned cold. She was at the lowest point in her career, but that didn't mean she would allow anyone to bully her. So, she pulled out her phone and gave Han Yufan a phone call. In front of the cleaner, she pressed the speakerphone button. "Yufan, have I reached a point where even the cleaners can humiliate me? Give her name to the HR department and tell her to leave," Han Yufan said without hesitation. Tongming hung up the phone and lifted her head. She looked at the woman coldly and said in a cold voice, "I am easygoing, but that doesn't mean you can treat me as you please. Even if I am no longer a model, I am still the heiress of the Tang family. I can easily make a cleaner like you lose your job." The woman's face turned pale as she broke out in a cold sweat. She never expected Tongming to be so aggressive when she was angry. So, she quickly bowed apologetically. "I'm sorry. Miss Tang, I won't do it again." "How can you treat others like you are above others, let alone when you are below others?" Tongming didn't want to make things difficult for the staff, but she needed to give them a reminder. After speaking, Tongming stood up. Han Yufan had sent her another text telling her to go to the CEO's office. "Tongming, your image is currently at rock bottom. So, I've arranged a few activities for you to try and restore your image. Isn't Euro injured? You should go visit her and take care of her appropriately. Consider it an apology. Walk the path of bitterness." Tongming looked at Han Yufan's face and felt he had never been so shameless before. It was obvious that Mo Euro wanted to use this incident to humiliate her, yet, Han Yufan still dared to say it out loud. "It's just for show, and it's on the live streaming software, it'll only take a few minutes." Han Yufan originally thought Tongming wouldn't agree because Mo Euro was indeed using the child as an excuse to make an unreasonable request. But, to his surprise, Tongming actually nodded her head and agreed. "Sure. Are you willing to go? Ever since Mo Euro got injured, I haven't had the chance to visit her." "This is the perfect opportunity," Tongming replied generously. "Then I'll get someone to escort you out. There are a lot of reporters outside." Tongming remained calm. She knew this was Mo Euro's idea to torture her. But, the more arrogant Mo Euro was, the worse her image would be in front of the public. Who would have the last laugh, it was still unknown. A moment later, Tongming boarded Han Yufan's assistant's car and headed towards Xianxia Hospital. Halfway there, she sent Mo Ting a text, "Grandfather, don't worry about the news about me, I have a way to deal with it. Also, I need to go home tonight. Can you send someone to pick me up at Xianxia Hospital? I still haven't found the address of my new home." In the middle of a meeting, Mo Ting received a text. For the first time ever, he stopped the meeting. This surprised the higher-ups. What kind of god was this? How did he have such a big influence? Mo Ting ignored the surprised looks from the others. He simply felt Tongming's tone was a little pitiful, so he immediately replied, "Be good, I'll pick you up later." Tongming looked at the obedient reply and couldn't imagine what Mo Ting would say. So, her eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled. However, Han Yufan's assistant looked at Tongming through the rearview mirror and laughed at her. "You're still so happy right now, but you're going to suffer in a bit." Tongming knew the entire world was hostile towards her, but she forced herself not to care about how they looked at her. After texting Mo Ting, she sent another message to her manager. Long Jia, Han Yufan asked me to go to the hospital to take care of Mo Euro. I'm almost there, are you ready? Anyone with eyes can tell with one glance that Mo Euro's mistress is trying to take advantage of this opportunity to humiliate you. Does she think she has the ability to do so? I'm already done on my side. My preparations are spectacular. I have pictures and a video. You can show me the pictures. Don't show me the video yet. We need to give Han Yufan and Mo Euro a chance to argue. I understand. We need to wait until the situation is ugly enough before we show them the evidence and slap them in the face. Long Jia was unusually excited. I want Mo Euro to fall to the ground when she is at her proudest moment. Plus, Tongning, even though there are so many people scolding you, I have found a few voices defending you. This is a piece of good news amidst all the bad news. Long Jia, be careful. After sending this message, Tongning deleted her conversation with her manager as the corners of her lips curved upwards. Inside the VIP hospital room, Mo Euro was sitting weakly on the bed. Every time she thought about how she was going to humiliate Tongning, her eyes would glow with determination. She never imagined that the idiot Tongning would actually take the blame. Not only did she help her raise her value, she even helped her secure the endorsement deal with HF Euro. Tongning is about to arrive. In a moment, you will need to record a 3-minute live stream. In a moment, I will ask the doctor to help you change your bandages and use this opportunity to get Tongning to wash your feet. This day has finally arrived. Mo Euro said sinisterly. She had already been suppressed by Tongning for too long. From now on, she would climb higher and higher until she could step all over Tongning. She wanted to be with Han Yufan openly and become the wife of the CEO of Tianyi. From now on, you will receive even more. Plus, the annual Top 10 Model Awards are about to take place. You will definitely be selected. When that time comes, you will be one step closer to becoming a top model. Mo Euro smiled without a trace. It was obvious she was daydreaming as her arrogance grew stronger. The smell of the hospital was as pungent as ever. Tongning entered the hospital under the cover of Han Yufan's assistant. She was all alone, without even an assistant by her side. After finding Mo Euro's room, Tongning saw Mo Euro's assistant standing outside the door. It was this man who told Han Yufan about the incident at the Crown Star fashion show. He was the one who told Han Yufan it was her own decision to wear the jewelry on her ankle. He completely placed the blame on her. You're here. Mo Euro's assistant looked at Tongning arrogantly, purposely making things difficult for her. Wait a moment, Euro is still resting. Tongning lifted her handbag with both hands and looked directly at Mo Euro's assistant. Her voice was gentle and slow. Do you know what my surname is? Nonsense, who doesn't know your surname is Tang? Since you know my surname is Tang, then you should know that with my family background, it's not up to a mere assistant like you to act arrogantly in front of me. Is Tongning here? Please come in. Mo Euro heard Tongning's voice from outside the door. She was secretly annoyed at her assistant's stupidity. If she wanted to cause trouble for Tongning, she shouldn't have been so forceful. After all, Tongning still had the Tang family behind her, even if the Tang family didn't care as much as they did when Tongning was in her prime. Tongning lifted her chin and ignored the angry assistant as she entered the room. Seeing Mo Euro sitting on the bed with an injured leg, she smiled. Euro, are you okay? Tongning knew Mo Euro had deliberately injured her leg to prevent her and Han Yufan from registering their marriage. This woman was quite ruthless towards herself. I heard from President Han that we will be recording a 3-minute live broadcast, right? Tongning, we are good friends. I am willing to help you with this and reduce the misunderstanding the public has towards you. Tongning was a little surprised. She never expected Mo Euro's level of shamelessness was in no way inferior to Han Yufan's. The incident of her replacing Mo Euro on the runway was something the three of them were well aware of. How could Mo Euro pretend it had never happened? Tongning's expression did not look good as her voice trembled in anger. I simply came to see you. You're really welcome. That's right, we've even prepared a scene. In a moment, the doctor will be here to change Euro's bandages. At that time, to show your sincerity, we have arranged a scene of you wiping Euro's feet. This way, the netizens will understand your sincerity, Mo Euro's assistant said excitedly. That's enough. Tongning interrupted angrily, Mo Euro, you and I both know about the fashion show incident. Don't you think it's time for you to stop? Mo Euro, Mo Euro. Why don't I understand? Must you distort the truth like this? If it wasn't for you, Fawn, I wouldn't have put up with you so many times. Haven't I helped you enough? Tongning's voice sounded like she was being wronged. Mo, you as you saying you as you say, you are, you. You even admitted that it was a publicity stunt. Mo Euro was also an expert in acting. Her words were watertight and she pretended to be innocent throughout. I will never apologize to you. However, the entire scene was recorded by Mo Euro's assistant and was immediately posted online with the title, Green Tea Hyping Up, she says behind my back, I will never apologize to you. In an instant, thousands of waves were raised again. The reporters swarmed towards Tongning, but they failed to stop her. All that was left was Mo Euro crying pitifully in front of the cameras. Originally, seeing as we are in the same industry and work for the same agency, I didn't plan to pursue the matter. But, Tongning has gone too far. Not only did she refuse to apologize, she even insulted me. Just like that, a war of words broke out. The two models, who couldn't even make it to the big stage, put on a big show. Many onlookers who didn't know what was going on quickly gathered around. Tianyi immediately responded with a press release, stating that they had let down the public and that they would deal with Tongning seriously. It seemed like they were ready to give up on Tongning. At this time, Tongning's I will never apologize to you became a popular joke amongst the netizens. However, just as the entire internet was bombarding Tongning, suddenly, an internet celebrity posted a set of photos with the title, It's not that Tongning won't apologize, it's that she doesn't need to apologize. It was a set of photos of Mo Euro and Han Yufan hugging. In the photos, the two were in the hospital. Mo Euro was wearing a hospital gown while Han Yufan pressed her under his body. Before the netizens could react, a popular website released a post, The Truth Behind Tongning's Substitute Incident. The post carefully organized the entire process of Tongning's substitute incident, as well as the affair between Han Yufan and Mo Euro. It clearly analyzed Tongning's compromise, her suppression, and finally, her anger at Mo Euro. For the sake of love, she shouldered the scandal, only to be humiliated by a mistress. Just like that, the topic of discussion was heated up. Intimate photos of Han Yufan and Mo Euro were all over the internet. However, only now did the netizens realize, apart from the body double incident, there was no other dirt to be found. The only thing that could be found was photos of her from 3 years ago when she was still a model. She was so beautiful that it couldn't be compared to the rest of the world. A woman that had given up her career for love had never tried to defend herself. Even when the scandal was exposed, she immediately made a public apology and took full responsibility. Oh God, they had all misunderstood Tongning. Mo Euro was too good at acting. How could Tianyi suppress such a pitiful woman? The situation was once again turning around. Countless netizens felt guilty for denouncing Tongning, so they turned from haters to fans. At this time, Mo Euro was in the middle of an interview with another media outlet. I don't even know how to comment on her shamelessness. The reporter was in the middle of asking questions, when her colleague suddenly pulled out his phone and showed it to the reporter. As soon as the reporter saw the photo, she held it up high and asked Mo Euro, Miss Mo, may I ask if this photo is real? What is this? Mo Euro's face turned pale. This is an intimate photo of you and the CEO of Tianyi. Do you need me to explain in more detail what you are doing in the photo? Mo Euro froze. Just a moment ago, she was crying pitifully in front of the camera, but now, she had turned into a mistress that seduced someone else's boyfriend. She was no different from a young model that relied on selling herself to get ahead. More importantly, she couldn't say anything to defend herself. The reporter could only feel her face was swollen and painful. So, this photo is real. You were crying while stealing someone else's boyfriend, right? The female reporter's question suddenly became sharp. No, it's not. The photo is clear. Are you trying to deny it? It really isn't, it isn't. This is all part of Tongning's scheme. Mo Euro blocked the camera and suddenly became flustered. Stop taking photos. Get out, I don't want to accept any more interviews. get out. The female reporter scoffed as she looked at Mo Euro with disdain. Miss Mo, although we are all used to being in this industry, I still have to say, a despicable person will be punished by God. There is a natural cycle in this world. Since Tongning stepped out and took responsibility for everything, from now on, I will never smear her name. Mo Euro trembled in fear. After the reporter left, she immediately gave Han Yufan a phone call. Yufan, have you seen the photo? What should we do? It's just a photo, what are you panicking about? The company is currently working on PR, Han Yufan replied calmly, but inside, he wasn't as calm as he imagined. If this incident was exposed, not only would it affect Mo Euro's and Tiany's future, it could even cause him to lose Tongning completely. After all, suppressing him and cheating on Tongning were two completely different concepts. It must be Tongning behind this. If you didn't bully her, would all this happen? After speaking, Han Yufan angrily hung up the phone. He then searched for Tongning's number and dialed it. It's obviously connected. Tongning, pick up the phone. In reality, Tongning was holding on to her phone. However, she could imagine how anxious Han Yufan must be on the other side of the phone, so she did not pick up. After running out of Mo Euro's hospital room, Tongning hid in a corner and waited patiently for Mo Ting to send someone to pick her up. However, she never expected Mo Ting to come personally. Tongning, get in the car. Hearing this deep voice, the uneasiness in Tongning's heart was quickly erased. Her phone was still vibrating, but she threw it into the back seat of Mo Ting's car. Aren't you going to pick up? Mo Ting asked as he revealed the side of his face. Why are you asking when you already know the answer? Tongning giggled. Her motive was to make Han Yufan look for her all night and experience the feeling of torture. Mo Ting did not say another word as he looked ahead. At this time, Tongning placed her gaze on his right earlobe. The mole on his right ear resembled a black diamond. It was like he was born with an earring, giving him an evil and dangerous aura. The way you're looking at me, are you inviting me to kiss you? Hug you? Or? Tongning held back her nervousness and hooked her arm around Mo Ting's as she avoided his burning gaze. Before we go to our new home, can you accompany me somewhere else? After we go, can we finish what we left off last night tonight? Huh? Mo Ting's question was light, but Tongning couldn't hide her nervousness. She knew she might not be able to muster the courage she had last night. Mo Ting did not force her, nor did he say a word. He simply let her hug his arm as the corners of his lips subtly curved into a smile. The couple did not return to Mo Ting's home. Instead, they accepted Tongning's request and went to the famous cherry blossom forest in Beijing. This was the place she and Han Yufan used to go on dates. But, today, she was going to completely remove Han Yufan from her heart. So, in the end, she picked up the phone and said in a low voice, I am at the cherry blossom forest, the place we always meet. If you still want to see me, let's meet at the same old place. I won't leave until I see you there. Okay, I'll be right there, Han Yufan immediately agreed. Although he and Mo Euro were together, he never intended to give up on Tongning. Where else could he find a woman more gullible than Tongning? All along, she had been loyal to him, had a wealthy family and a good temper. Tongning hung up the phone and lifted her head to look at Mo Ting sitting opposite her. Her voice sounded sincere but choked up. This is the last time I will call him because of my personal feelings. From now on, it will never happen again. Mo Ting raised his eyebrows without saying a word. He simply patted the seat next to him, gesturing for Tongning to move over to his side in a possessive manner. Tongning obediently moved over. The couple looked down through the glass window of the restaurant. A moment later, an anxious figure appeared under the cherry blossom tree. Han Yufan had arrived. In the past, she had stood in the same spot as Han Yufan and waited for an entire day. 5 out of 10 times, she had been stood up. Now that she thought about it, the sincerity she had once given him had been treated so casually. So, she wanted Han Yufan to experience being stood up, toyed with, and betrayed. Is this enough for you to vent your anger? Mo Ting asked as he looked at the figure downstairs. Of course not. I just want him to pay me back, no matter how big or small. Mo Ting stretched out his long fingers and lifted Tongning's chin as he looked into her eyes. On the surface, she looked like a delicate woman, but when it came to emotional trauma, she was able to cleanly end it without any hesitation. She was not pretentious at all. I ordered foie gras. The waiter said it was flown in from France. I think it should be good. Mo Ting let go of her and revealed a surprised smile. How did you know I like it? What's so hard about knowing your husband's preferences? Tong Ning reminded the waiter. Let's eat and talk at the same time. Mo Ting looked at her rose-like lips as a dangerous glint flashed across his eyes, but I don't want to chat with you, I just want to kiss you. Who said he was the #1 poison in the entertainment industry? Obviously. The woman in front of him also had a strong poison that made one unknowingly addicted to it. Downstairs, Han Yufan was still waiting in the same spot. Upstairs in the dining room, Tong Ning and Mo Ting were having dinner together. In reality, Tong Ning didn't like to talk about her work in front of Mo Ting. And Mo Ting understood. Previously, he had helped Tong Ning twice, but from the way she dealt with the situation this time, he could tell she wasn't weak at all. But even if she wasn't weak, she was still Mo Ting's wife. As long as she was Mo Ting's wife, she could only bully others. Soon, an hour had passed. Although Han Yufan was getting impatient, he did not dare to take a single step away. During this time, Han Yufan kept trying to call Tong Ning, but on the other side, her phone was turned off. He had no idea, at this moment, in the eyes of Tong Ning and Mo Ting, he was like an insignificant doorman. Finally, the couple finished eating. Mo Ting glanced downstairs and asked Tong Ning, "Do you want to continue watching?" "No, I want you to help me move." Mo Ting nodded his head as he quickly paid the bill and led Tong Ning out the side door. Afterwards, the couple arrived at Tong Ning's apartment. However, before Mo Ting entered, Tong Ning asked him to wait outside for 5 minutes. When he entered 5 minutes later, there were no longer any photos of Tong Ning and Han Yufan, nor were there any items used by men. This was because Han Yufan had never stayed over in the first place. Mo Ting, wait for me for a moment. I need to pack a few things. Mo Ting scanned Tong Ning's apartment and looked at the giant photo in the living room. It was a photo of her when she won the top model award. If she hadn't retired from the industry, she would have long gone out into the world. Another 5 minutes later, Tong Ning emerged from her bedroom with a teddy bear in her arms. "This is everything I have. You don't want anything?" "No, let the memories be sealed away." Tong Ning shook her head. However, at this time, Mo Ting suddenly pulled her into his embrace and pressed his icy cold lips against hers. At first, Tong Ning was surprised. But soon, she closed her eyes and began to respond. It was not until Mo Ting's hand had already reached under her shirt that the couple suddenly stopped. "We can deal with the rest when we get home." "But, does my kiss at this moment make your memories a little better?" Tong Ning wrapped her arms around Mo Ting and felt his calm aura. From now on, she would never let anyone hurt her again. She was going to hold on to everything that belonged to her tightly in her own hands. Meanwhile, Han Yufan waited for Tong Ning in the cherry blossom forest for 4 hours. He originally planned to wait until the end, but he received a phone call from Mo Euro. "Yufan, where are you?" "I'm at your home, I can't find you. My stomach is hurting." "Yufan, why haven't the photos been suppressed yet?" "I'm afraid I'll be destroyed like this." Han Yufan suddenly woke up and immediately drove home. Seeing Mo Euro standing pitifully with one foot at the door, he ignored everything and ran over to hug her. "I won't let you be destroyed. I won't let Tianyi be destroyed. Yufan, I only have you. You can't abandon me and our child." Han Yufan comforted Mo Euro as he gently patted her on the back. He then instructed his team to release another PR statement that night. There were other people present at the time of the incident. The truth was, Mo Euro's right leg was injured, so she lost her balance and Han Yufan went to help her up, causing them to fall. It wasn't as the photos said, they were pressed down and kissed. Most importantly, even at this point, Han Yufan still continued to sacrifice Tong Ning. He was hinting that someone was manipulating things from behind the scenes and wanted the public to not be misled. After Han Yufan's PR news was released, he once again bribed a few influential social media accounts to clear his name. Over the next 2 to 3 days, he planned to use all sorts of methods to clarify Mo Euro's professionalism and character. He planned to make Tongning the scapegoat until the end. After all, the popularity of the industry would only last for a few days before the public got sick of it. By the time the next big news was released, their scandal would be drowned in a sea of saliva and Mo Euro would be able to return to work. Their plan was for Mo Euro to announce that she was going to study abroad after receiving her top 10 model awards and secretly give birth to the child. The reason why Han Yufan wanted the child was because Mo Euro was his first love and she had been by his side for many years. On top of that, he had a bright future ahead of him. So, he didn't want to give up on the money tree that was Mo Euro. Tongning's manager, Long Jia, was full of mockery after seeing Han Yufan's PR attempt to clear her name. She even snuck over to Tongning's apartment because she had the keys. But, as soon as she entered, she discovered Tongning wasn't there. So, she gave Tongning a phone call in confusion. "Tongning, why aren't you home?" Tongning was currently in the bathroom of her new home, filling Mo Ting's bath with water. She had a gentle smile on her face. "I didn't get a chance to tell you, I moved." "Where did you move to? Is it safe? Does Han Yufan know?" Tongning turned to look at Mo Ting who had just entered the bathroom. Just as she was about to explain, Mo Ting didn't notice she was on the phone, so he simply said, "Leave these things to the maids." On the other end of the phone, Long Jia could immediately tell that Tongning was with another man. Her voice became sharp. "Tongning, who are you with? Are you throwing caution to the wind in order to deal a blow to Han Yufan? I knew it, you are a retired model. Who would be willing to help you when you are stepping all over the place? It turns out, you are going to piss me off. Have you found someone else to rely on? Where are you? I'm here to pick you up." "We don't have to do that." "Where are you? I want to see you right now. Otherwise, I will kill myself in front of you." Tongning was a little helpless as she looked up at Mo Ting. She held onto the phone and asked for his opinion. "My manager seems to have a misunderstanding about me moving, so I want to go out and explain things to her." "Do you believe her?" In reality, Mo Ting had already done his own research on Long Jia. She was passionate and professional. Although she could be a little stubborn at times and was far from being a top manager, the good news was that she was wholeheartedly dedicated to Tongning and was someone he could use. "Yes. In that case, let me, Lu Che, pick her up." Tongning thought carefully and understood what Mo Ting was trying to say. She also trusted his judgment. Plus, she wasn't the Tongning from yesterday. As long as she was awake, no one would be able to play any tricks in front of her. So, she told Long Jia to wait at her old apartment while she sent someone to pick her up. Long Jia scoffed, clearly disappointed at Tongning's failure to meet her expectations. Tongning smiled as she hung up the phone. She then asked Mo Ting, "I've filled the bathtub for you. Do you want to shower now?" Mo Ting raised his eyebrows as he buttoned his shirt back up to cover up his sexy collarbones. "There are guests coming. Of course, I have to see the male lead. Most importantly, I want to shower with you." Tongning's face was blushing, but she still nodded her head shyly. Long Jia was indeed furious. She felt it was unfair for Tongning. Was it worth sacrificing so much for the jerk, Han Yufan? She was actually willing to let him sneak into her arms. She was well aware that there was no such thing as true love in the industry. Many people simply wanted to have sex and would turn their backs on them as soon as they woke up. How could she do something so stupid? Long Jia was furious as she cursed from time to time. It wasn't until Lu Che arrived at the apartment that he saw Long Jia. "If you want to see Miss Tang, please follow me." Long Jia recognized Mo Ting, but she didn't remember someone as insignificant as Lu Che. So, her attitude towards Lu Che wasn't very friendly as she lifted her leg and kicked him. "If anything happens to my Tongning, I will definitely cripple you and the man behind you." Lu Che grabbed onto his beautiful hairstyle. After being kicked by Long Jia, he no longer cared about his image as he grimaced in pain. "Let's not talk about who's crippling who. Come with me first." Long Jia scoffed as she lifted her head. She looked at Lu Che in complete disdain as she boarded the car with him. Throughout the entire time, Long Jia was testing Lu Che with all sorts of warnings and threats. She even mentioned Tang Ning's family background. All that was missing was a knife to his neck. In the end, as they entered the estate, Long Jia was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Hyatt Regency was one of Beijing's landmarks. This estate only had 30 households and every single one of them had power and influence. Just the background of any one of them was enough to shock anyone. Haha, what kind of person is your boss? Long Jia couldn't sit still any longer. You'll find out once you get in. Lu Che also had a temper. Long Jia was frightened out of her wits. Her previous arrogance had completely disappeared because no one here was someone she could afford to offend. Not long after, the car drove through the metal gates of a villa with a fountain. Long Jia was invited out of the car and into the Spanish palace-style living room. Tang Ning sat on the sofa dressed in soft white home clothes. She had no makeup on, but she was still as beautiful as ever. Tang Ning, what is this all about? Did you look for the old man? Long Jia asked as soon as she approached Tang Ning. Did you sacrifice yourself for Han Yufan? Long Jia, there's something I need to tell you. But you can't get too excited. Tang Ning pulled Long Jia over to sit on the sofa. Did you say you found a new boyfriend? No. Tang Ning held back her laughter as she shook her head. That's good. I'm married. Long Jia. 2 seconds later, she suddenly exploded. What did you say? You're married? How could you get married? Who are you marrying? Why would you joke around with your happiness? Just as Long Jia was getting excited, Mo Ting finished his work and walked out of the study room. Under Long Jia's shocked gaze, he walked over to the sofa and leaned over to whisper something into Tang Ning's ear. Afterwards, Tang Ning turned her head and nodded obediently. Okay, it won't take more than half an hour. Mo Ting was satisfied. He looked deeply into Long Jia's eyes before heading back upstairs. Although the entire process was short, Long Jia was still in disbelief. Tang Ning, hurry and pinch me. I want to know if I'm dreaming. Why do you say that? Tang Ning once again pulled her down, reminding her not to get too excited. So, the person you married is the CEO of Hai Rui Entertainment, Mo Ting? Uh-huh. Are you really married? Long Jia asked again with uncertainty. You're right, it's him. He is my newlywed husband. Tang Ning nodded her head in seriousness. After hearing Tang Ning's answer, Long Jia's expression immediately changed from one of worry to one of joy. No wonder your announcement was on the hottest search list. No matter how much money Han Yufan spent, he couldn't remove it. Tang Ning, you have given me a pleasant surprise. That's more like it. Even if you were to find someone to marry, it wouldn't be a piece of trash like Han Yufan. But, I never expected you would actually marry the CEO of Hai Rui Entertainment. Do you know how much difference Tianyi and Hai Rui are? Satisfying. Satisfying. If that piece of trash Han Yufan found out, wouldn't he be overjoyed? But, I don't have any plans to reveal my relationship with Mo Ting at the moment, Tang Ning replied calmly. The smile on her face was confident and dazzling. With Mo Ting's help, I can indeed soar. But, people will simply say, look, this is Mo Ting's wife and not the model Tang Ning. 3 years ago, I was able to become Beijing's top model. 3 years later, I can still rely on my own hard work too. Take back what belongs to me. Long Jia, if you are still willing to help me, then we can advance and retreat together. If you aren't willing, I won't force you. I will help you cancel your contract with Tianyi and help you find a better agency. What are you talking about? Of course, I want to stay by your side and become an international supermodel's top manager, Long Jia said confidently, but, do you still want to stay at Tianyi? What do you think? Tang Ning gave Long Jia a look to let her figure it out for herself. Han Yufan has used me so many times, no matter what, I have to pay him back. Hearing this, Long Jia collapsed in laughter as she leaned into Tang Ning's body and shook her shoulders. Tang Ning, I realize, all these years, I've known you for nothing. I never expected you to be so two-faced. In that case, what should we do next? Release the video? No, snatch the endorsement deal. To be exact, we will take back what belongs to me from Mo Euro's hands. When that happens, Mo Euro's fans will definitely retaliate. We will use the video then. Long Jia, I will need to trouble you to edit the Crown Star show and post it online. That's a small matter, I have no problem with it. As soon as Xianxia heard this, her eyes lit up as she nodded her head. Most importantly, she realized Tongning was different. In the past, she was gentle and weak, but who would have thought, when she was strong, she would be so powerful. After their discussion, Tongning asked Luce to drive Xianxia home. She then stood up from the sofa and returned to the fragrant bedroom. Mo Ting had just changed into his robe and was sitting on the sofa drinking red wine. His chin was slightly raised, accentuating the contours of his face. He was perfect like a sculpture, making one's heart beat faster. Tongning was a little nervous, but she still walked over to Mo Ting's side and sat down. Mo Ting did not stop drinking, but he suddenly hooked his left arm around Tongning's shoulder and placed a kiss on Tongning's lips. With his mouth on hers, he allowed Tongning to taste the fragrance of the wine in his mouth. Mo Ting chuckled as he placed a kiss on the tip of her nose. Your alcohol tolerance is too low. You will be at a disadvantage when you attend events. You need to practice. Tongning pushed Mo Ting's chest away and leaned against him. What do you think we should do, President Mo? How about a drink every day? Using the same method as before? Tongning raised her eyebrows in a provocative manner. Mo Ting couldn't help but chuckle as he nodded his head. You like it? Yes, Tongning nodded. All right then. After speaking, Mo Ting once again picked up his wine glass and leaned over in the same way as before. However, after drinking, they did not separate. Instead, they kissed passionately and temporarily treated the sofa as a bed. Especially when Mo Ting's kisses landed on other parts of her body. Tongning felt her entire body tremble as her consciousness began to fade. She had never felt this electric shock before, her entire body felt like it was a pile of mud. Amidst her confusion, all she could see was Mo Ting's handsome nose and soft lips. But, she could feel his strong arms and Mo Ting. Go to bed. I don't want to, go to the sofa. Hearing her pleading, Mo Ting suddenly stopped. He looked at her slender legs that were as beautiful as a mermaid's tail. So, he held back his desire, wrapped her in a bathrobe and strode into the bathroom, placing her in the bathtub. What's wrong? Mo Ting wrapped the towel around his body, turned around and knelt down in front of Tongning. He hooked his finger under her chin and said, I want to have your heart first. I want you to only have me in your heart before I make you mine. After speaking, Mo Ting prepared to get up, but Tongning reached out and grabbed onto his towel. I don't hate it. Us. Like this. Do you still not completely trust me? Mo Ting stretched out his hand and patted her on the head, trying to calm himself down. I really want you. You don't know how mesmerizing you are like this. But, I want you to be whole, whether it's physically or mentally. I want you to be sure. Tongning nodded her head and held on to Mo Ting's left hand. It's been a long time since someone has respected me like this. Mo Ting understood what she meant. Although he really wanted to crush Han Yufan, Mo Ting firmly believed that she would be able to achieve everything she wanted through her own hard work. The next morning, Tianyi Entertainment's two model fight headlines had already been replaced by the hottest news on the social front page. As for Han Yufan and Mo Euro's scandal, it was temporarily covered up by the PR. Entertainment news like this usually came and went quickly, but because Tongning took the initiative to step out and take responsibility, she still gained a lot of new fans. They had already begun to dig up Tongning's previous works. No one noticed that Tongning was quickly coming back to life in a certain way. Especially the Crown Star runway show, Tongning's performance was clearly better than any of the other popular models. New fans were not willing to let Tongning be buried like this, so they sent out different versions of the video while contacting HF. As for HF, after seeing the video, they were shocked by Tongning's beauty. Especially the designer who was angry at Tongning at the time. After seeing the photos of Tongning in motion and still, he was shocked at how well she matched the jewelry. It was like they were made in heaven. HF's designer hesitated. At the time, he was angry at Tianyi for deceiving them. But, after calming down and thinking about it, Tongning's elegance and professionalism were more in line with the theme of the Crown Star. Plus, because of Tongning's apologetic attitude, HF gained some trust in her. So, the higher-ups of HF quickly held a meeting to discuss a replacement spokesperson. In the end, they came to an answer and made a phone call to Tianyi Entertainment's CEO's office. Mr. Euro's injury will soon recover and won't affect HF's new product launch. No, it's not like that. Mr. Han Yufan, we would like to replace Mo Euro with Tongning, the man said in fluent English. After hearing this, Han Yufan was dumbfounded. No, Mr. Yuran, isn't this a bit inappropriate? We have not officially signed the contract yet. If we can't replace Tongning, we would rather not do so and look for another agency to work with. We still have other models, they are even more famous than Mo Euro. We only want Tongning. The man's words were firm, not giving Han Yufan a chance to refute. But, this endorsement was meant to help Mo Euro get into the top 10 model awards. Who would have thought, Mo Euro would end up with such a great deal? If this happened, Mo Euro would definitely go crazy. Long Jia had also received news from her sources that HF had already made a phone call to Han Yufan's office requesting for a replacement spokesperson. So, when she spoke to Tongning, she appeared especially happy. Tongning, you have a spokesperson. Don't be too happy yet, Mo Euro won't give up so easily. Tongning was not the least bit complacent, everything was within her control. The news of HF changing endorsements quickly spread throughout the industry. Mo Ting also found out about the news during his free time. To him, HF's endorsement, if placed in Hai Rui, was not even worth looking at. But, to Tongning, it was equivalent to successfully snatching back what belonged to her from Mo Euro's hands. So, he immediately gave Tongning a phone call. You did well. Tongning let out a gentle laugh and sighed, to be able to receive your praise makes me happier than anything else. I will wait for you to return to first place. This time, Tongning only replied with 2 words, I will. It was time to return to Tianyi to see Mo Euro in a humiliating state. When the news broke, Mo Euro was still sleeping soundly in Han Yufan's apartment. Last night, she had directly run out of the hospital and used the tactic of injuring herself to keep Han Yufan here. She even stayed by his side the entire night, not allowing him to call Tongning again. As long as something was in her hands, no one else could take it away. Especially not Tongning, who always went against her. Her assistant rushed to the apartment anxiously and showed her the news. At first, Mo Euro refused to believe it. HF's endorsement has already been confirmed, there can't be any changes. Euro, this is the truth. President Han received a phone call from HF this afternoon. They personally told him that they wanted to replace Tongning as their spokesperson, otherwise, they would rather work with another artist. Her assistant pointed to the news anxiously and dispiritedly. How did Tongning manage to snatch the endorsement from you? Let's go back to the office. I want Yufan to personally give me an explanation. Mo Euro knew, if she questioned Han Yufan over the phone or at home, she would be fooled by his flowery words. Only by going to the office and confronting him face to face would he be honest. In reality, Han Yufan was already in a terrible situation. The other party was so determined to replace Mo Euro with Tongning, this was a huge blow to Mo Euro. But, did he have the right to say no? After all, he couldn't go against money. Just as Han Yufan was thinking of ways to comfort Mo Euro, with the help of her assistant, Mo Euro entered the CEO's office in her wheelchair. She arrived earlier than Tongning, after all, they were only a few hundred meters apart. Yufan, what's going on? Why did Tongning steal the endorsement that was supposed to be mine? Han Yufan gestured for his assistant to leave. When it was just the 2 of them in the office, Han Yufan approached Mo Euro and pulled her into a hug. Euro, there's nothing I can do about this. I'll help you find a better endorsement deal. You obviously know that HFO Ren and the winner of the top 10 model awards, Miss Lin, are siblings. This endorsement is very important to me. Most importantly, how can I let Tongning snatch it away? Mo Euro pushed Han Yufan away agitatedly, her tone indignant. She already stole you, isn't that enough? Why does she have to fight with me for everything? I don't care. If I lose this endorsement, then I don't want my child and I won't be staying at Tianyi. What are you saying? Han Yufan quickly restrained her. How can you casually say that you don't want children? You know very well that I'm biased towards you. But this time HF's attitude is very firm. After all, Tongning has already given in so many times. So what if she gives in one more time? She's already going to marry you, why does she still need an endorsement deal? After hearing Mo Euro's words, Han Yufan felt they made sense. According to Tang Ning's personality, she had already given in so many times, so one more time wouldn't make much of a difference. He was sure she would agree. So, he quickly comforted Mo Euro, I will tell her, don't be angry, okay? Mo Euro cried her eyes out as she threw herself into Han Yufan's embrace. At this time, his assistant knocked on Han Yufan's office door to inform him that Tang Ning and Long Jia had returned to the office. Mo Euro immediately held back her tears and kept her distance from Han Yufan. Her expression remained the same until Tang Ning pushed open Han Yufan's office door. Tang Ning, where did you go last night? Don't you know that I've been looking for you all night? Han Yufan threw a barrage of questions at her. Tang Ning looked at him and then back at Mo Euro. Euro and I had a misunderstanding. I've already released a statement to clear things up. Don't make a big deal out of it, okay? Tang Ning looked away without saying a word. She knew Han Yufan had been looking for her all night because he had gone to bed with Mo Euro. Otherwise, there was no way he wouldn't have noticed she was no longer at the apartment. But, Miss Mo and I didn't have a misunderstanding. Tang Ning said calmly, I've helped her so many times, yet she turned the tables on me. In your eyes, am I that easy to bully? Tang Ning, at the time, Euro was afraid of the paparazzi, so she could only respond in that way. Really? Tang Ning asked suspiciously. No matter what, this matter is in the past, you don't need to pursue it any further. Also, regarding the contract with HF, you should return it to Euro. This contract is too important to her. Since you have retired, you won't be able to walk on the runway again, so. There's no point in getting the contract. Han Yufan used a commanding tone to order Tang Ning to return the contract to Mo Euro. That's right, Tang Ning, you haven't walked the runway in so many years, you've become rusty with the runway. Mo Euro also joined in the persuasion, plus, HF's endorsement deal was originally mine. They only chose you because they saw I was injured and thought I wouldn't be able to recover in the short term. You don't want to be a substitute, do you? Coming from Miss Mo's mouth, these words are a bit ironic, Tang Ning said coldly. However, Han Yufan immediately scolded her. Tang Ning. You've never been like this in the past. Plus, if you still love me, then don't accept this deal. For the sake of the company's long-term plans, we need Euro's award to raise our status. Han Yufan's words were obviously threatening, he actually used the words love and don't love. Hearing this, Mo Euro secretly laughed in her heart. She knew Tang Ning could do anything for Han Yufan, let alone give up a deal. Yufan, hurry and contact HF and explain to them that Tang Ning is considering the wedding and has no plans to accept any more deals. Han Yufan nodded his head. Just as he was about to pick up the phone on his desk, Tang Ning reached out and stopped him, this deal. I will accept it. Tang Ning? Han Yufan was surprised, Tang Ning had never gone against his decisions. Don't forget, I am also a model for Tianyi Entertainment. Plus, I have already spoken to HF's founder, Mr. Eugene. He is looking forward to our collaboration. Tang Ning, I am the CEO of Tianyi Entertainment, I have the final say, not you. Han Yufan looked at Tang Ning angrily, why must you steal Euro's endorsement deal? Do you think I can steal the endorsement deal just because I say so? HF has requested for a replacement. I was simply afraid that the deal would be lost, so I wanted to help you keep your contract. Originally, I didn't believe in the relationship between you and Mo Euro, but now that you are willing to sacrifice your profits to keep her endorsement deal, does that mean between the two of you? Of course not, what are you thinking? Han Yufan immediately refuted, I just think, we are about to get married, can't you just stay at home and take care of our family? Then why don't you explain it to HF's Mr. Eugene? Tang Ning loosened her grip on the phone, her eyes filled with disappointment. Also, what do you mean I stole Mo Euro's endorsement deal? Don't tell me I didn't give her enough in the past? In order to push her onto the stage, I've already offended everyone I could. Who would have thought, in the end, they wouldn't even remember my kindness? Tang Ning, you were the one who announced your retirement, that's why they decided to switch models. What do you mean by giving in? Mo Euro wasn't happy either, so she argued with Tang Ning in Han Yufan's office. She hated people saying she took over Tang Ning's business. Plus, with your current ability and fame, you want to give in? Who would believe you? Fine, if you can make Mr. Eugene change his mind, I will withdraw from the endorsement deal, I have no objections. Han Yufan was stuck between the two women, stuck between a rock and a hard place. Most importantly, Tongning was still angry, otherwise, she would have never disobeyed his orders. Plus, HF had indeed requested for Tongning to be the model, so in the end, Han Yufan spoke up to stop them. Stop arguing, since HF has requested it, then we have no choice but to do as they say. We will give Tongning the endorsement deal. President Han. Mo Euro yelled angrily. Then it's decided. You two go back first, Tongning, tell Longjia to come in, Han Yufan ordered coldly. It was obvious, even though he had no choice but to give in to Tongning, he hated the feeling of Tongning riding roughshod over him. The intelligent Tongning had already understood Han Yufan's intentions. But, did he think she would still be as careful and considerate as before? Dream on, Mo Euro followed behind Tongning. The anger in her heart was written all over her face, she almost lost control. Luckily, although Tongning was showing signs of making a comeback, she was still not that popular. If she wanted to tear down an outdated model, it was easy. So, she turned to her assistant and said, in a moment, take a few photos of me working hard to recover and post them online. Let's incite fans to accuse Tongning of stealing my endorsement deal. If I can't get it, she can't either. Don't worry, I know what to do. The assistant nodded with understanding. After returning to the waiting room, Tongning winked at Longjia, don't be nervous. Tian boss. Are you kidding me? Who am I? Longjia rolled her eyes, it's not like this is my first day as a manager. If Han Yufan wants to tear me apart, it won't be that easy. Just wait and see. After speaking, Longjia stormed out angrily. In the past, it was Tongning who didn't want to improve herself. But now, the situation had changed and everything was different. Of course, she wasn't afraid. Get out? Longjia let out a laugh, President Han must be forgetful. Back when I first signed my contract with Tanny, it was clearly stated that my salary was linked to Tongning's activities. But, all these years, because Tongning's activities have been replaced by Mo Euro, my salary has fallen far short of what was originally promised. Who was the one that broke the contract first? Plus, the comments I made were all for Tongning's benefit. Which part of the contract did I break? You. Han Yufan never imagined he would be beaten up by a manager, he felt humiliated. If you aren't afraid of blowing up this matter, then we can go to court. I don't care. But, who in the industry will trust Tanny Entertainment? Longjia asked provocatively. What do you want? Let's part on good terms. I will sign the contract and leave. Don't even think about asking for compensation. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Han Yufan looked at Longjia angrily. But, because Mo Euro was in the middle, he couldn't find the words to refute. Longjia had taken advantage of this when she was negotiating with Tongning. So, in the end, Han Yufan could only hold back his anger and sign the contract. Get lost, I don't want to see you ever again. Han Yufan, let me give you a piece of advice. There is no such thing as a wall without a hole in it. If you treat Tongning like this, sooner or later, you will pay 1,000-fold. After speaking, Longjia grabbed the contract and left the office. However, because of Longjia's words, Han Yufan flipped the table in his office. Tongning wasn't worried at all that Longjia would be bullied by Han Yufan. After all, it was too easy to find a loophole in a contract. Most importantly, Han Yufan had a guilty conscience. After terminating her contract, Longjia did not leave the office. Instead, she followed behind Tongning. As Han Yufan exited the office, he bumped into her, why haven't you left yet? Tongning froze for a moment before replying, because I signed Longjia. Tongning, your management contract is with the agency. What right do you have to sign another manager? Han Yufan was about to go crazy from anger. Oh, I didn't sign her as a manager, I signed her as my assistant. Isn't it my right to find an assistant? Tongning smiled calmly. After all, Longjia has taken care of me for so many years. I'm used to her taking care of me. Tongning, what's wrong with you? Are you going against me? Han Yufan asked angrily as he pulled Tongning to one side. Because, compared to you, my fiancé, Long Jia is more considerate of me. She doesn't think I stole someone's job just because I accepted a contract. After hearing Tongning's words, Han Yufan once again fell silent. He glared at Tongning coldly. Tongning, you have always been the most supportive of my work. How did you end up like this? I've said it before, when I was the substitute for the crown star, it was the last time I helped you take the blame. Tongning remained calm. Her eyes were so calm that it was impossible to tell what she was feeling. If you really want to be so stubborn, I think we can temporarily call off our marriage. Han Yufan wanted to use marriage as an excuse to suppress Tongning. After all these years, Tongning had always been by his side and was willing to do anything for him. For a long time. Tongning did not say a word. It seemed she was weighing her options. Han Yufan felt her heart had softened and she was already regretting going against him. But, he never expected Tongning would say something like this. Oh. You don't want to get married? Then let's not get married. Tongning laughed, let's talk about it after you're done with your work. With this, Han Yufan was the one panicking. He reached out his hand and placed it on Tongning's shoulder as he glared at her. Don't you love me anymore? What about you? Do you love me? Tongning suddenly freed herself from Han Yufan's grasp. She had promised Mo Ting that she would no longer have physical contact with anyone. Han Yufan was stunned as he stuttered, unable to speak. He had never had any feelings for Tongning. Most of the time, he only knew how to make use of her. So, he slowly loosened his grip. We are already getting married, why are you still asking about love? You are about to become my wife, can't you be more considerate of me? It wasn't easy for Euro to get the chance to be nominated for the top 10 model awards. Tongning, I am just angry at you for being so immature. Tongning slowly distanced herself from Han Yufan, her expression was calm. In that case, from now on, you will need to slowly get used to the way I am now. After speaking, Tongning left Han Yufan behind and left Tanny Entertainment. Han Yufan was confused, he didn't know why Tongning's attitude had changed so much. But, after thinking about it carefully, he concluded she was still jealous of him and Mo Euro. But, he didn't have the energy to comfort her. As for Mo Euro, he hadn't even had the time to comfort her yet. Tongning had always been a reassuring person, after her anger subsided, she should be back to normal. She had always been a cheap wretch and never had a temper of her own. Tongning knew Han Yufan wouldn't chase after her. She had completely given up on this man. On the contrary, as soon as she was about to return home and see Mo Ting, her heart suddenly lit up. Tongning, I'll take you home first. Get some rest, tomorrow we will sign the contract for an outdoor shoot, Long Jia said excitedly. Long Jia, you should check out of your apartment and move into my previous one. Give it a little more life. You should also change the lock. If Han Yufan asks, tell him you are moving in to take care of me and it's inconvenient for him to keep the key, Tongning suggested. Tomorrow, I will sign a new contract with you. That's great. Then I can save some money again. After speaking, Long Jia looked at Tongning and smiled ambiguously. As the CEO of Hai Rui, how good are you in that area? Can you not be so nosy? Tongning glared at Long Jia. After returning home, Mo Ting was still in the office. Since she had nothing to do, she walked into the kitchen and saw the maids cooking. She rolled up her sleeves and said, "Let me help." "Madam, how could I trouble you?" The chef was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She had a good impression of the quiet Tongning. "How about this, you have a day off today and I'll cook for Mo Ting." Tongning chased the maid out of the kitchen. By the time Mo Ting returned home, it was already late at night. However, the first thing he did as soon as he entered the house was look for Tongning. At this time, the barefooted woman wearing an apron was currently cooking in the kitchen. Mo Ting was a little surprised. His deep gaze was immediately attracted to Tongning's long legs. So, he walked up to her, hugged her from behind and placed a kiss on her earlobe. "President Mo, stop fooling around. I'm cooking fish." Mo Ting turned off the stove, lifted Tongning's chin and kissed her on the lips, "But, right now, I only want to eat you." Tongning put down the kitchen utensils and turned around to hug Mo Ting. She clumsily responded to his passionate kiss. She was mesmerized by his soft touch. Especially when she saw the mole on his right ear, it was so alluring that she was infatuated. Mo Ting's kisses were intense and gentle as he moved down inch by inch. Finally, he stopped at her collarbone. If you go any lower, I won't be able to control myself. Fish. I'll continue cooking. Tongming left Mo Ting's lips and turned on the stove again to continue her unfinished work. Mo Ting let out a gentle laugh as he patted Tongming on the head and looked at her work. Let me help too. President Mo cooks? Tongming raised an eyebrow. Today, I'll let you cook. But, from now on, don't enter the kitchen. You might get hurt. Mo Ting treasured Tongming's legs more than anything else. In fact, he was already thinking of buying insurance for her. Domineering, Tongming commented. But, deep down, she knew Mo Ting was doing this because he was worried. The couple prepared dinner in silence. It turned out, they were both expert cooks. Tongming cooked what Mo Ting liked and Mo Ting cooked what Tongming liked. In no time at all, a sumptuous meal had been prepared on the dining table. At the same time, the couple were surprised by each other. After all, not many people could enjoy life. Tomorrow, I may need to head to Lucerne for an outdoor shoot. I won't be able to return home tonight, Tongming honestly explained her schedule to Mo Ting. Didn't you sign the contract tomorrow? You have to go in the afternoon? Yes, HF's new product launch is just around the corner. Tongming nodded her head. Mo Ting, give me a little more time. I will definitely climb to a position that will make you proud. I've never doubted you. Mo Ting placed food on Tongming's plate. The couple looked at each other with admiration. Of course, Mo Ting was looking forward to seeing how miserable Han Yufan and Mo Euro would be under Tongming's careful planning. After the night wind, it began to drizzle. After returning to Han Yufan's apartment, Mo Euro smashed everything that could be smashed into smithereens. Especially when she thought about the fact that Tongming was going to sign the contract tomorrow, her heart was filled with unwillingness. Most importantly, Han Yufan had actually helped Tongming. This was something she couldn't tolerate. As soon as Han Yufan pushed open the door, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. When he saw Mo Euro holding the vase, he immediately rushed forward and hugged her. Don't be so excited, it's not good for the child. At least you know it's not good for children. Yet, you watched as Tongming stole my contract. We still have plenty of opportunities. I'm already helping you negotiate a bigger deal. Stop staring at Tongming. Even if she accepts a deal, what can she achieve? Han Yufan kept patting Mo Euro's shoulder. Baby, listen to me, don't hurt yourself. Even so, I still can't accept this. Mo Euro lifted her head with tears in her eyes. She has dominated you for so many years, I will not let Tongming off easily. In reality, she had already instructed her assistant to stir up the fans online and was beginning to see results. The fans had already formed a hashtag to attack Tongming and throw dirty water at her. Even if she lost, she wasn't going to let Tongming win. Most importantly, she instructed her assistant to release Tongming's schedule for the next day, giving the anti-fans a chance to cause trouble for her. Did Tongming think it was easy to accept a deal? Tomorrow, she was going to become the most embarrassing model at the airport. The contract signing ceremony with HF was to be held at 9 a.m. The entire process was broadcast live and announced to the public. It could be considered HF's vote of support for Tongming and Mo Euro's battle. After 3 years, Tongming had indeed forgotten what it felt like to attend events. But, as soon as she put on this white backless dress and wore the jewelry sponsored by HF, her confidence once again returned to her face. Long Jia drove from the apartment to Hyatt Regency early in the morning. As she was Tongming's assistant, Mo Ting gave her special permission to enter the villa. Originally, she had prepared a dress for Tongming to wear to the event. But, as soon as she entered the villa and saw Mo Ting had prepared a walk-in closet for her, she felt dizzy. The CEO of Hai Rue is indeed the CEO of Hai Rue. How generous. He has good foresight. Long Jia praised. At this time Mo Ting had just come out of his closet. As soon as he entered and saw Tongming, he turned to Long Jia and said, I have something to say to Tongming. Okay, I'll be right out. Long Jia tactfully turned around and closed the door. Tongming stood in front of the mirror and smiled at Mo Ting. Her smile was like a blooming lily, fresh and elegant. People couldn't help but look at her. "What do you want to say to me?" Emoting didn't say a word. He simply took big steps forward and hugged her from behind. He then twisted Tongning's neck and kissed her lips. "I want to kiss you, but more than that, I want to dote on you." "I'm going to be late." Tongning's lips lingered on Emoting's. "I'll watch the live broadcast." Tongning nodded her head in satisfaction. She hooked her arm around Emoting's as they walked out of the villa. In reality, one look and one could tell they were a match made in heaven. Tongning was like the first snowfall, pure and holy. Emoting, on the other hand, was extremely seductive, like the dangerous darkness of the night. Long Jia was mesmerized by the sight of them. This was how a married couple should look. Unlike that jerk, Han Yufan. Afterwards, Tongning boarded the car with Long Jia's help. On the way, Long Jia said as she drove, "The signing time is 9 a.m., we will arrive at around 8:50 a.m. Not too early, not too late, perfect. Your arrangements have never been a problem." Tongning lowered her head as she swiped through her phone. "Your flight is at 3 p.m. and Mo Euro has arranged for anti-fans to wait for you at the airport. From what I can see, in her fan club, in order to slander you, they have arranged everything in an orderly manner. Some are responsible for taking photos and uploading them to the trending topics, some are specifically looking for an opportunity to make a move on you to embarrass you, and some are pretending to be passersby to confuse bystanders." Long Jia snorted disdainfully. This was the behavior of a group of primary school students. But, it was also because of this that the behavior of primary school students brought the most harm to others. "How did you know all this?" Tongning was in disbelief. "It's because I have an alternate account in there." Long Jia snorted proudly. "Let the kids have fun. When the video is released, I wonder how badly their faces will be slapped." Being able to gather anti-fans was a testament to Mo Euro's ability. Compared to the number of active fans she currently had, it was indeed pitifully small. But, there were still a few who were looking forward to her appearance at the airport. 8:50 a.m., right on time, Tongning arrived at the hotel where the contract was to be signed. Under the watchful eyes of the media, she walked down the red carpet. Long Jia chose 8:50 a.m. because arriving too early would make her look bad. Of course, she couldn't be late either. So, Long Jia controlled the timing perfectly. "Tongning, after the apology incident, you disappeared without a trace. The next time you reappeared, you stole Mo Euro's endorsement. Was this all part of your plan?" This morning, Mo Euro posted a few pictures of herself trying to stand up. "Is she accusing you of stealing the endorsement?" "Tongning, do you plan to make a comeback?" Tongning smiled the entire time, but did not answer a single question from the reporters. After entering the hotel, she followed HF's arrangements and was extremely cooperative. However, at this event that Han Yufan was supposed to be attending, he used work as an excuse and asked his assistant to take his place. This made the public feel that there was a rift between Tongning and Tianyi Entertainment. However, Han Yufan was indeed being held back by Mo Euro. How could she allow Han Yufan to go and support Tongning, Hairui Entertainment? Emoting was also watching the live broadcast from his office. On screen, Tongning did not fight or fight, she was beautiful and quiet, but it was impossible to ignore her. At the end of the contract signing, Emoting called his assistant over the intercom. "In the afternoon, arrange for 4 bodyguards to protect Tongning until she boards the plane." "Okay, President." Emoting knew, on the surface, Tongning's endorsement deal appeared calm and collected, but underneath the surface, it was a turbulent situation. After the contract signing, Tongning and HF's founder had lunch together. At 1 p.m., Tongning left the hotel and headed straight for the airport. The closer they got to their destination, the more nervous Long Jia became. "Tongning, I will do my best to protect you. You also need to protect yourself." "Long Jia, did you think I wasn't prepared?" Tongning maintained her calm smile. Now that everything was within their control, what was there to be afraid of? 3 years ago, she had already experienced everything. Afterwards, Long Jia got out of the car first. After retrieving her luggage, she helped Tongning out of the car. At first, no one noticed their presence. But, as soon as they entered the airport, a large group of fans rushed towards Tongning with flowers in their arms. They forcefully shoved the flowers into Tongming's arms. However, Tongming did not hold on to them properly, so the flowers fell to the ground. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Seeing their good intentions being ruined, a fan wearing sunglasses and face mask immediately turned to Tongming and said, "Tongming, what is the meaning of this? We gave you flowers because we liked you, how could you just throw them on the ground? Even famous celebrities wouldn't dare to treat their fans like this, let alone you, who aren't even famous yet." Of course, Tongming knew they were here to cause trouble, so she immediately apologized. "Sorry, I didn't hold on to them properly. I didn't do it on purpose." "What do you mean you didn't do it on purpose?" "I'm sure you did it on purpose. I saw it too, you threw them away on purpose." The anti-fans started guiding the passers-by with their words. They even raised their voices. "With a character like yours, how could you compare to Euro? When Euro sees her fans, she always takes pictures with them. Did you think just because you accepted a deal, you could replace her?" More and more people gathered to watch, more and more people were curious. Not long after, Tongming was surrounded by over 100 people. Because there were so many people, the anti-fans began their second step. They pushed and pulled at Tongming. "Why did Euro stay famous for 3 years, while you were outdated? I now believe it wasn't without reason. You have a bad character. Look at how kind Euro is. Give the deal back to Euro." "Exactly. Originally, I quite liked you. But, how could you throw the flowers your fans gave you on the ground? You can't even compare to Euro's? You don't deserve to take Euro's deal. What trick did you use? Tell me." The fans' questions grew louder and louder. Meanwhile, passers-by began to take photos and discuss amongst themselves. They felt Tongming had no manners. In comparison, they believed in Mo Euro's character more. Everyone surrounded Tongming, leaving her no room to retreat. So, she calmed down and removed her sunglasses, revealing her bare face to the fans and passers-by. "If you want me to answer your questions, that's fine. But first, can I ask a few questions?" "Go ahead." The anti-fans looked at her like they were waiting to see what tricks she could play. "Firstly, you said you are my fans. In that case, can you tell me what year I debuted and what awards I received?" As soon as the anti-fans heard this, they were stunned. How could they possibly understand Tongming? They hated her so much. We are all new fans. Anyways, if you threw the words I gave you onto the floor, then you are in the wrong. Whether or not I threw the flowers onto the floor, let's not talk about it for now. I'm sure all the cameras at the airport can clearly capture the scene. But, as soon as I threw the flowers, I already apologized to you. I'm sure everyone heard what I said. I also admit, as someone in the same industry, I still have a lot to learn from Euro. So, is there anything else you are not satisfied with? As Tongming spoke, her voice was soft and gentle. She did not sound forceful, but her words clearly indicated that this troublemaking woman was not her fan. It was because she kept mentioning that she was Mo Euro's fan. Coupled with the fact that Tongming had already apologized and was being polite, the passers-by once again began to have a change of attitude. They felt Mo Euro's fans were heartless and unreasonable. "That's right, I also like Euro. We simply don't think you have a right to compete with her. You even stole her endorsement. Give it back to her." After speaking, the anti-fan began to push Tongming. Tongming stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Luckily, the bodyguards that Mo Ting had sent over quickly parted the crowd and held on to Tongming. At the same time, they also separated Tongming from the people around her. Xianxia couldn't take it anymore as she stood in front of the anti-fans and Tongming. She then turned to Tongming and said, "Go wait for me, I'll be right there." Okay, Tongming remained unfazed as she put on her sunglasses. If you don't give us an explanation today and return the endorsement to Euro, don't even think about boarding the plane," the anti-fans snorted as they held hands and formed a wall. "Do you guys trust Mo Euro's character that much?" Xianxia asked with a deeper meaning. "Of course I'm not comparable to your cheap model. I recorded this." Xianxia lifted her phone. "When the time comes, I will give you a big present." After speaking, Xianxia called the police. The police immediately sent people to escort Tongming. With the addition of Mo Ting's bodyguards, it didn't take long for Tongning to disappear from sight. However, before she left, she whispered something to the police. Tongning, Mo Euro has already made the topic of stealing her endorsement the number one, Long Jia said as she looked at her phone. Then what are we waiting for? Play the video. Tongning replied as she walked. I've been waiting for this moment. I'll let those fans see if the goddess in their hearts is a virgin or AB*TCH. After speaking, Long Jia dialed a familiar paparazzi number. Immediately upload the video we prepared. Han Yufan, let's see how many times you can save Mo Euro. Inside Tanny Entertainment's Artists Lounge, Mo Euro was secretly happy that the topic had become the number one topic. On top of that, the photos sent by fans at the airport showed Tongning being bullied to the point where she couldn't fight back. How satisfying was this? She wanted Tongning to have a taste of her own medicine. Stealing her endorsement was only one of the prices she had to pay. Euro, with this popularity, I'm sure you will receive better endorsements than HF, her assistant gave her a massage as she sucked up to her. Of course, I want to enter the top 10 model awards. Mo Euro smiled confidently. However, this was only because Han Yufan had given her confidence. For example, at this moment, Han Yufan suddenly appeared at the entrance of the lounge holding a contract. Come quickly, my top 10 model awards is here. Let's go to the meeting immediately. Mo Euro nodded her head, her heart was filled with joy. A group of people immediately entered the meeting room to discuss the endorsement. Although Euro has lost her contract with HF, she has secured an international makeup brand. She is undoubtedly Tanny's treasure, Han Yufan praised Mo Euro lovingly. As for Tongning, from now on, if anyone asks about her, tell them to reject her. She is getting married and will no longer discuss any endorsements. As soon as these words left his mouth, Mo Euro smiled even more happily. However, just as the two of them were exchanging flirtatious glances, Han Yufan suddenly received a phone call. At first, he had a smile on his face, but soon, his expression darkened. Mr. Blair, how could you break your contract just like that? The indecent video of you and Mo Euro has already gone viral. I feel ashamed for the two of you. Trash. After one sentence, the other party hung up the phone. What happened? Mo Euro asked. The advertiser wants to settle it. At the same time, Han Yufan pulled out his phone and looked at the top search results. The top search was the video of him and Mo Euro in the hospital. This time, it wasn't a photo, it was a video. A video that couldn't be denied. Not long after, Mo Euro leaned over and snatched the phone from his hand. After seeing the video, she was so shocked that she threw her phone to the floor. How could this be? How could this be? Everyone in the meeting room immediately pulled out their phones to search for the video. Meanwhile, Mo Euro acted like she had been caught red-handed as she yelled at everyone, "Don't look, don't search. It's over, it's all over." Han Yufan was so angry he sat down in his chair. Who is going against me? Not only Tanny Entertainment, even Mo Euro's official chat group was in an uproar. Today, they believed in Mo Euro's character and went to cause trouble for Tongning. In the end, they were slapped in the face in such a way. At this moment, Long Jia and Tongning had already stepped off the plane. Long Jia was also in the fan group. She looked at the anti-fans and laughed at herself. I never thought Mo Euro was such a SL*T, yet we were so infatuated with her. We must have been blind. From now on, I will hate Mo Euro for the rest of my life. Me too, let's go admit our wrongdoings and prove Tongning's innocence. At the airport, we deliberately slandered her. I'm sure she knew deep down, but she didn't cause us any trouble. Plus, when the police were dealing with us, she even told them not to hurt us. I heard everything, but I didn't tell you, the fan said guiltily. Also, Mo Euro's assistant gave us Tongning's schedule. Posted up too. Seeing this, Long Jia's lips curved upwards. How satisfying, the SL*T in Jerk must be panicking right now. Tongning, how can you be so smart? I really love you. Long Jia hugged Tongning and gave her a kiss. I don't love you. Tongning said with disdain. Then who do you love? President Mo? Tongning did indeed miss Mo Ting a little, she especially missed his kisses, habits were a scary thing, especially poisonous habits. In an instant, news of Han Yufan and Mo Euro spread across the entire city. It was a direct slap to the face to all the PR they had done in the past. On top of that, Han Yufan and Tongning were actually engaged. After the video was released, Mo Euro had stepped in between the two and became the third party. So, she became known as a vixen. In addition, the media released news that the Crown Star incident was actually Han Yufan and Mo Euro's idea. In the end, the innocent Tongning had to take the blame. There was a lot of criticism on the internet. Following that, there was even more explosive news regarding today's airport incident. But, after Mo Euro's indecent video was exposed, the Mo Euro official chat group immediately released a statement to clarify that the incident at the airport was a pre-planned plot. They also pointed out that they were simply trying to help Mo Euro get back on the announcement, but they soon realized the idol they were trying to protect wasn't worth it. They also posted evidence that Mo Euro's assistant had posted Tongning's schedule in the group chat, as well as chat records of them discussing the division of work. In the end, they even wrote a clarification letter on Tongning's behalf, explaining that she did not throw flowers to humiliate her fans and that she was being humble. Even though she knew she was being slandered, she still sincerely apologized. Most importantly, while the police were helping to maintain order, she was considerate enough to remind them not to be too rough in case they got hurt. This was a message sent by Mo Euro's official chat group. It also meant that Mo Euro's fan club was in complete disarray. Even her most loyal fans had turned against her. How could the public still believe Mo Euro's words? The media slandered each other and the netizens went crazy. Even the advertisers that had used Mo Euro as their spokesperson immediately withdrew their advertisements and sent out letters from their lawyers. Seeing this, Mo Euro knew, she was finished, she was completely finished. Euro, pull yourself together. You still have the child in your stomach. With this child, are you still afraid that President Han won't listen to you? Even if, in the end, you can't become a famous model, you can still be the wife of Tiany's CEO. Seeing Mo Euro throw things around like crazy, her assistant immediately tried to comfort her. Don't get too worked up, you still have a long way to go. Hearing this, Mo Euro agreed. So what if Tongning made a comeback? She still had a small one in her belly. She still had a chance to win. As soon as Tongning stepped off the plane, she received a phone call from Mo Ting. At the same time, Long Jia quickly searched for the results of the battle. The situation was looking good. It seemed the SL*T wouldn't be able to make a comeback so easily. Should I congratulate my wife for winning yet another battle? Mo Ting sat in his swivel chair. Under the reflection of the sun, his firm facial features looked exceptionally handsome. Tongning giggled and pouted, are you going to congratulate me every time I make a big move? Can't you tell? I was just looking for an excuse to call you. Tongning's heart raced. She said in a low voice, it's a pity we can't go home tonight. If I say I miss you, there might be a miracle, Mo Ting teased. Do you want to try? I miss you even without a miracle. But, because she was a little embarrassed, she hung up the phone before Mo Ting could respond. On the other side of the phone, Mo Ting chuckled and immediately called Lu Che on the internal line. Help me arrange a ticket to Lucerne. I want it as soon as possible. Also, make sure all the documents I need to sign are on the plane. Tongning never expected she would be pleasantly surprised. As soon as she stepped off the plane, she rushed straight to work. As her contract with HF included a print advertisement, even though it was almost night time, Tongning still entered the studio. Accompanying her for the commercial were a few foreign models. Every single one of them were extremely professional. As soon as the photographer saw Tongning's calm demeanor, he couldn't help but worry if she would be able to meet the requirements of the commercial. Print advertisements required a model to be in sync with their body and spirit in an instant. In practically 1 second, they had to express the characteristics of the product. This was a huge test of a model's acting skills. Of course, because Tongning was wearing a long dress earlier, her good points were hidden. After she changed out of the dress, her golden ratio figure shocked everyone. Whether it was her height or her measurements, they were all in line with international standards. With the addition of her casual black printed A-line shorts paired with a dark, off-the-shoulder denim jacket, she looked extremely sexy. But, as for her expression, the photographer was still worried, so he immediately walked over to Tongning and spoke to her. Today's shoot has a more wild style, like a stray cat out for a stroll at night. I understand. Tongning nodded her head calmly. The photographer did not say anything else. Asian models were only at this level, there was no need to have high expectations. Come, everyone get into position. Let's start with a solo shoot. Jason. The models that were called walked to the front of the screen one by one. They quickly and professionally completed their shoot. Tongning was the last one. Because she was the last one, she was under a lot of pressure. After all, in terms of appearance, she didn't have the same advantages as the foreigners. If her acting wasn't good, she would easily become a foil. Tongning. Hearing the cameraman's call, Tongning walked over to the front of the screen wearing HF's Enchanted Night series bracelets. The cameraman kept trying to teach her what positions to use to express her wildness, but Tongning just laughed it off, indicating that she understood. The photographer hated it when people pretended to understand. So, after a few words, he impatiently walked back with his camera. Let's take one to see how it goes. No need, just do it, Tongning requested. Seeing how confident she was, the photographer's curiosity was immediately aroused. You said it yourself. Once I start, I won't give anyone a second chance. Okay, Tongning replied calmly. The other models all felt Tongning was digging her own grave. She was obviously given a chance, but she didn't want it. What was she trying to do? In that case, let's start. The photographer waved his hand at Tongning. Tongning nodded her head, then, in front of everyone's expectant eyes, it only took her 1 second to get into character, surprising everyone. She naturally spread her legs apart and used her left hand to hold on to her right wrist. She then gently opened her lips and bit down on the middle finger of her left hand. At that moment, everyone was shocked by the look in her eyes. It was too aggressive. Compared to her previous weak look, it was like heaven and earth. What was even more surprising was, the necklace in her hand was like the source of her wild nature. It was like she was one with the model. The photographer was stunned. Where did HF find such a treasure? Her professionalism didn't lose out to any of the international supermodels. Above all, why did she have the confidence to say she didn't need any adjustments and could start straight away? Because she practically had to change her pose every 3 seconds. However, no matter if Tongning was lazy, casual, aggressive or cute, as long as the photographer asked her to change her pose, she would immediately jump into action. Her speed was astonishing. Xianxia was also standing to the side. Seeing Tongning return to the Tongning from before, she was so touched she almost burst into tears. Not only were her eyes filled with tears, she even pulled out her phone and snapped photos of Tongning in various poses. She wanted to send them to Mo Ting. Because of Tongning, she was lucky enough to know President Mo's phone number. Of course, at this time Mo Ting was still on a plane. During the 4-hour shoot, Tongning used her professionalism to win over the photographer and a few other people in the industry. Even Mr. O, who had previously told Tongning to get lost, couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. He even explained to Tongning that he couldn't control his emotions because he had been tricked. After removing her makeup, Tongning returned to her usual calm self. She treated everyone with a pleasant smile, making Mr. Yuren's impression of her rise. Xianxia quickly covered Tongning with a jacket and handed her the blinking phone. Han Yufan is calling. Tongning's expression did not change, but her eyes darkened a little. She still picked up the phone. Hello? Tongning, have you seen or heard any news? Han Yufan asked tentatively. What's wrong? Tongning pretended to be calm as she asked, what happened? Nothing. Han Yufan was certain Tongning was in Lucerne and had no idea what was going on, so an idea popped up in his mind. Tongning, why don't I fly to Lucerne tomorrow and we can register our marriage there? The scenery there is beautiful and pleasant. We can go on a vacation and treat it as a honeymoon. Han Yufan wanted to tie Tongning down as soon as possible. In reality, Tongning came from an extraordinary background. She was the daughter of a famous perfume family. However, because she was with Han Yufan, her family was strongly against it. So, in recent years, their relationship had been strained to the point where they could no longer see each other. But her surname was Tang. Even after the Tang family passed away, she would still share the inheritance with the Tang family. Han Yufan had refused to break up with her, not only because Tongning was silly and gullible, but also because of the inheritance. Now that the video of him and Mo Euro had been released, he had no choice but to hurry and register their marriage before Tongning could react. Since you and Mo Euro are still unclear, let's not get married. Tongning rejected straightforwardly. There's really nothing going on between me and Euro. The photos you saw were all a misunderstanding. The photo was a misunderstanding, but what about the video? I am indeed in Lucin, but Lucin is also in this country. Did you think I wouldn't be able to see the top searches? Or am I really that easy to coax and deceive in your heart? Tongning. I didn't do it on purpose. You need to believe me. We've been together for so many years, don't you know what kind of person I am? Han Yufan pretended to be pitiful and played the pity card. That's just her one-sided love. The person I love is you. Then. What if I say Tianyi Entertainment will either have her or I? Tongning asked determinedly. Tongning, I always thought you were the person that understood me the most. Why must you force me like this? Han Yufan was in pain, he didn't want to give up on either side. Mo Euro was his first love and she was pregnant with his child. As for Tongning. All of a sudden, Han Yufan didn't know what to choose. If you think I'm forcing you, you can look for Mo Euro. She is very understanding. Must it be like this? At this time, Han Yufan had already decided to give up on Mo Euro. After all, Mo Euro's background was nothing special. The only reason she was able to get to where she was today was because of him. Compared to Tongning, she was just a plaything. Give me some time, let me find a chance to speak to Euro. When the time comes, we will get married immediately. Then, I'll be waiting. Tongning's words seemed calm, but they were filled with a sense of contempt. How could someone like Mo Euro let Han Yufan go? She had a child in her stomach. Long Jiao looked at Tongning's disdainful expression and immediately grabbed the phone from her hand. From now on, let's not pick up his phone calls. In case it ruins our mood. Let's go back to the hotel, I'm a little tired, Tongning smiled casually. Long Jiao nodded her head and immediately led her back to the hotel. Their rooms were separated by a wall. Long Jiao opened the door for Tongning and reminded, have a good rest. Don't think too much about it. You still have an outdoor shoot tomorrow. Okay. Tongning nodded her head and closed the door. However, as soon as she turned around, she heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. So she asked cautiously, who's inside? The person inside seemed to have heard her voice as he reached out his hand to turn off the tap. Tongning was afraid she had entered the wrong room, so just as she was about to reach the door, a tall figure suddenly emerged from the bathroom and wrapped his arms around her waist. It's me. Tongning turned around and saw Mo Ting. She was a little surprised. Why? Why? Didn't I tell you? I'll give you a miracle. Mo Ting put her down and placed a kiss on her lips. I was too tired on the plane, so I thought I'd take a shower. Tongning's head buzzed. She never expected Mo Ting's words to be true. She immediately wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's slim waist. Wifey. Do you want me to remind you that I'm not wearing anything? After hearing this, Tongning subconsciously looked down as her face flushed red. In that case, you can take a shower first. But, I want to be with you. After speaking, Mo Ting did not wait for Tongning to react as he lifted her onto his shoulder and domineeringly carried her into the bathroom. He placed her under the shower head, lifted her chin and gave her a passionate kiss. Don't be so forceful. We still have a commercial to shoot tomorrow. Tongning still had a little bit of rationality left. Mo Ting's lips curved into a mischievous smile as he shifted his gaze downwards. What about here? Separated by a layer of clothing, Tongning trembled a little and quickly lost her rationality. Under the shower head, the couple kissed passionately and hugged each other. However, they did not reach the final step. However, the couple were extremely satisfied. After their showers, one quietly applied her skincare while the other leaned against the bed to look through some documents. Seeing this, Tongning's heart ached a little. You're already here, yet you still have to work? Mo Ting lifted his head and closed the documents. He then waved at Tongning and waited for her to sit in his arms before he smiled apologetically. It's become a habit. Am I that unattractive? Today, Han Yufan even called and said he wanted to marry me. Tongning complained to Mo Ting in a sad tone. Mo Ting wrapped his arm around Tongning's waist and pulled her closer to his chest. He then whispered dangerously into her ear, in that case, will you marry me? I admit, I was once blind, but now I am certain of my direction. Tongning mumbled, you are my direction. Mo Ting flipped over and pressed her under his body. He stared at her seriously with his ink-black eyes. I'm almost losing control of myself. But it's not enough. Although we've registered our relationship in advance, I still hope that after you get to know me better and decide to live with me for the rest of your life, I hope that when we acknowledge each other, then we can truly have each other. This industry is full of colors. I have everything I want, but there is no such thing as pure sincerity. In that case, let's work hard together and work towards the same goal. We will walk the same path and live the same life, Tongning replied in seriousness. I never thought President Mo, who is at the top of the entertainment industry, doesn't want to live a carefree and happy life. I thought you could have a bunch of wives and concubines. Have you really never been moved? When a woman asks a question like this, you usually can't answer honestly. All you need to do is respond with a passionate kiss. After speaking, Mo Ting's kiss landed on her lips. Just like he said, an intimate kiss would make a lover forget their worries. Because of Mo Ting's embrace, Tongning slept extremely soundly that night. Compared to Tongning's happiness, Han Yufan's life was not so good. Tongning had requested for Mo Euro to leave Tianyi Entertainment, but Mo Euro was pregnant with his child and had a lot of dirt on him. He couldn't afford to offend either side. With an anxious heart, Han Yufan drove back to his apartment. Seeing Mo Euro sitting gloomily on the sofa, his heart didn't feel too good either. Yufan. Mo Euro cried as she pounced into his arms and wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. What should I do? Does this mean I can't be a model anymore? Euro. Why don't you go overseas for a while? After our baby is born, you can come back. When that time comes, I promise I will support you like I did in the past and make you famous. When Mo Euro heard this, her body stiffened. She immediately understood what he meant. You want me to go abroad? How can you let me go abroad? Han Yufan, are you planning to sacrifice me? Let me tell you, I'm not as stupid as Tongning to believe your lies. I will never leave. Plus, Han Yufan, don't forget, I have your child in my stomach. I've been your lover for so many years, do you really want to kick me away? That's not what I meant, Han Yufan, think carefully. Who do you want to spend the rest of your life with? Do you love Tongning? Of course I love you, only you. Han Yufan said painfully, but Tongning made a condition. If you don't leave Tianyi, she won't marry me. Even if you marry her, you won't necessarily get everything from the Tang family. Mo Euro analyzed in seriousness, the Tang family has long given up on Tongning. Even if she were to return, what would she get? Yufan, could it be that you want to lose everything and not get anything in the end? If you are with me, at least you will have me and our child. Our family of 3 will be able to build a bright future. But, what if you become Tongning's son-in-law? You will be controlled by someone else for the rest of your life, is that what you want? Yufan, think carefully. Do you want me or Tongning? As long as you say the word, I will immediately go to the hospital and abort this child. I will leave Tianyi and never appear again. Han. Yufan did not respond. He was stunned in place. Seeing he did not move, Mo Euro immediately pulled out her phone and gave her assistant a phone call. Arrange a hospital for me, I want to have an abortion. What are you doing? Han Yufan snatched the phone from her hand. Don't be so hot-tempered. Did I say I wasn't going to choose you? Hearing this, Mo Euro was overjoyed. Does that mean you're going to choose me? The person I love the most is you. If you want to take the child to have an abortion, what else can I do? All these years, I've been protecting you. Can't you tell? Han Yufan had made up his mind to end things with Tongning. It was a pity the Tang family had a strong background. But, just like Mo Euro said, no one knew what would happen in the end. He couldn't give up on Mo Euro and the child in her stomach because of something that didn't exist. I knew you treat me the best. Mo Euro's tears turned into a smile as she gave Han Yufan a big hug. I will definitely give birth to a son for you. I will make your sister, and your mother happy. If you don't cause so much trouble for me, I will be thankful. Don't go online too much and don't listen to the scolding online. News like this will pass after a bit of hype. Although this news will have an impact on the top 10 model awards, this award still places more emphasis on a model's professionalism. So, we shouldn't give up yet. I'll listen to you. But, there is one thing you need to listen to me on. Mo Euro pulled Han Yufan over to sit on the sofa. Continue to ignore Tongning. Look at how arrogant she is right now. It's because she just accepted a deal that she feels confident and wants to go against the agency. But, Tianyi doesn't lack Tongning. Isn't it easy to find a model? Mo Euro suggested. We can't let her go either. If she gets the chance, she will definitely take revenge on us. Let's drag her along and hide her until 3 to 5 years have passed. By that time, she will have gotten older and won't be able to make a comeback. But, right now, Tongning's popularity is quite high and she has a good reputation. Isn't that easy? After she returns from Lucin, you can assign her to a low-end and disgusting commercial platform. Her image will immediately fall to rock bottom. Han Yufan looked at Mo Euro. Even though he knew what she was doing was a bit overboard, Han Yufan couldn't reject her. All he could do was nod his head. I'll listen to you. Also, if Tongning wants to work with us, we will reject them all. Tell them she doesn't want to accept them. Han Yufan hugged Mo Euro and placed a kiss between her eyebrows. This time, he had decided to end things with Tongning from the bottom of his heart. After that, Tongning would simply be assigned model of Tianyi Entertainment. Plus, she still had 3 years left on her contract. Just like Mo Euro said, he couldn't allow Tongning to become famous and find an opportunity to take revenge on them. So, all he could do was continue to step all over Tongning. The next day, it was time to film the commercial. Originally, Tongning was supposed to work with a few other models, but the photographer felt Tongning's presence was too strong. If there were too many people, they would only serve as a foil for her. So, he only kept one male model. Early in the morning, Xianxia knocked on Tongning's door. However, when Tongning opened the door, it was obvious she was trying to cover it up. She didn't want Xianxia to enter. Xianxia suddenly glared at Tongning and asked, "Is there someone else in your room?" Tongning. How could you be like this? Although you've already broken up with that jerk, you've only just married President Mo. How could you act so recklessly outside? Let me in, let me in. Let me see who has the guts to seduce my Tongning. Xianxia was a little agitated and used a lot of strength. Just as she was about to push the door open, Mo Ting suddenly reached out his hand to hold on to the door. His tall figure immediately enveloped the two of them. Big boss, it's you. Xianxia was dumbfounded as she let out a silly laugh. Mo Ting glanced at Xianxia with a hint of approval in his eyes. With her around, Mo Ting was reassured that other men wouldn't get a chance to get close to Tongning. So, he did not say a word as he headed straight into the bathroom to wash up. After Mo Ting left, Xianxia leaned on Tongning's arm and said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me lose so much face." "I only noticed it when I came in last night," Tongning shrugged innocently. "Oh God, this is so romantic. President Mo is such a busy person, yet he flew all the way here to accompany you. Tongning, your luck has really changed. Think about it, you've been with that jerk for so many years. When has he ever visited you at work?" Xianxia was filled with excitement. As expected, there are differences between people. "Are you still going to the set?" Tongning reminded, even though her reaction last night was no different to Xianxia's. "Will President Mo be going?" "I think so," Tongning replied in a low voice. Since he was already here, how could he not see Tongning's performance? The show at Hai Hall had already left him with an unforgettable memory. What would Tongning look like when she was filming on location? He was looking forward to Tongning's performance. 30 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the photography studio. As they couldn't reveal their identities, Mo Ting could only look at Tongning from afar. She had just stepped out of the simple changing room. She was wearing a light blue lace dress, revealing her curvaceous figure. Especially her seemingly endless long legs, they were perfect, like the work of a sculptor. The theme of today's shoot was a bride chasing after an escaped groom. In the process, the bride hurt her foot, but the groom didn't notice it. In the end, the dazzling diamond in the bride's hand drew out a rainbow under the sun. It also reminded the groom of his promise to the bride. In the end, the groom returned and the two reconciled. Tongning, your emotions are a little volatile today. Are you okay? The cameraman from yesterday had turned back into today's director as he asked. No problem, Tongning gently nodded her head. The director made an okay gesture at her and then reminded her to get into position. Do you want to move around? No need, Tongning rejected the director's suggestion. If the director had not interacted with Tongning the day before, he may have been suspicious of her. But, after witnessing her professionalism, the director had complete trust in her. So, when she said no, they immediately started. As the entire commercial had no lines and had to be controlled within a short 30 seconds, the models were required to get into character very quickly. The scene they were going to shoot was Tongning chasing after the groom. So, her expression had to be extremely anxious. From a hopeful expression, it slowly turned into a look of despair. Filming was about to start, but Tongning did not need any reminders. She quickly found her way to the camera. As soon as the sound of the clappers rang out, Tongning's shadow disappeared and was replaced by an abandoned bride. She looked around in search of something as her eyes quickly turned red. However, tears did not fall from her eyes. Most importantly, she even took some time to catch her breath after running. Her emotions seemed to grow as she searched for the person she was looking for. That kind of anxiousness seemed to be driving her to the brink of collapse. Mo Ting looked at Tongning from afar and realized she was like a piece of unpolished jade covered in dust. No wonder 3 years ago she was able to come out on top. If she hadn't retreated back then, how glorious would she be right now? President Mo, our Tongning isn't bad, right? Long Jia couldn't hide the pride in her eyes. If only she hadn't been held back by that jerk. From now on, no one can hold her back, Mo Ting said coldly as he turned around and boarded the car. Long Jia smiled. Of course, she knew Tongning would never give anyone the chance to bully her again. However, she trusted the man sitting in the car more because he had an empire. Because of Tongning's professionalism, the shoot went smoothly and saved the director half a day of time. The director had high hopes for Tongning, so he extended an olive branch to her. I heard your current agency doesn't know how to plan your career. Are you interested in moving on to a bigger stage? Tongning accepted the business card, but still rejected, I'm fine at the moment. The director did not force Tongning, he simply smiled, even so, you are welcome at any time. Tongning thanked him and was about to walk over to Mo Ting when Long Jia suddenly ran over with her phone. Just now, a woman called. Lin Wei gave you a call. She claims to be the manager Han Yufan assigned to you. She also said after you finished filming, you need to rush back immediately. Han Yufan has accepted an event on your behalf, it will be held in 3 days. I just checked the brand, although it isn't a no-name product, it has received many complaints from consumers. Han Yufan is trying to destroy you. Tongning grabbed the phone and looked at it calmly, let's talk when we get back. It wasn't easy for you to accumulate this popularity. If you accept this event, all your hard work will go to waste. Long Jia's heart ached for Tongning. Long Jia, did you think I didn't prepare myself? Tongning sneered. She never expected that Han Yufan would give up on his Tang family background so easily and choose Mo Euro. I've said it before, strengths and weaknesses are sometimes separated by a single word, and they are separated by a thin line. I won't let the cards in my hand get ruined again. Not too far away, Mo Ting was sitting in the car. Their eyes met as they smiled in unison. After Tongning boarded the car, Mo Ting handed the phone to her. I asked Lu Che to pull up this manager called Lin Wei from the database. Her resume and all the dirt she has on her is inside. You also know about the event that Han Yufan arranged for me to do? Tongning turned her head and looked at Long Jia in surprise. She thought Long Jia had told Mo Ting, but Long Jia quickly waved her hand to show that it had nothing to do with her. In this industry, as long as I want to know, I will know. At this moment, Tang Ning no longer felt it was strange how Mo Ting had reached the top of the entertainment industry. So, she smiled at Mo Ting, "Don't worry, you've already handed me the knife to kill my enemies. I will definitely resolve this matter perfectly." Mo Ting did not say a word, he simply stretched out his hand and patted Tang Ning on the head. Long Jia looked at them and felt goosebumps all over her body. These two had obviously not been married for long. How did they manage to look like an old married couple that had been married for 10 years? After the commercial shoot was over, the three of them returned to Beijing. However, on the plane, Tang Ning and Mo Ting were still leaning against each other, but after they landed, they went their separate ways like strangers. Han Yufan even sent his new manager, Lin Wei, to pick them up. At the airport exit, the manager, Lin Wei, was wearing a light purple chiffon skirt, 10-inch heels and sunglasses. She had her arms crossed and was constantly looking down at her watch. Her entire body exuded an impatient aura. It was as if she was the international superstar that was supposed to be welcomed. Tang Ning noticed the sign that Lin Wei had placed beside her feet with her name written on it. She ignored Lin Wei and directly walked out of the airport with Long Jia. Long Jia let out a laugh. Tang Ning was becoming more and more like her own temper. However, halfway to the airport, Tang Ning received a phone call from Lin Wei. "Tang Ning, where are you? Didn't the plane say it was going to land at 12 p.m.? I'm already on my way back to the office," Tang Ning replied calmly. "Didn't you see me when you left the airport?" "I saw you," Tang Ning replied calmly without the slightest hint of emotion. "Then why didn't you come looking for me?" Lin Wei was furious. "You were wearing sunglasses. I thought you were at the airport for a fashion show." Tang Ning replied sarcastically. Lin Wei's face turned red. She hung up the phone and rushed to the office. She had been in the industry for a long time, but she was extremely short-sighted. Although she managed to make a few artists famous, they either offended the rich or were sent to rehab. As a result, her reputation as a manager was notorious within the industry. This time, Mo Euro invited her over to teach Tang Ning a lesson. Who would have thought, before she even saw Tang Ning, she would be tricked by Tang Ning? So, she couldn't accept it. Tang Ning was, at most, a has-been model. How dare she look down on her? 20 minutes later, Tang Ning arrived at the office first. As soon as she stepped through the main entrance of Tianyi Entertainment, she immediately pushed open Han Yufan's office. "I'm waiting for your explanation. So, what happened between you and Mo Euro is real, right?" Han Yufan stopped his work, hesitated for a moment, and slyly changed the topic. "You just got off the plane. Why did you come directly to the company? How long has it been?" Tang Ning continued, "How long have you been together with Mo Euro?" "Tang Ning." Han Yufan suddenly yelled, "I've had enough of you. Do you know how annoying you are? Can't you be like Euro and do something to please a man? Which woman is like you, nagging nonstop every day?" Tang Ning slowly retracted her hands and looked at Han Yufan playfully. "What do you two think I am? A toy? Tang Ning, let's break up. I am indeed together with Euro and we are truly in love." When Han Yufan spoke to Tang Ning, it was like he was speaking to a stranger. It had nothing to do with him. "Don't blame me, love is not something that can be explained by logic. From now on, we will only have a superior and subordinate relationship. I am your boss and you are my artist." Tang Ning's lips curved upwards in ridicule. She was calmer than Han Yufan expected. "So, you don't plan on letting me off the hook? Because you know, if you let me go, Mo Euro will never be able to make it big again." "I'm sorry. You will have to wait another 3 years. Just because of this, you arranged for me to take part in a promotional event?" Tang Ning continued to question. "With your current status, this promotional event is more than enough for you." After speaking, Han Yufan sat back down in his chair and flipped open a document. "If there's nothing else, you can leave. Also, Lin Wei is your new manager. From now on, you will have to listen to her arrangements." 5 years, it turned out, it was all for the sake of a dog. Tang Ning couldn't say her heart didn't ache, but, more than that, she was angry. Do you know what happens to people who are fickle and emotionless? They don't have a good ending. After speaking, Tang Ning turned around and left Han Yufan's office. Of course, her determination to make Tianyi Entertainment disappear from the entertainment industry was still strong and determined. Tongning returned to her room. At this time, Lin Wei also rushed back from the airport. Without even knocking on the door, she walked straight in, pointed at Tongning and scolded, "Do you know, from today onwards, you are my artist? Do you still want to be a model and take on endorsements? How dare you treat me like this? Are you a pig?" After hearing these words, Tongning suddenly stood up from her chair and took one step at a time towards Lin Wei. "Can you repeat those last 4 words? I asked you if you are a pig?" Lin Wei asked arrogantly. Just as she finished speaking, Tongning's slap landed on her face. "This slap is to teach you how to be a person." Lin Wei was shocked. Her eyes grew wide and she was about to retaliate when Tongning pulled out her phone and showed it to her. "I have a lot of scandals like this on my phone. Based on the 4 words you just said, I have decided to send them to 4 different media outlets." Lin Wei was stunned for a moment. She didn't understand the meaning behind Tongning's words. Afterwards, she saw the evidence of her seducing the director on the screen and her mind went blank. This is impossible. How could Tongning have these photos? She was so careful. This is impossible, it must be fake. I know you have Mo backing you up. If you don't cross the line, I won't bother dealing with a mere manager, but you don't know what's good for you. Lin Wei began to feel fear as her hands began to tremble. If she had known Tongning had something on her, she would never have agreed to torture Tongning. So, she immediately changed her expression and knelt in front of Tongning. "Tongning, I didn't do this on purpose. Please don't send these photos out. If you do, I will ruin everything." Tongning lowered her head and looked at Lin Wei. In a serious tone, she said, "I will only say this once. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them, but if someone offends me, I will make sure they never get the chance to reincarnate. From today onwards, you do your job well and I will do my job well as a model. If you want to play tricks and scheme, I am more than happy to play along. But the price won't be just these few photos being exposed." At this moment, Tongning was extremely ruthless and domineering. Lin Wei couldn't get used to it. Didn't they say Tongning was a pushover? I understand, I know what I should do and what I shouldn't do. Lin Wei was completely stunned by Tongning's actions. After venting her anger, Tongning's emotions had returned to normal. So, her tone returned to normal as she asked Lin Wei, "How long have you arranged for me to appear on the commercial platform?" You want to go?" Lin Wei didn't understand what Tongning was thinking. "You just need to tell me the time," Tongning repeated her question. Lin Wei's eyes were still filled with tears. After wiping them away, she stood up and thought for a moment before replying confidently, "The 26th, next Wednesday." "Did Mo ask you to help me reject all the runway shows and endorsements?" Tongning guessed. "Yes. Record down every deal. Every email from our business partners, save it as evidence. I need it next Wednesday," Tongning instructed calmly. "If you have any sense of judgment, you should know that following me is better than following Mo. Simply because she is a mistress, she will never be able to step onto the international stage." After hearing Tongning's words, Lin Wei suddenly had a guess. Why did Mo keep getting into trouble recently, while Tongning's popularity continued to grow? All along the way, Mo had relied on acting pitiful to gain sympathy, while Tongning used Mo as a stepping stone to survive. Lin Wei weighed the pros and cons and decided to follow Tongning. "I will prepare everything for you." Tongning nodded her head. Just as she was about to leave, she seemed to have thought of something as she turned around and warned Lin Wei, "If you don't have the ability to handle PR properly, then don't do anything that will cause me to be tarnished. To put it simply, if you can't prevent yourself from being photographed, then don't go around flirting." Lin Wei's face turned pale. This was the first time she had come across an artist that could plan for her future without batting an eyelid. It seemed, apart from seducing men, Mo had no other abilities. She could only wait for Tongning to take care of Tianyi Entertainment. It was still early when Tongning returned to her car, looking tired. Seeing her, Long Jia's heart ached. "Did you argue with Han Yufan?" Han Yufan mentioned breaking up, Tongning replied calmly. She leaned her head back and slowly closed her eyes, not wanting to reveal her emotions. "Long Jia, did you know?" When Han Yufan said this, it was like he was reading from someone else's textbook. He even wants to freeze me for 3 years. How can that jerk be so shameless? Isn't he afraid of being struck by lightning? Long Jie scolded. Seeing Tang Ning in pain, she gently patted Tang Ning's arm. Don't feel bad because of a man like that. Sooner or later, you will make him pay tenfold. I'm not at the stage where I can control my emotions. Take me home, Tang Ning pleaded. Okay. You rest. Han Yufan's cold-heartedness was definitely not the only thing he wanted her to do. She knew, as soon as Mo Euro opened her mouth, he would do even more despicable things. She had to stop Mo Euro from interfering with her once and for all. By the time Mo Ting returned home, it was already 8 p.m. However, when he arrived home, he did not smell the aroma of food. All he felt was the room was empty. Originally, he thought Tang Ning hadn't returned home yet. But, as soon as he entered the bedroom, he noticed Tang Ning lying quietly on the bed. Needless to say, she must have suffered. Mo Ting sat down on the edge of the bed. As soon as Tang Ning sensed his familiar scent, she immediately sat up and wrapped her arms around him. If you want to cry, then cry. You will feel better after crying, Mo Ting comforted as he patted Tang Ning on the shoulder. But, after being comforted by Mo Ting, the feeling of being wronged immediately made her cry. I'm sorry, I promised you I wouldn't cry over things that weren't worth it. Go ahead and cry. Apart from me, who else can you remove your disguise in front of? Mo Ting encouraged Tang Ning. Perhaps it was because Mo Ting's hands were too gentle, or perhaps it was because Mo Ting was older than Tang Ning by 7 years. Tang Ning cried in Mo Ting's arms for a long time until she could no longer cry. Are you done? Mo Ting asked. I'm done. Tang Ning pulled back from Mo Ting's arms. I'm sure you haven't eaten yet. I'll go make dinner. However, Mo Ting did not do anything else. He simply grabbed onto Tang Ning's chin and kissed her passionately on the lips. Not only did he take away the salty taste from her lips, he also used his unique scent to comfort the woman in pain in his arms. A kiss was the best medicine for healing, and also the best painkiller. The couple kissed passionately as they gasped for breath. Tang Ning, I hope no matter if you are sad or happy, I will be the first to know. I don't care how many masks you wear on the outside, but when we return home, we need to be honest with each other. We will be a normal couple and we will only be the person that the other person needs. Mo Ting wiped away the tears on Tang Ning's cheeks and stood up. I told you, you're not allowed to enter the kitchen again. Seeing Mo Ting turn around, Tang Ning quickly grabbed onto his arm. I need you right now. I need you to stay with me, hug me, and kiss me. I need strength to kiss you. Tang Ning held back her tears as she lifted the blankets and climbed out of bed. She then held onto Mo Ting's hand. In that case, I'll stay with you. The couple ate a warm dinner and took a simple shower. After returning to bed, Mo Ting was leaning against the headboard reading some documents while Tang Ning was preparing to fall asleep. But, she couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard she tried. What's wrong? I can't sleep, can you read me a passage from a book? Tang Ning peeked out from under the blankets and pleaded. It was only in front of Mo Ting that she wasn't as calm as she was in front of Long Jie. In front of Mo Ting, she was completely like a little wife that needed pampering. Of course, in front of Tang Ning, Mo Ting wasn't the same Mo Ting as before. If he was dealing with a subordinate like Tang Ning, he would have already thrown the documents in front of his face. But, this was Tang Ning. So, he casually grabbed a book from the bookshelf and returned to bed. He wrapped Tang Ning in his embrace and the couple opened the book together. This was a simple matter, but, it turned out, the jerk from a small company would never do something like this for her. Instead, it was the king of the entertainment industry who was willing to do something so boring for her. As the scars in her heart slowly healed, Tang Ning quickly fell asleep in Mo Ting's embrace. And, as usual, she had a sweet night. The next morning, the air was slightly damp. Tang Ning was woken up by a phone call from Lin Wei. Her voice was much gentler than the day before. Tang Ning, I just went to your apartment, but, only your assistant was there. I've moved. I just wanted to tell you that after President Han announced that you were going to appear on the platform, the fans that you had just gathered began to jump out in anger. They are fighting amongst themselves. They claim that if you were to appear on the platform of this brand, you would be supporting a fake brand. They can't accept it and are prepared to leave you as a fan. What's Mo Euro's stance on this? Tongning asked. She can't wait to see you suffer. It was Mo Euro's idea to appear on the platform of this brand. Not only does she want to suppress you, she wants you to suffer a fate worse than death. In that case, let's see who will suffer a fate worse than death next Wednesday, Tongning replied with a deeper meaning. For now, don't worry about your fans. Let them scold you. Mo Euro had just been promoted from a mistress, she was still at the height of her success, so Tongning decided to let her be proud for a few more days. After all, Tongning still had Mo Euro's trump card in her hands. Not only did she not want Mo Euro to be a model, she also wanted Mo Euro to be ashamed to be a person. Because she was being frozen, after filming HF's commercial, Tongning once again had some free time. However, she was not in a rush. Even though her fans were in an uproar because she wanted to stand for a defective product, Tongning did not say a word as she endured the scolding from the public. She did not give a single response. Lin Wei had analyzed Tongning as a person and also analyzed the way Tongning handled things in the past. She realized she was more patient than the average person and could withstand loneliness better than the average person. The entertainment headlines were still about Han Yufan and Mo Euro's sexy video incident. Mo Euro was scolded and criticized in all sorts of ways, while Tongning's attitude towards her was split into two extremes. 1. Group of fans sympathized with Tongning because they knew she was being suppressed by Tanny and had no control over her commercial appearances. The other group of younger fans were questioning why Tongning hadn't taken the opportunity to leave Tanny despite being under such restrictions. Amidst this complicated mix of emotions, a set of photos of Tongning's commercial shoot was exposed by a passerby. In an instant, the internet was reposted and even praised Tongning's beauty and long legs. Numerous magazines also commented that even if Tongning was in a casual pose, it was still more natural than a professional pose. So, with the three of them embroiled in scandals, Mo Euro and Han Yufan were completely shamed. Only Tongning, with a set of photos, made people forget that she had once been Mo Euro's body double and that she had apologized for creating hype. All they could remember was the sad beauty of her crying in the photos. On the same day, Lin Wei received no less than 5 invitations from magazines. They all wanted Tongning to be on the cover of their next season's issue. In contrast to Mo Euro's miserable situation, Lin Wei suddenly admired Tongning from the bottom of her heart. It turned out, she really did have the ability to turn the tables around. It was because Tongning's comeback was no longer something that Han Yufan could stop. So, faced with so many invitations, Han Yufan began to ponder whether or not he should hide Tongning from the public. Lin Wei explained the situation of the magazines to Han Yufan and analyzed what route Tongning could take. However, she was interrupted by Mo Euro, who was sitting in Han Yufan's office chair. Didn't I say long ago that Tongning wouldn't accept any jobs? Did you ignore my words? She hadn't even done anything with Han Yufan yet, but Mo Euro was already treating herself as the wife of the CEO. Lin Wei laughed coldly in her heart. Choosy fashion, Han Yufan said to Lin Wei as he picked the most influential one. Yufan, what did you just promise me? Babe, I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it, the netizens have been scolding me enough about the video. All Tongning has to do is step out and say that we broke up a long time ago. Then, between you and I, there won't be any problems. We will just be a normal couple. That way, the netizens will know they were wrong and will feel more guilty and tolerant towards you. I am paving the way for you. Han Yufan explained to Mo Euro in seriousness, there isn't much time left until the top 10 model awards. This is the fastest way to clear your name. When the time comes and you make a comeback, will there still be a place for Tongning? Hearing this, Mo Euro's anger immediately dissipated. You sure are thoughtful. Han Yufan had no idea that Lin Wei had already been subdued by Tongning. The disgusting conversation between the two was heard by Lin Wei, word for word. These two want to use you to clear their name, what do you plan to do? Lin Wei was actually curious how Tongning would avoid being used by Han Yufan. Just help me reject them. If Han Yufan asks, just tell him I'm not feeling well, Tongning replied. Out of the 5 magazines, she had to choose one. While she was trying to stabilize her foundation, offending 4 in one go wasn't a good idea. Lin Wei understood immediately. She was extremely impressed by Tang Ning's ability to turn the situation around with little effort. She easily pushed away a hot potato. However, as soon as Mo Yuro heard this, she was furious. She slammed her hand on the desk and yelled at Lin Wei, "She's doing this on purpose." In that case, how cooperative does Miss Mo think a model that has been betrayed by her fiancé and is being frozen out should be? Hearing this, Han Yufan patted Mo Yuro on the back comfortingly and instructed Lin Wei, "Tell Tang Ning to come see me." "I'm afraid not, she's not feeling well," Lin Wei replied. "In that case, tell me where she is, I'll go see her." "Let me ask Tang Ning for her opinion first." After speaking, Lin Wei turned around and gave Tang Ning a phone call. However, at this time, Mo Ting had just returned home and was currently watering the plants in the garden with Tang Ning in his arms. Lin Wei clearly expressed her opinion. Mo Ting was leaning against Tang Ning's ear, so he overheard their conversation. Afterwards, under the reflection of the setting sun, his ink-black eyes seemed to glow. He gave a playful smile as he leaned against Tang Ning's ear and said, "Give your manager the address of Hyatt Regency." Tang Ning looked at him questioningly. "Firstly, tell him you've moved. Plus, you are the heiress of the Tang family. Living in Hyatt Regency is more in line with your status. You are no longer someone he can match up to. Secondly, Hyatt Regency's security is tight. Did you think any Tom, Dick or Harry could come in?" "Huh?" Tang Ning let out a gentle laugh. She realized Mo Ting wasn't as kind to outsiders as he was at home. But, it just so happened that she liked it. So, she followed Mo Ting's suggestion and handed the address of Hyatt Regency to Lin Wei. As soon as Lin Wei heard this, she was shocked for a moment before repeating it to Han Yufan. "Tang Ning said she's already moved. If you want to see her, you can go to Hyatt Regency. She's already moved there." Hyatt Regency, that was the famous villa district that everyone in Beijing knew about. It wasn't a place that a small-time celebrity could live in. So, Mo Yuro was extremely jealous. Her? She moved to Hyatt Regency? How is that possible? Has Miss Mo forgotten that she is the heiress of the Tang family? She simply moved to Hyatt Regency because she chose a living environment that suits her status. In other words, when Tang Ning was with Han Yufan in the past, she had always lowered her status and wronged herself. Since Han Yufan didn't know who she was, she would of course return to her original position and not hold back. This was a height that Mo Yuro would never be able to reach. After all, birth determined everything. Meanwhile, Han Yufan felt even more upset. He thought about how Tang Ning was unwilling to give up anything when they were together. Yet, as soon as they broke up, she moved into Hyatt Regency. Most importantly, the Tang family had previously announced that as long as Tang Ning broke up with him, she could return to the Tang family at any time. It seemed, Tang Ning had already made up with the Tang family. Han Yufan suddenly felt a sense of regret. Hyatt Regency. Being able to live there was already a symbol of status. It was a place many people dreamed of living in. If he had chosen Tang Ning, if he had held on a little longer and married her, would he have been able to live in the so-called Paradise Villa? In reality, Tang Ning had never contacted the Tang family. Because she had walked out of the Tang family without hesitation, chose Han Yufan and gave up on her career. Now, no matter what, she had to rely on her own abilities to return to the top of the entertainment industry. Only then would she have the face to apologize to her grandfather. After hanging up the phone, Tang Ning picked up the watering can again. However, Mo Ting did not let her off the hook. He turned her face and kissed her passionately. Tang Ning really enjoyed kissing Mo Ting because Mo Ting would always take care of her feelings no matter what. Coupled with his unique charm and presence, Tang Ning turned around and threw away the watering can. On the balcony that was filled with roses, she hugged Mo Ting tightly as her lips intertwined with his. Mo Ting pressed her against the cold wall and trapped her between his hands as he kissed her even more passionately. Tang Ning's face was bright red as she wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's waist. She could feel his burning hot body and the tightness he was trying to control. "If you hold it in like this, won't your body hurt?" Tang Ning asked Mo Ting in a quiet voice as her eyes sparkled like the stars. "What should I do? I kiss you every day." But I still can't get enough. Mo Ting stretched out his hand and gently stroked Tong Ning's lips. It's like poison. It's addictive. Tong Ning froze for a moment. She took the opportunity to turn around and press Mo Ting against the wall. To me. Aren't you the same? I'm frustrated. The more I try to stop myself from thinking about you, the more I think about you. Especially when I think about the way you kiss me. Are you still able to resist not wanting me? I almost can't resist anymore. I want to have a taste of you. Mo Ting was a tall and strong man, yet he was being teased by his wife against the wall. But, he was enjoying it as he smiled charmingly. A good woman would never say something so flirtatious. A good man wouldn't flirt with his wife over and over again and not want her. Honey, are you blaming me for only going in half on our wedding night? When? Tong Ning leaned in close to Mo Ting's ear. Her voice was seductive and raspy. Once you're done? Mo Ting looked at his wife, at the usually gentle and quiet woman. It turned out, when she was seductive, she could make a man go crazy for her. Did this mean he had gained a better understanding of Tong Ning? So, Mo Ting wrapped his arm around her waist and pressed her against his body, allowing her to feel his pain every second. I think about. The couple held their bottom line until the villa guard contacted Mo Ting's helper to tell him someone was looking for Tong Ning. Mo Ting tidied up her loose home clothes and smoothed out her long, black hair. He then suggested, go upstairs and get changed. Let's go out in the latest sports car. Tong Ning understood what he meant. She kissed the side of his face and said, thank you, hubby, for your sponsorship. In reality, Han Yufan didn't want to come looking for Tong Ning. He didn't want to feel more and more regretful. Especially when he arrived at the entrance of Hyatt Regency and was told to wait outside, he realized he was nothing special. 10 minutes later, a bright red Ferrari drove out of the estate and stopped in front of Han Yufan. Originally, Han Yufan did not notice it was Tong Ning sitting in the car because Tong Ning had never shown off in front of him. This was because Tong Ning had always been concerned about his pride. But now that she no longer needed to be concerned, Tong Ning could show off however she wanted. Tong Ning opened the top of the sports car and turned to look at Han Yufan. Why are you looking for me? Tong Ning. Han Yufan looked at the complete change in Tong Ning. His heart was upset. He never imagined, after leaving him, Tong Ning was living so well. Speak, Tong Ning said coldly. The agency has already accepted E-Style magazine for you, so you have no way of resisting. I don't care who you are or what your background is, you are still a model of Tianyi and I am still your boss. For the sake of the agency's long-term development, I will arrange for my team to release a press release on your behalf. I will explain that we broke up a long time ago and Euro was not a third party. Han Yufan wanted to use the fact that he was Tong Ning's boss to recover the damage to his pride caused by Tong Ning driving a limited edition sports car. Even if you are the heiress of the Tang family, if you want to accept endorsements, you will still need to listen to the agency's arrangements. Protecting the agency's reputation is your responsibility as an artist. But I've already told Lin Wei to reject everyone. Plus, I've already told the media that I'm not feeling well. Tong Ning, do you still have any respect for the agency? Han Yufan was once again angered by Tong Ning's decision. We no longer have anything to do with each other. Tianyi isn't a place where you can do whatever you want. Don't forget, when you first signed the contract, it was clearly stated that you would listen to the agency's arrangements. Are you planning to breach the contract? Whether or not she breached the contract, Tong Ning didn't care. But she couldn't let Han Yufan off easy, nor was she stupid enough to give him money. After all, she was asking for Han Yufan and Mo Euro to be destroyed. I've already rejected the magazine, there's no way I can contact them again. Tong Ning took a step back. But you can give me the press release that the team has prepared to clear Mo Euro's name. Next Wednesday, when I go on stage, I will directly say it to the public. There is a huge difference between a press release and one that I personally say. Han Yufan's expression softened as he nodded his head. That's the only way. But, do you really want to help the agency clear their name? Han Yufan, although you are heartless towards me, I can't be heartless towards you. Tong Ning said in seriousness, I know Mo Euro has been pressuring you. That better be the case. After speaking, Han Yufan pulled open the car door and boarded the car. His figure quickly disappeared from Tonning's sight. He was afraid if he stayed a second longer, he would beg Tonning to change her mind. Tonning watched as Han Yufan drove off, the corners of her lips curved upwards. When Han Yufan ordered her to do something like this, how logical was he? Wasn't it enough that he had betrayed her, he even wanted to use her to clear their dirty relationship? Han Yufan, as a human, don't you know how to be embarrassed? Reality proved, not only did Han Yufan not feel embarrassed, he actually took it for granted. Early the next morning, Tianyi Entertainment and the event organizers released a press release informing fans of how to get their hands on tickets to Tonning's press conference on the day of the event. As soon as the press release was released, it was quickly followed by all sorts of criticism. Tonning still wants to attend this defective products event. Just how much money does she need? If she really goes, she will end up like this cheap product and become a fake model. Haha, I previously thought she would become a clean slate in the modeling industry, I must have been blind. From tomorrow onwards, Tonning will take your defective product and disappear from the public eye. Look at the comments, they are all scolding. And for Tonning to endure all the scolding and attend the event with a smile on her face, I give her full marks. From now on, you will become the female celebrity I hate the most in my heart. Tianyi Entertainment. Mo Euro sat in Han Yufan's office chair, watching Tonning being scolded. She was in a good mood. Tonning wanted to compete with her, but she didn't know her place. No matter how many signs of a comeback Tonning had, from tomorrow onwards, Tonning's career as a model would once again be cut short. In fact, it would be even worse than 3 years ago. When that time came, she would once again enjoy ridiculing Tonning. This was something she couldn't get from other people. At this moment, Tonning was also at Tianyi Entertainment. She was having a meeting for the event tomorrow. To be more specific, she was having a meeting to discuss what she was going to say at the event. Han Yufan handed the prepared script to Tonning and specially instructed, Tonning, tonight, memorize the script well. Tomorrow at the event, don't forget to mention it to the reporters. This is the biggest reason you are attending this event. Tonning looked at the script in her hands like she was watching a joke. When Han Yufan handed this to her, did he not feel the slightest bit ashamed? On the way home, Lin Wei drove while Long Jia and Tonning sat in the back seat. Long Jia pointed to the script angrily, is Han Yufan messing with me? In order to clear Mo Euro's name, he is willing to go to any lengths. He doesn't have an ounce of humanity left in him. He doesn't care if he stabs you in the heart. Lin Wei looked at Tonning through the rearview mirror, but Tonning remained calm. Even someone like her, who had experienced ups and downs and had seen through the entertainment industry, felt that Han Yufan was too heartless. But, as the person in question, Tonning was completely unfathomable. Tonning, what do we do tomorrow? Lin Wei asked. I prepared everything you asked me to. I've collected all the evidence, including the recording of Mo Euro repeatedly denying you the endorsement deal. Tomorrow, I will use this opportunity to announce my official comeback. Long Jia, I have complete trust in you. But, you. Lin Wei. You don't need to say anything. You and I have been in the industry for too long, so our minds aren't always clear. But, you have helped me see the right direction, Lin Wei replied in a challenging manner. Sell all the evidence to the largest media as an exclusive, and put it on the platform after I participate in the event. In the past, I only fought on a small scale. I was too gentle to those two jerks. From now on, they will get a taste of my fiercest revenge. Okay. Long Jia was so happy she almost jumped up. At the same time, Lin Wei's blood was boiling with excitement after hearing Tonning's words. After all, seeing Tonning being betrayed, humiliated and stepped on like this, any woman would feel angry. Coincidentally, Tonning's revenge was once again stepping on two jerks to achieve her own success. This kind of explosive method made Lin Wei and Long Jia's hearts burn. Lin Wei knew Tonning lived in Hyatt Regency, but she had no idea Tonning lived there with Mo Ting. Tonning still didn't trust her 100%. So, after they arrived at their destination, Tonning asked Lin Wei to drive Long Jia home. By the time they stepped through the front door, Mo Ting had already finished work. His tall and slender figure was calmly lying on the sofa with his right arm over his eyes, blocking out the blinding lights. Tongming smiled gently as she gently walked over to Mo Ting and sat down beside him. Her finger slowly traced the outline of his strong muscles. Why aren't you sleeping in bed? The company you will be supporting tomorrow, Hai Rui, has already sent out a lawyer's letter, accusing them of fraud. Mo Ting sat up and looked at Tongming. The news will probably be leaked by tomorrow afternoon. It's okay, I will only be standing in the morning, Tongming replied as she lay on Mo Ting's chest. Although Tongming didn't say it out loud, Mo Ting seemed to be able to read her mind and knew what she wanted to do tomorrow. Tongming also understood that if she did what she did tomorrow, the company wouldn't let her off so easily. So, Hai Rui, who never bothered to deal with small companies, decided to send out a lawyer's letter. Hubby, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Mo Ting asked as he gently patted her back. Thank you for understanding me and for protecting me. Mo Ting did not say a word as he lay down on Tongming's lap and placed his head on hers. My eyes hurt from looking at documents during the day. In that case, let me read it to you. Tongming picked up the English document that Mo Ting hadn't finished reading and read it to him in a professional manner. However, after reading it, she sighed. Back then, Star King offered me such good conditions. But, if I hadn't experienced these 3 years, how would I have met you? So, God is still fair. He really left the best for me last. After terminating your contract with Tanny, which agency do you want to join? It's still too early. Tongming shook her head. She didn't know how much she would recover her status by then, so she wasn't sure yet. Sign with me. Hai Rui has plenty of models like me. Tongming admitted that joining Hai Rui wasn't a realistic option. Mo Ting smiled and did not continue the topic. His little wife obviously didn't understand what he meant. Signing with him didn't mean she would sign with Hai Rui. Signing with him didn't mean she would sign with Hai Rui. There wouldn't be a second contract in this world because he was her one and only manager. However, he decided to leave this surprise for later. Although he was Tongming's husband, he still needed to see if Tongming was worthy of his efforts. As he wasn't used to seeing Tongming feel inferior, Mo Ting got up from her lap, hooked his arm around her neck and forcefully kissed her. I won't allow you to belittle yourself. Actually, I know you're just looking for an excuse to kiss me. Tongming grabbed onto Mo Ting's warm hand and placed it on her chest. I want you to go one step further. The sensation was addictive. Mo Ting directly pushed Tongming onto the sofa and unbuttoned her white shirt. Underneath the shirt was the limitless beauty he had always been obsessed with. Ting. Tongming cried shyly, it hurts a little. Mo Ting gave up on his invasion of her territory and returned to her lips. He twisted and turned as he sucked on her lips. The couple spent quite some time in the living room before Mo Ting finally let go of Tongming. Tomorrow is very important for you. Sleep early tonight. With someone helping her bathe and someone drying her hair, all Tongming cared about was closing her eyes. So. She had been sleeping very well lately. All of this was, of course, thanks to Mo Ting. The next morning, Lin Wei and Long Jia arrived at Hyatt Regency to pick Tongming up. However, they never expected Han Yufan would personally show up. On the surface, he was there to cheer on his artist, but in reality, he was there to remind Tongming not to forget to clear Mo Yuro's name. Have you memorized your script? Do you still remember what you were going to say on stage in a moment? Han Yufan asked Tongming as they sat in the waiting room. How could I forget? Tongming's words had a double meaning. Tongming, I know you are upset, but between you and I, it is all in the past. Don't hate Yuro because of this, she is innocent. It turned out, for Han Yufan, ending a relationship only took a few days. Am I not innocent? Tongming asked Han Yufan. These few years of my youth, all that I've done, is it worth nothing to you? Even a dog should know how to wag its tail at me. Tongming, watch your words, Han Yufan yelled angrily. Han Yufan yelled at Tongming angrily, this was consensual. I never asked you to treat me so well. You did this willingly. Tongming did not say another word as the makeup artist knocked on the waiting room door. Tongming didn't want to see Han Yufan again, so she quickly stood up and let the makeup artist in. Han Yufan was also quite angry as he turned around and walked out of the waiting room. But, before he left, he reminded Lin Wei, keep an eye on Tongming, don't let her make any mistakes. I know, Lin Wei nodded. The event was scheduled to start at 9 a.m. and she appeared at 9:30 a.m. Usually, the merchants would start the event first, and then invite the guests on stage. At this moment, the event had already begun and Tongning was ready. She was dressed in a deep silver V-neck dress and her soft, curly hair was pinned to one side. It wasn't anything eye-catching, but Tongning was a natural clothes rack. Whatever she wore, it complemented her clothes and made her look extraordinary. Tongning, get ready, we're about to go on stage, Lin Wei reminded nervously. Tongning, don't be afraid, we are still behind you, Long Jia comforted. Tongning nodded. Why should she be afraid? Today was her first battle with Tanny. At this moment, apart from wanting to win, she also needed to remain calm. Let's go. Lin Wei escorted Tongning out of the waiting room. The venue wasn't big, there were only 200 seats. But, Tongning knew, plenty of people were paying attention to her through their screens. Their aim was to see her stand up for a low-class business and find something to complain about. Unfortunately, they were about to be disappointed. Following the host's call, Lin Wei pushed Tongning to the front of the stage. It had been a long time since she had been in the spotlight, so Tongning was a little uncomfortable. Our Tongning indeed has a pair of mesmerizing long legs. Come, let our Tongning greet everyone first. Tongning took the microphone from the host and said calmly to the audience of less than 200 people, Hello, I am Tongning. Welcome Tongning, we are also honored to have you here. We all know that your popularity has been on the rise recently. Thank you for coming here today to support us. May I ask you a question? The host tried his best to liven up the atmosphere. Go ahead. I believe you have used our products before. Can you tell us how you feel about our products? The host went straight to the point. Have you used it before? Tongning slightly furrowed her brows. And at this moment, the people who were watching the live broadcast immediately exploded. They all came out to express their opinions. Stupid wild model, if you recommend this kind of defective product, you're finished. I just photoshopped a gif of Tongning's asterisk. Does anyone want to take a look? I wonder how many people will be tricked this time. Tongning, why are you helping the evildoer? Tongning knew at this moment, the internet would be filled with scolding. So, after she found a topic, she glanced at Han Yufan, Lin Wei, and Long Jia who were standing below the stage. Afterwards, she found the biggest camera in the hall and spoke in a serious tone. Firstly, I would like to thank my management agency, Tanny Entertainment, for allowing me to accept a product that I've never even heard of. Secondly, although I was forced to stand in front of the stage, as a model, I have a firm attitude towards products that are not trusted by consumers. I am also one of the people who oppose products that are not trusted by consumers. So, I have never used this product. Lastly, I would like to thank everyone for watching me. Although I, Tongning, am past my prime, I will never lose my bottom line. Tongning spoke these 3 simple sentences so quickly that no one could react. By the time everyone realized her change in attitude, Tongning had already said her next sentence. I, Tongning, would like to use this stage today to announce to everyone that I am officially making a comeback. In a moment, I will reveal even more information to everyone. Thank you for your support. After speaking, while everyone was still in a daze, Tongning bowed to them and gracefully exited the stage. The atmosphere froze. Han Yufan's expression changed while Lin Wei and Long Jia secretly cheered from below the stage. The internet was in an uproar. Oh God, what did Tongning just say? I didn't hear it clearly, I need to go back and listen again. How could she be so handsome? Me too, me too. I was just about to curse out loud when she did this. My face is swollen from being slapped in the face. Who else would dare to slap their management agency and business partner in the face at an event, apart from Tongning? Handsome, handsome, handsome. Tongning is so handsome that my face is covered in blood. She has announced her comeback, from now on the eyes will be in for a treat. Ha ha ha, I saw that the presenter was stunned. Tongning is mighty. I am so touched. I didn't misjudge Tongning. From now on, I will only acknowledge her as a model. The internet was filled with cheers. Not only from fans, but also from internet celebrities. They turned Tongming's short 1 to 2 minute speech into a video and circulated it everywhere. In an instant, all the negative news about Tongming was swept away, leaving no trace behind. However, after stepping down from the stage, Tongming did not have it easy. Han Yufan and her business partner came looking for trouble. Tongming, is there something wrong with your brain? You are just a small model, how dare you make a scene in front of everyone? The man pointed at Tongming and scolded. Are you tired of living? You're treating our event as your press conference, aren't you? Tongming, I'm warning you, if you still want to survive in this industry, you better apologize to me immediately. Otherwise, I will make you regret ever being born into this world, the representative of Tongming's business partner yelled at Tongming in anger and arrogance. Tongming let out a gentle laugh, her expression was calm like she had just seen a joke. I've already said what I wanted to say, how could I apologize? Plus, if I apologize, who is going to apologize to the consumers? If you don't come out and apologize, we will have no choice but to use special methods, the representative warned in a sinister manner. After speaking, he glanced at the security guards who were maintaining order. Receiving his signal, the security guards immediately walked over to Tongming. Seeing this, Long Jia and Lin Wei immediately formed a human wall in front of Tongming. Long Jia pointed at the representative and asked angrily, "What are you trying to do?" Han Yufan's face had long turned pale. Originally, he didn't want to work with a company like this, but he was in too much of a rush to clear Mo Euro's name, so he didn't put up any defenses against Tongming. An outdated model actually announced her comeback. Did Tongming really think that after leaving him, she could start all over again? Han Yufan sneered on the inside as he grabbed onto Tongming and pushed her to one side. Tongming, I know you hate me, but by doing this, you are not harming Euro, you are harming yourself. For a model that broke the rules of the industry, no matter how virtuous you are, no one will ever hire you again. Really? Tongming gently raised her eyebrows, not necessarily. I don't care why you are doing this. I don't care how jealous you are of Euro. Now that your event has been ruined, you will explain to the business partners and pay for the breach of contract. Don't even think about letting Tianyi Entertainment take the blame for you, Han Yufan ruthlessly scolded Tongming. Also, regarding Euro's clearing her name, since you refused to cooperate, I can only use the company's name to release a PR statement. When the time comes, if anyone tries to slander you, you better bear with it. President Han, it seems you didn't understand what I just said. What I meant when I announced my comeback was that I will abide by the terms of the contract and enjoy the benefits that I deserve. At this moment, Tongming's gaze was icy cold. There was no longer any warmth in her eyes. She only felt disgust towards the man in front of her. President Han, don't worry. My lawyer will be arriving this afternoon. He will explain everything to you one by one. Our contract states that I should have enjoyed all these years, but never did. Seeing Tongming like this, Han Yufan was shocked. He never imagined Tongming would have such a side to her. She would be so aggressive that she could force people into speechlessness. No, she was just stimulated, Han Yufan comforted himself in his heart. How could a woman who had always been weak suddenly become so strong? She's just trying to attract my attention, Han Yufan told himself. Tongming, do you really have to go this far? Why can't you just let her go? Because of Tongming's sudden situation, the scene was still in chaos. Seeing the two couldn't come to a conclusion, the event manager impatiently approached them and said to Tongming in a fierce tone, if you don't give us a satisfactory explanation today, don't even think about leaving this place. Tongming, don't force us to make a move. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, but Han Yufan simply watched on coldly. He had no intention of helping Tongming because he wanted her to know the consequences of betraying him weren't good. However, he had never considered the fact that he was the one who betrayed her in the first place. Long Jia anxiously protected Tongming as she watched the three bodyguards approach them. Actually, in the industry, there were many artists that had been hurt because of their low status. Long Jia simply hated the fact that she wasn't a man. Seeing that they had no way out, the other party's eyes were already filled with contempt, as if they couldn't escape even if they had wings. But at this moment, there was a loud bang, and the door of the lounge was suddenly kicked open. A man carrying a briefcase entered the room with 3 to 4 security guards. He scanned the room and asked, "Who is the person in charge? May I ask who you are?" The business partner's representative approached. I am a lawyer from Hairui Entertainment. My surname is Chiao, the lawyer replied without a smile. He then pulled out a lawyer's letter from his briefcase and handed it to the person in charge of the event. The advertisement that you filmed last month illegally used a photo of one of our artists. This is a serious violation of Hairui Entertainment's interests. This is our lawyer's letter. We are confident that we will sue you until you go bankrupt. After speaking, the lawyer elegantly walked out of the room, leaving the security guards behind. His motive was simple, he wanted to protect Tongning. The business partner's representative felt like he had just received a bomb, his hands couldn't help but tremble. He had never imagined he would provoke the entertainment empire that was Hairui. It wasn't uncommon for small companies to take advantage of a large company's popularity. But, he had never seen Hairui cause trouble for a small company. Was it really because their luck was too bad? Others might not know the reason, but Tongning was well aware that Mo Ting was looking for an opportunity to get revenge for her. Who couldn't he offend? Why did he have to offend his little wife? Long Jia laughed with a deeper meaning. Who knew how long Mo Ting had already sent people to ambush a small company like this? Yet, he had arrived at such a timely time. It was obvious how much he cared about Tongning. At this moment, the business partner was no longer in the mood to care about what Tongning had said at the event. He knew deep down, provoking Hairui meant death. Han Yufan was also shocked by the sudden turn of events. In order not to be implicated, he immediately left the room. His cowardly expression made even Lin Wei look at him with disdain. Tongning, let's go. As her motive had already been achieved, Lin Wei treated everything that had just happened as luck. She knew, luck was the most important thing in the industry and Tongning was obviously someone blessed by fate. Announcing her comeback was the same as starting anew. But, Tongning firmly believed, as long as she had faith, she could return to the status she had 3 years ago and even surpass it. The internet was filled with cheers. Tongning's name seemed to have come back to life and was given an even more mysterious name. Long Jia excitedly read out the comments to Tongning as she smiled brightly. I can imagine Mo Euro's nose must be twisted in anger. She must be thinking that Tongning's mistake just now was equivalent to destroying her own future. Plus, she can say a lot of bad things about you in front of Han Yufan. She might even take the opportunity to ask Han Yufan to punish you. Tongning didn't mind Long Ji's teasing. She simply turned to ask Lin Wei who was driving, have you arranged the contents of the scandal? Of course. It will be spectacular, Lin Wei replied. What kind of lousy company is Tianyi? How could they force Tongning to attend an event like that? The boss is stupid. Exactly, Tianyi doesn't know how to plan their artists, so let us do it. Even primary school students can do better than them. Tongning, I will buy whatever you endorse next. Who told me to have money? Tongning, leave Tianyi, you deserve better. Tongning, we are about to cry because of your handsomeness. Seeing the one-sided comments online, Mo Euro angrily threw the TV remote control to one side. She never imagined Tongning would use such a method to please the public. Not only was she protesting the company's unfair treatment towards her, she was also taking the opportunity to express her disdain for a defective product like Tongning. Mo Euro scoffed. The uncontrollable Tongning was becoming less and less popular with her. Most importantly, Tongning actually announced her comeback. An outdated model actually announced her comeback in such a high-profile manner. Mo Euro laughed evilly. As long as Tongning was still in Tianyi, this would never happen. Mo Euro could lose on her territory, but no one could win. At this time, Han Yufan pushed open the door and entered the office. Seeing Mo Euro sitting in her chair, he removed his suit jacket and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands on his hips. His dissatisfaction towards Tongning had reached its peak. Yufan, why don't you think of a way to release a statement to clarify? Tongning has already pushed all the blame onto us. What does she mean by thanking the company for arranging an event for her that she had no idea about? Tongning did not know about it and did not receive the respect she deserved. But, Mo Euro did not realize this. All she knew was, as long as there was an opportunity to step on Tongning, she would not hold back. Yufan, release a statement. Tell everyone that Tongning did this on her own to make money and the company has nothing to do with it. Han Yufan was exceptionally angry. Because of Tongning, the entire company had been tarnished. So, he immediately called his PR team to compile a statement that was heartfelt and emotional. In the statement, he emphasized that the event was not arranged by the company for Tongning, but was done of her own free will. He directly accused Tongning of lying. He even mentioned the highest punishment the company could give Tongning. After all, Tongning had ruined the company's reputation and messed up the event. He insinuated that Tongning was past her prime and made the company take the blame for her, when in reality, most of the time, it was her own actions. From Tiany's statement, everyone could tell that Tiany Entertainment wanted to freeze Tongning. Their relationship with Tongning was completely at odds with each other. Not only that, Han Yufan even arranged for a representative from the company to come out for interviews. Oh, you're talking about Tongning? There's nothing much to say. She's just different from how you see her. She's quite a hypocrite. To be honest, I feel like the agency has been wronged this time. Everyone in the agency knows that Tongning lied this time. I don't want to of Tiany, Tiany Entertainment of Tiany. These 3 sentences came from Tiany's lower-level staff, higher-level staff and successful people in the entertainment industry who had a good relationship with Tiany. It seemed they were planning to throw all the blame on Tongning without giving her any chance to turn the tables. As usual, Tongning was the quiet type. No matter how the company tried to slander her, she would not step out to defend herself. However, Han Yufan underestimated Tongning's boycott of substandard products. Although there were still people that fell into Han Yufan's trap, Tongning's popularity today could not be compared to yesterday. She was like a mountain, rising rapidly in all sorts of ways. Just as Tiany Entertainment was spreading rumors about Tongning being despicable and embarrassing the company, an authoritative media outlet suddenly released a few audio clips. After listening to them, people realized Tiany Entertainment was a black-hearted company. Not only did they deliberately freeze Tongning, they even arranged for her to do such a lowly event. They made Tongning a substitute, a scapegoat and humiliated by the netizens. Yet, Tiany Entertainment refused to stop. Most surprisingly, the netizens recognized the voice of the person that ordered others not to accept any work for Tongning. It was the mistress model, Mo Euro. The netizens seemed to have understood everything. However, there were still people that questioned the source of the audio clip. It didn't matter. Another hour later, Tongning's manager, Lin Wei's email was exposed. People from all walks of life tried to work with Tongning, but in the end, they were all rejected. Lin Wei shouted from afar that Mo Euro was arrogant, bullying her artists and toying with the company's operations. Compared to Tiany Entertainment's empty claims, Tongning directly presented the most direct evidence. This was the information she promised to reveal when she announced her comeback. Oh God, I can't believe Han Yufan is such a jerk. Even at death's door, he still wants to drag Tongning down with him. How can Tiany Entertainment be so disgusting? It's bad enough that they mistreated their models, but after using Tongning, they got rid of her after she was no longer of use. I've never seen such a shameless entertainment company. Doesn't that mean those that spoke up for Tiany Entertainment this morning have all been slapped in the face? Did the entire company gang up on one woman? Tiany Entertainment, get out of the entertainment industry. This time, as soon as the news was released, there was no need for Tongning to say anything. It was clear who was in the right and who was in the wrong. Tiany Entertainment and Mo Euro once again went further down the road of death. As for Tongning's popularity, after this incident, it once again rose to an unbelievable level. All sorts of advertisers requested to cancel their contracts with Tiany Entertainment. It even affected the careers of other Tiany artists. They all pressed the pause button for endorsements. Han Yufan looked at the overwhelming comments online and knew there was no turning back this time. After careful consideration, he finally picked up his phone and gave Tongning a phone call. Tongning, do you really want me to die? Will you only be satisfied if you destroy me? Tongning sat at home, satisfied with the news. My lawyer is already on his way. Han Yufan, it's time to settle the contract. Tongning, you can't do this. If you do this, Tiany will be completely destroyed. Han Yufan was finally anxious. Compared to everything you and Mo Euro have done to me, I have only returned you 1%. Han Yufan, as long as you kick Mo Euro out of Tiany Entertainment, who knows? I might go easy on you. Tongming said calmly into the phone. Is this your motive? Han Yufan was about to go crazy with anger. I'm telling you, I will fight you to the end. In that case, let's give it a try. After speaking, Tongming hung up the phone. Although her popularity had recovered, it didn't mean Mo Euro didn't have a chance. There was still a good show to come. On the way home from work, Mo Ting looked at the day's headlines. The admiration in his eyes grew stronger. Even Lu Che couldn't help but praise Tongming. The madam is amazing. In a moment, stop the car and buy her a bouquet of flowers to congratulate her on her comeback. Mo Ting instructed. I want red roses. Understood, President. Lu Che nodded. With such a good atmosphere amongst the red roses, there had to be a Durex. After Tongming's scandal was released, Tianyi and Mo Euro received the most severe criticism they had ever received from the public. This was the biggest crisis Han Yufan had ever experienced since he founded Tianyi. So, his hatred and disgust towards Tongming was not just a thought in his heart. The company's higher-ups immediately called for an emergency meeting. Han Yufan even called his sister overseas for help. Yufan, I've already seen the news. Tongming's evidence is conclusive. This incident was indeed your fault for not keeping a low profile and allowing others to use it against you. But, don't get caught up in the matters of your lower half. You need to know how to judge the situation. You need to be clear, you are the boss of the company. No matter how popular Tongming is, she is still just a model. Her fate is in your hands. Then, sis, what should I do now? Han Yufan was already confused by Tongming and Mo Euro. First of all, release a PR statement and sincerely apologize. From now on, you will give Tongming the respect and treatment she deserves to appease the angry netizens. Secondly, support Tongming. But Euro will never agree, Han Yufan said with a headache. I'm not asking you to give up on Mo Euro. I happen to have an overseas magazine that is looking for 2 Asian models. Arrange for Tongming and Mo Euro to participate in the shoot together. This will prove that their relationship isn't as bad as the public thinks. Plus, with the two of them together, there will definitely be a lot of discussion. Although this magazine isn't a big brand, at least it has international connections. This will help Mo Euro aim for the top 10 model awards. You are using Tongming's popularity to boost Euro's success. Yufan, remember, a crisis is also an opportunity. As long as you take advantage of this, Tianyi's reputation will definitely rise. Hearing Han Ruoshiwa's reminder, Han Yufan was immediately enlightened. Indeed, the older, the wiser, sis, I understand. Tongming has been with you for so many years. For her to suddenly have so many moves, you must have crossed the line. If you want to cheat, I have no problem with that. There aren't many clean people in the entertainment industry and I don't expect you to be honest. But, why did you let Tongming find out? If you weren't my brother and Mo Euro wasn't pregnant with your child, I would have left you to fend for yourself, Han Ruoshiwa lectured. Han Ruoshiwa fiercely lectured, perfect, this time let them share the stage and let them grind each other down. Mo Euro is relying on your attitude, that's why she dares to be so arrogant and despotic. Sis, she has a child in her stomach. I'm just afraid she'll be agitated. By the way, Xianxia is about to undergo a kidney transplant. Previously, only Tongming was a perfect match. After what you've done, would she still be willing to remove a kidney to save our Xianxia? Han Yufan froze, he had almost forgotten about this matter. The Han family had a total of 3 children. The eldest, Han Ruoshiwa, was a famous manager in the industry. However, she was later poached by a famous overseas company and stayed in the US for 3 years. Han Yufan was the second child and was single-handedly brought into the entertainment industry by Han Ruoshiwa. The third child, Han Xianxia, had a weak kidney and was still young, so she spent most of her time in the hospital. Sis, no matter what happens between Tongming and I, since she promised to save Xianxia, I won't let her regret it. Han Ruoshiwa scoffed and hung up the phone. She was both angry and helpless towards this brother of hers. Afterwards, Han Yufan immediately instructed his team to release a press release, admitting that they had treated Tongming harshly. They promised to sincerely change for the better and take good care of Tongming from now on. They also asked Tongming and her fans to give Tianyi another chance. At the same time, Tianyi released news that they had received an invitation from the overseas magazine, Secret. They would be inviting Tongning and Mo Euro to participate in a magazine shoot together. As soon as this news was released, the public was once again in an uproar. Just as Han Ruoxue predicted, the two were obviously enemies and were fighting over the same man. They were competitors. Yet, Han Yufan actually placed the two models together. Oh God. Although Tongning's popularity had risen, she had, after all, been a body double for Mo Euro. Although Mo Euro's career had been smooth sailing, she was still a B-grade model and had no way of becoming a true A-lister. Fans from both sides immediately erupted into a war of words. Was Tongning more professional, or was Mo Euro more attention-grabbing? The entertainment industry was a place like this, the focus could change at any time. Of course, Tongning's original motive was to get rid of Tianyi's manipulation and expose herself to the light, preventing Mo Euro from interfering. Now that Han Yufan had placed her in the same position as Mo Euro, her motive had been achieved. Tongning, are you going to accept this magazine? Lin Wei asked Tongning over the phone. Han Yufan had made it seem like he valued Tongning and arranged for her to appear in an overseas magazine. If Tongning were to reject it, it would seem like she wasn't magnanimous enough. Although Han Yufan has never asked for your opinion, if you have other thoughts, we can think of a way. I'll accept. Tongning's one word was straightforward and direct. Okay, I understand. You can be on the same stage as Mo Euro and let the public have a good look at you. At most, Mo Euro will be your background. Lin Wei replied, tomorrow morning, the company will have a meeting to discuss. Tomorrow morning, I will go pick up Xianxia first and then come pick you up. Okay, Tongning nodded. Lin Wei was finally getting into the swing of things. Tongning hung up the phone and continued to work as a kitchen maid. Although Mo Ting wouldn't allow it. She had never thought of herself as pampered. Cooking for her husband was a natural thing to do. As soon as Mo Ting returned home, he found Tongning busy in the kitchen. He walked over to her from behind, lifted her in his arms and placed her on the kitchen counter. Do you know the consequences of not listening to me? Tongning hooked her arms around Mo Ting's neck and swung her legs. Don't tell me. You're going to eat me? You don't know what's good for you. Mo Ting commented as he carried her into the living room and placed her on the sofa. Today is your comeback day, so leave cooking to me. Tongning tilted her head and nodded her head. She then removed the apron from her body and put it on Mo Ting. Mo Ting was tall and his body was well built. Especially when he was wearing a shirt, the soft fabric clung tightly to his chest, revealing his slightly visible abs. Tongning couldn't take her eyes off him. She watched as the man's hands moved up and down. He was calm and experienced, handling the ingredients was just like his personality, direct and efficient, never sloppily. The elegant man was like a painting. Tongning held on to her heartbeat as she returned to the bedroom. She found a bouquet of red roses on the large bed in their bridal room. Tongning excitedly picked it up and took a sniff. However, she noticed there was a small package in the middle of the bouquet. She curiously took it out and looked at it. Her face suddenly turned red. Could it be that Mo Ting had decided to do it with her tonight? Was she going to show that she knew about the existence of Durex, or was she going to pretend she didn't see anything? A little while later, Mo Ting finished preparing dinner and headed upstairs. As he pushed open the door, he saw Tongning sitting on the bed holding a bouquet of roses. She was counting how many roses she had, her cheeks were flushed red and her lips were moving. She looked extremely alluring. This is the first time I've received so many flowers. Tongning exclaimed in surprise. Mo Ting, I'm really surprised. Mo Ting looked at the satisfied look on her face as he crossed his arms and looked down at her. Why are you so easy to take care of? Just a few flowers are enough to make you so happy. I have so many things that I want to give you, but you've never told me what you want. Why can't you be like other women and ask for diamonds and jewelry? Or perhaps, you want fame and success? Tongning let out a gentle laugh as she lifted her head and looked at Mo Ting. I already want your entire body, am I not greedy enough? I want your marriage, I want the title of your wife, I want half of your wealth and I want the rest of your life. Jewelry? Success? I can fight for all of these myself. Plus, is there anything more precious than you? Mo Ting's heart skipped a beat as he leaned over and kissed Tongning. Your mouth is too sweet. I can't help but want to eat it. Tongming wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's shoulders and responded to his passionate kiss. As their lips and teeth intertwined, the couple couldn't help but fall onto the bed. Tongming was already under Mo Ting's body as he undid her top and threw it on the floor. All of this happened in a matter of seconds. Tongming couldn't help but want more as she reached out her hands to unbutton Mo Ting's shirt. Seeing his tanned skin exposed in front of her, Tongming's cheeks turned red as she awkwardly moved to the side. Mo Ting let out a gentle laugh as he grabbed onto Tongming's neck and turned to look at her. He then asked in a gentle voice, "Do you want it?" "What about you?" Tongming asked back. "You know what I'm waiting for, Tongming. As long as you say you like me, I can." Mo Ting leaned in and whispered in her ear, "I can make it so that you won't be able to get out of bed for an entire night." Tongming understood what he was referring to, so she replied nervously, I'm not completely sure what my heart is like. But, I want to spend the rest of my life with you, Mo Ting." Their relationship was slowly improving. It was only a matter of time before they merged into each other's souls. So, Mo Ting did not let her off the hook like he usually did. Instead, he tangled with her to give her the happiness she deserved. Sometimes, when it came to matters like this, there were many ways to satisfy the other party. After being intimate for a while, they hugged each other tightly. Tongming leaned against Mo Ting's chest and said in an unhappy tone, "I saw you bought that kind of thing." "I thought you." "What is it?" Mo Ting supported his head with his right hand as he gently stroked Tongming's back with his left. Tongming pulled out the Durex condom from under her pillow and showed it to Mo Ting, "This is it. I thought you were ready to have me. I even took a bath." "How embarrassing." Mo Ting looked at the little thing and furrowed his brows, "Am I only this size?" "This Luce, you're still talking." "It's not embarrassing," Mo Ting chuckled as the corners of his lips curved upwards, "I'm charmed by your reaction." "Don't say any more." Tongming buried herself in the blankets. Mo Ting quickly hugged his wife and comforted her, "Okay, let's get down to business. You've already accepted a shoot for Secret Magazine, right?" "What's wrong?" Tongming finally poked her head out, "Are you afraid I'll lose to Euro? If you are going to the US for a shoot, let me know as soon as your schedule is confirmed," Mo Ting said mysteriously. "What are you planning to do?" Tongming asked curiously. Coincidentally, she had previously mentioned that she wanted to buy insurance for her legs. If she went to the US, she could find the most professional insurance company. "Didn't we agree on this? Once we step out of this door, you will be the boss of the entertainment industry and I will be a model for a small company. You can't interfere with me." "Mrs. Mo, have I ever interfered with you?" Although Tongming had been framed by Tianyi and he was heartbroken that he had wanted to destroy Tianyi Entertainment on multiple occasions, Tongming didn't like it, so he didn't act rashly. Otherwise, he could easily crush Han Yufan to death in the blink of an eye. Tongming understood Mo Ting respected her enough. So, she treasured every day she spent with Mo Ting even more. "Han Yufan wants to use my popularity to raise Mo Euro's status. That's why he tied us together. This way, I won't be able to do anything to her." "But," Mo Ting finished her sentence, "with your ability, even if the two of you appeared on the cover of a magazine, you could still turn her into a tool." "You trust me that much?" Tongming asked. "I do." Tongming was satisfied as she leaned into Mo Ting's embrace and fell asleep. At this time, Mo Ting gave Luce a phone call, "Find out Secret's schedule. I want to know when Tongming will be going overseas. Also, make some time for me and book the best hotel. While you're at it, make an appointment with the best insurance company in the US." The next morning, Tongming arrived at Tianyi with Lin Wei and Long Jia. At the same time, Mo Euro's assistant also walked through the front door with the same imposing manner as before. As soon as the staff saw Mo Euro, they all greeted her politely. However, when it came to Tongming, they were very casual and even chose to ignore her. Mo Euro looked at Tongming and then at Lin Wei. "Tongming, you should be careful when dealing with someone that would betray their former employer. I've even seen a mistress that stole someone else's fiancé. Why would I be afraid of a manager that would betray her former employer?" Tongming laughed. I admit, you are quite popular right now, but no matter how popular you are, you still need to be my background. Didn't Yufan tell you? Secret's shoot is to create hype for my top 10 model awards. In that case, I'll have to wish you all the best. After speaking, Tongning looked around and said to all the staff, yesterday, my lawyer and Han Yufan discussed the contract. Tianyi has agreed to give me the treatment I deserve. Mo Euro and I are both Tianyi's models. So, when you see me, you can do as you please. From now on, if anyone shows me respect, I will show them the same respect. Tongning's words were neither servile nor overbearing, they were firm and powerful. It made the staff that previously thought Tongning was transparent, immediately realize this woman was no longer someone they could afford to offend. So, they immediately reacted and greeted Tongning politely. Their voices were even louder than when they greeted Mo Euro earlier. Satisfied, Tongning lifted her leg and walked in front of Mo Euro. To serve as a foil to Mo Euro, dream on. 9 a.m., Tianyi Entertainment's meeting room. Han Yufan made a brief schedule for Mo Euro and Tongning's upcoming shoot in the US. Han Yufan sat at the head of the table while Tongning and Mo Euro sat on his left and right respectively. The only difference was, their statuses had changed. Mo Euro, the mistress, had successfully taken the seat and pushed the original wife to one side. She even shamelessly exchanged glances with Han Yufan at the meeting table. Even the staff present couldn't stand it any longer. Lin Wei turned her head to look at Tongning. Although it was difficult to see her expression through the projector, Lin Wei could sense that Tongning had completely blocked out Mo Euro and Han Yufan. This was what Lin Wei admired about Tongning. No matter how upset she was, she would never let others see through her emotions and would never give others an opportunity to humiliate her. For this shoot, I will personally take you to the US. I have also arranged for a translator to accompany you. As we will be spending a few days together, you should get used to each other in advance in case it affects your work progress. As Han Yufan spoke, he handed over Secret's information to the two. Secret was established 20 years ago and was once very popular in the US. Although they have shown signs of decline over the years, their influence cannot be underestimated. This time, they have invited Asian models to take advantage of the Oriental trend to make a comeback. So, your task is very difficult. Euro has a more accurate grasp of fashion. So, Tongning, you should listen to her opinion and let her be the leader. As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone in the meeting room understood. Han Yufan wanted Tongning to be his assistant and serve as a foil to Mo Euro. Long Jiao looked at Mo Euro's raised eyebrows and gritted her teeth in anger. Yufan, don't worry, I won't let you down. Tongning had nothing to say. She simply stood up and said to Lin Wei and Long Jia, let's go. Tongning, what do you mean? Tongning turned around and glared at Han Yufan. Han Yufan, don't tell me you think my tolerance is going to last forever? Everyone knows, with Mo Euro's reputation as a mistress, getting a job is harder than reaching the heavens. She wants to use my name and my popularity to serve as her foil? Is she worthy? Tongning. Mo Euro yelled angrily, I dare you to say that again. If you're so capable, why don't you go alone? After speaking, Tongning turned around to leave with Lin Wei and Long Jia. However, Han Yufan held back his anger and stopped her. Wait. What's the matter? We can discuss it. In the past, I was too easy to negotiate with, that's why jerks and cheap women stepped all over me. Han Yufan, you are well aware of the importance of this shoot in the US. Although you pretend to be calm. If I don't cooperate, I refuse to believe that you won't panic. Whether you want me to do it, it's up to you. After all, it's not the first time you've shelved me. Let your Mo Euro do it. As soon as Tongning finished speaking, Long Jia almost clapped and cheered. Lin Wei couldn't help but laugh. Was she still dreaming of bullying Tongning? Quickly wake up. Also, whether or not Mo Euro's fashion sense is better than mine has yet to be proven. But Han Yufan, remember, even though my status no longer exists, I am still the only person in Tianyi Entertainment that has filmed a blockbuster. She's just an average B-grade model. Are you sure you are clear-headed enough to go to the US to be the vanguard? Of course, she is a B-grade model that needs a translator. Tongning, I am going to tear your mouth apart. Mo Euro was so angry she jumped up and slammed her hands on the table, glaring at Han Yufan. Euro, Tongning is right. This time, listen to her. Although Han Yufan was angry, for the sake of the bigger picture, he had no choice but to endure. Once Tianyi Entertainment made a comeback, he refused to believe that he wouldn't be able to deal with Tongning. I don't want to, Mo Euro rejected angrily. It's decided, there's no room for you to argue. Tongning sneered as she revealed the side of her face for everyone to see. From this angle, Han Yufan realized Tongning had completely changed. She was clear-headed, calm and no longer did things with him at the center. This made Han Yufan feel a huge difference. Tongning was no longer the Tongning from before. This made him feel strangely annoyed. Inside the meeting room, the relevant staff quickly dispersed. Meanwhile, Mo Euro continued to throw a tantrum as she smashed things on the floor. Han Yufan, I've had enough. Why should I listen to Tongning? Didn't you say this shoot was for me? I don't see any signs of it being for me. That's enough. Han Yufan lost his temper. When are you going to be a little more sensible? If Tongning doesn't participate in the shoot, don't even think about getting into the top 10 model awards. Think about it yourself. Mo Euro was stunned. When had Han Yufan ever yelled at her like this? So, she held on to her stomach and began to cry. Han Yufan, do you know I am pregnant with your child? If it wasn't because you are pregnant, I wouldn't have had to personally go to the US. Everything I do is for you. Why can't you control your temper? Why are you always dragging me down? After speaking, Han Yufan left the meeting room, leaving Mo Euro and her assistant behind. Euro, President Han is right. You've already stolen President Han. This is a crucial moment, you just need to endure it. Once you make a comeback and your reputation is restored, we won't have to be afraid of Tongning, her assistant advised carefully. Be a good girl, don't get angry and harm your body. If that happens, you will lose more than you gain. Tongning, I really want to see if you are a has-been model or if I, Mo Euro, am better. Mo Euro listened to her assistant's advice and temporarily swallowed her anger at Tongning's humiliation. Right now, Mo Euro must be throwing a tantrum in the meeting room, pointing at Han Yufan's nose and cursing him for not being the main character. Long Jia guessed Mo Euro's expression. On the way home, she mimicked Mo Euro's expression. However, Tongning, you are becoming more and more temperamental. The words you said just now were so satisfying, it felt so good. Lin Wei also laughed. Tongning, I never expected you to be so explosive. I entered the industry when I was 17 and became Beijing's #1 model when I was 23. Now, 9 years have passed. In this industry, is there anything I don't understand? That's why I once thought a lover and marriage were the only things I could rely on. But now, I understand, I can rely on myself. Of course, this didn't include Mo Ting, who was supporting her. Not necessarily. Some people have been in the industry for their entire lives, yet they are still muddle-headed. That's because they haven't been hurt or betrayed. Tongning hinted, regardless, you guys should go home and pack your luggage. Prepare to fly to the US tomorrow. After reminding Lin Wei and Long Jia, Tongning remembered Mo Ting's instructions. As soon as she received her schedule, she was to report it to him. So, Tongning immediately sent Mo Ting the information. Although she didn't know what Mo Ting wanted to do, she was certain he would never hurt her. After seeing Tongning's schedule, Mo Ting immediately asked Lu Che to check Tongning's flight number. He then stood in front of Hai Rui's large floor-to-ceiling window and gave Tongning a phone call. Ning. Huh? Tongning lowered her head and replied with a simple word. Lin Wei was still in the car. As for Tongning, she hadn't completely trusted Lin Wei yet, so she was still cautious. However, hearing Mo Ting call her Ning, she couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth. I've already asked Lu Che to upgrade your business class to first class. Will it cause you any inconvenience? Mo Ting was worried. He was afraid he would affect Tongning in case she had other plans. Of course not. Tongning understood Mo Ting's intention and was touched by his thoughtfulness. Tomorrow's flight, she was originally supposed to sit next to Mo Euro and Han Yufan. But, would Mo Euro be quiet and obedient? With Mo Ting's arrangements, she would be able to rest peacefully on the plane. But, if it was only for her, then Lin Wei and Long Jia. Let's talk when we get home. Wait. Tongming quickly called out to Mo Ting. Mo Ting could hear her hesitation and guessed it was inconvenient, so he said, if there's anything inconvenient, send me a message. Okay. Tongming nodded. After hanging up the phone, she sent Mo Ting a message about her worries. She still couldn't completely trust Lin Wei, but since Lin Wei was already with her, she couldn't treat Lin Wei and Long Jie differently. Otherwise, she would easily lose her trust. Mo Ting looked at Tongming's question as the corners of his lips naturally curved upwards. Although Tongming was a thorough thinker, she still lacked the ability to look at the bigger picture. In this aspect, Mo Ting made up for Tongming's shortcomings. That's why the couple were able to get along so quickly. He was the man that could help Tongming identify the right direction and help her make decisions. Why don't you take a gamble? Although Long Jie is loyal, her abilities are limited. On the other hand, even though Lin Wei has made a lot of mistakes, she has, after all, managed a famous artist and is better than Long Jie in every aspect. Above all, everything about Lin Wei is in our hands. Even if we lose the bet, we won't get anything. I understand, hubby. Seeing Mo Ting's reply, Tongming immediately calmed down and relaxed. I've also ascended to their cabin. Don't worry, Tongming knew her husband was a king amongst men and knew how to manipulate power. How could he not think of something as simple as this? Late at night, under the gorgeous lights, Han Yufan was packing his luggage in his bedroom. Mo Euro hugged him from behind. Her voice was soft and gentle, completely different from the person who threw a tantrum in the meeting room. I'm sorry, Yufan. It was my fault for not being considerate. Alright, after so many years, do you think I don't know your temper? Think about it, if I didn't care about you and worry about you and our child, would I have personally gone to the US? Han Yufan put away his luggage and turned to look at Mo Euro. For now, you need to be patient. Don't go head to head with Tongming in case you get hurt. But, I'm worried. I'm worried that you and her will rekindle your relationship. What are you talking about? You know the person I love is you. Don't overthink it, we still have a lot of good days ahead of us. There's no need to be calculated with a SL*T, Han Yufan comforted. You are pregnant, you need to maintain a good mood. In that case, on the plane tomorrow, you are not allowed to take a single glance at Tongming. You can only be good to me. Mo Euro's request was a little unreasonable. Not only that, she even rubbed her body against Han Yufan's. She knew this was a common tactic for men. Okay, I'll do as you say, Han Yufan replied as he carried her in his arms towards the bathroom. With Han Yufan's promise, on this trip to the US, she was going to prove to Tongming who Han Yufan loved. She was going to make Tongming understand that no matter how Tongming made a comeback or how popular she became, she would never be able to win back Han Yufan's heart. Han Yufan and Tianyi Entertainment belonged to Mo Euro, Tongming no longer had a chance. But, did Tongming still care? Under the same yellow lights, Tongming packed her luggage in the walk-in closet. She noticed Mo Ting also had a suitcase in his closet, so she walked over to the study room and asked, Mo Ting, are you also going on a business trip? My flight is tomorrow, Mo Ting nodded, but it seemed he was busy. Tongming was afraid she would delay his work, so she did not continue asking. Originally, she thought Mo Ting would give her an update during their break. But, it seemed, Mo Ting had been busy all night in the study room and left for the office early the next morning. Looking at the note he left behind, Tongming assumed he had something urgent to deal with at the office. So, she decided to report to him after arriving in the US. She was not suspicious of Mo Ting's whereabouts at all. Lin Wei was waiting at the entrance of Hyatt Regency early in the morning. Seeing Tongming didn't mention her relationship with Mo Ting, Long Jie didn't say anything. She quickly helped Tongming place her luggage in the boot and the three of them quickly drove to the airport to meet up with Han Yufan and the others. As it was still early, there weren't many people at the airport. Mo Euro and Han Yufan held hands in front of Tongming without a care in the world. Mo Euro looked at Tongming provocatively, making Long Jie want to slap Mo Euro in the face. Long Jie, go change your boarding pass, Han Yufan ordered. Why me? Long Jie knew deep down, Han Yufan was going to cause trouble for her and Lin Wei at the slightest disagreement. Long Jie, go ahead. Tong Ning said as she glanced at Long Jia. Long Jia was stunned for a moment, but immediately understood. Okay, wait a moment. Mo Euro and her assistant looked at each other. It seemed, for the next few days, they would have someone to help them with their luggage, but, who would have thought, as soon as Long Jia returned, she had already taken their boarding passes. Long Jia, what is the meaning of this? Mo Euro questioned. I am Tong Ning's assistant. I'm sorry, but my salary is paid by Tong Ning, not Tanny Entertainment. So, why should I take it for you? Didn't you bring your own assistant? Long Jia explained in a serious tone, making Mo Euro and her assistant clench their teeth in anger. Han Yufan glanced at Tong Ning, but Tong Ning pretended not to see as she put on her sunglasses and turned away. Mo Euro looked at Tong Ning, thinking to herself, you will be jealous on the plane. Don't worry, let's wait and see. 8:20 a.m., it was time to board the plane. As Tong Ning ran into a few fans who recognized her and asked for her autograph, she was delayed for a few minutes. Han Yufan and Mo Euro boarded the plane first, while Tong Ning lagged behind. Originally, the three of them were supposed to sit side by side, but Mo Euro hugged onto Han Yufan, waiting to see Tong Ning's frustrated expression. However, she noticed Tong Ning did not sit down after walking to her seat. So, Mo Euro kindly reminded Tong Ning, this is your seat. Tong Ning glanced at the two before calmly turning around and saying, I'm in first class. Following behind Tong Ning, Long Jia let out a laugh as she waved the ticket in her hand. Sorry, we are the same. You guys enjoy yourselves in business class. Lin Wei didn't realize she had been promoted until she boarded the plane. But, seeing Mo Euro's dumbfounded expression, she felt quite satisfied. This was the first time, as a manager, she received better treatment than a CEO. Mo Euro watched as the three of them entered the first-class cabin. She looked at Han Yufan questioningly, what's going on? Didn't they say there were no more first-class seats for this flight? Wasn't Tong Ning's ticket booked by the agency? I'm not sure either, Han Yufan replied angrily. I'm so angry. Mo Euro originally wanted Tong Ning to watch her and Han Yufan being lovey-dovey. Who would have thought, she had actually entered first class. Tong Ning thought the first-class cabin would also be full. But, as soon as the three of them entered, they realized, apart from them, there were no other passengers. Tong Ning, don't tell me that jerk and B*TCH will also be promoted to come in later? Although the first-class cabin was a private space with sliding doors, they could see there was no one inside. So, Long Jia felt a little uneasy. Don't worry miss, in order not to disturb Miss Tong Ning, Mr. Mo has booked the entire first-class cabin. There will not be any other passengers coming in, the flight attendant explained. After hearing the flight attendant's words, Long Jia held her head in her hands, she almost exploded. Tong Ning, your life is too good. Lin Wei had a confused look on her face. Just as she was about to ask what was going on, a dignified man dressed in a brown suit suddenly walked out from the private bathroom on the plane. His expression was calm, but his facial features were extraordinary. On his right earlobe was a unique mole that shone like a black diamond. Oh God! This was the CEO of Hai Rui Entertainment, a legend in the entertainment industry. Lin Wei was stunned. She never imagined she would see Mo Ting in a place like this. However, to her surprise, as soon as Tong Ning saw Mo Ting, she did not act like a stranger. In fact, her eyes lit up with surprise. Mr. Mo, can you explain to me why you left without saying a word this morning? Why are you here now? Mrs. Mo, you don't seem to want to see me? Mo Ting took the bag from her hands, showing his gentlemanly consideration. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I'm scared. CEO Mo seems to be good at using all kinds of methods to present himself to me. Tong Ning affectionately held on to Mo Ting's arm as the couple entered a small room and closed the door. Lin Wei felt that her brain was unable to process the information, it was a complete blank. Tong Ning hasn't introduced herself to you yet, has she? Long Jia raised her eyebrows. The CEO of Hai Rui Entertainment, the big boss of the entertainment industry, is Tong Ning's new husband. When I first found out, I was even more surprised than you. When did they get married? Lin Wei asked with a complicated expression. On the day Tong Ning and Han Yufan registered their marriage, Han Yufan and Mo Euro were still having an affair. Tongming suffered a huge blow, so she married herself. As it turns out, she married the right person. However, their marriage was kept a secret, no one knew about it. Since Xianxia had explained things to this point, she decided to give Lin Wei a few more reminders. Since Tongming told you about this without hesitation, it means she has acknowledged your abilities. As you can see, even though Tongming married Mo Ting, she has never intended to rely on him. She has always relied on her own abilities. Lin Wei, Tongming is a diamond in the rough, sooner or later she will stand at the top of the modeling industry. So, you need to know what you should do and what you shouldn't do. Lin Wei sighed. When it came to Tongming, she had completely admitted defeat. Tongming had given her the sweetest piece of candy and revealed her secret. At the same time, she had given her a slap in the face. Even if Tongming no longer relied on Mo Ting, he was still her husband. No husband would stand by and watch his wife be bullied. So, there was no way she could betray Tongming. Most importantly, Lin Wei suddenly had a feeling. Xianxia had experienced it firsthand. At this time, you must be thinking the jerk and jerk outside are stupid, right? Xianxia rolled her eyes, so, every time Mo Euro looks at Tongming with an expression that says, "Don't fight with me, you're no match for me," I want to tell her to stop being stupid. Lin Wei nodded her head in agreement. That was exactly how she felt at this moment. In fact, it was very strong. Apart from being blind for a few years, Tongming's EQ and IQ were considered to be above average in the industry. Who would have thought she had an emperor in her family? How could jerks like Han Yufan and Mo Euro compare? How many more surprises did Tongming have in store for her to see? Marrying Mo Ting as soon as she got married. If it was her, even if she had met 10 jerks in the past, she would have been willing. Because of Mo Ting's presence, Lin Wei and Xianxia felt extremely small. Lin Wei even needed to find a quiet place to sit down and digest everything she had just seen. Inside the private room, Tongming lay on top of Mo Ting's body. She never expected Mo Ting would wrap himself up and deliver himself to her. Are you surprised? Mo Ting asked as he gently stroked Tongming's back. Tongming's eyes became misty, but her heart felt warm. She knew how busy Mo Ting was. Ting, you don't need to be like this, I can take good care of myself. We are newlyweds, we shouldn't be separated. Plus, I like to surprise you. Of course, I like it even more. The word you just called me. Can you say it again? Mo Ting asked as he hooked his finger under her chin. Ting. Tongming repeated. At this time, Mo Ting's kiss landed heavily on her lips. I also like to kiss you. It was easy to lack oxygen on a plane, so Mo Ting quickly let go of Tongming and hugged her tightly in his arms. Go to sleep. After we arrive in the US, you will be very busy. What about you? Are you going to the US just to keep me company? Tongming asked as she lifted her head. You wish. Hai Rui has so many subsidiaries in the US. Even if I were to inspect them one by one, it would take me at least a week. In reality, the most important thing was to buy insurance for Tongming's legs. I have property in the US, so if you can find an excuse to move in with me, it would be best. I'm afraid Tianyi will be a little more troublesome. Han Yufan's sister, Han Ruoxue, has sharp eyes, Tongming replied. Although we used to have a good relationship, she is, after all, Han Yufan's sister. As long as Han Yufan asks, she will sell me out and make me a foil to Mo Euro. But, I don't see any signs of fear on your face. Mo Ting was confident in his little wife. Because I am no longer the Tongming that can be taken advantage of. Also, because I already have you, Tongming replied calmly, but within her calmness, there was a sense of confidence. If we weren't on a plane right now, I would have kissed you until you couldn't breathe. Mo Ting tried his best to resist the urge to kiss her. He simply hugged Tongming tightly and breathed in her unique fragrance. During this time, Mo Euro's assistant tried to find out how Tongming was doing in the first-class cabin. However, he was stopped outside by the air stewardess. There was no way he could get in. After a 12-hour flight, the plane finally landed at 9 a.m. US time. Han Yufan's sister, Han Ruoxue, was waiting at the airport to receive them. As soon as she saw them, she gave everyone a warm hug, including Tongming. Although her sister had an Asian face, she had a tall figure and looked no different from a Westerner. Her clothes were all limited edition and unique. However, her biggest weakness was her average looks. Otherwise, she would have been able to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. However, she had a good eye for talent. Although the artists she managed weren't super popular, they still held a high position in the European and US markets. During the years that Tongming and Han Yufan had been together, she had only seen Han Ruoxue twice. She didn't like controlling other women, and Han Ruoxue was one of them. Tongming, actually, I've already heard about the incident between you and Yufan. I've already helped you scold him, but relationships are relationships and work are work. You can't use your work for personal gain and make things difficult for Yufan. That would be too immoral, Han Ruoxue criticized Tongming in front of everyone. It was obvious she was trying to put her in a tough spot. For the shoot for Secret Magazine, give Sister Shui some face and cooperate with the magazine's requests. Don't cause any trouble for Yufan, okay? Hearing Han Ruoxue's words, Long Jia was filled with anger. Why didn't Han Ruoxue teach Mo Yuro a lesson? Why was she picking on Tongming? Did she think that after tricking Tongming into coming to her, she would be able to make Tongming suffer as she pleased? Tongming's expression was calm as she smiled at Han Ruoxue. She did not get angry nor did she nod her head in reply. This made Han Ruoxue unable to guess what Tongming was planning. The group headed out of the airport. At this time, Mo Ting and the higher-ups of the U.S. subsidiary also walked out of the hall. As soon as Han Ruoxue saw Mo Ting, it was as if she had discovered a superstar. She ran towards the direction Mo Ting had left in her high heels. He was simply too famous, like a natural emperor. He was more dazzling than any other superstar. President Mo. President Mo, hearing Han Ruoxue's voice, Mo Ting turned around. Seeing Han Yufan and the others, his gaze landed on Tongming. The two of them exchanged glances. Tongming understood Mo Ting's intention. He wanted her to find an opportunity to move out. He really wanted her by his side. Tongming smiled as her eyes lit up, implying that she would do her best. Lin Wei and Long Jia knew why Mo Ting had turned around. Of course, they also knew that if Han Ruoxue ran like this, she would only be stopped 2 meters away from Mo Ting. As expected, after Mo Ting turned around to look at Tongming, he pretended not to see Han Ruoxue as he boarded the Lincoln limousine. As for Han Ruoxue, she could only watch as Mo Ting left. Nonsense. Long Jia sneered inside. Did he think anyone could get close to Tongming's big boss? Although Han Ruoxue didn't get to see her idol as she wished, she was still very excited. I never imagined I would run into Mo Ting here. He is too charming. This time, it was Lin Wei's turn to think. What you never imagined was, the person you just bullied was Mo Ting's real wife. Tongming remained calm as she gently put on her sunglasses, acting like the incident had never happened. At this time, Han Ruoxue regained her composure as a top manager. She turned to the trio and said, Tongming, you have just arrived in the US, so today is a day off. Let's get used to the time difference. The driver will take you to the hotel. Yufan, Euro, and I are having a family dinner. Family dinner. In other words, Han Ruoxue had already identified Mo Euro as her sister-in-law. For Tongming, being in a foreign country with no resources and no friends from the media, it was easy for her to be at a disadvantage. As for Han Ruoxue, it was obvious she wanted to make her suffer. But, Han Ruoxue had forgotten, 3 years ago, Tongming had also appeared in a few US blockbusters. Although she didn't appear on the runway, she wasn't without connections. It's been a long time since I've been to the US. I want to go see some old friends first, so I may be staying at a friend's house. Since it's a hotel room, I will check out, Tongming said calmly. That's fine, but, when the time comes, I will inform you to be there. Be on time, Han Ruoxue nodded her head in agreement. At this moment, Mo Euro was completely immersed in Han Ruoxue's attitude towards her. She was extremely pleased with herself. Han Ruoxue's targeting of Tongming was too obvious. No matter how much Han Ruoxue disliked her, for the sake of her brother, she would still give Tongming some face. Especially in a place like the US, did Tongming really think she could make a comeback? So, she completely believed the day of her comeback had arrived. Han Ruoxue indeed planned to help her make a comeback, but Was it really that easy? Han Ruoshui gave Tongning a few words before leaving the airport with Han Yufan and Mo Euro. At this time, Tongning gave Mo Ting a phone call. Ting. Have you gone far? What do you think? Mo Ting ordered the driver to wait in a hidden corner. He knew Tongning would have a way to get rid of those people. As expected. Tongning smiled as she waited in silence. Within a minute, the Lincoln limousine arrived in front of Tongning. The driver respectfully opened the door for Tongning and invited her to board the car in English. Tongning boarded the car with Long Jia and Lin Wei. This was the first time the two of them had been so close to Mo Ting. But they didn't have the courage to look at Mo Ting directly. Because only when he was facing Tongning would he reveal a gentle expression. But when he looked at others, it was like he was covered in ice. Are you troubled by secrets? Shoot? Mo Ting asked as he handed Tongning a glass of red wine and stroked her long black hair. Those people are in cahoots with each other. They will definitely create a lot of problems for me. At that time I might be replaced or come here for nothing. I am mentally preparing myself. Han Ruoshue is bullying our Tongning because she is unfamiliar with the US. She is bullying us because we don't have any fans in the US. Long Jia scoffed angrily. Who told you I am unfamiliar with the US? Tongning asked Long Jia with a deeper meaning. Although I was discovered in France. Back when I was on the runway for Master, I got to know a lot of famous European and American models, Eddie, Wen Na, etc. As for the editor of Royal Magazine, he was my mentor for half a month. Although they may not remember me now, at that time, no one knew my Chinese name was Tongning. They all liked to call me Kira, Tongning explained calmly. Hearing Tongning mention the famous European and American fashion figures, Long Jia and Lin Wei both blinked their eyes at her. I know, Han Ruoshue wants to get rid of me once I've outlived my usefulness. She wants me to be Mo Euro's bait. As soon as I arrive in the US, I won't stand a chance. Shameless, Long Jia scoffed. I also know the editor of Royal Magazine. Do you want to meet your mentor? Mo Ting, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly asked. Mo Ting, I've said before, I don't need your help. Just treat it as a private gathering. Mo Ting laughed silently. His perfect face looked even more charming under the sunlight. Okay, Tongning nodded. Tongning nodded her head. Of course, she never expected this private dinner would be the deciding factor between her and Mo Euro. Mo Ting had a private manor in the US, so they didn't need to stay in a hotel. The pure American-style suite was many times more comfortable than a hotel. As they were quite a distance away from Secret's headquarters, Mo Ting had already asked Lu Che to prepare Secret's schedule. Even when their gathering was scheduled, Lu Che was able to easily find out. This made Tongning feel amazed. It also allowed Lin Wei and Long Jia to see how far apart they were from Lu Che. After a simple shower, Tongning stood in front of the window and looked outside. At this time, Mo Ting arrived in front of Tongning in a black robe with his wet hair. Tongning naturally received the towel from his hands and stood on her tiptoes to help him wipe the water. Droplets from his hair. However, Mo Ting continued to stare at her seriously. What are you thinking about? You look so engrossed. I was wondering if I should do something forbidden with you since it's daytime. Mo Ting lifted her chin and gently kissed her. His tongue danced with hers. Afterwards, his lips moved towards her earlobe as he murmured, on the plane, I just want to kiss you once. Tongning looked out the window, afraid someone was outside. But she couldn't resist Mo Ting's teasing. So, she threw away her armor and collapsed into his arms. Their bathrobes had slipped to the floor at some point, and the two of them couldn't help but fall onto the soft bed after seeing each other with sincerity. As the lighting was bright, Tongning was able to clearly see Mo Ting's body. It definitely surpassed that of European and American male models. His body was not as skinny as Asian men, it was firm and strong. Especially his perfect muscles and tanned skin, Tongning was mesmerized by the sight of him. Mo Ting was satisfied with the way she looked at him and praised her body. Tongning's body was the golden standard for international models. She was 178 centimeters tall and her 3 measurements were perfect. However, what he was most satisfied with were her long legs. They were fair and well-proportioned. Anyone who saw them would want to commit a crime. The combination of two people with perfect bodies was like a gift from God, it was fate. Mo Ting smiled at Tongning. If we maintain this body for the rest of our lives, the chances of us getting divorced are zero. Tongning also smiled gently as she used her left hand to gently stroke Mo Ting's right earlobe. I love the smile on your face. It's like you were born with an earring. Mo Ting could no longer hold back the passion in his heart as he leaned over and kissed Tongning on the lips. His warm palms did not stop. Tongning couldn't help but moan as she kissed Mo Ting's earlobe with the same passion. The couple continued to be entangled like this. When they were tired, they would hug each other to sleep. When they woke up, they would lean against each other and whisper to each other. Afterwards, they would make love to each other again. Of course, they had not completed the final step. But, Tongning still hoped this kind of life would come to an end, it was too beautiful. Meanwhile, Han Ruoxue was having dinner with Han Yufan and Mo Euro in the hotel lobby. Seeing Mo Euro acting a little reserved, she quickly said, I'm not that scary. Ruoxue Jia. I am not satisfied with you, but no matter how I am, you are still my brother's choice. Since we are going to be a family, I will definitely stand on your side. Han Ruoxue sliced a piece of steak and placed it in her mouth. She then glanced at Mo Euro. I know you and Tongning are like fire and water, and Tongning is indeed a little too arrogant. Originally, I felt I owed her because of what happened between you two. But, from the way she has acted recently, I don't think she deserves any sympathy. Tomorrow, Secret has a meeting at 8 a.m. But, I have already asked my assistant to inform Tongning that it will only start at 9 a.m. The editor of Secret hates people being late, so Tongning will most likely be replaced tomorrow. But didn't you tell us to shoot together? Mo Euro didn't understand Han Ruoxue's actions. Saying you want to shoot together is simply to create a topic of conversation and divert the public's attention away from your scandal. In the US, it's not like Tongning is the only Asian model. When the time comes, you can simply find someone else to work with you, Han Ruoxue explained. Tongning won't give up. This is the magazine's decision, it has nothing to do with Tanny. By the time the shoot is over, your value will increase. At the same time, the cold reception Tongning receives overseas will affect her prospects in China. This will be a good lesson for her. Tongning had mentioned before, Han Ruoxue was someone that liked to control her artists. So, the way Tongning looked when she got off the plane had already made Han Ruoxue feel disgusted. It would be strange if she didn't find a way to torture her. Mo Euro looked at the two people supporting her. She felt she was about to become a superstar, while Tongning had nothing. How could she compete with her? Indeed, when Lin Wei received the meeting time from Han Ruoxue, it was 9 a.m. But, Han Ruoxue had no idea, Mo Ting had a schedule in his hands that was even more accurate than hers. So, when Tongning saw the time difference, she already had a rough idea of what was going on. Tongning, it's obvious Tanny wants to kick you out of the competition, what should you do? Han Ruoxue wants me to be late so much, I will show her I'm early. Tongning said in a low voice, but, you guys better be prepared for me to be replaced. I've already prepared myself, Lin Wei replied. At the same time, I've also prepared myself for you to take back this opportunity. The next morning, Secret Magazine headquarters. Tongning was led by the receptionist to Secret's meeting room at 7:30 a.m. She arrived half an hour earlier than Han Ruoxue and the others. But, Mo Euro guessed that Tongning was still sleeping soundly in bed. Who would have thought, by the time they arrived at the meeting room, Tongning had already been waiting for a long time. Han Ruoxue had a look of surprise on her face. She originally thought Tongning wouldn't even be able to enter the meeting room when she arrived at 9 a.m. and wouldn't have the chance to find out she had purposely delayed the meeting. But, now that Tongning had arrived early, she was sure Tongning already knew why she wanted Tongning to be eliminated. But, so what? She was the organizer of this event. She could do whatever she wanted, no one else had the right to interfere. Tongning, why are you here so early? Mo Euro scoffed. It seemed, Han Ruoxue's plan did not affect Tongning. My friend was on the way, so he gave me a lift on his way to work, Tongning explained calmly. Let's not talk anymore, the meeting is about to start, Han Ruoxue reminded the two to be quiet. Not long after, the person in charge of Secret entered the meeting room. She was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Behind her were two assistants, each carrying a tall stack of documents. Ruoxue, I've already seen the information on these two models. The woman lifted her head and glanced at Tongning and Mo Euro before continuing, but, I only want one of them. Since everyone's time is precious, I won't beat around the bush. I want Mo Euro. As for Tongning, she doesn't really fit our theme. The woman directly threw Tongning's resume on the table. It's fine if you don't want Tongning, I have other models for you to choose from. Things were just as Han Ruoxue expected. After all, this was the result of her long hours of instilling Tongning's weaknesses in the woman's ears. So, she directly pulled out the information of her models and handed it to the woman. Not only was she trying to get rid of Tongning after she was no longer of use, she was also making use of her. Not only did she help Mo Euro, she also helped her own models. Let me have a look first before I decide. The woman instructed her assistant to put away the information. After speaking, the woman was about to stand up, but Tongning held her back. I wonder what Miss Mina is talking about. The man obviously did not expect Tongning to ask, so he replied, the Oriental trend. I don't think Miss Tang is suitable for someone as inflexible as you. Miss Mina, have you seen my work? In other words, have you seen my shows? Tongning asked with a smile. Aren't you a newcomer? The man had obviously never heard of Tongning. First, let me ask you, was it Miss Han who told you I was a newcomer? Tongning asked calmly. Tongning, don't go overboard. Han Ruoxue immediately growled at Tongning, this is our decision, you have no right to interfere. You used my name to lure Mo Euro to the US, then used my name to save a spot for your newcomer. You used me so thoroughly, yet you don't want me to question you? Tongning looked at Han Ruoxue with a sharp smile. Tongning, you really don't have the slightest bit of magnanimity. My magnanimity is not used to tolerate jerks and their strange relatives. Tongning said to Han Ruoxue before turning to the representative, since you've never seen my shows, why bother putting on an act? How about this, let's make a bet. Before tomorrow morning, you will all regret it. After speaking, Tongning walked away, put on her sunglasses and left with Lin Wei and Long Jia. The representative was stunned by Tongning's imposing manner. He then asked Han Ruoxue, who is this model? Han Ruoxue's face turned red in anger as she replied, a newcomer model that will never make it to the top, she's not an important role. The representative did not think much of it as he turned around and left the meeting room, preparing to call in the other staff to discuss the price. At this time, Mo Euro stood up and added fuel to the fire. Ruoxue Jia, Tongning is getting more and more out of control. She doesn't even respect you. Han Yufan was not present. This was a battle between women, so Han Ruoxue did not hold back, she wants me to regret it? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Prepare yourself, when your value rises, Tongning will kneel on the floor and wipe your shoes for you. Okay, Ruoxue Jia, I won't let you down. Mo Euro swore to herself that she would definitely teach Tongning a lesson. Even if Tongning resisted, she wouldn't even have the chance to compete. But, was that really the case? After leaving Secret's headquarters, Tongning directly brought Lin Wei and Long Jia back to the manor. Although she was mentally prepared, Long Jia was still so angry that her body trembled. I've never seen such a shameless person. The Han family sure are one after the other. Tongning, what do you plan to do now? Lin Wei asked. We've already completely fallen out with the Han siblings. Do you think if we don't fall out, they will let me off? Tongning laughed, I've said it before, Secret will personally make a phone call tomorrow. Perhaps, we won't even have to wait until tomorrow morning. Fine, since you already have a plan, let's wait and see how it turns out. Lin Wei was actually quite curious as to how Tongning would turn the tables, but she knew Tongning was a meticulous person. If she wasn't completely confident, she wouldn't say anything. So, all they needed to do was wait patiently. In reality, before Mo Ting gave her the invitation to the U.S. photography exhibition that morning, she had been thinking of other ways to deal with him. But, Mo Ting's intention was clear. Since Mo Euro had already asked Han Ruoxue for help, what was wrong with relying on her for once? Above all, Mo Ting wasn't going to make an appearance nor help her pull some strings. He was simply giving her a chance to compete fairly with Mo Euro. So, in the end, Tongming agreed to attend the exhibition. This exhibition would be attended by many big-name photographers, magazines, and celebrities, including people from Secret. As for her mentor, the editor of Royal Magazine, he was the organizer of the exhibition. The exhibition was tonight, so as soon as Tongming returned to the manor, she immediately made preparations. Although the rules of the entertainment industry had long been set in stone, it wasn't impossible to change them. Han Ruoxue thought she was in charge, but tonight, Tongming was going to let her know she was nothing. The result of her arrogance was that she could only control a B-grade model like Mo Euro to satisfy her vanity. She didn't need people to remember she was once Kira. All she had to do was stand by her mentor's side and everyone would know her status was not ordinary. Was she a newcomer? Who defined that? Mo Ting instructed for a lot of dresses to be prepared. He even personally picked out a metal-printed strapless dress for her. It had a white base and the floral print was a classic Oriental ink painting. As the dress had a strong Oriental feel to it, it accentuated the classic aura of an Oriental beauty. On top of that, Tongming's slim waist and long, pale legs. Her gentleness and charm were instantly released into the air like a fragrance. Mo Ting stood behind Tongming and pressed his chest tightly against her back. He wrapped his arms around her waist, unwilling to let go. You are like a work of art. That is because you have good taste, Tongming praised. She had no idea Mo Ting understood her to this extent. He knew Secret was planning to shoot the Oriental trend and knew they were trying to humiliate her because she was a newcomer. So, Mo Ting deliberately chose this dress to show Secret how much of a loss they would be if they didn't choose Tongming. Why are you a model? I really want to hide you away, Mo Ting complained as he placed his chin on Tongming's shoulder. Then why don't you say that even Han Ruoxue goes crazy when she sees you? Tongming immediately retorted before smiling, don't worry, we can only touch each other. That's true. After speaking, Mo Ting turned Tongming around and kissed her on the lips. The couple stood in front of the mirror, passionately entangled. Tongming could even see her own expression through the mirror. Mo Ting's kiss was truly enjoyable. Whether it was lingering or passionate, his lips were exclusive to her alone. If another woman had kissed Mo Ting, she would feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. Okay, I'm going to be late, Tongming pushed Mo Ting away with a red face. After we get home, you need to compensate me double, Mo Ting gently let go of her. Tongming nodded her head as she placed a kiss on Mo Ting's ear. I will give you whatever compensation you want. The photography exhibition was scheduled to open at 7 p.m. in an abandoned park in the U.S. Tongming arrived not too late, but not too early either. By the time she pulled out her invitation, there were already plenty of famous people gathered in the exhibition hall. Of course, this included her mentor, Bertha. Everyone was competing with each other, but most of them were wearing Western styles. Only Tongming, who was wearing an Oriental-style short dress, immediately attracted the attention of many people. Including the person in charge of Secret, Mina, who had just rejected her earlier in the day. She walked over to Tongming with a glass of champagne in her hand and said in a mocking tone, I never thought you would chase me all the way here just to get back on the front cover. Tongming let out a gentle laugh and said in a dignified manner, I think Miss Mina has misunderstood. There's nothing to misunderstand. You knew that I was going to film the Oriental trend, so you purposely appeared dressed like this. Unfortunately, once I've made up my mind, I'll never change it. Mina thought Tongming was referring to her appearance. Although she was indeed beautiful, Secret wouldn't go so far as to change their mind just because of a model. Also, President Han from Tianyi said you have a bad character. From the looks of it, he was right. You are indeed trying to use this opportunity to get ahead. I've said it before, my outfit today has nothing to do with Secret, Tongming emphasized once again. This time, her voice was obviously louder as she attracted the attention of Bertha, who was watching the exhibition with the other VIPs. You sure are scheming. No wonder Ruoxue warned me to be cautious. Miss Mina, you really think too highly of yourself. After speaking, Tongming turned her gaze to Bertha who was standing behind Mina with a smile on her face, mentor. Bertha looked at Tongming in surprise before excitedly hugging Tongming in her arms. Oh, my dear darling, it's been a while. How have you been? I've been great, but mentor, I've run into a bit of trouble, Tongning explained. Hearing this, Bertha finally remembered the reason she had come. It was because she had heard the two arguing. So, she let go of Tongning and looked at Mina. What's going on? How was this possible? Mina was surprised. Didn't Tongning come to redeem herself from the front cover? How did she know the editor of Royal Magazine? And they were so close. Tongning did not hide anything as she directly explained the situation to Bertha. After hearing this, Bertha felt the people at Secret were crazy. She was also quite direct with her words as she directly fired at Mina. This is the reason why your magazine has declined to this day. You actually rejected my darling and asked for a B-grade model, yet you're still so happy about it? Oh my god, this is unbelievable. Do you know how many awards Kira has received on the runway in France? Isn't she a new model? Mina was stunned. She walked on Master Bonai's show and appeared at the finale. At that time, she was only 18 years old. You didn't even know where you were. After speaking, Bertha affectionately hooked her arm around Tongning's. Baby, don't be angry. Whatever cover you want to appear on, just tell your mentor. Mina stared blankly at the two as they walked away. Her heart was burning with anger. She had listened to Hanruo and given up on Tongning. Who would have thought? She had once again become a stupid person who bought the casket and returned the pearls. No, she had to get Tongning back. This was the only thought in Mina's mind. She had completely forgotten that she had previously said she wouldn't change her mind for the sake of a model. Tongning did not turn around to look at Mina. She could guess what Mina was thinking. But, she rejected Bertha's good intentions and told her everything she had experienced over the years. Mentor, I am well aware of my current position. I need to take one step at a time and reclaim the position that belongs to me. So, I thank you for your good intentions. Baby, as long as you have a clear mind, it's never too late to start again. Bertha nodded. Thank you, mentor. Look at you, you are the center of attention. You haven't changed at all. Hearing the compliments, Tongning smiled modestly. She knew, in this world, there were too many talented people. She was nothing compared to them. After the photography exhibition ended, Bertha sent someone to escort Tongning out. At this time, Mina suddenly appeared and blocked Tongning's car. Can you give me 5 minutes to talk to me? What else do we have to talk about? Tongning asked straightforwardly. As long as you are willing to appear on our cover, you can ask for anything. I will do whatever you ask for. Even if you have to go against Hanruo? Tongning looked at the people outside and asked in a dangerous and flippant manner, I am a vengeful person. I already said, I will do whatever it takes. Then, I will wait to see your sincerity. Tongning smiled as she wound up the window and signaled for the driver to set off. Hanruo, you will find out tomorrow, everything has changed. After returning to the manor, Lin Wei and Long Jia welcomed her and anxiously grabbed onto her arm. Tongning simply smiled. She would not let down everyone's expectations, especially the man who had made meticulous arrangements for her. Long Jia noticed Tongning's gaze was fixated on the man sitting on the sofa reading through documents. She smiled ambiguously and pushed Tongning over. Let's not be a third wheel anymore, hurry and accompany him. After speaking, Long Jia and Lin Wei returned to their respective rooms. However, a moment later, Long Jia returned with her phone in hand. She looked at Tongning helplessly. Han Yufan is calling, are you going to pick up? Tongning glanced at Mo Ting and nodded her head before taking the phone from Long Jia's hands. Tongning, since the magazine didn't choose you, you should return home tomorrow. There's no point in staying here. Don't blame my sister for being heartless, she is doing this for the sake of Tianyi. It was the magazine that didn't want you, you have no right to blame anyone, Han Yufan said as if it was the right thing to do. After using me, you want to kick me aside, yet you expect me to accept it? Tongning's tone was calm, but there was a hint of ridicule in her tone. Why can't you just give up? Why do you always target Euro? Why can't you just let us go? Han Yufan asked impatiently. Towards Tongning, he felt she was a heavy and troublesome burden. He wanted to get rid of the persistent Tongning, but Tongning kept pushing him. I have no reason to give way to a jerk. Tongning's tone was firm. I know this industry is like this. Today, Mo Euro has a powerful background, so she can step on me and use me to advance. But, it doesn't mean she will still be lucky tomorrow. You already have no chance, get over it. It's not Yuro's fault that I love her. My sister is right, you don't have the slightest bit of magnanimity. Tongming suddenly clenched her left hand. Mo Ting seemed to sense her emotions as he wrapped his warm palm around her. Han Yufan was a heartless person, otherwise, he wouldn't have treated Tongming, who had endured for him for so many years, like this. He took away her love, destroyed her career, and now he wanted her to selflessly sacrifice herself for his new love, even squeezing every last bit of her flesh and blood dry. Your selfishness will only push Mo Yuro deeper into hell. After speaking, Tongming hung up the phone and tried her best to calm down. Mo Ting put down the document, held onto her hands and gently shook her body. I'm fine. I just feel disgusted from time to time. I haven't trained my heart to be that strong. Did you see your mentor? Mo Ting did not probe further and simply asked about the outcome of the night. Yes, it went well. I've also gotten to know a lot of famous photographers. Mo Ting, I'm really happy. The only thing missing is you. Just a moment ago, I was thinking, if I could hold your hand at an event like this, how wonderful would that be? There will be opportunities in the future, Mo Ting said meaningfully. Are you tired? Do you want me to give you a massage? After speaking, Tongming knelt beside Mo Ting, ready to give him a massage. However, Mo Ting turned around, grabbed onto her hand and carried her in his arms. I want you to massage somewhere else for me, hubby. I won't make you wait too long, Tongming mumbled passionately as she hugged Mo Ting. Under the moonlight, Tongming hugged Mo Ting as she mumbled passionately, because I've realized, every time I think about someone else kissing your lips, it makes me feel uncomfortable. The next morning, secret headquarters. Mina once again called Mo Yuro and the others to the conference room for a meeting. Yesterday, they had only drafted the contract, today was the official signing. Mo Yuro wanted to participate in the magazine shoot as soon as possible because the child in her stomach was already over a month old. If she delayed any longer, it would be easy for others to find out. The top 10 model awards would be held in half a month's time. She wanted to use Secret's results to clinch the top 10 model awards and advance towards becoming an A-grade model. As Secret was a weekly magazine, they were released before the awards. So, whether or not she could trigger the Oriental trend would also be considered for the top 10 model awards. 5 minutes later, Mina entered the conference room. As she looked at Mo Yuro and Han Ruoxue, her eyes carried a hint of ridicule. However, they didn't notice it. Mina, we are ready, we can start filming at any time. Don't worry, Yuro is a very professional model. She will definitely be able to complete Secret's mission and trigger the Oriental trend. Also, we have already arranged for Tongming to return to China. She won't cause us any more trouble, after all, as you know, she isn't easy to deal with. Mina sneered as she fiddled with the pen in her hand, but, what should we do? I'm so sorry Ruoxue, it's a pity I didn't come here to sign a contract with you today. I've changed models again. After speaking, Mina tore Mo Yuro's contract into pieces. I don't plan on using the 2 models you have anymore. These are the conditions they agreed to give me. Hearing this, Han Ruoxue slammed the table in anger. Mina, what do you mean by this? Han Ruoxue never expected Secret would suddenly change their mind. Don't you understand what I mean? I said I don't want to sign Mo Yuro, yet for the sake of your own family's private matters, you're giving me a model that's not up to standard. Han Ruoxue, is this how you treat your friends? I don't understand what you're saying, Han Ruoxue was confused. Fine, then let me ask you, why did you tell me Tongming is a new model? She has won international awards and rankings, and is also the proud disciple of the chief editor of Royal Magazine. But what did you tell me? Were you afraid I wouldn't want Mo Yuro, so you deliberately slandered her? Mina scoffed loudly. Han Ruoxue choked. Did you know, because of your selfishness, I lost face at the photography exhibition last night? Mina continued to criticize Han Ruoxue, completely disregarding their past friendship. Han Ruoxue, I don't care what you do behind my back, nor do I have the ability to do so. But, in front of me, you better keep your schemes to yourself. But, you can't just say you don't want her. You've seen Mo Yuro's professionalism, regarding this matter, it's not up to me. I've already agreed to a model I've worked so hard to sign. If you want to plead for her, look for her. As long as she agrees to work with Moyuro, I have no objections. Mina placed the shredded contract on the table and turned to ask her assistant, is she here? She's here. Hearing this, Han Ruoxiue clenched her teeth. I want to see how amazing this model that made you break your contract with me is. Han Ruoxiue turned her head and looked at the entrance of the meeting room. Meanwhile, Han Yufan and Moyuro glared angrily at the door. Who was it that had come to ruin their plans again? Moyuro was even more furious. It wasn't easy for her to get rid of Tongning, but who would have thought, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, there was someone else trying to steal her away. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly became extremely tense. At this time, the door to the meeting room was pushed open and a beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Tongning, it was actually Tongning, it was Tongning again. Han Ruoxiue clenched her fists tightly. She never expected Tongning had managed to convince Mina once again and come back. Meanwhile, Moyuro and Han Yufan stood up at the same time. This was impossible, Tongning had already been eliminated. What did she do to make Secret decide to hire her again? After careful consideration, Secret has unanimously decided to hire Tongning as our model, Mina announced loudly to the people in front of her. Her eyes looked at the people in front of her in a flirtatious manner. This is also an artist of Tianyi, but I can't feel any happiness from you. Could it be that Tongning isn't a model of Tianyi? Tongning, what trick did you use? Why did you steal the front cover that belonged to me? Moyuro couldn't take it anymore and questioned Tongning. The front cover that belonged to you? Tongning maintained her usual smile, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. You used my popularity to go overseas and used the excuse of competing on the same stage as me to create gossip to suppress your scandal. But, after you arrived overseas, you got rid of me as soon as I was no longer needed. You slandered my image in front of my business partners and fabricated my resume. Is this how the front cover of this magazine belongs to you? I simply took back what belonged to me. I simply took back the fairness that belonged to me. If you use your background to step on me, that's your ability. But, if I use my own ability to take back the front page, that's my ability. I won't steal from anyone. But, no one can step on my head. It's that simple. Every word Tongning said was firm and powerful. It made Mina, who had previously misunderstood her, look at her in a new light. What a tough temper. Tongning, I've said it before, this is a crucial time for Euro. The entire Tianyi should help her get through this. Han Yufan angrily challenged Tongning, can you not be so selfish? Why does she have difficulties? Isn't it all because of you? I've said it before, I don't care how you want to support her, but, if she wants to step on me to climb up, I'll only make her fall even worse. Tongning, Mina just said. As long as you agree, Euro can still participate in Secret magazine. She doesn't have much time left, she is about to enter the top 10 model awards. Why should I agree? If she's in trouble, that's her problem. Do I have the obligation to help? Which law says that? Tongning asked in amusement. Isn't Ruoxiue Jia very capable? Tell her to pick up another magazine. Tongning, don't go overboard, Han Ruoxiue stomped her feet angrily. Mina couldn't be bothered to watch Tianyi's internal conflict. She simply patted Tongning on the shoulder and said, Tongning, I'll wait for you for half an hour. In half an hour, let me know your decision. Do you want to do it on your own, or do you want Moyuro to participate? Thank you, Mina, Tongning nodded. Perfect, there were some things she couldn't say in front of outsiders. I've left a few bodyguards at the door for you. If anyone tries to harm you, just give them a shout, Tongning smiled again. She still had Long Jia and Lin Wei behind her, so she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. As soon as Han Ruoxiue saw Mina walk out, she immediately placed her palms on the table and asked Tongning, what do you want? This is not the attitude you should have when begging someone, Tongning faced Han Ruoxiue calmly. You are well aware of what your brother has done. In this industry, we are well aware of how they support the strong and step on the weak. I know what I'm trying to say to you right now is useless. Since both sides hate each other, why should we cooperate? Why don't you go beg someone else? Han Ruoxiue's eyes turned red, but, at this moment, she had no other choice. After all, she was a manager from another agency. Getting involved in Tiany's matters was already a breach of contract. She couldn't help Mo in a high-profile manner. Plus, how could an opportunity come by so easily? So, she could only soften her attitude. Tell me your request, Tonning. If you push it too far, no one will have a good ending. Mo said, I'm trying to steal what belongs to her. No, it's Mo who needs your help. Han Ruashiwe gritted her teeth as she replied. In reality, deep down, she wanted Tonning to disappear. But, deep down, Tonning also felt the same way. However, these people's repeated provocations made her understand one thing: if she could avoid reasoning with these people, she would rather choose benefits. So, she glanced at the unconvinced Mo and raised her eyebrows. I can give Mo this chance, but I have a condition. Speak. Han Ruashiwe said as she held back her anger. I want Tiany to promise me that from today onwards, I will be able to choose my own endorsements. In other words, I can choose whatever I want. Tiany has no right to interfere, and they can't give me work that I don't agree to, Tonning said straightforwardly. That's impossible, Han Ruashiwe was clear. What's the difference between this and terminating your contract or setting up your own studio? You can choose not to agree. After all, I will still get this result. But, are you sure Mo can continue to wait? Han Ruashiwe glanced at Han Yufan. The two of them lowered their heads in deep thought. In the end, Han Ruashiwe told Tonning, the most I can agree to is that you have the right to speak, which means I won't randomly give you work. As for the projects you want to collaborate with, the agency must keep a close eye on them. Otherwise, if you accept all sorts of things, what will happen to the agency's reputation? Tonning, no artist can be above the agency. The agency can keep a close eye on them, but I want all the higher-ups to be present to make the final decision. I have long lost trust in Han Yufan. Other agencies always send good resources to their artists. I am not asking you to give me resources, I just want you to not interfere. And one more thing. Don't tie Mo down. Han Ruashiwe sneered. She didn't believe Tonning would be able to make a comeback. She was simply trying to gain a quick advantage. Once Mo's status rose, how difficult would it be for Tiany to slander another artist? When that time came, she would create a bit of trouble for Tonning in the industry. She didn't believe Tonning's career would be so smooth sailing. So, she agreed, this was a temporary solution. Since she couldn't directly step on Tonning, then she would let her compete with Mo. She wanted to see, with her top manager, whether Tonning could be more professional than Mo. I agree, Han Ruashiwe nodded her head in agreement. Hearing these words, Lin Wei, who was standing behind Tonning, was completely in awe of Tonning's ability to think. At this moment, Tonning was standing on top of Han Ruashiwe's head. Unlike other artists, who only cared about slapping people in the face to vent their anger, Tonning directly asked Han Ruashiwe for a special privilege. From now on, Tiany had no right to interfere with her projects. In other words, she was already a semi-freelance manager. Tonning understood these B*****s too well. She needed to gain the right to make sure Han Yufan couldn't do things like secret again. This was much more useful than humiliating a few people. Tonning's mind was clear. Lin Wei sincerely thought, even if she didn't need a manager or an assistant, she could still make a name for herself. Think about it, which artist would take care of their own manager? Even so, Lin Wei didn't want to leave Tonning. There were so many things she could learn by following Tonning. Above all, she was shocked by Tonning's words, I am simply trying to get back the fairness that belongs to me. In this industry, there was no fairness to speak of. Tonning, on the other hand, was like a clear stream. So she wasn't afraid to share the stage with Mo. With Tonning's professionalism, defeating Mo in a second was too easy. Above all, in Tonning's heart, she needed a chance to compete with Mo on the same stage. After all, she had once been Mo's substitute. She needed to use this opportunity to show the public that her substitute had nothing to do with professionalism. Winning against Mo was like playing a game. In the end, both parties came to an agreement. Tiany would no longer randomly arrange Tonning's work. Instead, Tonning's projects would be voted on by the higher-ups of Tiany. With the higher-up supervision, it would be impossible for Han Yufan to hide the truth from the masses. On top of that, most of Tonning's projects were profitable, so the chances of them disagreeing were almost zero. On the other hand, Tonning agreed to let Mo Euro film with her. For secret. The two of them would work together to create a hot topic and guide the Oriental trend. When Mina finally heard Tonning's opinion, she was surprised that Tonning was still willing to accept Mo Euro. Her respect for Tonning grew even more. How strong did Tonning's heart have to be able to tolerate her opponent's slander and attacks that almost destroyed her? Tonning, you really surprised me. I am looking forward to seeing you on the front cover of the magazine. Plus, I want to apologize for underestimating you time and time again. It's alright. Tonning didn't mind. She knew these businessmen too well. Because of this, she knew that subduing them was better than offending them. I wish us a happy cooperation. Before Han Ruoxiue and the others left, they glared coldly at Tonning. Their eyes were filled with a cold intent. From this moment onwards, the Han family and Tonning could no longer exist together. But, so what? If she was afraid, she wouldn't have said such a thing in the conference room today. However, before leaving secret, Han Ruoxiue warned Tonning, I don't know if you are too smart or too stupid. Tonning, although you were once famous, that is in the past. Yet, for the sake of a little profit, you are going against the company. You do not have a strong background, even if you can be proud for a few days, you will not be able to go far. You don't need to worry about that, Tonning replied calmly. Long Jia sneered from behind. They had Mo Ting. Even if Tonning was nothing, she was still the wife of the CEO of Hai Rui Entertainment. When the truth is revealed, you guys will all be shocked to death. Tonning, I originally remembered the beautiful things that happened between us. But, after today, all I feel towards you is disgust, Han Yufan said to Tonning. Han Yufan said to Tonning as he held Mo Euro in his arms. His expression was cold and his eyes were filled with hatred towards Tonning. Mo Euro was proud. This was the first time Han Yufan had seriously expressed his feelings towards Tonning. This also meant, from now on, no matter what Tonning did, he would never rekindle his feelings for her. For Tonning, this was a fatal blow. Of course, this was all in her imagination. Because, as Tonning prepared to leave, she simply smiled when she heard this, I thought you already felt my disgust towards you. Tonning's calm reply caused Long Jia and Lin Wei to laugh. Afterwards, the three boarded the car and left Han Yufan's line of sight without looking back. Ah! Long Jia let out an unbridled yell in the car, today was too satisfying. Haha, tonight I want to drink champagne to celebrate. Every time I think about Han Ruoxiue's twisted facial features, I really want to take a picture of her and let her see how ugly she is. Lin Wei turned to look at Tonning from the front passenger seat. She was a little confused. Did you already plan to ask Tianyi for the right to speak? If I don't do this, before Mo Euro is brought down, she will continue to use me to get ahead. So, I need to get the right to speak. Tonning looked down at the contract that Han Yufan had written. She carefully checked if there were any loopholes. However, she realized there were a lot of legal terms that she didn't understand. She still needed Mo Ting's help. You mean you will completely bring down Mo Euro? Lin Wei still didn't know about Mo Euro's pregnancy. The time is not right yet. Lin Wei looked into Tonning's eyes and didn't ask any further. If Tonning wanted to say something, she would say it sooner or later. So, what Lin Wei needed to do now was to give Tonning more trust. Only then could their relationship be truly unbreakable. Haha, Mo Euro still wants to compete with you on who is more professional. Tonning, turn her into your prop. Indeed, let's not talk about the long term. Secret shoot was the most important thing at the moment. Didn't the domestic and international fans want to see who was more professional? After returning to the manor, Mo Ting still hadn't returned home. The three women sat on the carpet in the living room and casually drank some red wine. Tonning, can you cook? I really can't stand American fast food. But, I don't want to move. Tonning said lazily as she leaned back on the sofa. Oh God, we still have to eat steak, fries, and burgers for another week. Let my husband cook. Tonning smiled, but, I don't think he will be able to cook for you. Are you saying Big Boss knows how to cook? Long Jia looked like she had discovered a new continent as she hugged onto Tongning's arm and asked. His skills aren't bad. Tongning. Tongning, please, let us have a feast. Long Jia clasped her hands together, her attitude was sincere. She wanted to know if Big Boss was really as legendary as Tongning made him out to be. Even if it's just a small bite will do. What's so difficult about that? At this time, Mo Ting's voice came from behind them. Tongning looked at Mo Ting. Under the sunlight, his handsome face captivated her. To celebrate Tongning getting back what belongs to her, I will cook. But, from now on, if anyone dares to let Tongning into the kitchen, I will not be polite. Big Boss was too protective, wasn't he? Long Jia didn't dare to say another word. Tongning, on the other hand, smiled gently. Mo Ting's thoughtfulness made her heart feel warm like the winter sun. As for the results of the meeting at secret, Tongning showed Mo Ting the supplementary contract she received. Mo Ting sat on the sofa as he gently stroked Tongning's hair. The scene was so natural and warm, it made one feel like it was the most beautiful picture in the world. The entertainment industry is constantly changing. Every day, there are newcomers who rise to fame. No one can predict what will happen tomorrow. Han Ruoxue must still be dreaming of helping Mo Euro make a comeback. That's why she agreed to the supplementary contract so easily. She knows, as long as Mo Euro makes a comeback, it would be easy for her to step on you again. That's right. When I was looking up Mo Euro on the news, all that came up was the professional competition between Mo Euro and Tongning. The so-called experts in the modeling industry have also started comparing their past works. There are even people in the industry that believe Tongning was once Mo Euro's body double. They say if the two of them were to appear on the same stage, Tongning would only look like a second Mo Euro. They say she is the most beautiful Oriental model and can create an Oriental hurricane. They even compare their body parts. They say that apart from her legs, Tongning has no advantage over Mo Euro. They say Mo Euro is naturally flirtatious and Tongning is stiff and rigid. What kind of joke is this? With Mo Euro's standards? Long Jia was angry just thinking about it. This is a common tactic used to create hype. There's nothing to be angry about. Let Mo Euro suppress her in every aspect, Tongning comforted Long Jia. Mo Ting did not say a word. His obsidian-like eyes glowed with a hint of playfulness and mockery. Tongning took one glance at him and shook Missouri Ting's knee. Are you thinking the same thing as me? Overpraising her to death, Mo Ting simply replied. As expected, Tongning held onto Mo Ting's hand tightly. The person who understood her the most and didn't need her to waste time explaining, was Mo Ting. Since the news that Han Ruoxue had sent out was all about supporting one and stepping on the other. She kept saying that Mo Euro was suppressing her in all aspects, then why shouldn't she help Han Ruoxue? He wanted Mo Euro to become arrogant and let everyone have high hopes for her. He wanted her to become a rising superstar in the modeling industry and attract the attention of the most popular models. Only like this, the higher Mo Euro climbed, the more professional she would be when everyone saw her and the harder she would fall. At this time, we don't need to speak up, and we don't need to increase the popularity of others. You just need to show your professionalism, and that will be the most impeccable counterattack. Lin Wei listened to Mo Ting's words and then looked at Tongning. In front of Han Yufan, Tongning was as sharp as a hedgehog, no one could take advantage of her. But in front of Mo Ting, Tongning was like a little woman that needed her husband's protection. She didn't rely on Mo Ting, but she listened to his advice. Perhaps, in her heart, only Mo Ting could make her truly obedient. In front of everyone, the strong and firm Tongning only showed her gentleness in front of Mo Ting. It seemed, she only treated him specially. Husband and wife, they were a perfect match, Lin Wei thought to herself. Plus, with such a high IQ combination, she was already looking forward to what kind of miracle Tongning would create for secret. As for Mo Euro, she was also curious. Since Han Ruoxue had placed Mo Euro on such a high pedestal, how was Tongning going to kill her? In the kitchen, Mo Ting had already rolled up his sleeves and was busy cooking. However, Tongning, who had just finished showering, was wearing Mo Ting's shirt as she hugged him from behind. Ting, the smoke is so heavy, let's go outside and wait. Mo Ting focused on the fish in his hands. What should I do? You treat me so well, I'm starting to get scared, Tongning said as she buried her head into Emo Ting's back. You know, I don't have a sense of security. I'm afraid, one day, you will also abandon me and walk away. Then are you going to watch me walk away? If that day really comes, Tongning, who is so ambitious in her career, doesn't have the courage to win me over? I also need to be coaxed. Hearing Emo Ting's last sentence, Tongning smiled as she removed one of Emo Ting's hands and forced her way between his arms. She then slowly undid 2 buttons on his shirt and waited until his chest muscles were revealed. She then buried her head under his shirt and peeked out with her eyes. You are really hindering me from cooking, Emo Ting laughed. Tongning originally had her back to Emo Ting's chest, but after hearing his words, she suddenly turned around and pressed her icy cold lips against his chest. Are you referring to this? Emo Ting quietly washed away the fishy smell on his hands in the sink before hugging Tongning tightly. Are you planning to give me a dessert before dinner? Tongning's fingers circled around inside Emo Ting's shirt. Then, do you think it's sweet? Emo Ting lost his breath as he pulled Tongning out from under his shirt, lifted her chin and forcefully kissed her. You will know how sweet it is once you eat it. Emo Ting loved Tongning's ever-changing attitude when it came to this. It was completely different from her usual meek self. Sometimes she was seductive, sometimes she was gentle, sometimes she was indulgent, and sometimes she was open. All of these made him want to devour her completely. As their tongues danced, their breathing became flirtatious, making the dinner even more interesting. Especially when Emo Ting touched Tongning's leg. He thought, after preparing for a few days, it was time to deliver another surprise to her. By the time dinner was ready, it was already 2 hours later. As Xianxia looked at the sumptuous feast in front of her, she was beyond shocked. She had never imagined the almighty CEO of Hai Rui, the big boss of the entertainment industry, could cook without any hesitation. No wonder Tongning was so obedient to him. Thank you, big boss, for your reward. Put away the urge to auction off the food on your plate. Tongning couldn't help but laugh. How did you know? Tongning, I am so happy. Xianxia rubbed her head against Tongning's arm. But, you and Big Boss have been in the kitchen for 2 hours. What have you two been doing? Hurry up and eat. After dinner, there is one more thing we need to do tonight. Emo Ting quickly diverted their attention. What is it? Tongning asked curiously. You will know when the time comes. Emo Ting patted her head lovingly. Xianxia and Lin Wei felt their blood run cold. From their point of view, apart from Emo Ting, there was no one else in this world that could make Tongning so obedient and look up to him. However, an even more unexpected surprise was yet to come. After dinner, Emo Ting brought Tongning to the hall of the manor. At this time, there were already a few American men gathered there. Tongning didn't understand Emo Ting's intention, but Emo Ting simply comforted her. Don't be nervous. Not long after, the American man approached Emo Ting to talk to him. At this time, Tongning finally understood their conversation and understood Emo Ting's intention. He wanted to buy insurance for her legs. It wasn't anything new for famous celebrities to buy insurance for their bodies, but most of them did it for the sake of creating hype. So, Tongning quickly grabbed onto Emo Ting. Emo Ting. I don't need it. Don't think too much about it. You need to take good care of your legs. They are the most beautiful pair of legs I've seen on the runway. But Tongning was still a little hesitant. Listen to me. Emo Ting pushed her towards the appraiser. You don't want me to do anything for you. Are you going to refuse to buy insurance for you? Tongning was helpless. Although her legs were beautiful, she wasn't that famous at the moment, so the estimated price shouldn't be too expensive. Thinking of this, Tongning let him do as he pleased and allowed the appraiser to measure. However, before the appraiser could give a price, Emo Ting directly said, no matter what the final price is, I will increase the insurance amount by 10 times. If that was the case, it would cost over 100 million. Lin Wei and Xianxia, who were standing silently to one side, were so shocked that their mouths were about to be filled with eggs. Most importantly, Emo Ting wasn't doing this for the sake of creating hype. He simply wanted to buy insurance for Tongning because the ultimate beneficiary of this insurance was Tongning. From now on, no matter what happened to her legs, she would receive compensation from the insurance company. Wasn't this a little too much? Tongning did not say a word the entire time. Her heart was a little confused. However, Mo Ting wrapped his arm around her shoulder and said, in this complicated industry, there are many uncertainties and uncertainties. I can't guarantee that in 10 or 20 years, Hai Rui will still be as glorious as it is today. So, I want to do my best to give you a little more stability. I want your future path to be filled with security. In that case, why didn't you buy insurance for yourself? Tongning's tears uncontrollably rolled down her cheeks. Mo Ting leaned over and laughed beside her ear, because I don't have legs as beautiful as yours. At this moment, within the brightly lit living room, all Tongning could see was the Mo Ting who had sacrificed so much for her without asking for anything in return. She had married him with a motive, but he had never cared about the gains or losses. In fact, he had given her his full trust. Do you know how many vows you'll make me swear in my heart by doing this? What? Don't ever leave this man, unless I die, Tongning said in seriousness. Mo Ting smiled with his usual elegance and charm. As long as he felt it was worth it, no matter how much he had to sacrifice, he was willing to do it without any regrets. Tongning was the first person he had ever met that could make him sacrifice without asking for anything in return. This was how the world worked. There were people who trampled on your heart, and there were also people who treated you like a treasure. Therefore, you should never be sad for a scumbag. As long as you were outstanding and hardworking enough, there would always be people more outstanding than you who were willing to give you the warmth you wanted. Tongning is now very valuable. Long Jia whispered to Lin Wei. Over $100 million in insurance. That's enough to buy the entire Tianyi. Right now, I really want to tell that scumbag, Han Yufan, to thank you for not marrying him. Long Jia winked at Lin Wei. Tell him to hug that shameless B-grade model and scram as far away as he can. Han Yufan must have never imagined, while he was racking his brain trying to think of a way to deal with Tongning, someone was willing to give her a $100 million insurance policy. Indeed, with Secrets magazine shoot around the corner, Han Yufan was constantly in touch with the domestic media to ensure Mo Euro's exposure. Every day, he would release a press release. If it wasn't better than anyone, it was better than anyone else. Her exposure continued to skyrocket. In comparison, when they released the same press release, there were only a few mentions of Tongning, and they were all mixed in with news about Mo Euro. Because of this, the fans began to panic. The official fan club approached Lin Wei a few times to ask about Tongning's situation, but Tongning always made a shushing gesture. Lin Wei understood what she meant. Secrets magazine was only a third-rate brand overseas. There was no need to make such a big deal out of it, it would make them appear short-sighted. So, Lin Wei simply replied with 3 words, trust Tongning. Because of these 3 words, Tongning's fans were suddenly comforted. They remembered how Tongning had always kept a low profile. No matter what happened, no matter good or bad, she always knew what she wanted and had her own plans. President Han Euro's popularity has increased once again. Mo Euro's assistant looked at the comments on the webpage and reported. What about the ones mentioning Tongning? Han Yufan asked. This is all thanks to Ruoxue. GSPR skills. We used Tongning to raise her popularity, then used an A-list celebrity to raise her value. Naturally, we didn't need to mention Tongning in our press releases. Although we were at odds with the fans of other media outlets, Tongning's popularity was still a far cry from Euro's. It's the press release that worked. Han Ruoxue looked at the route she had planned for Mo Euro and said coldly, right now, we have control of the topic and our popularity. But if we want to beat Tongning, we still need to see the results of Secret's shoot. If Euro's press release is as good as this, then after returning to China, Tongning will have nothing to do with us. I have confidence, Mo Euro assured everyone. I've seen Tongning's shows before, I don't think I'm any worse than her. Don't forget, she has been my body double a few times. Of course, she had no idea, in order to imitate her, Tongning had lowered her standards by quite a few levels. As for the photographer, I will contact the PR department. When you do the cover shoot, I will try to make sure you are the main focus. Euro, you need to think about how to present the Oriental trend theme. I will think about it. This is your first time sharing the stage with Tongning. You should know, this doesn't only affect you. If you lose, the entire Tianyi will be humiliated along with you and Yufan will be questioned by others. So, you have to win this battle, Han Ruoxue reminded Mo Euro in seriousness. Yesterday, Tongning humiliated you guys in such a way, I will definitely help you get back at her, Mo Euro said confidently. Mo Euro said confidently. Her rising popularity in China had given her a lot of confidence. Tomorrow, it was time for her and Tongning to fight to the death. Mo Euro PK Tongning, new goddess vs popular supermodel. Tongning and Mo Euro competing in the same frame, this was the hottest topic that Long Jia saw on the morning of the magazine shoot. Of course, they knew this was Han Ruoxue's way of helping Mo Euro gain popularity. This was how the internet worked. Just yesterday, Mo Euro was a mistress and a SL*T in the eyes of netizens. Today, she had become a goddess in their hearts and the best model in their eyes. However, the entertainment industry was this realistic, no one could predict what would happen to them tomorrow. But, without a doubt, Tianyi's investment in Mo Euro was 100%. Before the magazine shoot had even started, Mo Euro's support team had already arrived at the entrance of Secret's headquarters. In order to help Mo Euro gain popularity, the jerk has brought out all his skills. I heard before the shoot, there will be an interview about the two of you. Long Jia looked at the photos online with disdain. At the same time, she revealed a sense of worry. Tongning, are you really not going to do anything? Look at Mo Euro, not only does she publish 3 articles a day, she even interacts with her fans and supports her. She is being treated like an international superstar. She has already defeated the most popular international supermodel, it's normal for her to be treated like this. Tongning sat in the car and casually flipped through the past issues of Secrets magazine. Today, you guys need to learn how to praise others more. It's a good opportunity to raise your standards. Praise what? Long Jia didn't understand what Tongning meant, but Lin Wei reacted quickly. She turned her head and reminded Long Jia, did you forget what Tongning said last night? Long Jia thought for a moment and finally remembered, oh, right, praise to death. This was a very common tactic in the industry. Management companies often used it to teach a lesson to those artists who became arrogant after gaining a bit of fame. They would push them to the top, making them feel that they were the strongest in the universe, and at the same time, let others think that they were the best in the world. Then, they would let them fall from the top, letting them see that they were just ants. Since Mo Euro wanted to be number 1 in the world so badly, then let her be. Han Ruoxue had already made enough enemies for her. Of course, Han Ruoxue's intention was to warn Mo Euro that she could only rely on Tianyi and not think about finding someone else to rely on once she became famous. For Mo Euro, Han Ruoxue has put in a lot of effort. Unfortunately, Mo Euro's ability cannot support her ambition. Whether or not I can afford it, we'll know after the magazine shoot. Tongning remained as calm as still water. This was her normal state after separating from Mo Ting, no one could tell what she was thinking from her expression. This smile of hers was a mask that resisted all pretense from the outside world. Not long after, the group arrived at Secret's headquarters. Tongning was invited to the waiting room prepared by the magazine. Of course, this was to be shared by her and Mo Euro. Secret's fashion designer quickly measured Tongning's body size and was amazed by her beautiful legs. Afterwards, she placed a traditional Eastern dress in front of her. With your temperament, I think lighter-colored clothes are more suitable for you. Tongning smiled without commenting on the designer's suggestion. It was probably because they were in a different industry, they had different understandings. But, Long Jia couldn't help but interrupt, our Tongning can handle any type of clothing, she doesn't need to be picky. At this moment, Mo Euro entered the waiting room accompanied by her assistant. Seeing Tongning sitting in front of the mirror, she angrily walked over to Tongning. Her expression was arrogant as she grabbed the lipstick from Tongning's hands and said to her, it must be because you're used to being a stunt double, so you don't have the right to choose your clothes. That's why you've forgotten what it means to be picky. After speaking, Mo Euro walked over to the clothes rack and pointed to a few outfits. She said to the designer, I want to try these outfits on. Mo Euro was indeed good at picking out clothes because she understood her advantages. As for Tongning, she indeed didn't know how to pick out clothes because, for her, clothes were something she should be able to handle and something she should be able to display. In this world, fashion shows weren't designed for a certain model. During the runway, it didn't matter if the clothes were suitable or not. For an event like that, it was all about what to wear and what to display, regardless of whether it was suitable or not. So, when it came to every piece of clothing, she had her own unique way of expressing herself. Our Euro isn't like those outdated models. In this industry, wearing clothes is a form of attitude. How can you be so casual? Mo Euro's assistant also chimed in. No matter what a mistress wears, isn't it the emperor's new outfit? In a man's eyes, no matter what you wear, you will always be naked. What's the point of choosing something that looks good? Tongning smiled calmly. In this world, the tolerance for men and women is different. Mo Euro, do you still not understand this? Euro, don't be angry. It's not worth it if you hurt your health, her assistant comforted. The interview is about to start, let's hurry out and get ready. Tongning turned her head and glanced at Lin Wei and Long Jia before saying in a low voice, let's go too. The interview was scheduled for 9 p.m., but it was already 8:40 p.m. As the interview was being broadcast live. Han Yufan pulled the two to one side and reminded them, in a situation like this, you need to think before you speak. I'm sure you know what to say and what not to say. Especially Tongning, you need to put away your hatred today because this is a live broadcast. If you say anything bad, the consequences are not something we can imagine and it may not be a good thing for you either. As for the topic of sharing the stage, you need to think of an answer in advance. Try your best to divert everyone's attention to the front cover of the magazine. Don't worry Yufan, I just don't know if other people have ulterior motives, Mo Euro said as she hooked her arm around Han Yufan's. I will cooperate fully, Tongning replied calmly. But, after the past few incidents, Han Yufan was a little afraid of Tongning's calmness. The more calm she was, the more it meant she had a lot on her mind. He really wanted to know what Tongning was thinking at this moment. Yufan, let's go in. Mo Euro couldn't stand Han Yufan staring at Tongning for so long, so she shook his arm. Han Yufan looked at Tongning with a warning gaze. As long as she was obedient today, in the future. If Mo Euro made a comeback, perhaps he would give her a way out. The three of them entered the prearranged interview room one after another. However, only Tongning and Mo Euro sat down on the chair Secret had prepared for them. Han Yufan quietly stood behind the media. If Tongning made any mistakes, he would be able to stop her in time. But, today, Tongning did not act normally. I am very happy to be able to interview the two Asian beauties today. Welcome Tongning, welcome Mo Euro. The reporters greeted the two in fluent English. At this moment, Mo Euro had a translator on her ear, so it took her a few seconds to react. So, she could only greet everyone in Chinese. Meanwhile, Tongning greeted the reporters in fluent English. In an instant, the distance between her and the reporters became closer. In that case, the two of you have been using the topic of competing on the same stage to increase your popularity. I would like to ask the two of you, what are your thoughts on this collaboration? Hearing the reporter ask such a sharp question, Han Yufan was afraid Tongning would say something embarrassing. But, Tongning maintained her smile as she replied, I respect every job I do. This is my attitude. Me too, Mo Euro followed Tongning's lead and answered with little effort. In that case, what do you think of each other? Another sharp question. Han Yufan broke out in a cold sweat. At this time, if Tongning wanted to step on Mo Euro like she did on the commercial stage, there was nothing he could do to stop her. But, who would have thought, after thinking for a while, Tongning finally replied with two words, confidence. This confidence may seem like a compliment, but in reality, Tongning was being sarcastic. Mo Euro had always had a good sense of herself, so at this moment, Mo Euro decided to use this to her advantage. She assumed Tongning was praising her, so her expression became even more arrogant and she looked down on Tongning even more. After all, in a situation like this, Tongning had no choice but to cooperate obediently. Han Yufan let out a sigh of relief. The host looked at Mo Euro again. Originally, she thought she would give the best response, but she actually said something shocking. In my eyes, the Tongning is not humble enough. Not humble enough. Hearing this, Han Yufan's arms loosened. He almost rushed onto the stage. Was Mo Euro stupid? Or, was it because the press releases over the past 2 days had praised her too much? She was truly unrestrained. She used her to compare herself to others because she knew there was no chance of working with her. But, now that she and Tongning were about to shoot a magazine together, the results would be immediate. Why didn't she know to leave herself a way out? Everyone was shocked by Mo Euro's answer. They had never seen such an arrogant model. At the same time, they felt this model's EQ was in the negative. Thinking about it this way, Tongning's confident reply was indeed flawless and had a deeper meaning. The host froze for a moment, unsure of how to resolve the situation. Tongning took the opportunity to change the topic and help the reporter out. Miss Mo is a model that can appear on the same page as Senior Hua. I indeed have a long way to go. I still have a lot to learn. The Senior Hua that Tongning was referring to was the supermodel that had appeared on the Victoria's Secret stage, Hua Jingjing. Most of the reporters were familiar with her, but they could tell that Tongning was just being polite. Otherwise, why would Mo Euro still be working for a third-rate magazine? However, Mo Euro smiled confidently. Especially after being praised by Tongning, she felt like she was on cloud nine. In that case, Miss Mo's strength is also extraordinary. The reporters looked at Mo Euro gratefully. Of course, their words couldn't be any more half-hearted as they complimented Mo Euro. During the short 20-minute interview, Han Yufan stood at the side, trembling in fear. Originally, he was worried about Tongning. But, Mo Euro's performance today completely disappointed him. Euro, why did you step on Tongning during the interview? Han Yufan asked angrily after the interview was over. Yufan, why are you speaking up for Tongning again? This was the perfect opportunity to show Tongning who she was, so of course I wouldn't let it go. I've already suffered so much because of her, I need to get back at her. Not too far away, Tongning watched the two argue with a smile on her face. This smile made Han Yufan feel even more uneasy. Don't tell me, in your heart, I'm really worse than Tongning. And Hua Jingjing? Han Yufan helplessly comforted Mo Euro. In the end, he placed his hand on his forehead. At times, Mo Euro was smart. But, at times like this, she was extremely stupid. Especially after someone praised her. That's why Tongning said she was confident. That's enough. Go in and prepare for the shoot. This is only one battle. You can only win, you can't lose. Otherwise, you won't have a chance at the top 10 model awards, Han Yufan reminded Mo Euro. Don't worry. Mo Euro was confident she would win. Meanwhile, on the other side of the phone, Mo Ting gave Tongning a phone call. I've seen the interview just now. I also asked Lu Che to send it to Hua Jingjing. Hua Jingjing doesn't really care about things like this. After all, she's always been compared to her, so she handed it over to the legal department to handle. That's right, Hua Jingjing was currently assigned model for Hai Rui fashion. The husband and wife were both black-bellied. Couldn't a B-grade model have some self-awareness? If she doesn't know when to stop and insists on putting herself on such a high pedestal, then she will have a taste of being randomly picked on. You're really... Since she has the guts to bully my wife, then she will have to face the consequences. Tongning, apart from you, I am not a kind person. A man that could control the life and death of the entertainment industry was definitely not an ordinary person. So, Tongning was already prepared for this. All you saw was her bullying me. Tongning was helpless. She had already forced Mo Euro into such a desperate situation. Why didn't this man say anything? I'll come pick you up after your shoot, Mo Ting chuckled. His wife always did the right thing, he had to support her no matter what she did. Tongning also smiled and nodded her head. She had no way of resisting Mo Ting's thoughtfulness. Afterwards, accompanied by Lin Wei and Long Jia, she entered the waiting room to get changed. As it was a double cover, in terms of style, there wasn't much difference between the two of them. This made it certain that this magazine shoot was a test of a model's professionalism. Of course, the two were thinking of using the other as a foil, but how were they going to do this? Naturally, it all depended on their skills. No matter when Tongning wasn't filming, she was always quiet and didn't speak much. This further highlighted Mo Euro's arrogance. She felt Tongning was timid and she was the one in control of the scene. As the theme was the Oriental trend, the two were dressed in traditional tops and skirts. Their tops were buttoned up and embroidered on the sleeves. Their waists were adorned with a delicate orchid that extended all the way to their collarbones. Their bottoms were simple yet elegant dresses with similarly stunning embroidery. Just by looking at their tops, Tongning was like a blank piece of paper. She was still in the closing stage. As for Mo Euro, it was possible to see the gentleness of an ancient woman. The makeup artist and other staff complimented Mo Euro endlessly on how beautiful she was because her personality was outstanding. She was charming and full of energy. On the other hand, when Tongning wasn't working, she was quiet and didn't like to talk. With this type of personality, especially when compared to Mo Euro, it was easy to overlook her beauty and spirituality. Miss Mo, since your makeup is complete, please enter the studio to take your solo photo. As the inner pages of the magazine still had a section for a single person, Mo Euro entered the studio before Tongning. However, as she stood up from the makeup mirror, her eyes were filled with provocation and confidence. This was something that Tongning did not have. So, from a professional point of view, the staff had more trust in Mo Euro. Inside the studio, the set had already been set up. Underneath the retro wooden window was an old table. On top of the table was a luxurious blue and white porcelain vase. Inside the vase was a pink rose in full bloom. Next to the table was an armchair. Mo Euro's task was to sit on this armchair and complete her shoot. As soon as the photographer saw Mo Euro enter the studio, he was indeed captivated by her makeup. For a beautiful Asian woman like her, all she had to do was sit on the chair and she would be as beautiful as a painting. If she presented a more professional attitude, this issue of the Oriental trend was bound to attract a huge reaction in Europe and the US. I heard this model is comparable to Hu Jingjing, the photographer's assistant praised. She must have a strong foundation. I think there's a lot of hope. The tall and handsome photographer reminded everyone to get into position and kindly told Mo Euro that they were about to start. Mo Euro had a strong desire to win, so she understood. Not only did she have to put an effort for the shoot with Tongning, she also had to take her own solo photos seriously. Let's start with a side profile, the photographer reminded Mo Euro. The photographer reminded Mo Euro. Through the translator, Mo Euro understood what the photographer wanted, so she immediately turned her body sideways and placed her right hand on the back of the chair. Her left hand gracefully rested on top of her dress, revealing only the left side of her delicate face. However, there was a charming smile on her face. The photographer frowned. He wanted Eastern beauties, not Eastern Finchens women. The photographer took a photo of the scene just now. He felt the model wasn't in the right state of mind yet, so he asked her to express the intellectual beauty of an Asian woman. He then handed her a basket used by women in ancient times. This time, Mo Euro sat up straight. The angle was correct, but she had her head lowered. The photographer could only see her broad forehead. After taking a few more shots, the photographer's expression turned ugly. How could this be a professional model that could rival Hu Jingjing? Most importantly, throughout the entire filming process, although Mo Euro's personality stood out, she only had one smile and one expression. The photographer did not say a word. He was still in the midst of completing his task. Meanwhile, after Mo Euro finished her shoot, she confidently asked the photographer how she had done. The photographer did not say a word, but the assistant beside him quickly gave Mo Euro a thumbs up. Very good. Mo Euro smiled proudly. Under her exquisite makeup, her lack of self-awareness made her look extremely annoying. Bah! The photographer scoffed from behind her, but he did not let her see him. Afterwards, he asked his assistant, "Is there another one?" However, just as he finished speaking, the gentle Tongning entered the studio and greeted the cameraman. Her smile did not seem to be trying to please him, nor did it seem distant. However, the photographer was not in a good mood after seeing Mo Euro's photos, so his reaction towards Tongning was calm. He thought to himself, although the previous woman wasn't very professional, at least she had a bright personality. On the other hand, the one in front of him was quiet and inflexible. So, his attitude towards Tongning was very casual. He casually prepared and casually started the shoot. He did not give Tongning any restrictions, he simply gave her a few fixed themes. I really don't know how these women deserve to be called models. The photographer's assistant did not have high hopes for Tongning. The first theme was the gentleness of an Asian woman. The photographer was not worried that Tongming would not be able to express herself. As long as she acted herself, she would be able to do a great job. However, to his surprise, Tongming did not need to use any techniques. All she needed to do was maintain her original posture. She simply sat on the armchair. It was a simple action, but she added her most precious element: her gaze. Unlike the calmness from before, Tongming was now looking straight ahead. Her eyes were bright and clear, with a layer of mist and a slight tinge of red. It was like she had seen her true love, but she could only try her best to hold it in. This was the reserved nature of an Asian woman. Most importantly, not only did Tongming stand out with her eyes, she also led the onlookers to follow her emotions and place their attention on the clothes she was wearing. It was like she had meticulously dressed up for the person she loved, only to find that the person she loved was already with someone else. So, she felt her dressing up like this was asking to be humiliated. It was ridiculous. The combination of emotions and scenery, the expression in her eyes and the item on display. Oh God! The photographer was about to go crazy. So, during the shoot, he repeatedly said, "Perfect." He had never seen such a professional model before. His heart was about to explode from excitement. In just a short 5 seconds, Tongming had managed to convey a story. Most importantly, this story was related to the clothes she was wearing. This was what a professional model should do. No matter how beautiful she was merely an accessory to the item on display. Most models were able to show off their clothes, but how many were able to become one with the clothes? This time, the photographer was excited. He felt his photography skills had finally reached a point where he could showcase his skills. Most importantly, Tongming was a model that knew how to choose her own angles. She didn't need to be reminded too much. Her casual pose was exactly what you needed, it was exactly what you couldn't bear to delete. Thinking about it this way, compared to Tongming, the model just now paled in comparison. What was a vase? What was a model? The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Afterwards, the photographer asked Tongming to make a few more poses. What surprised him the most was, no matter what he asked of Tongming, she was able to respond within a second. Whether it was a flirtatious look, a sad look, a pretty daughter from a humble family, or a seductive young married woman, she was able to use her eyes and small details to make him clap his hands in amazement. A model like this was the true Oriental trend. After the solo shoot, Tongming stepped out of the studio. As they were going to change locations, she also needed to change into a suitable outfit. But, as soon as she returned to the waiting room, she found Mo Euro's assistant guarding the door and looking at her with a challenging gaze. "President Han is inside, please wait here for a moment." Tongming looked calmly at Mo Euro's assistant and gently pushed him away. She then opened the door to the waiting room. Inside the waiting room, Mo Euro was sitting on Han Yufan's lap as they intertwined passionately. This scene was similar to the night she found out they were having an affair in front of their bed. His provocation was as if no one was around and he was already prepared to win. Seeing this scene, Tongming no longer felt the anger and pain from before. Instead, her eyes were filled with contempt and ridicule. Mo Euro did not expect Tongming to barge in. Instead, because of Tongming's natural attitude, she couldn't continue. Han Yufan also took the opportunity to push her away. "Let's continue at the hotel tonight." "I love you, Yufan." Mo Euro took the opportunity to confess. She was acting like a winner because Han Yufan had stolen the best thing from Tongming's hands. Of course, that was what she thought. "I love you too, babe." After comforting the woman in his arms, Han Yufan stood up and warned Tongming, "In a moment, the two of you will be working together on the shoot. You need to cooperate with Euro and Euro too. Don't cause trouble for each other. Don't make things worse, understand? Yufan, don't you understand Tongming? Isn't she here to cause trouble for us? Don't worry, I will keep an eye on her." From beginning to end, Tongming did not say a word. She simply used fluent English to ask the stylist and makeup artist to continue working. Han Yufan left the waiting room angrily. He tried to understand Mo Euro's shoot from the staff in the studio. The answers he received were, "Not bad, promising, very good and a big hit." When he asked Tongming about it, they all smiled meaningfully without any comments. Because she was too perfect, they couldn't find any words to describe her. But, in Han Yufan's eyes, Mo Yuro left a deeper impression. Since they were about to shoot a double cover, the stylist carefully prepared a black and white outfit for them. Because of the established scene, the two of them were a pair of beautiful sisters. Originally, Mo Yuro's charm was more suited to black, while Tongming's gentleness was more suited to white. But, because white was more eye-catching, Mo Yuro ended up fighting for the white outfit. This? The stylist was put in a spot. Give it to her, Tongming said without blinking. As long as Miss Mo doesn't regret it. However, Longjia was not convinced. She stood behind Tongming and bombarded Mo Yuro. Are you addicted to stealing things? Since Tongming has already agreed, what right does a mere assistant like you have to object? Mo Yuro picked up the white shirt proudly. Longjia stomped her foot in frustration. However, Tongming turned to look at her and said, that dress is indeed more suitable for her. As soon as Longjia heard this, she immediately understood that Tongming wasn't going to give up the dress for nothing. So, she slowly calmed down. Just like that, the two of them exchanged their clothes. In fact, they were both wearing cheongsams. After Mo Yuro put on the white cheongsam, she indeed looked spirited and lively, which made people's eyes light up. Especially the little embroidery on the cheongsam, it made her look even more fairy-like, complementing each other. Mo Yuro wasn't stupid, she knew bright colors were more eye-catching. So, white was her first choice. Who would want to wear a dull black? But, on the other hand, black suited Tongming's rigid personality, causing Mo Yuro to laugh mockingly. Black suits you quite well. According to this situation, if Tongming wore black all over, wouldn't it become a curtain behind her? Mo Yuro let her imagination run wild. Tongming smiled and also praised, white suits you well too. Filming is about to start. Ladies, please get ready, the photographer's assistant shouted from outside the door. Mo Yuro glanced at Tongming as her heart raced. This was the first time she and Tongming had ever been on the same stage. This was the best chance for her to showcase herself. She wanted everyone to know that Tongming was already past her prime and that she couldn't compare to her in any way. Not long after, the two entered the studio one after another. This time, the curtain behind them was a modern street scene. It gave off a sense of vicissitudes. As the photographer watched Tongming and Mo Yuro enter the set, a question popped up in his mind. He even felt that Tongming, not only did she have a solid foundation in the profession, she also had an understanding of photography. From the way she picked the angles and matched the lighting, she definitely knew how to match colors. Why did the photographer think this way? It was because their background was old and full of vicissitudes, but the floor and sky were all white, the entire scene was slightly white. Think about it, on a piece of white paper, if more white appeared, it would simply blend into the background. But, what if a little black appeared on a piece of white paper? No matter how small it was, it would still be the center of attention. In order to confirm his suspicions, the photographer turned to his assistant and asked, "Did Tongming see us change the scene?" "She only saw us carry the curtain in." The assistant replied. As expected. She was professional and knew how to make use of the right timing, location, and people. If a model like this didn't become famous, it would be unforgivable. The photographer's admiration for Tongming increased. Mo Yuro only knew how to compete, she only knew how to stand in front of Tongming, she thought standing in front of her would make her stand out more. Tongming gave in to her in everything, satisfied her in everything. And supported her in everything. Come on, get ready. We are about to start filming. For the first set, Miss Mo will be in front holding Miss Tang's hand. You need to show your excitement for going out on the streets for the first time. As soon as Mo Yuro heard the word front, she sneered on the inside. Indeed. Choosing white was the right choice. The magazine's popularity was no longer a problem. So, her arrogance had reached its peak. She simply turned around, grabbed onto Tongming's hand and gestured for her to move forward. But, how did Tongming react? Mo Yuro placed her gaze on a street vendor stall. The stall was filled with all sorts of beautiful fabrics. It seemed she really liked these new things. It made people feel like she wanted to stay and not be dragged away. At the same time, she revealed the smooth outline of her face. Most importantly, she brought Mo Euro into the scene. However, because her expression was too vivid, it attracted everyone's attention. So, Mo Euro. It became a part of the Curtain Street scene. Mo Euro had no idea what was going to happen to her. She was standing in front of Tongning, so she couldn't see her expression. Plus, she was overly confident that she was as professional as Hu Jingjing. So, hearing the applause from the cameraman and the others, she thought the applause was for her. After all, Tongning was standing behind her and she was blocking all of Tongning's glory. Okay, let's go for the next set. Because of her clothing, Tongning stood behind Mo Euro the entire time. Even though she wasn't standing behind, when they stood side by side, she still took the lead. This made Mo Euro quite proud. After the last set was completed, the cameraman couldn't help but give Tongning a round of applause. Like a supermodel, Mo Euro stood in front of Tongning and received all the applause. In the end, Mo Euro left the studio before Tongning. Only then did the cameraman find an opportunity to smile at her. That model is quite annoying, but I won't point it out. When the magazine's cover is released and everyone sees the comparison, she will know how loud the slap in the face will be. There are plenty of people that can help you teach her a lesson. After all, the cameraman was a senior in the industry, so he wasn't surprised by things like this. Thank you, Tongning smiled nonchalantly. No need, you are the most professional model I have ever photographed. I have to admit, you can even surpass the Western models. The cameraman gave her a thumbs up. The weekly magazine will be released next Wednesday. Look forward to it. You will definitely ignite the Oriental trend. That's not for me to decide, I am simply doing my best. After all, the industry had no lack of hardworking people. How many artists were talented and capable, but were still not popular? Because, apart from hard work, they also relied on luck. As soon as Mo Euro returned to the waiting room, she pounced into Han Yufan's arms and told him about the applause she received. Han Yufan wrapped his arm around her waist and knew she would succeed. But, he had no idea, the applause from the cameraman and staff had nothing to do with Mo Euro. At this time, Tongning also entered the waiting room. As soon as the staff tidying up the studio saw her, they immediately gave her a thumbs up. You are the best model I have ever seen. Mo Euro didn't understand, after all, her language skills were limited. But, however, Han Yufan heard the man praise Tongning. Most importantly, the man knew Mo Euro didn't understand English and assumed Han Yufan didn't either. So, he looked at Mo Euro with disgust. I can't believe this woman is actually your colleague. She can't even be called a model, she has no professionalism at all and thinks too highly of herself. Not only does she not understand English, she even thinks everyone is praising her. She must be crazy. After speaking, the staff turned around and left. Tongning turned to look at Han Yufan's expression and her lips curved upwards. Euro, are you sure the cameraman praised you? Yufan, don't you trust me? Mo Euro nodded her head confidently, it's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask the cameraman. Yufan, trust me. This time I will definitely bring secret back to life. Han Yufan looked at Tongning's back as the staff's words replayed in his mind. His heart felt a little uneasy. But, the front cover had already been taken. Even if Mo Euro wasn't going to stand out, she had at least had the experience of being on an international magazine. This was going to be extremely beneficial for the top 10 model awards. Originally, the review of the incident had already been moved on. But, Xianxia happily entered the waiting room and said to Tongning with an excited expression, Tongning, do you know what I just heard? The cameraman said Mo Euro. Looks like a prostitute for the solo shoot. As soon as Mo Euro heard this, she immediately moved away from Han Yufan's embrace and walked over to Xianxia. She lifted her hand, ready to hit her. Luckily, Tongning reacted quickly and pulled Xianxia away. She then grabbed onto Mo Euro's wrist. What are you trying to do? If you have the guts, why don't you make her repeat what she just said one more time? Mo Euro threw Tongning's shackles aside and sneered as she pointed at Xianxia. Tongning, even if you lose, you should at least lose with some dignity. I know you are not happy with today's shoot because you stood at the back the entire time. But, you are wearing black, there is nothing you can do about it. Weren't you also the one who snatched my clothes? Long Jia once again switched positions and protected Tongning. Mo, I'm not going to waste time with you. Whether the photography team is praising you or criticizing you, we will find out next. Wednesday. Perfect, on that day we will also be able to show you whose professionalism is more recognized by the public. After speaking, Mo threw all the bottles on the table onto the floor. Glass shards were scattered all over the floor. Some of the shards even landed on Tongning's legs, leaving behind a trail of blood. As soon as Long Jia saw this, she immediately went crazy. Mo, what are you doing? You injured Tongning's leg. Do you know how much her leg is worth? Apologize to her. Apologize? Mo looked at Long Jia in disdain like she had just heard something unbelievable. In your dreams. You. Long Jia. Tongning stopped her. Call the insurance company and tell them to come over and collect evidence. There's no need to apologize, the insurance company will naturally pay for it. However, the insurance company will not pay for nothing. I'm sure they will sue whoever injured me. After hearing Tongning's words, Han Yufan's expression darkened. What are you trying to say? What I'm trying to say is, my leg is covered by a sky-high insurance policy. If Mo doesn't apologize, then let the insurance company settle the score with her. Tongning, I never expected you to be so vicious, Han Yufan said from behind Tongning. She was just being careless. Hearing the word careless, Tongning turned around, picked up the bottle of makeup and threw it in front of Mo. At the same time, Mo's leg was also scratched by the glass shards. My hand slipped. You. Seeing Han Yufan's angry expression, Tongning was still as calm as still water. Are you blaming me for my careless mistake? Then aren't you more vicious than me? Tongning, let's make a bet. Next Wednesday, the magazine will be released. If, at that time, the number of people supporting me exceeds yours, then you will retire from the modeling industry and never step foot in it again. Mo was so angry she wanted to fight Tongning to the death. However, Tongning simply laughed. Who do you think you are? If I want to retire from the modeling industry because of you, you think too highly of yourself. After speaking, Tongning left with Long Jia. All that could be heard was Mo screaming from behind. Tongning, I'm sorry. I didn't know what to do today, Long Jia apologized. Forget it, even if it wasn't for you. Mo would have found a way to cause trouble for me, Tongning replied indifferently. Let's wait until next Wednesday. Let's wait and see how Mo returns in defeat. Walking out of secret, Tongning spotted Han Ruashiwa's car parked at the entrance. Their eyes met, but they did not exchange any words. As they brushed shoulders, Han Ruashiwa said to Tongning, the day Secret magazine is released, will be the day you leave the modeling industry. It seems you have a lot of trust in Mo. Even if she is not as outstanding as you, she has already joined the international scene and added points to the top 10 model awards. As for you, you are already worthless, Han Ruashiwa said sinisterly. Really? Then let's wait for the results. Tongning did not have a trace of fear. It was just a simple sentence, but it contained a huge amount of energy. It was like the darkness of the entertainment industry could no longer crush her. Han Ruashiwa glared at Tongning, her determination to destroy Tongning was getting stronger. An artist that was not under her control, whether it was under her control or given her freedom, was always a huge threat. Only by stepping on her and making it impossible for her to make a comeback, would she feel completely at ease. Especially since Tongning had such a deep hatred for the two siblings. Tongning, Han Ruashiwa's expression is a little strange. Long Jia turned around and glanced at Han Ruashiwa, her heart was filled with worry. Right now, she wants to crush me to pieces. Tongning understood. She understood the Han siblings' hatred towards her. If the magazine really fails, I can already imagine what will happen to me in the future. That won't happen. Lin Wei and I both believe in you. Plus, even if you fail, you don't need to be afraid, you still have Big Boss. Speaking of Mo Ting, Tongning remembered Mo Ting had said he would come pick her up. So, not long after leaving Secret, she gave him a phone call. On the other end of the phone, Mo Ting smiled and reminded her to look behind her. Around the corner, a Lincoln stretch limousine was parked under the shade of a tree. The tall man was leaning against the car door, wearing a black and white striped suit that wrapped around his muscular body. He did not have a smile on his face, but the lines of his face appeared extremely soft. On his right earlobe was an eye-catching mole. Tongming stared at him in a daze. This king-like man was supposed to be surrounded by thousands of people, but for her, he was willing to stay in this quiet corner. Tongming's eyes were slightly swollen. The scene in the makeup room had already been thrown to the back of her mind. She was a model, but at the same time, she was this man's wife. From the first day of their marriage, this man had tolerated her and satisfied all of her requests. And was she going to continue to let the sun continue to wait for the fallen stars? Not worth it. What's wrong? Mo Ting asked gently after noticing Tongming's depressed mood. Tongming shook her head and did not say a word. The words "I like you" were stuck in his throat. Or is it because you're too tired from the magazine shoot? Mo Ting scanned Tongming from head to toe and noticed her legs were slightly bloodshot. His eyes filled with hatred. What happened? Just as Xianxia wanted to explain, Tongming interrupted. Mo Ting, let's go home. I have something to talk to you about. Mo Ting glanced at Xianxia. His meaning was clear, they still had to settle the score, but not now. Afterwards, they boarded the car. However, for the entire journey, Tongming was extremely nervous and quiet. Mo Ting did not ask her why. It was only after they arrived at the manor that he carried her in his arms and carried her into the bedroom. At this moment, it was just the two of them. Mo Ting placed Tongming on the bed and called for the first aid kit. Tongming watched as Mo Ting knelt on the floor and helped her apply medicine. She could no longer hold back the emotions in her heart as she suddenly wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's neck and said anxiously, I've seen everything clearly. I've seen everything clearly. Mo Ting, I like you, I want you. I thought I couldn't possibly fall in love with someone in such a short period of time. I even tried to deny that I was slowly falling in love with your heart. But now, facing Han Yufan and Mo Euro, although I am still angry, I no longer feel heartache. After speaking, Tongming slowly let go of Mo Ting's arms. She looked into his obsidian eyes and said slowly, I know this is all because of you. So, I do like you and I want you. I want the complete you. Can you give it all to me? No woman could say something like this in such an emotional and calm manner. As they had promised to be true to each other. Tongming did not hide her desire for Mo Ting as she spoke in a straightforward manner. I want you. After hearing her confession, Mo Ting lifted his eyes and held onto her cheeks as he laid her down on the soft bed. He used his actions to express the ecstasy in his heart. I'll give it to you, only you. Tongming was stunned for a moment before she tightly wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's waist. At this moment, all she wanted to do was respond passionately. She knew all too well that this man was worth it. She didn't know when, but Tongming's skirt was lifted up and her waist was being hugged. The fire in her heart was slowly ignited. She didn't want to care about anything, At this moment, all she wanted was to become his true wife and become one with him. As it was still daytime, the lighting was strong. As the setting sun shone into the room, Tongming could see Mo Ting's body emitting a healthy glow. Her face turned red, but she didn't have time to react. Mo Ting's kiss continued down her collarbone. Tongming was a little nervous. Although they had already been intimate like this on their wedding night, every time she thought about the pain, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. She had no experience. Even though she had learned how to kiss under Mo Ting's guidance after getting married, at this moment, when it was about to happen, she could only blossom under Mo Ting's kiss. In her passion, Tongming forgot about herself as the two perfect bodies intertwined without leaving a single gap. A thin layer of sweat gradually covered Tongming's soft body. However, the pain she was expecting did not arrive. Tongming looked at Mo Ting. Uncomfortably as her eyes became misty. Mo Ting tried his best to suppress the urge to possess her as he continued to linger around her collarbone. Do you still have work for the next few days? Ask Lin Wei. Tongming replied as she panted. Tell her not to arrange anything. Mo Ting moved away from her collarbone and looked into her eyes, because I might make it so you won't be able to work normally for a few days. Then. What about your work? My most important job right now. Is you, Mo Ting once again kissed Tongning on the lips. Mo Ting once again kissed Tongning on the lips as he asked with a mischievous smile in his eyes, do you want me to? Tongning kissed Mo Ting's ear. Her body felt like it was on fire. Her eyes were misty as she whispered in Mo Ting's ear, I want you. Mo Ting's eyes turned red as he stood up to leave. He then pulled out a condom from the drawer and put on a bulletproof vest. He was considerate enough to give Tongning the best protection. He knew Tongning was still on the rise and couldn't afford to have a child so soon. But, why was there something like this in their bedroom? Tongning was a little confused. Mo Ting returned to Tongning's side and looked into her eyes. Noticing her expression was colder than before, he realized she had misunderstood, so he explained, we are husband and wife. Wherever we go, I always get people prepared. It's not because of something that happened with someone else. I have been waiting for you. I haven't done it with anyone else. I've only done it with you on our wedding night. As soon as Tongning heard this, her eyes lit up as she placed a kiss on Mo Ting's throat. I'm sorry. It will still hurt a little. Mo Ting tried his best to hold back as he gently reminded her. Tongning did not dare to look down at the place that made her feel shy. She simply nodded her head firmly, after all. It's already hurt once. Mo Ting wrapped his arm around her shoulders, he was extremely considerate of her feelings. As he kissed her delicate face, he slowly took possession of her, inch by inch, until they were deep inside. In this world, nothing was more beautiful than this. To be able to feel their souls become one when they intertwined with each other. Mo Ting looked at Tongning. He watched as the pain slowly dissipated before he began to move slowly. He wanted to give her the best first time, he wanted to remember this moment for the rest of her life. This time, they truly belonged to each other. Outside the window, the moon slowly rose above the treetops. Meanwhile, indoors, the couple had just finished a blushing and heart-pounding exercise. After being suppressed by Mo Ting's strength, Tongning was so tired she couldn't open her eyes. Her entire body was sore and weak and her consciousness was in a half-awake state. Not long after, she felt someone wipe her sticky body clean and change her into a clean set of pajamas. He then gently placed a kiss on her forehead and gently told her to get some rest. She did not regret this time because she knew it was all worth it. In their deep sleep, the couple's fingers were intertwined. Mo Ting hugged Tongning and lovingly placed a kiss on her forehead. Hello, Mrs. Mo. The next morning, Tongning woke up in Mo Ting's arms. Seeing the man who now belonged to her, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. From now on, no matter how dirty the entertainment industry was, at least she had someone to rely on and her heart was filled with faith. However, this warmth did not last for 3 days. Early in the morning, Lin Wei knocked on Tongning's door. Secrets Mina had invited everyone from Tianyi for lunch. Of course, Tongning had to attend. Secrets magazine was currently in full swing, and Tongning's professionalism didn't allow her to be known as someone who acted like a big shot before the magazine's release. However, she never imagined this gathering was another attack that Han Yufan and Mo Euro had prepared for her. Han Yufan and Mo Euro actually announced their engagement during the banquet. Han Yufan was tall and handsome, while Mo Euro was timid and helpless. Their fingers were intertwined and they looked like a golden couple. Apart from the people from Tianyi, there were also a few higher-ups from Secret. They didn't know about the relationship between Tongning and Han Yufan, so they stood up and clapped enthusiastically. Only Tongning, Lin Wei, and Long Jia remained motionless. Tongning, aren't you going to congratulate them? Han Ruoshiwei held onto her wine glass as she stared at Tongning. She wanted to see Tongning's heartbroken expression. No matter how well she acted on the surface, inside, she was definitely suffering and in pain like she was bleeding. That's right, with your tolerance, you won't be able to congratulate others. Even if you were once Yufan's fiancé, that is all in the past. Since you've entered this industry, you should be prepared to be snatched away at any time. You should relax a little. How long will the engagement be? Tongning asked calmly. After Secrets magazine sells well. Han Ruoshiwei replied firmly. Relying on her PR, Mo Euro was able to maintain a high profile within the country. With the addition of all sorts of arguments from fans, Secrets magazine had become popular even before it was released. Although there was no way to wash away the negative news of a mistress, due to the increase in popularity, Tianyi had already started to contact them for endorsements. As for the top 10 model awards, they had high hopes. So, she had the confidence to make Secrets magazine sell well. In that case, let me congratulate you first. Tongming maintained her smile as she raised her wine glass and congratulated the two. However, when these words landed in Mo Euro's ears, they sounded harsh. Tongming, stop pretending. I know you don't want to see me and Yufan get engaged. You have a deep hatred for me. Don't tell me I should like you? Tongming laughed as she asked back. Mina watched the argument in a daze. From the translator, she found out about the relationship between the three and revealed a surprised expression. No wonder they had targeted Tongming from the start. Although she knew the industry supported the strong and stepped on the weak, it was common to see people being humiliated in front of others. But didn't Tianyi's people know what Mo Euro's standards were like? Mina looked at Tongming with deep meaning before once again retreating from Tianyi's internal conflict. After dinner, the people from Secret had already left. Only a few of them remained at the table. Mo Euro took the opportunity to point at Tongming and laugh mockingly. Did you think by asking Tianyi for a semi-free contract, you would be able to find a way out? Let me tell you, without Tianyi, you are nothing. Tianyi can support you, but they can also step on you. You've spent so much energy and put in so much effort, yet, in the end, all your hard work has gone to my benefit. Yufan and his reputation as an international model are both mine. As for you, all you can do is return to being a has-been model and never have a chance to make a comeback. Indeed, you are stronger than me. With the release of Secret magazine, I'm sure your reputation and offers will skyrocket. I have nothing, Tongming continued to support Mo Euro. Mo Euro didn't expect Tongming to admit defeat. She had never felt so good about Tongming's submission. Since you know where you stand, after returning to China, as long as you keep to your responsibilities, Yufan will still find you a job. But if you still have any thoughts of surpassing me, don't blame us for not showing mercy. That's enough, babe, sit down and talk, Han Yufan coaxed Mo Euro. Han Yufan coaxed Mo Euro as he looked at Tongming with ridicule. Tongming, did you hear what Euro said? Let's wait for the magazine to come out first. Tongming stood up calmly. However, Mo Euro called out to her. Tongming, I know you don't like the fact that I've stepped on you. I will definitely make you accept it wholeheartedly. Hearing Mo Euro's low voice that sounded like she was making an oath, Tongming sneered as she turned to leave. However, before she took a step forward, she said to the group without turning her head, I've spent the entire journey listening to your arrogant cries. Since you are so impatient, you can leave first. The US has nothing to do with you anymore, Han Yufan said as he raised his eyebrows. I couldn't ask for more. Han Yufan and Mo Euro simply assumed Tongming was traumatized and wanted to avoid seeing their engagement. But that was fine too. As long as Secrets magazine was released, Tongming would no longer be a threat to her. With Han Yufan in her grasp, she no longer needed to care about Tongming. After all, she had so many competitors, why would she waste her energy on a model that was past her prime? Han Yufan and the others watched as Tongming left. At this time, Han Ruoshiwe calmly suggested, we can't let her leave in such a low profile. Yufan, release a press release saying Tongming has been defeated and escaped from the battle in the US. Sis, don't worry, I know what to do, Han Yufan nodded as he hugged Mo Euro. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. To give up on an artist, a management agency would actually suppress them to such an extent. Behind her, there was a long shadow of a conspiracy. Yet, Tongming held her head high without any fear. Outside the hotel, Mina's assistant was waiting for Tongming. After arriving at Secret's headquarters, Mina pulled out a document and said, the photographer and I have recommended the highlights of your commercial to a few famous brands. After seeing them, they are very interested in you. One of them is a famous French cosmetics company. They want you to be their spokesperson for the Asian region. However, the condition is that their products and you must first appear in Secret magazine and help us open up the Asian market. Tongming, we have all seen how your management agency treats you. But, we don't want to bury you. So, we will not announce this news to the public for now. We will wait until Secret's Oriental Trend magazine is released before we announce it. Tongming looked at the information in her hands. Looking at the French brand called ISN, her eyes lit up. Although this was a local French brand, it had been established over 100 years ago. It was just that they had never entered the Asian market. What an unexpected surprise. Mina, do you have that much confidence in me? You and I both know what we're doing. Tongming, do you know what I admire the most about you? Mina smiled and said with a trace of admiration in her voice, you are calm and not arrogant. You are a natural model and a future supermodel. I believe in my judgment. Hearing the conversation between the two, Xianxia immediately started clapping. She was so excited that she wanted to scream. Mo Euro would never have imagined, while she was still using despicable methods to ruin Tongming's reputation and stepping on her to accept shady deals, Tongming had already secretly become the Asian spokesperson for a French brand. He wondered how much Mo Euro would be affected by this news once it got out. The day after tomorrow, I will arrange for you to meet with the people from ISN in secret. We will discuss the details at that time. Thank you, Mina. Tongming stood up and shook Mina's hand. No need to thank me, I'm not helping you, we are helping each other. Mina gave Tongming a warm hug. Luckily, she didn't miss out on such an outstanding model because of Han Ruoshua's deceit. Luckily, she didn't miss out on a chance to revive Secret because of a moment of pride. Tongming smiled as she pocketed the Asian endorsement without batting an eyelid. Lin Wei looked at Tongming from behind and revealed an admiring smile. She knew Tongming had endured a lot in public, but because of her hard work, she had finally received the rewards she deserved. Let's go home and open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. This time, I'm sure Han Yufan and the others will be angered to death. Xianxia revealed a childlike smile. Tongming, does that mean we won't be returning to China for a while? Lin Wei asked. Han Ruoshua will think it's a pity. I'm afraid the press release has already been prepared to make a big deal out of my return. But do you believe it? Mo Euro will be happy because she will be able to humiliate me in front of everyone again. Tongming could see through everyone's thoughts, so Lin Wei smiled in agreement. She was afraid that was the case. In that case, I will give them a phone call in a moment to tell them we won't be returning to China for now. We will wait for the Oriental Trend to be released. Lin Wei, do some research on ISN and do some background checks to make sure nothing goes wrong, Tongming instructed. Your decisions have always been right. Regardless of everything, Tongming felt her cooperation with Lin Wei was becoming better and better, so her trust in her increased. Because of Xianxia's personality, although she could also do big things, Tongming felt she was better placed in her current position. Tongming felt a little uncomfortable sitting in the car, so she naturally changed her position. Xianxia looked at her and raised an eyebrow. Is your waist hurting? Tongming nodded. Are your legs still sore? After hearing this question, Tongming lifted her head and looked at Xianxia helplessly. It turned out, Xianxia had been teasing her. Mrs. Mo, why are you blushing? Tongming was reminded of the intimate scene from last night, Mo Ting's sexy body, the appropriate amount of strength, his deep and alluring voice and his magical hands. They had only been apart for one morning, yet she was already thinking about him. Since you still have 2 days off, you should spend some time with your husband. Okay, Tongming had the same plan. Meanwhile, after receiving a phone call from Lin Wei, Han Yufan's face was filled with anger. He had already prepared the press release and contacted the media, yet Tongming refused to leave just like that. Yufan, this is a good thing. Let's all wait for the results of the magazine together. I want to see her face after losing so badly, Mo Euro said as she hugged Han Yufan. Plus, she is no longer a threat. From now on, we will have plenty of opportunities to step on her. I just want to stand up for you. I know you want to, that's enough. After all, we are about to get engaged, Mo Euro said shyly. After being comforted, Han Yufan held back his anger. Since Tongming wanted to humiliate herself, then she couldn't blame them. However, while they were enjoying themselves, Tongming secretly met with ISN twice. Both parties were satisfied and the contract was quickly delivered to them. She was sure the higher-ups of Tianyi would be satisfied with the contract. The critical hit was not far away. Hey guys, have you guys bought the latest issue of Secrets magazine? Are you talking about the Oriental Trend issue? I bought it. I originally wanted to buy Royal Style, but I was attracted by Secret's cover. Are you all crazy? It's been years since Secret has produced a good report. They don't understand fashion at all. Hurry, go buy it. Secret has not let us down this time. If you don't buy it, you will regret it. That's right, after a period of intense preparation, Secret finally released the latest issue of their weekly magazine, Oriental Trend. Originally, Secret had long lost their position among all the other magazines and had no sales to speak of. However, with the release of this issue, the black and white cover of the magazine stood out from the rest of the other colorful magazines. Even passers-by couldn't help but be attracted to the cover and stop in front of it for 3 seconds. In just 3 short days, all the major news agencies called Secret one after another to request a second print run and to increase their circulation. Secret was undoubtedly the black horse amongst the newsstands. Many of those who didn't have high hopes for Secret were so regretful that their intestines turned green. As Secret exploded in popularity, the woman on the cover also became a hot topic. She was ranked at the top of the most popular search engines in the US. The most popular search terms were Secret Oriental Trend, Secret Oriental Woman and Tongning, the beautiful face of the East. The hot sales of the Oriental Trend, without a doubt, allowed Secret to make a beautiful comeback in many years. The industry once again looked at them and redefined them. In just 3 days, the sales of the Oriental Trend had broken the records of many big-name magazines. In one fell swoop, they became the new favorite of the fashion industry. At the same time, a fresh Oriental trend began to blow in the free and easy Western countries. Secret had finally succeeded and the model on the cover had definitely played a huge role. Mo Euro couldn't wait to participate in the top 10 model awards. However, that night, Han Ruashiwa looked at the search engine on her computer for a long time. But, no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find a single mention of Mo Euro. Not a single model had participated in a cover shoot, yet there was no mention of her. What did Tongning do? Han Ruashiwa didn't mention this to Mo Euro. Apart from preparing for her engagement with Han Yufan, she also wanted to look at the future. Beside her hand was the magazine that Tongning and Mo Euro had shot together. She couldn't deny that Tongning's professionalism was many times better than she had imagined. She had underestimated Tongning. 2 days later, Secret held a celebration dinner for their comeback. Mo Euro and Tongning were also invited. This was the first time the two of them appeared in front of the media since their interview on the eve of the shoot. That night, Mo Euro was dressed in a black floor-length dress. Her chest was adorned with sparkling diamonds. Accompanied by Han Yufan and Han Ruashiwa, she attended the celebration dinner. At the entrance, she bumped into Tongning, who was also dressed up. Tonight, it was like Tongning had swapped outfits with Mo Euro. Mo Euro was dressed in a black dress with a calm aura, while Tongning was dressed in an off-the-shoulder white dress, giving off a lively vibe. Tongning, I need to thank you for putting in so much effort for my top 10 model awards. Mo Euro spoke first. Do you know how many domestic endorsements I've secured in such a short period of time? So, you're still using Hua Jingjing to hype up your international model news? Tongning gave a gentle smile. This smile made Mo Euro angry and made Han Ruashiwa clench her fists tightly. It was like she wanted to dig Tongning's eyes out. Oh my god. Is that the Asian model, Tongning? It's Tongning, it's her. Hurry, let's go interview her. Afterwards, the two groups of people brushed past each other. Because Tongning had no time to answer Mo Euro's questions, a group of foreign reporters had already rushed towards her with cameras in hand. In order to avoid the reporters, Tongning left Mo Euro and Han Ruashiwa behind and entered the hotel. However, Mo Euro was completely ignored. Let's go in too. Han Yufan hugged Mo Euro. In a fashion empire like the US, because he was busy getting engaged to Mo Euro, he hadn't had the time to realize why Mo Euro was ignored. However, Han Ruashiwa was well aware. Oh my god, Tongning is here. Tongning has appeared. Tongning, Tongning. Because of Tongning's appearance, the atmosphere at the celebration banquet became even more lively. Meanwhile, Mo Euro, who was standing behind Tongning, was like a transparent entity, no one noticed her existence. Seeing this, Mo Euro sneered. Both of them had appeared on the same magazine, how could Tongning, who was so popular, not be mentioned by anyone? Tongning was too despicable. She actually bought fans to boost her own popularity. Afterwards, Mina looked at Tongning and Mo Euro from the stage. However, she did not show favoritism and directly invited both of them onto the stage. But welcome everyone. The two biggest contributors to Secret's success are standing in front of you. They are our cover models, Tongning and Mo Euro. Hearing Tongning's name, no one was surprised. Over the past few days, news and photos of Tongning had been everywhere. Although it wasn't overwhelming, it was still shocking. But, Mo Euro. Who was it? The reporters below the stage couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. Although this issue of the magazine was great and they had seen it many times, they had never noticed that apart from Tongning, there was someone else on the cover. So, when Mina invited Mo Euro out, everyone was confused. Who is that? Oh, I remember now. The one holding onto Tongning's hand in the background. I thought she was also part of the background. Look at her, she looks exactly like an American pimp. Oh God, if I didn't see it, I wouldn't have known. Now that I see it, how could she have the guts to stand beside Tongning? The difference is too big. Hearing these discussions, Mo Euro's expression changed. She never imagined, not only did Tongning buy fans, she also insulted and humiliated her in front of everyone. So, she turned her body and questioned Tongning. Tongning, you sure are ruthless. Did you think by insulting me like this, you would be able to cover up my glory? For Secret to have the sales it has today, I have played a huge part in it. But, I never thought you would be so despicable as to insult me at the celebration banquet. You think too highly of yourself. Tongning turned her head and smiled calmly. Mo Euro stood awkwardly on the stage. She assumed everyone below the stage was Tongning's people. She even pointed at the woman and asked, how much did Tongning pay you? How dare you flatter her and step on me like this? Are you a dog? Mina turned her head and looked at Mo Euro as her assistant translated for her. Afterwards, she angrily walked over to Mo Euro and said, I invited you here out of respect and courtesy. Miss Mo, is this how you treat yourself? How dare you insult a reporter in such a public setting? They were hired by Tongning. Otherwise, why would they only pay attention to Tongning and insult me? Mo Euro asked firmly. After listening to the translation, Mina sneered, originally, today was a day worth celebrating and I didn't want to argue with you. But, Miss Mo, I've never seen a magazine with two models on the front cover. One model is extremely popular and the other has barely received any mentions. 0. Do you know what this means? In other words, apart from the people present, the entire US and even the entire world, as long as they see this magazine, no one has noticed your existence. The translator translated Mina's words word for word to Mo Euro. After hearing this, Mo Euro's face turned pale. This is impossible, this must be your scheme. You guys set me up. Mo Euro couldn't believe it. She was clearly on the cover of the magazine, how could she have 0 mentions? This was impossible. Don't you know what level you are at? Before the magazine was even released, we were already prepared for you to be used as a foil. But, I never thought, you would be worse than a foil and be reduced to the background. You don't even have a sense of existence. Mina pulled out a copy of Secret's latest magazine and handed it to Mo Euro. If she hadn't attended the celebration dinner, Mo Euro would still be able to see her existence. But after hearing everyone say that she was the scene on the screen, only then did her confidence crumble. Because Tongning was too good at making use of the environment, she really did look like a backdrop. Tongning's eyes were so lively, compared to her dull and arrogant expression, they were like clouds and mud. This was the reason why Mo Euro had 0 mentions, because no one could tell she was alive. Mo Euro held on to the magazine and took a few steps back. If it wasn't for Han Yufan holding on to her, she would have fallen off the stage. I heard in your country, there are reports comparing you to Hua Jingjing. If I were you, I would hide in the US for the rest of my life because I don't have the face to go back. Mo Euro felt like she had been struck by lightning. Her mind went blank as she stared at herself on the cover of the magazine. This can't be. Everyone was praising her professionalism, how could she not be better than Tongning? This can't be possible, Tongning must have done something, it must be. Tongning, I never thought you would do this to me. Mo Yuro accused Tongning crazily. Han Yufan also looked at Tongning angrily, for the sake of revenge, you are willing to do anything. Revenge? Tongning smiled sweetly, President Han, why don't you tell me? I'm just a person with no background, no top manager, and even my clothes get snatched away during filming. How can I be so unscrupulous? You. Was I the one who made her receive 0 mentions? It was obviously she wasn't professional enough. Tongning said with a sigh. That's because you shamelessly rubbed someone else's thigh. If this is considered revenge. The real revenge is, Tongning will. After Mo, Mina Wan, Tongning, Mina, Ning, I, Mo, Yang, Tongning, I, Tanjing too. They were 2 tall and handsome French men. As they walked down the red carpet, they approached Tongning and Mina and gave them an affectionate hug. They then turned to the guests and announced, we will be inviting the top model, Tongning, to be the spokesperson for ISN in Asia. ISN, a top French brand with a history of over 100 years. Just as they were planning to expand their territory, they actually asked Tongning to be their spokesperson. What's more, it was the entire Asian region. On the other hand, although Mo Euro managed to get a lot of endorsement deals by relying on her thighs, not a single one of them was truly presentable. They couldn't even be ranked in Beijing, so how could they compare to international brands? Mo Euro's face turned even paler as her body swayed. If news of what happened in the US got out, she might not even be able to keep her cheap endorsement deals. When did you get the endorsement? Don't you know you need the company's approval? Han Yufan questioned Tongning angrily in front of everyone. Tongning turned around and said to Han Yufan, the contract has already been handed to the higher-ups of Tianyi. I forgot to tell you, they all approved. As for when I accepted the deal, it was obviously when you and Mo Euro were getting intimate and preparing for your engagement. While I was working, what were you doing? If you don't want to be the CEO of Tianyi anymore, you can step down, there are plenty of people who want to be the CEO. How was it? How can this be considered revenge? Han Yufan, let me give you a warning. If you continue to protect Mo Euro, Tianyi has decided to give up on you. Mo Euro had already been left far behind by Tongning, but Han Yufan still didn't know how to judge the situation. He kept finding trouble with Tongning. Not only did he not give her face in public, he even deliberately created trouble for her. Of course, the shareholders of Tianyi weren't happy with Han Yufan's actions. Tongning endorsing an international brand would help Tianyi take another step forward. Not only did he not support Tianyi, he even tried to defame Tongning for the sake of Mo Euro. All the money and energy they had previously invested in Mo Euro, because of Secret's lack of activity, was like a stone thrown into the ocean. There was no progress at all. He used the excuse of sharing the stage with Tongning, but in the end, he was reduced to her background. Was this what Han Yufan meant when he bragged that his professional skills were comparable to Hu Jingjing's? In other words, at this moment, Mo Euro had gone from being the most promising international model to falling to rock bottom. She had become an abandoned chess piece. She had been defeated so badly by Tongning that everyone thought she was dead. Who would bother to search for someone that only existed in the background? Han Ruoshui glared at Tongning. She never expected, while they were relaxing, Tongning would take advantage of the opportunity to approach such a famous French brand and leave Mo Euro in the dust. As a manager, this was the first time she had no way of dealing with an artist. Especially after this issue of Secrets magazine, Tongning's popularity and status would once again rise. On the other hand, what about Mo Euro? Mina didn't want a celebration party to become a battlefield for Tianyi's internal strife. So, she hired security to kick Mo Euro out of the hotel. However, she was stopped by Han Ruoshui. We can leave on our own. Tongning, you are ruthless. No matter how ruthless she was, she had done it fair and square. No matter if it was winning. Or if it was the endorsement deal for ISN. This was not enough. Watching the 3 of them being kicked out of the hotel in such a sorry state was not enough. Han Yufan was still the CEO of Tianyi and Mo Euro had not fallen to rock bottom yet. there was an even better show to come. After leaving the hotel, Mo Euro knelt on the ground in a daze. Coincidentally, her sorry state was recorded by Mo Ting, who was waiting for Tongning outside the hotel. She couldn't even take such a small blow? In the dark, Mo Euro and the others couldn't see Mo Ting's silhouette. All they could see was their faces filled with anger as they used all sorts of insults to scold Tongning. Mo Ting watched from the dark as his lips curved upwards. How dare they scold his wife? It was fine if he didn't hear it. But since he heard it, then they were unlucky. So, Mo Ting picked up his phone in the dark and gave Luce a call. Find out which agency Hanruashiwa works for. Yes, President. Luce replied straightforwardly. Before leaving the US, he had to leave something behind. Only then would he be worthy of Hanruashiwa's evil plan of tricking Tongning to be Mo Euro's stepping stone. This was only done after Tongning had defeated the villain. He didn't think he was interfering with his wife's business, right? Translator, Uni editor, Uni at the glittering celebration banquet, Tongning had a smile on her face as she mingled with the guests and reporters. As she didn't want Mo Ting to wait for too long, she excused herself by saying she wasn't feeling well. She then left with Lin Wei and Long Jia. As Tongning stepped out of the hotel, she caught sight of Mo Ting's silhouette in the dark. This man, the most dazzling man in everyone's eyes, was always willing to ignore his identity and wait for her in a secluded corner. Lin Wei and Long Jia didn't want to be a third wheel, so they hailed a cab back to the manor and left Tongning alone in Mo Ting's car. Mo Ting watched as Tongning approached, her shoulders were still exposed. He immediately removed his suit jacket and placed it on Tongning's body. When you left, you should have asked Long Jia to grab a jacket. If I had let Long Jia take it, I wouldn't be able to wear the jacket that still carries your warmth. Tongning smiled before continuing, President Mo's jacket isn't something that just anyone can wear. Mo Ting helplessly and lovingly held on to her cold hand as he pushed her into the car. Let's go home. By the time they returned to the manor, the house had changed drastically. The bedroom was covered in fresh flowers and the room was lit with candles. Mo Ting hugged Tongning from behind and kissed her back, to celebrate your triumphant return. Over the past few days, you haven't had a good rest. It wasn't easy for you to get a day off. Tongning's voice was a little choked up. Why didn't you rest a little longer? We will be returning to China tomorrow, you will be busy again. If you really feel guilty, why don't you massage me later? She then held on to Mo Ting's hand and placed him on the bed. She then poured the essential oil that Long Jia had prepared for her onto her palm and gently pushed Mo Ting's back away. It went without saying that Mo Ting's body had always been well-proportioned and strong. However, due to the high intensity of work over the past few days, his muscles had become even tighter. Tongning was a little annoyed. Ever since marrying Mo Ting, it seemed she hadn't cared about his health much. I will reflect on myself, Tongning said as she continued pushing. Mo Ting obviously didn't understand what she was reflecting on, so he let out a confused grunt from his chest. I'll take good care of you. Ever since the incident with Han Yufan, Tongning had learned to cherish everything she had. She had already lost too much. She wasn't going to let anyone take anything away from her, especially not Mo Ting. Hearing these words, Mo Ting flipped over, wrapped his arms around her and pressed her against his chest. No matter how I look at it, you are the one that needs more care than me. But when it comes to reflecting on yourself, you do need to reflect on yourself. Ning. I want you. Tongning looked at Mo Ting, her eyes were bright and sincere. What a coincidence. So do I. But you need to slow down. The couple were surprisingly in sync in this area. Tongning didn't put on an act and Mo Ting wasn't flirtatious. Their relationship was purely based on their love and passion for each other. Tongning sets off the Oriental trend, explodes in Europe and the US. Tongning suppresses Mo Euro, keeps a low profile, makes her background. Tongning endorses ISN and becomes the new darling of the West. These were the headlines of the Oriental Daily News the next day. The low-profile Tongning that had been stepped on by Mo Euro finally defeated Mo Euro in the most professional way. She used her own abilities to show everyone what the real Oriental trend was. Because of the protection of Secret and ISN, Tongming's status was no longer the same as it was when she first arrived in the US. Of course, apart from the overseas fans, the domestic fans were also cheering for Tongming. Initially, Lin Wei's words of trust in Tongming had comforted the hearts of many fans. They waited silently for Tongming's victory. As expected, Tongming did not disappoint. Tongming had truly risen up, she was no longer the outdated model that everyone thought she was. Seeing this piece of news, Han Ruoxue and Mo Euro smashed everything in the hotel that could be smashed. Tongming's popularity not only represented Mo Euro's failure, it also meant that from now on, it would be impossible for them to suppress Tongming. As for Mo Euro, they had previously held her in high regard and even compared her to Hua Jingjing. But now? How could Mo Euro have the face to return? A model that appeared in a magazine but received zero attention, had become Tongming's screen. This was a joke that would be enough for the industry to laugh about for an entire year. That's enough, the two of you, stop smashing things. Han Yufan looked at them with a headache, his heart was even more chaotic than Mo Euro and his sister. Tiany's shareholders had already pressured him, they were unhappy that he had been supporting Mo Euro all this time. They had invested so much manpower and resources, only to receive such a surprising result. Zero attention, this wasn't because Mo Euro was unlucky, it was because Tongming was too strong. They were businessmen, all they cared about was profits. If Han Yufan continued to be so stubborn, they couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Yufan, why don't you ask your mother for help again? Han Ruoxue suggested. However, Han Yufan didn't think his mother was particularly glorious, so he never mentioned her. Ever since his father passed away, his mother couldn't stand the loneliness, so she broke up another family and became the legal wife of a certain director. All these years, they rarely contacted each other because his mother had also become someone else's stepmother. Jia. Let's discuss this matter after we return, Han Yufan replied impatiently. Yufan, don't tell me you're blaming me? Han Ruoxue sensed Han Yufan's emotions. Yufan, I was indeed the one that came up with the plan, but who was I doing it for? Wasn't it for you guys? Mo Euro was the one that didn't live up to expectations, yet you're blaming me? Why aren't you blaming that B*TCH? Not long after Han Ruoxue finished speaking, the phone in her hand began to ring. Seeing it was a call from the company, Han Ruoxue immediately collected her emotions and picked up. Hello? Han Ruoxue, J. King is in such a big mess, where are you? The person on the other end of the line questioned Han Ruoxue. She didn't have high hopes for the artists in her hands, so she went to meddle in other people's business. As a result, a newly popular group was discovered by fans sucking on fans. The fame that they had worked so hard to build up was completely destroyed overnight. Meanwhile, Han Ruoxue was nowhere to be seen. President. From tomorrow onwards, you don't need to come anymore. I want to ban you from the entire US. As soon as Han Ruoxue heard this, her mind went blank, she was about to explode. President, let me explain. What else is there to explain? You used the company's resources to help your brother, did you think we didn't know? Secret was originally our resource. If one of our models ended up on the front cover, then this issue of the Oriental Trend would be ours. But what about you? Han Ruoxue, prepare to pay the compensation fee. After speaking, the man hung up the phone, not giving Han Ruoxue any room to refute. Han Ruoxue dropped her arms in a daze as she mumbled to herself, it's over. It's all over. My career. It's all over. Sis. What happened? It's all because of you. Han Ruoxue yelled hysterically, because of you, I was fired by the company and now I have to pay $10 million in compensation. That is in US dollars. $10 million in US dollars. Han Yufan and Mo Euro were stunned. They never imagined the consequences would be so serious. Not only that, I will be completely blacklisted. Do you know what being blacklisted means? It means I will no longer have a place in the US. All these years of hard work, it has all gone to waste. After Han Ruoxue finished yelling, she angrily fell to the ground. At this moment, her heart was filled with regret and hatred. Why did she help her disappointing brother? Why did she help Mo Euro deal with Tongming? Sis, you won't be left with nothing. You still have me. Go away, you only have Mo Euro in your eyes. Han Ruoxue pushed Han Yufan away. Sis. I will help you. Okay, since you say you want to help me, then help me pay half of the compensation fee. Secondly, I want to become Tongning's manager. If you guys don't support her, I will. I want to use Tongning to make a comeback, Han Ruoxue said in a serious tone. Do you dare to agree? Han Yufan and Mo Euro looked at each other. This was complete nonsense. Not only would he not allow his sister to help an enemy, even if they were willing, Tongning would never allow Han Ruoxue to be her manager. But on the surface, he still had to play along. So, Han Yufan used Tongning as an excuse. After paying the compensation fee, I can still sell my shares. That way, we can still survive. But, sis, think about how we treated Tongning in the past. There's no way she'll ask you to be her manager. Besides, she already has Linwei. How can Linwei compare to me? Since Tianyi can no longer control Tongning's development, why don't we personally send her to the top? This way, we can make a name for ourselves. Most importantly, I can keep an eye on Tongning. This way, we can kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Han Ruoxue began to plot against Tongning. She was filled with hatred and dissatisfaction. She wanted to see how Tongning would behave after she became Tongning's manager. Hearing Han Ruoxue's words, Han Yufan actually had a plan. Even if he couldn't completely suppress Tongning, at least Han Ruoxue wouldn't allow Tongning to continue to shine. That way, he and Mo Euro would be able to take a breather. Sister, I promise you. You guys return to China first. After I'm done here, I'll come back to take Tongning over. Take over Tongning? That depends on whether Mo Ting agrees or not. Okay. Han Yufan replied. Mo Euro couldn't accept it. They were actually going to personally send Tongning to fame. However, she had indeed dragged Han Yufan and Han Ruoxue down with the secret magazine incident. So, there was nothing she could say. All she could do was look at Han Yufan with a wronged expression. Don't you want me anymore? What are you talking about? As you can see, we can no longer suppress Tongning. If my sister deals with Tongning, it will give us some time to catch our breath. Euro, I won't give up on you. As long as Han Yufan was still in her hands, then she would still be the wife of Tianyi's CEO and she would still have a chance to make a comeback. As for Tongning, she had already spread her wings. After all, she had plenty of time. At noon on the same day, KLA agency released an announcement to terminate their contract. They pointed out Han Ruoxue's 3 crimes and stated that they would pursue her to the end. They also announced that they would completely blacklist Han Ruoxue. Of course, she was only a manager. Even if she fought with her agency, it wouldn't cause much of a commotion. However, when Tongning saw this piece of news, she was still surprised. She subconsciously looked at Mo Ting, this man. Really? However, ISN's commercial was about to start filming. As the location was set to be in Beijing, she had to return to China as soon as possible. This time, Tongning finally didn't need to be on the same flight as Han Yufan and Mo Euro. Because of her popularity in the US, her fans no longer had to swallow their anger. Her fan club also organized a large group of fans to welcome her. Early in the morning, the airport was completely packed. Tongning, did you know Han Yufan and Mo Euro are also on the same flight today? Linwei asked Tongning on the way to the airport. I know. So, I don't need to remind you what to do, right? Tongning asked as she held on to Mo Ting's hand as she read the newspaper. Previously, when she went to Lucerne, Mo Euro posted her itinerary in her group chat and allowed the anti-fans to cause trouble for her. This time Mo Euro returned in defeat and became the laughingstock of the industry. Of course, she had to return the favor. If she hadn't tasted the feeling of being surrounded by anti-fans, how could she be called a laughingstock? Tongning, you haven't taken advantage of Mo Euro's pregnancy. What do you plan to do? Long Jia suddenly asked. As soon as Linwei heard this, she thought, Mo Euro is pregnant? She has always wanted to win the top 10 model award. But, don't forget the rules. Pregnant women are not eligible to win, Tongning replied calmly. Then, what are you waiting for? Just expose her. According to Mo Euro's personality, she will definitely find a way to get herself nominated. I will wait for her to step onto the stage and win the award. Then, I will send her on her last journey. After hearing Tong Ning's words, Long Jia understood. The feeling of losing something as soon as it was obtained was the most unbearable. Above all, as long as Mo Euro didn't try to win the award, Tianyi still had hope. Only by obtaining something and losing it, would Mo Euro have no chance of making a comeback. Because, for the top 10 model awards, a model only had one chance. From start to finish, Mo Ting held onto Tong Ning's hand tightly. He knew, deep down, even if Mo Euro became part of the background, it wouldn't be enough to erase the hurt she had once suffered. So, she was going to continue to gain from Mo Euro until Mo Euro no longer had the strength to make a comeback. Until Han Yufan completely gave up on Mo Euro, she was going to let Mo Euro have a taste of being abandoned. However, Mo Ting didn't want Tong Ning to be so depressed. So, he pulled out his phone, found the photo he had taken the night before and handed it to Lin Wei. Upload this photo online. It was a photo of Mo Euro kneeling on the ground. It was a photo of Mo Euro falling to rock bottom. Lin Wei looked at the black-bellied couple and a sly smile appeared on her face along with Long Jia. Because of the difference in their status, Mo Ting couldn't walk together with Tong Ning on the way to the airport. Even though it was a hot day, Tong Ning wrapped herself up tightly. But, before she stepped out of the car, Mo Ting still patted her on the head and reminded her carefully, "There are fans at the airport. If you are photographed, it will cause you trouble. I will wait for you in the first-class cabin. You are currently on the rise in your career, you can't afford to have any scandals." Tong Ning lifted her eyes and looked at Mo Ting with a hint of guilt. She was obviously Mo Ting's wife, yet they couldn't share a stage together in public. Sometimes, they even had to pretend to be strangers. But, she understood, Mo Ting didn't want the success she had built up to today to disappear in a blink of an eye. Thinking of this, Tong Ning smiled as she interlocked her fingers with Mo Ting's. "Wait for me. Wait for me to reach the same height as you. At that time I will personally tell everyone that we are husband and wife, an invincible couple." Mo Ting hooked his arm around her neck and placed a kiss on her lips. His eyes sparkled like a vast sea of stars. "Go ahead." In reality, Mo Ting really wanted to hide Tong Ning away and only place her in their home. Only he would be able to touch her beauty. But, Tong Ning was born for the runway. The light of a superstar was something that no one could resist. So, it seemed, sending Tong Ning to the pinnacle was his mission and mission. He felt helpless and excited at the same time. Tong Ning alighted from the Lincoln and boarded another luxury car. She then headed to the airport with Long Jia and Lin Wei. Due to the popularity of the Dongfeng trend, there was no way the airport would be as peaceful as when Tong Ning first arrived in the US. So, Mo Ting specifically arranged for 4 bodyguards to follow her. Ah. That's Tong Ning. On the sidewalk of the airport, screams could be heard one after another. Tong Ning subconsciously quickened her pace as she sighed in her heart. How could these people be so observant? How could they recognize her even though she was wrapped up so tightly? "Tong Ning, you've really changed," Long Jia sighed from behind. "You could have chosen to use the VIP lane to avoid the fans. Are you going to do that?" "Of course not," Tong Ning rejected straightforwardly. "If even I can't take it, how many fans will be heartbroken? My fans support my career, I have no reason to avoid them." So, Tong Ning chose to enter the airport with her head held high. As soon as she appeared, fans and reporters swarmed towards her. Mo Ting's bodyguards immediately formed a human wall around her, allowing her to pass through the security checks and enter the departure lounge. "Tong Ning. Give us an autograph. Tong Ning, we really like you. You need to do your best. Tong Ning, welcome back to the US." Tong Ning had a smile on her face the entire time. Whenever there weren't too many people around, she would kindly sign autographs for passers-by. After entering the departure lounge, she even took pictures with many fans. Finally, Lin Wei stopped the passers-by and told them in a roundabout way that Tong Ning hadn't had a good rest due to work and asked for their understanding. Sitting in the departure lounge, Tong Ning looked around for Mo Ting. Finally, in the middle of the seats, she spotted Mo Ting sitting calmly with sunglasses on as he flipped through the latest issue of Secrets magazine. Beside him was an old American lady. Seeing him holding the magazine, she couldn't help but smile. Young man, after you finish reading it, can I have a look? This magazine has been so popular recently that I can't find it anywhere. Mo Ting slightly nodded his head, of course. Tongming sat 2 rows behind Mo Ting. Looking at his handsome back, she really wanted to ask him how it felt to be holding his wife's magazine in his hands. Actually, Mo Ting could have waited in the VIP lounge, because he wanted to keep her company. Tongming's eyes turned a little watery as she pulled out her phone and typed, "Your back is so good." Mo Ting handed the magazine to the old lady and pulled out his phone. With a slight smile, he replied, "When we get back, tell Lu Che to change the photo of you holding your hand to me. That way, you won't have 0 followers anymore, right?" "Please don't, President Mo. If you do that, I will have 0 followers." The corners of Mo Ting's lips rose even higher. He suddenly thought of enlarging Tongming's photo and hanging it all over the wall of his bedroom. "I really want to turn around and look at you." Seeing these words, Tongming's heart felt a little sour. At this time, the announcement to board the plane could be heard. Tongming stood up and quickly walked to the front. Mo Ting quickly followed behind her. That way, he wouldn't have to turn around. As they boarded the plane, more and more people began to recognize Tongming and tried to approach her. But, whether intentionally or not, Mo Ting stood in front of them until Tongming entered the first-class cabin. After all, a wife was meant to be loved and protected. At least, it had to be like this within his sight. At the same time, a particularly interesting photo was released online in Beijing. It was the B-grade model Mo Euro who had gone overseas from glory. Originally, she was supposed to overcome all the obstacles and reach a new stage in her career. After all, after going overseas, she had challenged all the famous models and used the gimmick of being an Asian model to scam a few endorsements. However, as soon as Secrets magazine was released, Tongming became a legend and she became a joke. 0 followers became synonymous with her. As if being ridiculed wasn't enough, early this morning, a long photo was released online. Inside, there were 10 photos of the model she had challenged. On the left was another model and on the right was Mo Euro. Everyone else had photos of their runway shows, while she only had one. The one where she was kneeling on the ground. As soon as the photo went viral, it attracted the attention of countless internet celebrities. They all started to write all sorts of ridiculing jokes. This was a result that Tiany's Han Yufan never expected. Because of Mo Euro's defeat, her past scandals were once again exposed and humiliated. This was how the entertainment industry worked, the winner was always right. "Euro, why don't you stay in the US for now?" Han Yufan was worried she wouldn't be able to handle the shock and hurt the child in her stomach. "No need, I want to see how Tongming is going to step on me." Most importantly, in 4 days' time, she would be entering the top 10 model awards. She still wanted to give it her all. Since she couldn't produce a good result, then she would have to find the judges. "Okay then, let's head straight home from the tarmac in a moment," Han Yufan arranged. At this moment, he had no idea what Mo Euro was planning. However, even if they were to leave directly from the tarmac, they would still have to leave the airport. As for the sharp-eyed paparazzi, they already had their eyes on them and surrounded them. As for Mo Euro, who was sitting in the car, after seeing the humiliation online, she finally broke down in tears. She had lost too badly and fallen too painfully. There was no doubt about Tongming's ruthlessness. This made Han Yufan, who was hugging Mo Euro to comfort her, realize how wrong he was in the past. The woman that was once willing to go through fire and water for him, was now not going to show him any mercy. It was like she was going to use all her strength just to crush Mo Euro into pieces. It was only because it wasn't his turn yet, so he wasn't nervous. At the exit of the airport, Tongming's fans were everywhere. They were holding up signs of Tongming and chanting her name. Originally, this was Tiany's glory, but Han Yufan did not feel the slightest bit of happiness. Tongming, whose value had increased, was no longer under Tiany's control. Apart from placing all his hopes on Han Ruoxue, he had no idea what else to do. It was like Mo Euro's defeat had brought him to the bottom of the abyss. Was he really going to go look for his mother? Tongming's return was a complete victory. With the endorsement deal for ISN in Asia, it was guaranteed that from now on, she would only receive better deals than this. Most importantly, her low-profile personality and her personality of never relying on hype to gain attention had helped her accumulate a large number of loyal fans. As a result, her foundation had slowly stabilized and she had secured a place in the modeling industry. Han Yufan looked at the news regarding Tongning and Mo Euro and furrowed his brows. After returning home, he placed Mo Euro aside and hid in the study room to make phone calls non-stop. Mo Euro felt uneasy because she knew Tianyi didn't belong to Han Yufan alone. With her current notorious attitude, it would only make things more difficult for Han Yufan. Yuge, help me check who the judges for this year's annual model awards are. Euro, what are you trying to do? Mo Euro's assistant was a little flustered. Don't do anything reckless. As long as you rest well, after some time, we will be able to return to the runway. I won't give up until I put up a final fight. If I tell you to go, then go. How much longer do you think Han Yufan can hold on for? Tianyi's shareholders are constantly pressuring him to give up on us. It's only a matter of time before he gives up on us. Do you still want to go back to your life as a street vendor? Mo Euro's assistant paused for a moment. It was obvious she didn't want to, but he also didn't want Mo Euro to take the most dangerous step. If she did this, not only would she tear apart her relationship with Han Yufan, she might even be beyond redemption. Apart from sleeping with the judges, what else could she do? Euro, you have a child in your stomach. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Mo Euro said solemnly. The industry had always been a dark place. She once thought Han Yufan would be her most reliable support, but after the incident with Secret Magazine, Han Yufan could only watch as she returned in defeat without any way to salvage the situation. That was when she finally understood how useless this man was. Was it wrong for a fine bird to choose a good tree to nest in? Inside the study room, Han Yufan was still racking his brains over how to protect Mo Euro. Meanwhile, the people outside were already thinking of betraying him. Tongning's return, the popularity of Secret and the endorsement deal with ISN, not only brought her to new heights, it also brought Tianyi to new heights. However, the CEO, Han Yufan, was having a hard time in this situation. ISN's commercial was still in the middle of filming, so after returning from the US, Tongning had not stepped foot into the office. It was not until 2 days later, after the commercial was completed, that she officially entered the office. Inside the CEO's office, Han Yufan looked at Tongning with a complicated expression. Tongning, you've already gotten what you want. Don't push her too far, leave her a way out. Tongning looked at Han Yufan and replied calmly, when we were in the US, did you ever think of leaving me a way out? If you can't do it yourself, why should you ask others to do it? You. Han Yufan was at a loss for words. If the situation had been reversed and the famous person was Mo Euro, they would have used cruel methods to make it impossible for Tongning to recover. So, at this moment, apart from anger and shame, all he felt was regret. He no longer looked at Tongning, instead, he looked at Lin Wei and instructed, Lin Wei, pack your things and prepare to manage another artist. Tongning, I've already arranged for a new manager. Hearing this, Lin Wei's face turned pale as Tongning furrowed her brows. What game are you trying to play now? Tongning, your contract is still 3 years away and Lin Wei is also a manager under the company. I have the freedom to make arrangements for her, you have no right to interfere. Management contract? Could it be that Han Yufan thought he could influence her contract? In that case, you can at least tell me who you have arranged for me, right? Tongning questioned as she looked at Lin Wei, who was standing behind her, comforting her. It was only for a brief moment, but Lin Wei's flustered heart suddenly calmed down. She knew Tongning would eventually find a better manager, but there was no way she would continue to stay at Tianyi. She had betrayed Mo Euro and relied on Tongning. If she left Tongning, she would definitely be tortured by Mo Euro. But, Tongning's gaze told her. Even if I can't keep you, I can't send you to the tiger's den. And, if Tongning wants to do something, there's nothing she can't do. So, she believed in Tongning and learned to stay calm. Tomorrow, the company will hold a grand celebration party for you. When the time comes, she will appear. Don't worry, this manager will only be more professional than Lin Wei. It won't do you any harm. Don't tell me you're afraid I will suppress you again? Han Yufan had a look of ridicule on his face. Unknowingly, Tongming had taken one step at a time to get to where she was today. Tongming did not say a word, nor did she resist. Of course, she didn't believe that Han Yufan truly had her best interests at heart. But, she couldn't just reject him like this, otherwise, Tianyi would have to deal with her endlessly. She needed to be in control. As Tongming left the office, Lin Wei was left behind. Tongming glanced at her, gesturing for her to delay as long as possible. She especially couldn't let Han Yufan know about her work discussions. Lin Wei nodded her head. If she didn't even have this ability, she would have wasted all her time by Tongming's side. "Where's Lin Wei?" Long Jia asked as she saw Tongming walk out on her own. "Han Yufan has arranged for her to manage another artist and arranged a new manager for me," Tongming replied. "Who is it?" Long Jia asked cautiously. Tongming did not reply. She simply put on her sunglasses and left Tianyi with Long Jia. Returning to Hyatt Regency, they returned to their own home. At this time, Mo Ting had already returned home. Hearing Tongming's words, the couple seemed to come to a common understanding. "Ting, are you thinking the same thing as me?" Tongming asked. "Han Ruwa Shue." Mo Ting replied. As expected, Tongming chuckled. "She can't survive in the US anymore, so she naturally wants to use you to make a comeback. On top of that, you have the desire to be conquered by her, so she really wants you to submit to her." Mo Ting looked at Tongming in seriousness as he analyzed Han Ruashua's thoughts. "Of course, if you want to get rid of her now, it won't be difficult." Tongming smiled gently, she was naturally confident. Seeing her expression, Long Jia could tell a small matter like this wouldn't be too difficult for her, so she relaxed a little. Tongming's plan was to wait until after the top 10 model awards. During this time, no matter what changes might occur, she already had her own plans. So, all Long Jia needed to do for her was to comfort Lin Wei. After Long Jia left, the couple entered the bedroom to change into their home clothes. Mo Ting stood in front of the mirror with Tongming in his arms. Using an extremely magnetic voice, he asked beside her ear, "You still don't plan to leave Tianyi?" "It's not time yet." She was still one step away from taking down Mo Euro, she wasn't going to let the two off so easily. "But, I think it's time to set my next goal." Mo Ting understood Tongming didn't like to have instant success, so he didn't mention signing with Hai Rui again. "Now that you have gained popularity, your next goal should be." "I need a prestigious award," Tongming replied gently. She was well aware of her position and understood that the entertainment industry was a deep pool of water. Today, she could barely maintain her popularity, but tomorrow, it could be snatched away by some unknown artist. So, a prestigious award was the foundation to solidify her position. "But, Ting. I am already 26 years old, I can't act like I did when I was 17 and participate in a modeling competition. Plus, the awards I received in the past, after being banned by Star King, no longer have any value. Back then, when I retreated, I was too decisive and cut off my own path of retreat. Back then, for Han Yufan, she had given her all. A model's best years, her most glorious years, she had selflessly given them to Han Yufan. But, in the end, what did she get in return?" However, Tongming had no regrets. After all, this was the path she had chosen. It was just, she now had to bear the consequences of her stupidity. After hearing this, Mo Ting couldn't help but feel his heart ache. If he had met Tongming earlier, would she have experienced so much pain? So, he placed a kiss on her neck and comforted her, "It's okay. It's okay if you can't participate in the competition. You can be a model, walk on the runway and shoot for magazines. I will accompany you. Let's make use of the exposure we have. After all, the industry is a true battlefield. Honey, don't give yourself too much pressure." Tongming took a deep breath, turned around and wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's waist. She buried her head in his chest and sighed, "Don't worry, with you in front of me as my target, I won't be destroyed so easily." Mo Ting took a deep breath and carried her in his arms. After returning to the bedroom, he placed her on the bed and gently pressed his body against hers. "I think the only way to make you forget the past is to love you with all my might." After hearing this, Tongming's ears turned red. She understood his words had a double meaning. "You haven't eaten yet." After working all day, do you still have the energy? Prove it to me and you'll know. After speaking, Mo Ting placed a kiss on her lips. Because of Tong Ning's popularity, Mo Euro had become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. So, Han Yufan did not allow her to attend Tiany's celebration banquet. At the same time, she was given the opportunity to meet with the judges. The investigation of the judges was conducted by Mo Euro's assistant without Tiany's knowledge. There were a total of 7 people, 3 women and 4 men. Mo Euro directly ignored the 3 women and placed her gaze on a 40-something-year-old male judge. This was because he had a dark history in the past, it was just that he had tried to cover it up many times. Euro. Mo Euro's assistant looked at the photo of the man in Tong Ning's hand in fear. You Lin, go find out when I will have the opportunity to meet with this judge. Euro. I know what you are thinking. If I don't take this step, I will still lose Han Yufan. Not only that, I will end up with nothing, Mo Euro said ruthlessly. Mo Euro said ruthlessly. Right now, there was no longer a place for her in Beijing. If she didn't find another way out, she didn't know how she would end up being trampled on by Tong Ning. I will definitely get the top 10 model award, no matter what it takes. Mo Euro's assistant had no choice but to pull out her phone and respectfully call the man. At first, the man had no intention of responding. But, after Yu Lin called 3 times in a row, the man finally picked up. Mo Euro's assistant expressed her intentions in a simple manner and the man understood. In the end, the man requested to speak to Mo Euro. Euro. Mo Euro stretched out her hand to receive the phone and smiled. Mr. Li, because the man was a famous artist, she had to keep a low profile. You are Euro, right? I've seen your shows before. Actually, you aren't bad. But, as you know, your reputation hasn't been too good lately. How about you come to Hongfan Hotel at 7 p.m. tomorrow night and we can have a good chat? Mo Euro's heart tightened as she gritted her teeth and nodded. Okay, I will be there on time. Euro. Is this the result you wanted? You are still pregnant. That old man is not human. Do I have any other options? Mo Euro lifted her head and asked her assistant. Tong Ning has forced me into a corner, not giving me a way out. I can't let her have her way. If she wants me, Mo Euro, to admit defeat, she must be daydreaming. The assistant had no choice but to clench her teeth. In that case, tomorrow, I will help you take some photos for evidence. I don't want that old man to get away with it. Han Yufan would never have guessed that Mo Euro had already made such a dirty decision. He had been working so hard on the outside, but in the end, he still couldn't protect Mo Euro's vain heart. Of course, this was retribution. Mo Euro betrayed him the same way he betrayed Tong Ning. Early that morning, Han Ruoxue had finished her contract in the US and returned to Beijing. Han Yufan went to the airport alone to pick her up. As soon as she entered Han Yufan's apartment, she asked for Tong Ning's current address. Jia. Euro has been in a bad mood these past few days. Don't agitate her and keep your voice down. She didn't live up to expectations, she can't blame anyone else, Han Ruoxue scoffed. Tong Ning lives in Hyatt Regency, Han Yufan replied impatiently. How could she live in such a nice place? In that case, I will move in with her tomorrow. It will be more convenient for me to work. Han Ruoxue had no intention of living in Han Yufan's apartment, nor did she want to see Mo Euro. But, it seemed, Hyatt Regency wasn't a place someone like her could afford. In order to take over Tong Ning, Han Ruoxue, Lin Wei, and Han Yufan were in the meeting room early in the morning to discuss Tong Ning's future plans. She didn't even inform Tong Ning herself, she said she wanted to support her with all her might. However, Lin Wei, who was in charge of handing over work to Han Ruoxue, was well aware that Han Ruoxue simply treated Tong Ning as a chess piece. No matter how high Tong Ning's status was, Han Ruoxue still wanted to control her artists. Lin Wei displayed Tong Ning's current job offers on the projector screen. Just the magazine offers alone, there were a total of 23. Han Yufan was a little shocked. Amongst these offers, there was no lack of second-rate magazines. He had no idea the public had such a high level of recognition towards Tong Ning. Of course, Lin Wei did not include the things that Tong Ning was currently discussing in the list. This included the offer from Creative Century and Star Age, two factories, to Tongning. With Tongning's current status, a small company like Tianyi Entertainment could no longer provide much help to her career. As for the contract that Han Ruoxue mentioned, it no longer had any binding force on Tongning. It turned out, Han Ruoxue hadn't learned her lesson from the battle with Secret. She probably thought Tongning's success was all due to luck. Right now, because of the Oriental trend, Tongning has gained a bit of fame in Europe and the US. As long as I strike while the iron is hot, with my connections, I can quickly help her appear on all sorts of shows. However, the prerequisite is that she listens to me. Otherwise, I can also use up a person's fame. So, rather than saying tonight was a celebration for Tongning, it was more accurate to say it was Han Ruoxue's inauguration press conference. A manager that had been blacklisted by the Americans, in the blink of an eye, had returned to Beijing, paid her compensation and continued to cause trouble. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tongning had already heard from Lin Wei about the meeting that Tianyi Entertainment had held that morning. Han Ruoxue had decided to focus her career overseas. It was indeed the first choice for a model. After all, only the international scene could help a model succeed, but Tongning was no longer 17 years old. Without the support of a strong background, she couldn't be like a young model and start off as a fitting model. It wasn't that she was afraid of suffering, but she couldn't afford to waste her youth. Even the wait of the next 3 years was fatal to her. Tongning, what do you plan to do now? Han Ruoxue is determined to get her hands on you. I have my ways. Lin Wei, thank you, Tongning thanked sincerely. Tongning, it's actually a good idea for me to take this opportunity to leave you. I know your manager will only get stronger and stronger. As for me, I don't have the right to stand by your side. You've taught me a lot and helped me understand a lot. Don't worry, we have a confidentiality agreement between us. I won't tell anyone about you. I just hope that in the end, Tianyi will let me go. Lin Wei made up her mind. If she followed Tongning, she would only be led around by Tongning and would not be able to play the role of a manager. She admired Tongning, but she also had her own goals. I wish you the best, Tongning nodded. Are we still friends? Of course. Tongning replied calmly. My indecent photos. I will leave them with you. Treat it as a warning to me. Tongning, I will quietly follow you and watch as you step onto the international stage. Lin Wei, I wish you happiness too. Lin Wei knew she had completed her mission and it was time for her to leave. Tongning was a person that never showed mercy to her enemies, but she never made things difficult for her friends. So, of course, Lin Wei was more than willing to be her friend. Not long after, the sky above Beijing was filled with stars. At this time, Tongning was ready to have an intense battle with Han Ruoxue. On the way to the hotel, Mo Ting held on to Tongning's hand to give her strength. Tongning looked at Mo Ting and smiled, don't worry about me, I've already gotten used to it. I've already prepared myself for a big battle, even if Han Ruoxue is a difficult opponent. I just feel bad for you. Hubby, don't wait for me tonight. Be a good boy and go home to sleep. You work so hard every day, even if it's for me, you can't tire yourself out. Tongning held on to Mo Ting's warm hand. I promise you, I won't let myself be taken advantage of. You said it. If Han Ruoxue makes you feel bad, I will get Hai Rui to make a move. Mo Ting pulled Tongning into his embrace and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. The longer they were married, the more he understood Tongning and the more his heart ached for this woman. She had to endure so much to break out of her cocoon and become a butterfly. Her road to rebirth was not always smooth sailing. Tongning lifted her head and looked at the mole on Mo Ting's earlobe. It was his trademark. It made her feel intoxicated and dizzy. I won't give you the chance to make a move. I've also prepared a present for Han Ruoxue. She wants to be my manager? I will make sure she has the guts to think about it, but she won't have the chance to say it. After all, she was already very good at tearing her enemies apart. Mo Ting looked at Tongning gently, looking at her confident eyes. It seemed he really wouldn't have the chance to make a move. 7 p.m. Tongning arrived at the venue of the celebration banquet. At the same time, Mo Euro entered Hong Fan Hotel. Because Tianyi's status was limited, the number of famous artists they could invite could be counted on one's fingers. although Tongning was the main character of this celebration banquet. It was obvious Han Yufan was only throwing out a brick to attract Jade. His real motive was to get Han Ruoxue on stage. Tongning was tired of dealing with the guests, so she sat down in the middle of the room. She found a waiter and whispered a few things into his ear. The waiter nodded his head in understanding. Afterwards, with everyone's applause, Han Yufan stepped onto the red carpet and onto the stage to face the guests. Today, apart from celebrating Tongning becoming the spokesperson of ISN in Asia, we have an important announcement to make. Han Yufan was dressed in a brown handmade suit. He looked incomparably handsome on the stage. The artist's director of Tianyi will be my sister, the top manager, Han Ruoxue. Next, let's welcome her on stage to continue announcing the good news to everyone. Han Ruoxue was dressed in a long silver dress and a pair of 10 centimeters heels as she stepped onto the red carpet. She had an arrogant attitude like a queen as she scanned her surroundings. In the end, her gaze landed on Tongning. Her expression was sinister and vicious. It was filled with a strong desire to dominate. Seeing this, Tongning's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Hello everyone, I am Han Ruoxue. From today onwards, I will be taking on the role of artist's director of Tianyi Entertainment. I would also like to make an important announcement. Han Ruoxue continued to look at Tongning like a hunter that had locked onto its prey. I would like to announce. As soon as the words "I will announce" left her mouth, the waiter that Tongning had instructed earlier suddenly came on stage with a phone and handed it to Han Ruoxue, interrupting her words. As soon as Han Ruoxue looked at the contents on the phone, she immediately glared at Tongning. Her face was filled with shock, anger, and a strong sense of unwillingness. However, Tongning had a smile on her face the entire time. It was just that this smile was an eyesore to Han Ruoxue. I would like to announce that at the beginning of next year, we will be creating a heavenly team. We have already invited a superstar to join us. Everyone, please wait and see. Han Yufan looked at Han Ruoxue confusedly. She was obviously going to announce that she was going to be Tongning's manager. Why did she suddenly change her mind? Sis. What's wrong? Everyone in the agency knows you are going to take over Tongning. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Tongning. Han Ruoxue gritted her teeth as she yelled out this name. Han Yufan turned his head and looked at Tongning. She had stopped her? How could she have stopped her? What did she show you? She already predicted that I would want to be her manager, so she threatened me with Creative Century and Star Age. If I dared to announce that I was her manager, she would also announce that she was terminating her contract with Tianyi Entertainment, Han Ruoxue said in an extremely cold tone. Yufan, she is using this method to tell us that the reason she is still in Tianyi is because we should be thankful and not treat her as we please. Yufan, she is using this method to announce that the reason she is still in Tianyi is because we should be grateful and not treat her as we please. Shameless. Cheap. I have never hated an artist so much. I hate her so much that I want to rip her to shreds. You should talk to her, she can't possibly only have this one request. From the looks of it, after a few confrontations, Han Ruoxue had gained a certain level of understanding towards Tongning. She had never imagined, as a top manager, she would be toyed with by Tongning over and over again. Han Yufan looked at Tongning and gestured for her to meet in the waiting room. Tongning was accompanied by Long Jia as they entered the backstage. The three of them were in the same room. Long Jia looked at Han Yufan cautiously. What else do you want? Set Lin Wei free, Tongning stated her own conditions. Otherwise, Lin Wei and I will be free and leave Tianyi. Okay, I agree to let Lin Wei go, but you cannot leave, Han Yufan said coldly. Han Yufan said coldly. Afterwards, the waiting room fell silent for a moment. Then, Han Yufan removed his disguise and asked with his true identity, how much do you hate me for you to come up with such a sinister plan and force Shiro and I to this point? My sister wants to be your manager because she wants to support you. Who would have thought you would threaten Tianyi with terminating your contract? Han Yufan, Mo Euro is your sister's right no matter what she does. As for my retaliation, I am evil and sinister. I've said it before. I won't actively harm anyone, but no one can scheme against me. Tongning's voice was calm, but it carried an irresistible power. By the way, why don't I see Mo Euro? Did you think I would allow Euro to get hurt in a situation like this? I don't know if she will get hurt. I only know that you should keep a close eye on her. Don't you know her? The deadline for the top 10 model awards is tomorrow. What do you think she will do to achieve her goal? Han Yufan was stunned for a moment, but he was still stubborn. Do you think she's like you, who only knows how to scheme? In my heart, she is very willful, but she can't be as ruthless as you. You can stab your ex in the back, and you can trample on your sister, who used to treat you as family. Really? Tongming looked at Han Yufan with a deeper meaning before turning to leave the hotel lounge. Not long after, Han Ruoxue entered the room and questioned Han Yufan. What does she want? She wants to stay and set Lin Wei free, Han Yufan replied. Yufan, I'm guessing, since she has already been offered an olive branch by another big company, yet she still chose to stay at Tianyi, it means she has a bigger plan waiting to be implemented. This Tongming is here to destroy the Han family. She hates you too much and we can't do anything to her. Han Ruoxue gripped the wine glass in her hand like she wanted to crush Tongming's neck. So, what should we do now? Han Yufan no longer had the strength to deal with Tongming. I think it's time to look for my mother. As the wife of a famous director, Mother Han had accumulated a lot of connections in the industry. He wanted to see if she had a way to easily crush Tongming. Hongfan Hotel. In a secret room. The ambiguous atmosphere had not completely dissipated. Lying in the arms of a stranger, Mo Euro successfully received a promise from the stranger, "Baby, don't worry. Go home and wait for the news. The top 10 model awards are in the bag." Mo Euro smiled as she lifted the blankets and got up. As she put on her clothes, she said to the stranger, "Mr. Li, just to be on the safe side, you won't mind if I record it, right? After all, in this industry, you and I both know nothing is guaranteed. So, I need to be careful." What? You recorded it? The stranger didn't expect Mo Euro to be so cautious. As long as I win the award, I will immediately return the recording. Mr. Li, I will go home and wait for the good news. The stranger's face twitched. In the end, he could only watch as Mo Euro left. Who would have thought he would fail at such an easy task? Mo Euro walked out of the hotel lobby and boarded the car that her assistant had prepared for her. She quietly drove off into the night without anyone noticing. Euro, do you want to go to the hospital? Her assistant asked as he looked at her face. No need, I'm fine. Mo Euro shook her head. Mo Euro shook her head. In bed, in order to make Han Yufan happy, she had already practiced martial arts. She knew how to protect herself. Hurry and go home, don't let Yufan notice anything. Euro, you've sacrificed too much. Otherwise, how am I going to compete with Tongming? Mo Euro looked out the window with a vicious expression. Little did she know, by risking her life to win the top 10 model awards, she was actually jumping into Tongming's trap. This was the entertainment industry, a ruthless industry. On the outside, it was too flashy, but how many people could actually hold on to their bottom line? 10 p.m. at Hyatt Regency. After Tongming finished talking to Lin Wei, she turned around to look at Mo Ting, who was sitting on the sofa. On the table were 20 to 30 invitations for her. No matter how big or small they were, he personally looked through every single one. Tongming's heart ached as she quickly sat down beside him and said, "Don't look through them. Let Longjia deal with these contracts." "It's fine. Longjia can look through the contracts, but she doesn't know how to choose the best," Mo Ting said as he wrapped his arm around her. "Has Lin Wei's matter been dealt with?" Tianyi gave her a contract termination letter and let her go. Tongming nodded her head. "Ting, you really don't need to look through them. I want you to go get some rest. Did you think I would look through anyone's contract? Mrs. Mo, no matter how small your matter is, it is still important to me. In that case, I'll give you a massage." Tongming stood up and walked around to Mo Ting's back to massage his shoulders. "Tianyi will definitely know they can't keep you. During the top 10 model awards, I will help you keep an eye on their movements. Han Ruoxue will definitely not let you go so easily. So, during this time I will be in charge of looking through your contracts." "Who else have you looked through?" Tongming asked with a smile. Actually, she hadn't thought about this at all. "Do you want to know?" Mo Ting asked. you don't have to tell me. Although Tongning didn't mind, the thought of Mo Ting putting in so much effort for others still made her feel a little uncomfortable. Mo Ting looked at Tongning's lowered head and was overjoyed. He couldn't help but smile. Are you jealous? A little, Tongning nodded. Do you think, apart from you, is there anyone else in this world that has the right? Only you, no one else. Mo Ting pulled her onto his lap and wrapped his arms around her as he taught her how to look at the contract. However, Tongning was very smart in other areas. Whenever she came across something with a lot of words, she would get a headache. So, not long after, Tongning fell asleep in Mo Ting's arms with a slight smile on her face. Mo Ting hugged his wife as he looked at the contract. Although he was tired, he was satisfied. As Tongning fell asleep, he whispered in her ear, Ning, the day you return to your position as Beijing's top model, I will be your personal manager. Tongning was still in a daze. Hearing this, she subconsciously replied, in that case, I'm going to put my life on the line. Mo Ting let out a gentle laugh. Afterwards, out of 20 to 30 magazine invitations, he chose Trendy Queen as Tongning's first shoot after returning to China. Of course, Tianyi would definitely have an issue with Mo Ting's decision because TQ wasn't one of the best-selling magazines. But, he was well aware that TQ's target audience was fashion designers and the middle and upper-class consumers. What Tongning needed to do now was use the Oriental trend to promote herself to fashion designers and those that had access to fashion resources. This was a risky move. But, if the gamble paid off, then Tongning's runway show in the second half of the year would be guaranteed. As long as she maintained enough exposure on the runway and the magazines followed suit, a virtuous cycle would be formed. Most importantly, runway shows would allow her to come into contact with more endorsement opportunities. This was much easier than relying on a team. Of course, there was no way he would let her lose. The next morning, Tongning woke up to find Mo Ting placing TQ's contract in front of her. She was a little surprised. Do you trust me? Mo Ting asked as he hugged her. Tongning pinched Mo Ting's tired cheeks and planted a kiss on his lips. I will shoot this one. Not even asking why? Mo Ting originally thought of a lot of reasons to convince her to accept him. Who would have thought, after a simple glance, she decided to trust him. The big boss of the entertainment industry stayed up late to pick it for me. Even if I fail, I'm willing. Seeing the helplessness on Mo Ting's face, Tongning also became serious as she explained, firstly, I trust you unconditionally, there is no doubt about that. Secondly, I've looked through these offers myself, but I can't find a suitable target for my current awkward position. As you know, I can only make small plans, but I need you to help me see the bigger picture. A man's vanity was so easily satisfied. As long as his woman needed it, he would not hesitate even if it was a mountain of daggers or a sea of fire. Then it's decided, the contract, I don't have a manager right now, I only have an assistant. Of course, I will have to personally negotiate with them. However, ISN still has some work to do and Mina also has a cover. She said she will send someone over, so I don't need to fly back to the US. Mo Ting stroked her hair as he looked at her confident expression and smiled. Give me your email, I'll help you negotiate with them when I'm free. Mr. Mo, you said you wouldn't interfere with my work, I haven't given you any resources, nor have I spent any money to help you build connections or buy a cover for you. Can't I share your burden as your husband? Tongning had no choice but to nod her head, okay, Mr. Mo. But, this is the only time. The couple arranged their next job and had a heartwarming breakfast. However, just as Tongning was about to leave the house, she received a phone call from Long Jia. Tongning, the annual model awards has sent Mo Euro an invitation. The agency is currently in an uproar. When is the award ceremony? Tongning asked with a deeper meaning in her eyes. In 10 days. This time, Mo Euro will be able to be arrogant for a while. But, I'm curious, how did she manage to get through the judges? Long Jia couldn't hold back her curiosity. Tongning, do you think she's done something shady behind Han Yufan's back? If even you can't help but be suspicious, then there's no need to mention Han Yufan. Tongning maintained her usual calmness. Let her be arrogant. After all, it's only a matter of 10 days. After 10 days, Mo Euro will no longer exist in the modeling industry. There's another piece of news. The committee has invited you to be the guest presenter that night. I understand. Xianxia, I need to go back to the agency now. Since she had decided to shoot TQ, according to her contract, she would need to report it to the higher-ups. But, she had a feeling they would object to her taking the TQ cover. In that case, I'll come pick you up now. Mo Euro is also at the agency. She's become a crab walking sideways again. Tonning smiled and didn't think much of it. Half an hour later, Xianxia arrived at Hyatt Regency in her car. Seeing Tonning in a good mood, she couldn't help but wink at her. President, you've been well served, haven't you? Be serious, Tonning couldn't help but blush. By the way, now that Lin Wei has left, Tianyi will definitely arrange a manager for you. What do you plan to do? No, Tonning shook her head. I can negotiate the contract on my own. Plus, you can give me some advice. Are you sure you're negotiating on your own? Xianxia obviously didn't believe Tonning. Even if Tonning was willing to work hard on her own, according to how much Mo Ting doted on his wife, there was no way he would let her do it herself. I can't hide anything from you. Ting is helping me negotiate. Tonning nodded her head helplessly. Wow, Big Boss's ability is amazing. Let me tell you, Tonning, you are overusing your talents. The two chatted and laughed as they walked into the building. However, the atmosphere at Tianyi was obviously different today. Tonning wanted to look for Han Yufan, but his secretary told her he was currently in a meeting. But, when Xianxia went to take a look, there was obviously no one inside. What's more, a woman's laughter could be heard coming from Han Yufan's office. Tonning sneered as her lips curved upwards. She didn't continue to make things difficult for the secretary. It seemed, Han Yufan and the others were celebrating inside and didn't want to see her. Mo Euro had made a comeback. No one was more excited about this than Han Ruoxue. She wanted to control Tonning so badly and wanted to see Tonning suffer a crushing defeat. Originally, she had already given up on Mo Euro, but who would have thought, just as the situation between Tianyi and Tonning was brewing, Han Ruoxue would make a comeback and win the top 10 model awards, becoming one of the winners. Congratulations, Euro. Plus, because you are one of the winners, you have been invited to attend the Bright Night Gala for the annual Model Awards. This gala will be attended by many popular artists from various companies, so there is a lot of fashion resources available. You need to take advantage of this opportunity. Rumor has it that there will also be a mystery guest. Of course, Tonning has also been invited. But Han Ruoxue grabbed Tonning's invitation and tore it in half right in front of Han Yufan and Mo Euro. Don't even think about going. Sis, are you sure this is a good idea? Han Yufan sat at his office desk with a mocking smile. However, it wasn't directed at Han Ruoxue, it was directed at Tonning. I don't know anything. If the organizers of the Bright Night Gala ask, just say Tonning is putting on airs and purposely skipped the event. She was once Tianyi's guard dog. Even if she went from being a low-class artist to a high-class artist, she is still a dog. Han Ruoxue stared at the two with determination and hatred. Her meaning was clear. Although Tonning didn't allow them to interfere with her work, it didn't mean they couldn't set traps and obstruct her in other areas. After all, she was still at the agency and for many events, the organizers would go through the agency and not through the artists. After Han Ruoxue walked out of the office with a victorious expression, Han Yufan and Mo Euro fell silent. In the end, Han Yufan asked, Euro, don't you think the top 10 model awards is a bit fishy? Mo Euro froze, her expression was a bit unnatural, but she tried her best to hold it in. Did Tonning say something in your ear? Don't shift your attention to Tonning every time something happens. I just want to ask, did you secretly tamper with the top 10 model awards? Han Yufan looked at Mo Euro with a dark expression as he lifted her chin and forced her to look him in the eye. Do you think I don't understand the darkness in this industry better than you? For you. I almost asked my mother to help me. If you dare to betray me behind my back, then it's over between us. Yufan, I'm also very surprised that I got the award. Mo Euro tried her best to maintain her composure, making herself look no different from usual. Don't let me find out that you've done anything dirty. For your sake, I've come this far with Tonning. Don't stab me in the back. I still have your child in my stomach. Do you think I would dare to act recklessly? The child was Mo Euro's last line of defense. Han Yufan looked at Mo Euro for a moment and finally decided to trust her. Fine, fine, I believe you. When God wanted to destroy a person, he would first make them fall into madness. And at this moment, Mo Euro was right in the middle of that madness. She had no idea that she was getting closer to danger. All she could think about was standing on the stage to receive an award. As Mo Euro was notified of her award, Tianyi had to make some changes to their plans. Han Yufan called for a meeting with the higher-ups and told them about how Tongning had threatened Han Ruoxue to terminate her contract. He wanted them to give up on Tongning and focus on Mo Euro and training new talent. The higher-ups knew Tongning wouldn't be able to stay, so they had no choice but to accept Han Yufan's suggestion. At this moment, Tongning was still reshooting ISN's commercial. After she finished work, Long Jia quickly grabbed a jacket and wrapped it around her. Now that work is over, do you want to go to Tianyi and talk to Han Yufan about TQ? Let's not talk about TQ for now, Tongning replied. She knew, now that Mo Euro had received an award, Tianyi would no longer tolerate her. Plus, the higher-ups of Tianyi were a group of people that placed profit above everything else. TQ was too risky. If she were to bring it up now, she would definitely be rejected. Tongning, during this period of time, you need to be careful. Han Ruoxue and the other two have teamed up to bully you. Who knows what tricks they have up their sleeves. Long Jia helped Tongning remove her makeup and change back into her own clothes. She then helped her out of the studio and interact with the fans outside. Before the awards ceremony, it's fine to avoid them. Tongning smiled. Should we find evidence of Mo Euro bribing the judges? Long Jia, offending the judges may not be a good thing for us. Mo Euro will definitely want us to look for them. It would be too easy to get ourselves into trouble. Let's not take the risk. We already have her life and death card in our hands, why do we need to do something unnecessary? Tongning had thought things through thoroughly. Since Mo Euro dared to do something like this, she must have made other preparations. She even dared to betray Han Yufan. Was there anything she couldn't do? Let her go and receive an award, there was no need to stop her. After all, in the end, she would still fall into the abyss. So where do we go now? To Hai Rui. To pick up Mo Ting after work. Tongning lifted her eyes. Since work was over, she simply wanted to do what a wife wanted to do. Long Jia also smiled. The relationship between Tongning and Big Boss was getting better and better. So, she was truly happy for Tongning. At 5 p.m., Beijing was still shrouded in activity. Tongning arrived at the cafe opposite Hai Rui Entertainment and sat down. She then sent Mo Ting a message, after work, please head straight to the hotel opposite. I would like to treat President Mo to dinner. Mo Ting had just finished a long meeting. As soon as he saw Tongning's message, he immediately asked, do you want to come to the office with me? If I come, I will definitely attract attention. I think it's best if I don't come. Tongning actually wanted to go. She wanted to see how luxurious the office of the big boss of the entertainment industry was. Come to the underground car park. I will tell Lu Che to come down and pick you up. There's a secret passageway. If Hai Rui couldn't even keep this little bit of privacy, how could it be called the kingdom of the entertainment industry? In that case, wait for me. After typing, Tongning put on her disguise and arrived at Hai Rui's underground car park with Long Jia. Lu Che was already waiting at the entrance. He led Tongning into the secret passageway and headed straight up to the CEO's office on the 42nd floor. Madam, if you want to come, all you have to do is let the CEO know and I will come down to pick you up. You don't have to worry about secrets being leaked at Hai Rui, Lu Che explained. Because our internal employees have signed an agreement with the company, if any gossip is spread within the company, they will have to pay a penalty of up to $100 million. So, even if they see it, you don't have to worry about them spreading it around. As expected, Mo Ting's empire always had his ways and tricks. As the elevator led directly to Mo Ting's office, Tongning did not need to worry about bumping into any of Hai Rui's staff. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she could see Mo Ting's spacious office. Tongning felt a lot more relaxed. Mo Ting's office was completely different from the Spanish palace decorations at home. Mo Ting's office was extremely simple and was filled with sharp metal furnishings. This revealed his efficiency, simplicity, and majesty at work. It made one subconsciously feel deep respect for him. At this moment, the man sitting at his desk was engrossed in signing some documents. The mole on his right earlobe made him look even more mature and devilish. It was said that men who were serious were the most handsome. Tongming stood in the distance in a daze until Mo Ting lifted his head and realized she was standing not too far away. "Sit on the sofa for a bit," Mo Ting said gently. He then instructed Lu Che, "Go prepare 2 cups of English black tea and some pastries. Also, grab a blanket." "Yes, President." Tongming watched as Mo Ting quickly signed some documents. He then stood up and walked over to sit beside her. "Why didn't you bring Long Jia up?" "She said she doesn't want to be a light bulb." Lu Che brought the pastries into the office. After receiving the blanket, Mo Ting placed it on Tongming's legs. "The air conditioner is on a bit high." Tongming smiled and pushed Mo Ting away. "Go do what you need to do. Don't disturb me from enjoying the view." "View? The way you are at work." Mo Ting helplessly stood up and returned to his desk to work. Tongming, on the other hand, only lasted for a short while before she fell asleep on the sofa. Mo Ting got up and laid her down flat on the sofa. He then placed a pillow and blanket on top of her. How could she be so tired from accompanying him to work and filming a commercial? There were people going in and out of Mo Ting's office the entire time. Not only Lu Che, but also his secretary and other higher-ups. Every time they entered, their expressions were different from when they left. When they entered, they were calm. But when they left, they were so shocked their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The big boss was already taken. Who was the beauty in Big Boss's office? Someone actually dared to sleep in Big Boss's office. The way Big Boss looked at the beauty was as gentle as water. Oh God, this was international news. But everyone who went out felt like they couldn't gossip with others. But how outstanding did this woman have to be for Big Boss to fall in love with her? Could it be the current popular superstar Heavenly Queen? Tongming had been resting peacefully the entire time. Her sleeping posture was perfect. She had no idea that she had already caused a huge commotion at Hai Rui. 8 p.m. Mo Ting finally finished his work. He carried Tongming from the sofa out of the office and placed her in his Rolls-Royce. Because of the noisy surroundings, Tongming woke up. She opened her eyes and looked at Mo Ting. Her gaze was clear and gentle. "You're off work. What do you want to eat?" Mo Ting asked as he started up the car. "You decide." Tongming tilted her head, hugged onto Mo Ting's right arm and closed her eyes to continue her nap. The sports car sped out of Hai Rui's underground car park. Behind them were the curious onlookers. Although they couldn't say it out loud, they could at least have a look. Even though they couldn't see clearly who the woman Mo Ting was. Mo Ting did not take Tongming to a restaurant outside. Instead, he personally prepared a sumptuous dinner for the couple. As Tongming watched Mo Ting's busy figure, she couldn't help but approach him from behind and hug him. "How could you treat me so well? You sure are easy to take care of. Just one meal is enough to move you." Tongming did not refute him. She simply placed her hands under Mo Ting's shirt and ran her fingers across his smooth abs. "Mr. Mo, I'm hungry. I'm cooking right now. But I want to eat you up." Mo Ting stopped what he was doing. Without a word, he turned around and carried Tongming out of the kitchen. Since his wife had a request, he had to fulfill it immediately. Late at night. The entertainment news was following up on the Bright Night Gala in 3 days. Mo Ting glanced at the news and lowered his head to ask Tongming, "I've seen the invitation list for the Bright Night Gala. You and Mo Euro are both invited." "Bright Night Gala?" Tongming lifted her head confusedly. "It seems, Tianyi hasn't notified you and has no intention of notifying you." Seeing Tongming's reaction, Mo Ting's voice deepened. The annual model awards was an annual event. The top 10 model awards were only one part of it. The more important awards were, of course, won by the most popular models. 80% of the awards went to Hai Rui and Star King. Tongming straightened up, her body was a little tense. Mo Ting noticed the change in Tongming as he gently stroked her hair and comforted her. just pretend you don't know about this. Let them think you won't be attending. When the time comes, I will send someone to walk the red carpet with you. Ning, you've already thought of all possible scenarios, you don't need to be so upset. Tongming gradually calmed down as she gently nodded her head. If it wasn't for you, I would have been tricked again. But, there are no ifs. You have me. Tongming wrapped her arms tightly around Mo Ting's waist like this was her safest harbor in the world. The next day, Tongming indeed pretended she didn't know anything as she entered Tianyi with Long Jia. Sitting in the office, Han Yufan was in a good mood. After going up against Tongming a few times, they had learned to keep a low profile. So, he no longer tried to show off in front of her, he simply pretended nothing had happened. After the collaboration with ISN, are you going to continue with your work? Lately, there have been quite a few magazine offers and endorsements. Have you made your decision? I want to work with TQ. Tongming directly placed TQ's proposal in front of Han Yufan. Han Yufan was a little surprised, he couldn't understand why Tongming had chosen TQ. Although this magazine was going for the high-end, its sales and reputation were far inferior to other medium to low-end magazines. Why did she choose this one? Have you thought it through? Han Yufan had no idea what Tongming was thinking. She had just taken a step towards success, why didn't she strike while the iron was hot to increase her exposure? Instead, she chose a path that no one had high hopes for? I've thought it through. Tongming nodded. Now that Mo Euro has received an award, you should do everything in your power to support her. You won't interfere with what I want to shoot, right? Are you afraid the higher-ups will reject you? Han Yufan asked coldly. Tongming, you think too highly of yourself. If you want to shoot, then go ahead. I will definitely appease the higher-ups. But, you need to know, you are currently doing something dangerous. I'm well aware of it. After speaking, Tongming stood up. There was no longer anything else to talk about between her and Han Yufan. You can't wait to self-destruct. Tongming, do you really want us to get what we want? Hearing this, Tongming stopped in her tracks. However, she did not turn around. You should worry about yourself and Mo Euro first. Tongming, you should be content with what you have. Don't climb any further. Otherwise, I don't know what else my sister Euro will do to hurt you. Do you really want to be covered in wounds? Han Yufan said anxiously as he looked at Tongming's back. Turn around and stop trying to get revenge. Tongming did not stop walking. She felt Han Yufan's words, after all he had done to hurt her, were a bit comical and laughable. Afterwards, Tongming turned her head and subconsciously looked at the rubbish bin not too far away from Han Yufan. The remnants of her invitation were still lying there. Revenge? Han Yufan, all I want is fairness. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, right? Have you ever been fair to me? Han Yufan's expression froze as he hurriedly followed Tongming's gaze. But, Tongming had already turned her head away, all he could see was the view of her back. Han Yufan guessed, did Tongming know about the Bright Night Gala? After leaving Han Yufan's office, Tongming walked out of Tianyi's main entrance. However, Mo Euro couldn't change her flamboyant nature. She stood in front of the entrance and blocked Tongming's way. She had a frivolous and arrogant expression on her face. Isn't this our Beijing's top model, Tongming? You've been all over the place recently. Move aside, Tongming said calmly. I received an invitation to the Bright Night Gala. What about you? Our top model. Mo Euro placed her head on Tongming's shoulder, her voice was filled with helplessness and ridicule. So what if you've starred in the Oriental trend? Haven't you still been rejected by the modeling industry? I'm sure you know better than me how important the Bright Night Gala is to a model. Mo Euro pulled out her invitation and flaunted it in front of Tongming. I have one. But you don't. Oh, by the way, you don't have an invitation? You don't even have a decent manager, how are you going to negotiate a contract? Tongming did not move an inch as she allowed Mo Euro to act arrogantly. After Mo Euro finished speaking, Tongming revealed a slight smile. Using a voice that only the two of them could hear, she said to Mo Euro, the judge's bed is softer than Han Yufan's, isn't it? Mo Euro's body stiffened. You don't have to worry about the Bright Night Gala and whether or not someone will help me negotiate the contract. You should use more perfume to cover up the smell on your body. The smell of adultery is too strong. How much longer do you think Han Yufan will be blind? After speaking, Tongming looked at Mo Euro with a hint of guilt. She let out a laugh, pushed Mo Euro away and left Tianny, leaving Mo Euro to curse behind her back. Mo Euro's professionalism had never been high because she had spent too much time scheming and vanity. She also had a close relationship with Han Yufan. Otherwise, in the 4 to 5 years she had been in the industry, she would have reached the top. She wouldn't still be a B-grade model. After leaving Tianny, Tongming found Long Jia sitting in the car with a mysterious smile on her face waiting for her. Tongming was confused. In the end, she couldn't help but laugh. What's the good news? I'll take you somewhere. After speaking, Long Jia started the car and drove Tongming to the most luxurious downtown area of Beijing, where they entered the most luxurious clothing brand. Why did you bring me here? Tongming looked at the empty display cabinet. She was a little afraid of being discovered by fans. To buy a battle outfit, this deep and charismatic voice did not come from Long Jia, it came from Mo Ting, who had been waiting in the VIP area for quite some time. He was dressed in a dark blue suit that wrapped around his tall and muscular body. His steps were confident and dignified, with a confident and charming smile on his face. He was like an emperor from a painting. Ting, the bright night gala. Tianny doesn't want you to appear, but I will make sure you shine. Mo Ting walked behind her and rapped his arms around her waist, forcing her to look at his perfect curves. She had a pair of slender legs that even God would be jealous of. Long Jia tactfully left the luxury store, leaving the couple behind. Feeling the warmth of his body, Tongming couldn't help but grumble, "Aren't you busy with work?" "No matter how busy I am, I can't forget to care about you." Mo Ting mumbled beside Tongming's ear as he gently sucked on her earlobe, "Did I not tell you? I am the Bright Night Gala's mystery guest?" Tongming was stunned for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. Hai Rui had won so many awards, it was only natural for Mo Ting to attend. This will be the first time since we got married that we will be on the same stage together. The time at HF's show doesn't count, so I really value this opportunity. The reason why I brought you to this store is because they have the best confidentiality. Plus, they recently released a couples collection, it is one of a kind. After hearing this, Tongming finally understood Mo Ting's intention. He wanted to wear the same collection as her that night and wear accessories that belonged to the two of them. Even though their relationship couldn't be revealed to the public. He wanted her to understand that no matter what position he was in, they were still husband and wife, the only person that could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Even though their outfits made it impossible to tell their relationship, as long as the logo was the same, Tongming also felt safe and warm. Most importantly, they were going through thick and thin together. Does that mean you've already made your choice? Tongming's heart warmed up. She was surprised by Mo Ting's attentiveness to this extent. So, she had no doubt that Mo Ting had already prepared everything. Come with me. Mo Ting held onto her hand and led her to the fitting room. Behind the partition, Tongming could see the outfits on the mannequin's body. Her eyes immediately lit up in surprise. Go try it on. Tongming endured the burning sensation in her throat as she entered the fitting room. Her hands trembled as she removed the dress. She had been a model for so many years and had worn all kinds of outfits, but this was the only dress that made her want to cry. It was a champagne-colored mermaid dress with 2 transparent shoulders. The cut was just right, making Tongming's body look even more slender and perfect. The dress had abandoned the usual crystals and was instead adorned with bright and noble pearls. Wearing it on her body, she looked gentle and lively, like someone from a painting. Tongming stood in front of the large mirror in a daze as her heart raced. It wasn't until Mo Ting finished changing into his dress that he quietly approached her from behind. At this moment, Mo Ting was dressed in a gray retro handmade suit with a leopard print tie. In his chest pocket was a folded handkerchief. He looked like a British gentleman. In fact, he looked a little more resolute and calm than the nobility. Tongming looked at the couple through the mirror and held on to Mo Ting's hand tightly. We look too much like a married couple. What if someone guesses our identity? As soon as Mo Ting heard the words husband and wife, his heart warmed up a little. But, he understood, based on their current status in the industry, Tongming was still a long way from being on the same level as him. Even for Hyrule superstars, the most intimate action they had with him was a glass of wine, nothing more. Because everyone in the industry knew, he despised dirty methods that took advantage of the situation to get ahead. As for announcing their marriage, he could do it at any time. But, he had promised Tongning that he would give her time to prove herself, until she was on the same level as him. So, he patted Tongning on the head, his hand was filled with encouragement. Tongning had the ability to stand at the top of the industry, he didn't want her to spend the rest of her life as a mere canary. I forgot to tell you, TQ's magazine cover has already been agreed upon. Tongning lifted her eyes and teased, TQ must have no idea the person they were negotiating with was the almighty President Mo, right? It's rare for me to experience the joys of being a little assistant. Most importantly, on the red carpet, I've invited TQ's top editor to walk with you to protect you. Protect me. After hearing these words, Tongning finally turned around and wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's neck. Her eyes were filled with warmth. You've given me so much, how can I ever repay you? What I have, you have. What I don't, you can easily get. Mo Ting gently hugged her back and replied simply, I'm just missing you. Tongning buried her head into Mo Ting's shoulder and couldn't help but cry quietly. Mo Ting helplessly stroked her back, he realized the woman in his arms was too easily moved and easily satisfied. The following day, Tongning met with the photographer that Mina had sent over from the US, they would be taking part in the cover shoot for Secret's October issue. Afterwards, all that was left of her and ISN's collaboration would be a promotional event. As for TQ's cover shoot, it would be carried out after the Bright Night Gala. As for the Bright Night Gala, Tianyi was keeping a low profile. After all, there were too many big names and superstars. On top of that, Mo Euro had previously competed with the big names, so she couldn't show off her abilities. Plus, Tongning would easily notice something was off. So, this time, they chose not to make a public announcement. If you hadn't dumped Tongning, based on her current popularity and mentions, it would have been only a matter of time before she became an international supermodel. Who knows how many steps Tianyi would have taken by now. But, what about now? Hanruoshua looked at all the mentions of Tongning online. Fans used all sorts of channels to ask Tianyi how Tongning was doing. Hanruoshua still felt it was a pity. Most importantly, Tongning was currently going against Tianyi. In other words, he was restricting Tianyi in some ways. Sis, I have a plan. After Euro is awarded the top 10 model awards, she will be going overseas to further her studies. I don't know how long Tongning will be able to stay with us. So, I have decided to train a newcomer. I will find a model with a similar figure and appearance to Tongning and use Tongning's popularity to debut. After all, Tongning is already 26 years old. The newcomer we are looking for has endless possibilities. Hanruoshua looked at Han Yufan. She suddenly realized her little brother was still useful. At least, at a crucial moment, he was able to provide constructive suggestions. In that case, I will get my subordinates to start looking for someone, Hanruoshua said. Since Tongning is still our model, we need to make the best use of her. Of course. Tomorrow is the Bright Night Gala. I hope nothing goes wrong. According to Tongning's current status, if she attends the gala, she will definitely receive more attention. This is not good for us. Hanruoshua's eyes revealed a calculating look, Tongning is too hard to control. Han Yufan did not say anything. To be exact, he had never understood the real Tongning. After all, in the past few years, the impression Tongning gave him was that of a little lamb that could be trampled on by anyone. Everything she did was for him. But ever since his relationship with Mo Euro was exposed, Tongning was no longer the Tongning of the past. Jia, I'm still worried. I need to find out from Long Jia about Tongning's schedule tomorrow night. I need to confirm she won't be attending the Bright Night Gala. Han Yufan was reminded of the question Tongning had asked him yesterday, the question that seemed to have a deeper meaning. He wasn't sure if Tongning had found out that they had torn up the invitation that was supposed to belong to her. Call her, Hanruoshua nodded. Han Yufan pulled out his phone and called the number he hadn't contacted in a long time. He asked Long Jia, what plans does Tongning have for tomorrow night? She is going to be on the cover of Secret's September magazine, Long Jia replied calmly. Because we are going to be doing a night shoot, we have arranged it to be 8 p.m. Is there a problem? It's fine. Take good care of her in case her mood is affected because she wasn't invited to the bright night gala. Hearing these words over the phone, Long Jia felt disgusted. He obviously wanted to know Tongming's schedule tomorrow night, yet he had to pretend to be concerned. He was too fake. What did Han Yufan say? At this moment, Tongming was getting her makeup done in the waiting room. Secrets. Shoot was already underway in secret. Mina was aware of Tongming's current situation, so she instructed her team to cooperate and make things convenient for Tongming. He's asking you what you are doing tomorrow night. Long Jia put away her phone and smiled playfully. Tongming, it's obvious to see how much those jerks are guarding against you. Haha. So, they have no idea. Tomorrow night, not only will you be attending, but you will also be attending with the editor of TQ. Everyone knew, although TQ wasn't a best-selling magazine, it was still a high-end magazine. Plus, its founder, Lin Weisun, came from a financial family and had a strong financial background. So, he didn't need a magazine to help him make money. He simply joined the fashion industry as a hobby. Tongming, tomorrow night, you will definitely amaze everyone. Tongming did not tell Long Jia that Han Yufan was the mystery guest at the Bright Night Gala. She still wanted to give Long Jia a surprise. As for tomorrow night, not only was she going to shatter Han Yufan and the others' dreams, she was also going to grab hold of the opportunity to get her hands on even better fashion resources. On the other hand, Mo Euro was also seriously preparing. This event would determine whether she could make a comeback. If, after the top 10 model awards, she was able to get her hands on even better resources, then as for the child, she had decided to completely give up on it. Giving birth to Han Yufan's child was going to waste 8 months of her life. But, in the end, what would she get out of it? Love. This term was really worthless in the face of fame and fortune. What is Tongming planning to do tomorrow night? Mo Euro asked her assistant after trying on her dress. I heard she is going to be on the cover of Secret's October issue. The assistant pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose. He knew everything about Tongming. I don't believe she won't have any reaction, Mo Euro said fiercely. Mo Euro said viciously. Every time she thought about the humiliation Tongming had once brought upon her, she wanted nothing more than to tear Tongming to shreds. Find out where she is filming. Just in case, find someone to hold her back. That way I can rest assured. Don't worry, I know what to do. The assistant hid the meaning in his eyes. He was already used to bullying Tongming. After all, Tongming had been Mo Euro's substitute in the past and he had secretly caused her a lot of trouble. While you're at it, help me secretly contact the hospital. After the awards ceremony, I will abort the child. After listening to Mo Euro's plan, the assistant knew she was focused on fame and fortune, but to be willing to give up on her own child, how determined was she? At the same time, he was worried, if Han Yufan found out about this, what would happen to Mo Euro? Look at Tongming, how much effort did she put in to get to where she was today? Even though the assistant didn't say it out loud, he knew deep down, if Mo Euro and Han Yufan were to go against each other, she would never become the second Tongming. Whether it was professionalism, ability, or the way she treated people, Tongming was much better than Mo Euro. But, Mo Euro obviously didn't think this way. The next morning, Tianyi Entertainment's CEO's office. Han Ruoxue was a very proactive person. After hearing about Han Yufan's new talent training plan, she immediately searched through her mind for suitable candidates. Early in the morning, she sent someone to pick them up for an interview. There were a total of 3 girls. They were all around 16 years old, tall, had long legs and were young, beautiful, and full of energy. Han Ruoxue looked at the 3 girls as she sat on Han Yufan's desk. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "What do you think?" This was something I came across by chance during a model selection competition. This girl called Lan Yu is at least 70% similar to Tongming. Han Yufan looked at the tallest woman in the middle of the trio. In terms of appearance, she did indeed resemble Tongming, especially her sharp nose. But, in terms of presence, she was a lot different. I know, compared to Tongming, she is still miles away. But, she is still young, while Tongming is already 26 years old. At her age, do you think a model can achieve much? Look at her, it took her a lot of effort to get to this point. Have you done a thorough background check? Han Yufan still had many concerns. Of course, even though Lan Yu isn't from a wealthy family, she is still from a scholarly family. She can't be too bad. Han Ruoxue placed Lan Yu's information in front of Han Yufan. I am confident that I will help Lan Yu step onto the biggest international runway. The siblings were having a heated discussion in the office. Tongning, who was standing in the doorway, heard everything. She had returned to the office because the company had notified her to pick up a fan's gift. But, who would have thought, the gifts sent by the fans had all been torn apart by the people at the company. Not long after, the office door was pushed open and 3 young and pretty girls walked out. They looked at Tongning seriously, especially the girl called Lan Yu. Tongning sneered to herself. Sometimes, she couldn't help but admit, there was no limit to how disgusting these 2 siblings were. Why are you here? Han Ruoxue's expression immediately changed to one of disgust as soon as she saw Tongning. Tongning threw the opened gift in front of Han Ruoxue. After paying the compensation fee, are you so poor that you have to tear apart my gift to quench your thirst? Tongning, watch your attitude, Han Ruoxue pointed at Tongning and said in a stern tone. Han Ruoxue pointed at Tongning and said sternly, even if you have some fame now, you are still an artist of the company and I am the director of artists. Above all, you are a model that was not invited to the Bright Night Gala and has been excluded from the fashion industry. What right do you have to yell at the higher-ups? Am I really not invited? Tongning looked at Han Ruoxue, her eyes were filled with ridicule, and disdain. Han Yufan's heart skipped a beat, he was even more certain that Tongning knew about the Bright Night Gala. It was just that she was too good at enduring and putting up with it. It was almost impossible to tell how deep her heart was. Of course not. Han Ruoxue replied confidently, what? Not satisfied? Do you want to go too? Too bad, you won't have the chance. Tongning, tonight, focus on your magazine shoot. Don't keep thinking about the Bright Night Gala. After all, it is easy to get distracted, Han Yufan said as he rubbed the pen in his hand. The Bright Night Gala did not invite you, so don't waste your time. Han Yufan rubbed the pen in his hand. The Bright Night Gala did not invite you, so stop wasting your time. Tongning let out a gentle laugh, she was not angered by Han Ruoxue. Thinking about what was about to happen next, she felt. It was extremely interesting. Of course, I will do my part as a model. But, the next time someone opens a gift without permission, they will receive a letter from my lawyer. Who would have thought, as the heiress of a perfume family, a few gifts would be acceptable to you? I don't care about a few gifts, it's just. As long as it is related to Tanny, I will not let you take advantage of me. After speaking, Tongning turned to leave, but Han Yufan held her back. Have you finished negotiating your contract with TQ? Of course, Tongning scoffed. Rumor has it that TQ is hard to communicate with, how did you do it? You don't need to worry about that, Tongning's voice gradually calmed down and carried a sense of pride. After all, Han Yufan would never be able to catch up to Mo Ting's ability in a lifetime, no matter how hard he worked. Han Yufan did not continue to respond, every word he said was a test. But, as he looked at the gradually shrinking back of Tongning's figure, Han Yufan still couldn't figure out what she was thinking. Jia, I suspect Tongning already knows about the Bright Night Gala. Hearing this, Han Ruoxue was silent for a moment before replying, it doesn't matter if she knows or not, I can't let her appear at the gala. So, Yufan, find some trouble for her. It doesn't matter if she wants to shoot for a magazine or if she has other plans, we need to keep a close eye on her and not let anything slip. Otherwise, we can only watch as she becomes a bigger and bigger threat to us. I understand, Han Yufan replied with a deeper meaning, I will never make the same mistake again. He would never let Tongning have the chance to scheme against Tanny again. The Bright Night Gala, a gathering of superstars, finally opened its curtains in front of everyone's eyes. On the outside of the venue, a long red carpet was laid out and a tall signature wall was set up. The venue was filled with excited media reporters and fans. They were either holding cameras or dazzling signboards in their hands. The signboards had the names of their idols on them, shining like stars in the vast night sky. In front of the signature wall, The host was dressed to the nines as he held onto a microphone and recorded his opening remarks. It had been a long time since Beijing hosted such a grand gathering. This was a grand start to the various awards ceremonies that were nearing the end of the year. 8 p.m., superstar media started to make their appearance. Amidst the waves of screams, Han Yufan led Mo Euro and Han Ruoxue to the front of the red carpet. Whether it was Han Ruoxue, who had been blacklisted by the US, or Mo Euro, who had cheated on Han Yufan, for Tianyi, both of them were hot topics. The only thing missing was Tongning, the Tongning that rode on the Oriental trend. The Tongning that instantly killed Mo Euro to 0 mentions. The Tongning that made ISN announce Asia's first spokesperson. The Tongning that didn't appear. The host was confused. They were confused because Tongning's name was clearly on the list of invitations. Right now, the ones walking the red carpet are the CEO of Tianyi Entertainment, Han Yufan, the famous model Mo Euro and the talented Miss Han Ruoxue. Please step onto the stage for a brief interview. The host invited the three of them onto the stage and immediately took the opportunity to ask a sensitive question. May I ask? Why is Tongning not attending today? Or did President Han and Tongning split up? Han Yufan furrowed his brows. Just as he was about to respond, Han Ruoxue interrupted. We have already contacted Tongning, but due to a lack of communication recently, we are sorry to say that Tongning has refused to attend the Bright Night Gala. Tianyi also hopes that no matter what Tongning has in mind, she will be able to communicate with us. As soon as the host heard Han Ruoxue's words, he immediately sensed that the relationship between Tongning and Tianyi had broken down. Especially from Han Ruoxue's tone of voice, Tongning refusing to attend, it was like she was accusing Tongning of becoming arrogant because of her popularity. I think Tongning is just not feeling well. Don't worry, let's wait for the next gathering. The host quickly tried to smooth things over. Anyone with eyes could see that Tianyi's motive for defaming Tongning was too obvious. From their previous confrontations, if they had to choose between Tianyi and Tongning, the two hosts would choose Tongning without hesitation. Han Yufan's betrayal, Mo Euro's coercion and Tianyi's various methods of suppression, none of these could crush a woman covered in wounds. Tongning still managed to get to where she was today. It wasn't easy for her. Most importantly, she was humble and kept a low profile. If one looked around, they could even see Tongning's name in the sea of Hanhai fans. As soon as the fans heard Han Ruoxue's words, they were tempted to rush onto the stage and rip her mouth to shreds. They knew all too well what kind of person Tongning was. The Tongning who had been oppressed, yet made them wait patiently. She had always cherished everything she had today. She would never miss the Bright Night Gala. Tianyi was smearing their reputation. Han Ruoxue should go die. You guys are lying. Tianyi is lying. Within the crowd, an irrational fan yelled at Han Ruoxue and the others. However, the venue was too noisy, so her words were drowned out by the crowd. All I can say is, there's nothing we can do about her. Han Ruoxue knew the host was trying her best to smooth things over, but she just had to pull the rug out from under them. Smearing Tongning's reputation had always been her mission. The host smiled awkwardly. Just as she was about to invite the three of them to sign on the wall, a Lincoln limousine suddenly stopped at the front of the red carpet. The person who stepped out of the car was TQ's editor, Mr. Lin Weisin. Most importantly, he didn't come alone. This was the first time he had come out with a companion. Everyone watched as he walked around the front of the car to the other side. Not long after, they watched as he politely invited a woman out of the limousine. Everyone turned to look and discovered the beautiful woman was none other than Tongning. Tongning, who said she wouldn't appear, had a warm smile on her face as she held on to Lin Weisin's arm. As they walked down the red carpet, all of Tongning's fans let out excited screams. She had arrived. Tongning had arrived. Hearing the screams, Han Yufan subconsciously looked over to see who the hot topic was. But, as soon as Tongning appeared in front of everyone, Han Ruoxue's face turned red and white. It was not a pretty sight. Didn't they say they were going to keep an eye on her? But, how did she end up here? As soon as the two hosts saw Tongning appear, they felt a sense of satisfaction. This meant Han Ruoxue's plan to smear Tongning's reputation had failed. So, they quickly invited Tongning and TQ's editor over to the autograph wall to stand with Han Yufan and the others. Tongning, you look so beautiful today. Thank you. Tongning placed her palms together humbly and bowed to thank the host and fans. This action of hers immediately won over the hearts of everyone present. We were just asking CEO Han why you didn't attend such a grand event with the company's people. It turns out you're with Mr. Lin. That's why I said, how could the Bright Night Gala not have you? But, Tongning is attending as my female companion. The organizers did not send her an invitation. Lin Weisan said directly to the hosts. Tongning found it difficult to say this, but Lin Weisan was famous for being straightforward. As soon as his words left his mouth, the host was stunned as he quickly explained, Mr. Lin, you must have misunderstood. Tongning is indeed on our invitation list and the invitation was sent through her agency. As soon as the agency spoke, the hosts immediately understood the problem. Tianyi Entertainment, it was Tianyi Entertainment that had secretly hidden Tongning's invitation. As a management agency, how could they treat their own artist so shamelessly? This made countless fans look at Han Yufan and the others with disdain. Shameless, yet, just a moment ago, Han Ruoxue had shamelessly pushed all the blame onto Tongning. Tongning is a model that I have high hopes for. Based on Tianyi's actions, I will now officially announce that I will use all my resources to help Tongning forge a new future. Even if I have to open a personal studio for her, I will not hesitate. Lin Weisan's announcement was like a loud slap across Han Ruoxue's face. As for Tongning, she simply smiled the entire time. She wanted to know how many times Han Yufan was going to play around with Tianyi's reputation. Was he planning to completely ruin her reputation? Most importantly, the invitation incident made everyone aware of Tianyi's motive. Seeing that they couldn't keep Tongning, they decided to slander her. Unfortunately, not only did they not manage to get rid of her, they even ended up smelling like blood. Guests, let's hurry in. Tonight is unusually lively and we even have the support of a mystery guest. The hosts couldn't possibly make the atmosphere awkward. Although everyone knew what Tianyi was like, they were, after all, invited guests. What exactly did you do? Han Ruoxue had been slapped in the face by TQ's editor. All she could do now was tuck her tail between her legs. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. Han Yufan looked at Tongning, who was walking in front of them, with a complicated look in his eyes. She must have known from the start that we tore up her invitation. So, no matter what we did, Tongning was always in the dark, watching our every move. How could she be so smart? Han Ruoxue could only blame Han Yufan for not doing his job well. Just wait and see. If we can't stop her today, we won't be able to stop her in the future. Mo Yuro looked at the siblings beside her, especially the arrogant Han Ruoxue. Her eyes flashed with ridicule. It wasn't that Tongning was too smart, it was that everyone underestimated Tongning and let their guard down, including herself. However, even if Tongning was working hard to climb up, it didn't matter. Since she had a way to lift the top 10 model award, she had a chance of beating Tongning. After all, she had already tasted the sweetness of the unspoken rules. The commotion they caused as they entered the venue quickly spread throughout the venue about Tianyi's failure to suppress Tongning. Han Yufan looked at the ridiculing looks of the guests and tried his best to control his anger. Afterwards, the group found their seats. According to their status in the industry, their seats were towards the back, temporarily hiding from the attention of the crowd and giving them some breathing space. However, what they didn't expect was, Tongning's seat was close to the second row of the stage. On her left was the editor of TQ and on her right was the judge of the annual model awards. This man was Mo Yuro's target. Why did Tongning always have such good luck? Although Tongning wasn't familiar with the man, Mo Yuro still felt flustered. She was feeling guilty. Yuro, what's wrong? My palms are sweaty. It's nothing, I'm just a little nervous. Mo Yuro gave Han Yufan a half-hearted smile. The Bright Night Gala was similar to the opening ceremony of the annual model awards. The venue was filled with celebrities and superstars. As there were many people from the entertainment industry who were also into fashion, there were quite a few people in attendance. Tongning focused on the host's opening speech. However, the judge sitting to her right was mesmerized by her legs. This Mr. Lee had always been known to be lecherous, otherwise, Mo Yuro would not have been able to take advantage of him. Worst of all, not only did he look at her legs, he even tilted his head towards her and said, "Miss Tang, you are so beautiful. I've seen the latest news about you. You are an extremely professional model, I have high hopes for you. After hearing this, Tongning knew he was hinting at something, so she simply responded politely, thank you for your compliment. TQ's editor looked at Tongning and patted her on the shoulder, take my seat, I have some questions to ask Mr. Li. Tongning knew Lin Weisan was trying to help her out, so she smiled gratefully and swapped seats with him. In Lin Weisan's heart, Tongning was an extremely professional model with a bright future ahead of her. He didn't want Tongning to be involved in any negative news. Seeing Tongning not knowing what to do, the judge glared at her. They were obviously from the same agency, why was Mo Euro so easy to sleep with, while Tongning was so aloof? Wasn't she just an outdated model that had just climbed out of the limelight? Tongning continued to stare at the front of the stage, pretending not to know anything. But deep down, she knew she had offended this judge. Mo Euro watched their actions from the back. She could tell the old pervert had his eyes on Tongning again. If Tongning chose the same path as her, then wouldn't she be stepped on by Tongning again? After all, if there was a shortcut to success, who wouldn't want to take it? Why did Tongning have to fight with her for everything? On stage, the host's witty words caused the guests to laugh. After the host finished his speech, the annual Model Awards ceremony was about to begin. At this time, the legendary mystery guest was about to make an appearance. Mo Ting. Mo Ting. Tongning repeated her husband's name in her heart. He was a superstar that no one could look up to. In fact, he was so dazzling that none of the other superstars present could match up to him. He attracted more attention than anyone else. Tonight, the couple would be on stage together in public, even though no one knew about their marriage. The next person to appear on stage. Just as the host spoke, a wave of screams erupted from below the stage. The host smiled and signaled for everyone to be quiet before continuing. He is even more popular than a superstar and is comparable to any of the popular superstars in the world. He is the CEO of Hai Rui Entertainment, Mo Ting. As the host finished speaking, Mo Ting walked onto the stage from backstage. Under the spotlight, his imposing figure appeared even more perfect and tall. Most importantly, his body exuded the aura of a king. It was like he was born to stand at a position that no one else could reach. It was intimidating. Mo Ting looked around and finally found Tongning below the stage. Their eyes met, their feelings for each other were reflected in their eyes. But it only lasted for 2 seconds before Mo Ting looked away. President Mo, please give a speech, the host gestured for Mo Ting to speak. Mo Ting's eyes flickered, the mole on his right earlobe glowed like obsidian. Hai Rui's doors are always open to the strongest. Mo Ting simply said one simple sentence, a simple sentence, but it told everyone one thing: Hai Rui only wanted the strongest artists. Plus, this was an affirmation of Hai Rui's artists. They were at the top because they had Hai Rui Entertainment behind them, an undefeated legend. Hearing these words, Tongning understood that Mo Ting was trying to encourage her. Only by becoming the strongest would she be able to stand wherever she wanted. Hey! The color of President Mo's suit today is a perfect match for Tongning. The host had a deep impression of Tongning's suit. Especially since Tongning was sitting below them, it was even more obvious. Seeing Mo Ting also wearing a similar color, she couldn't help but sigh. Tongning didn't expect her name to be called out. After a few seconds of surprise, she quickly stood up and smiled, it is my honor. Everyone knew Mo Ting hated artists that used underhanded methods to get ahead. So, with Tongning's outfit, did she purposely find out what Mo Ting was wearing to create hype? Plenty of people waited to see Mo Ting's reaction and to see Tongning make a fool of herself. Don't tell me that model is the one that became famous because of the Oriental trend? Yes, it's her. She's relying on her good looks to get some ideas. Didn't anyone tell her that our president hates it when people take advantage of others to get ahead? Especially since she's using him to create hype. She must be tired of living. Let's wait for a good show. She's just a small character, but she's quite brave. Whispers could be heard from below the stage. Everyone was waiting to see how Tongning would be humiliated and how pitiful her fate would be. Han Yufan and the others couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. If Tongning offended the CEO of Hai Rui, it would be equivalent to being blacklisted by the entire industry. This was much more effective than anything they had done to suppress Tongning. This was a complete surprise. However, Mo Ting, who was on stage, knew better than anyone what they were thinking. He knew better than anyone that they were waiting to see Tongning get humiliated. But, sorry to say, the person being humiliated was his wife. How could he allow his wife to be treated like a joke? So, he simply smiled and said to everyone, I hope an accident like this will happen a few more times. After all, Miss Tang is very beautiful. After hearing Mo Ting's words, everyone was stunned as they revealed expressions of disbelief. Because he did not try to suppress Tongning. Although his reply was gentle and polite, there was no trace of disgust or ridicule. He was seriously praising Tongning. Afterwards, everyone understood what Mo Ting meant. If Tongning had the chance to come into contact with his assistant or someone else, Mo Ting would not have shown her any mercy. This meant it was simply an accident, a beautiful accident and nothing more. As for Tongning, she didn't try to curry favor nor distance herself. This gave her a lot of credit and made everyone feel comfortable. She didn't try to explain herself, she simply smiled as she returned to her seat. Sitting down gracefully, she left a deep impression on everyone. Originally, everyone thought the matter was over. But, Mo Ting suddenly spoke up again, I remember Miss Tang. You were at Ehai's Crown Star show. I hope you can do your best. As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone was shocked. The video of him standing up for Tongning was still there, so it was impossible for him to deny that he knew Tongning. On top of that, the words wishing her all the best were said in an artistic manner. It was a signal to the public that Hai Rui had not extended an olive branch to Tongning. Because Hai Rui only wanted the best artists. But, that didn't mean it was impossible in the future. With such a professional foundation and good interpersonal skills, her future was limitless. No one could predict where she would go in the future. Everyone in the fashion industry looked at Tongning with interest. Tongning looked at Mo Ting helplessly. He already promised not to interfere with her work, yet he still tried his best to raise her profile on stage like this. Mo Ting also looked at his wife. Today was the first time they had shared a stage together. He didn't know when the next time would be. So, what was wrong with saying a few words for his wife? Not to mention, he hadn't actually helped her much, he had simply said a few words of truth. The host really liked Tongning, she especially liked her uncompetitive attitude. On top of that, she had personally witnessed Tongning being suppressed by Tanny. So, the female host made up her mind and made a bold request, President Mo, since such a coincidence has already happened, why don't we make things even more perfect? Why don't the two of you take a photo together? A photo together, the entire venue was in an uproar. This was a request that even Hai Rui's top stars and top actresses didn't dare to make. Did this host have a death wish? Another male host noticed the awkward atmosphere and immediately stepped forward to save the day. However, to everyone's surprise, Mo Ting once again agreed. I don't think I can reject this perfect request. Okay, in that case, let's welcome Miss Tang onto the stage. The host immediately smiled as he used the microphone to transmit his voice to every corner of the venue. Tongning looked around at her surroundings. Seeing everyone's envious gaze, she suddenly gathered her courage. She knew, no matter if she rejected or not, people would definitely gossip about her in the end. If that was the case, why would she miss out on the opportunity to take a photo with Mo Ting? So, she calmly stood up. Her footsteps were calm and steady, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. Afterwards, she walked over to Mo Ting's side, looking elegant and proper. Looking at them, one was handsome and dignified while the other was gentle and elegant, they were indeed a perfect match. But, no one suspected they had any relationship because they both acted like gentlemen and merely nodded at each other. So, the artists present were more focused on Tongning's good luck. A mere artist actually managed to take a photo with Mo Ting. She was too lucky. Just wait and see, this little artist was definitely going to use this opportunity to hype herself up tomorrow. Tongning, don't be shy, come closer. Hearing the host's words, Mo Ting stretched out his arm and wrapped his arm around Tongning's shoulder, pulling her close to him. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Tongning was also surprised by Mo Ting's actions. However, he simply lowered his head and glanced at Tongning as he teased, "You can't get any closer. Otherwise, I will kneel on a washboard when I get home." The host revealed an extremely surprised expression, just like everyone else. So, Mo Ting already had a partner. He was indeed the secretive big boss of the entertainment industry. He sure kept it a secret. Tongming maintained her smile as she wondered if she would really make him kneel for 5 minutes when they got home. Although everything that happened tonight was within Mo Ting's control, the ups and downs that happened one by one were still too much for her to handle. The couple froze for a photo and then quickly separated. Tongming politely shook Missouri Ting's hand before being led back to her seat by the hostess. As for the judge that was teasing Tongming a moment ago, after the incident with Mo Ting, he no longer dared to have any strange thoughts towards Tongming. He was well aware that this model, she wasn't someone he could afford to offend. Even though she didn't seem like she wanted to fight for anything, in reality, she knew exactly what she wanted and which path she should take. On the other hand, only people like Mo Euro, who wanted to take shortcuts, would be played around by him and trampled on as he pleased. This was just a small interlude. After the photo, Mo Ting also returned to his seat. No one suspected the relationship between the two. However, many of the female celebrities present were heartbroken. Because Mo Ting already had a partner. Han Ruoxiu watched the commotion in front of her silently before revealing a cold smile. Mo Ting can't stand people using him to create hype. According to Tongming's personality, she doesn't care about creating hype either. In that case, let's help her out tomorrow. The Bright Night Gala was, in reality, a night of turbulence. Tongming once again destroyed Tiany's plan to suppress her. Not only that, at this grand launch, as a newcomer, she shouldn't have been the center of attention. But, because of Mo Ting and her own calm performance, she left a deep impression on everyone. Amongst them, there were a few pioneers in the fashion industry, including the CEO of Star Age, who had once tried to recruit her. Tongming. A model that Star Age had tried to poach multiple times, a model that had been blacklisted by Star King 3 years ago, and now, 3 years later, she announced her comeback. Along the way, she had been plotted against and suppressed, yet, she still managed to get to where she was today. She was even lucky enough to take a photo with the CEO of Hai Rue, Mo Ting. Regarding this, before the launch ended, the CEO of Star Age approached Han Yufan and said, "I've been trying to poach Tongming for 3 years, but she has never relented. But, after seeing what Tiany has done to her, I feel I need to try again." Han Yufan looked at the tall and mighty man. Originally, he wanted to say this was an internal matter of Tiany, but, thinking about all the years Tongming had spent in Tiany, not only had she been loyal to him, but she had also missed out on so many opportunities. Han Yufan's mouth twitched, but he couldn't find the words to say. "When the time comes, don't regret it." Han Yufan remained silent. The other party was a management agency that was more powerful than him. But, at the same time, he was flustered. He had never imagined Tongming would actually leave Tiany one day. It turned out, all this time, he had been enjoying his vanity. On one hand, he was seducing Mo Euro, on the other hand, he was dragging Tongming along. He had never considered that Tongming was originally a piece of unpolished jade. Her patience, her dedication, and her sincerity would all come to an end one day. "Yufan, don't tell me your heart has gone soft?" Han Ruoxiu scoffed after seeing her brother's silence. "How could I?" Han Yufan hugged Mo Euro as he replied stubbornly. However, the fear in his heart was slowly beginning to show. The night was bright, the lights were bright and the guests were busy toasting each other. The distance between him and Tongming was no longer just a few rows of seats. After the launch, TQ's editor introduced Tongming to all sorts of fashion resources as he led her around the guests. As they chatted, the editor couldn't help but ask, "Where's your manager? Can I get to know him? I feel that chatting with him is very congenial." After hearing Lin Weison's words, Tongming was stunned for a moment. So, she subconsciously turned her gaze towards the hall in search of Mo Ting. In the end, she spotted him clinking glasses with a group of successful people. As their eyes met, Mo Ting looked at her lovingly. It seemed to be asking, "What's wrong?" Tongming quickly shook her head. The couple understood each other. "I'm just looking for you." The corners of Mo Ting's lips curved upwards. He then turned his gaze back to the person beside him and continued chatting. Tongming withdrew her gaze and replied to TQ's editor, he is currently overseas. Next time I will definitely introduce him to you. Alright, then I'll wait and see, he's right here, Tongming thought to herself. However, no one would believe that the CEO of Hairui Entertainment was her assistant right now. From the beginning, Han Ruoxue and the others sat in a corner and watched Tongming. Because of Tongming, no matter where they went, as soon as people heard they were from Tianyi Entertainment, they would give them a look that said, so it's you, the idiot company that suppressed their own artists. Seeing Tongming in the limelight, they were probably regretting their actions. The Han siblings were too embarrassed to continue walking around, but this caused Mo Euro to lose a lot of opportunities to meet new friends. I want to go to the bathroom. Mo Euro wanted to break free from the control of the siblings because she and Mr. Li had already exchanged flirtatious glances a few times. Go ahead, Han Yufan did not have the slightest suspicion towards the person sleeping beside him. Mo Euro lowered her head and stood up. However, as she brushed past Mr. Li, she purposely brushed the back of her hand against his. The two entered the bathroom one after the other. Not long after, inside the ladies' bathroom, sounds of flirtatious breaths could be heard. After the annual Model Awards ceremony, I will be leaving Tianyi Entertainment. I want to join Creative Century. While Mo Euro was doing this, she gave the other party a price tag. She understood, at times like this, men would lower their guard and guard to the lowest. Okay, the man replied from behind her, but, can you bear to part with your little boyfriend? He has always been a stepping stone for me to step on. Haha, you sure are ruthless. The two stayed in the bathroom for half an hour before leaving. At this moment, Han Yufan and Han Ruoxue were in the middle of a conversation with the guests and did not notice her. Mo Euro did not rush over to them, she simply sat to one side on her own and watched the commotion in the ballroom. After the Bright Night Gala, Tongming's value would definitely increase, but she still wouldn't be able to present an important award. Plus, Star Age was determined to recruit Tongming. If she could join Creative Century, the resources she would receive would be even better than Tongming's. When that time came, she was going to let Tongming have a taste of being stepped on and humiliated. Seeing Mo Euro was quiet, Han Ruoxue returned to her side with a wine glass in hand. She sounded a little surprised, you don't seem to be such a low-profile person? What are you thinking about? Tongming has already stolen all the limelight, how can I compete with her? Mo Euro laughed mockingly. I've already contacted the paparazzi to give her a free headline. I'm curious how Mo Ting will react after seeing this kind of hype. Han Ruoxue gently swirled her wine glass, her eyes did not leave Tongming for even a second. However, Han Ruoxue had no idea, the reason Mo Ting was able to keep a low profile had a lot to do with his complete control of the news. So, as soon as Han Ruoxue made the call, Mo Ting also received a recording of Han Ruoxue's phone call. The other party asked Lu Che what they should do. Since it involved Tongming, Lu Che didn't dare to make a decision on his own. So, he quickly walked over to Mo Ting and whispered into his ear. Mo Ting was silent for a few seconds before apologizing to the guests beside him. After entering the VIP lounge with Lu Che, he picked up the recording from the media and listened to it. I am Tongming. At the Bright Night Gala, I had an intimate photo with the CEO of Hairui Entertainment. Help me hype it up and add a more suggestive headline. I want the headline tomorrow, no matter how much it costs, I will pay for it. The other party is very smart, they used a voice changer. So, from this recording alone, we have no idea who the culprit is, Lu Che explained. Lu Che explained. He was used to this sort of thing. After all, the industry was just that dark. It seems, he's an old hand. Tell the media to call the culprit back and try to get them to repeat the words on the recording. Be careful not to alert them. Find out who is on the phone at the same time. Follow them secretly and take the opportunity to collect evidence. Mo Ting hung up his phone, his eyes were unfathomable. Understood, President, Lu Che nodded his head as he turned and left with firm steps. At the same time, Mo Ting returned to the banquet. His sharp gaze swept across the Han siblings in the corner. In reality, he didn't even need to test himself to know that the only person capable of doing this was the experienced Han Ruoxue. If Han Yufan had thought of this, he would not be where he was today. Perhaps sensing Mo Ting's mood had changed, Tongning, who was happily chatting amongst the crowd, looked over suspiciously. Mo Ting suppressed the anger in his heart, pulled out his phone and simply said two short words, "Let's talk at home." In reality, Mo Ting had underestimated Tongning's sensitivity. After spending so much time with Mo Ting, she had long understood his temper. Under normal circumstances, Mo Ting's face would only turn black when it concerned her, only then would he feel it was worth getting angry at. Tongning also placed her gaze on the Han siblings. She had a rough idea of what was going on. Tonight, she had stood out too much and showed off too much. Although she knew there was a chance she would be shot in the back, she never expected the Han siblings to be so impatient. 10 minutes later, Mo Ting watched as Han Ruoxue stood up from her seat and took her phone to a hidden spot. Not even 5 minutes later, she quietly returned to her seat. At the same time, Lu Che hinted to Mo Ting that he had obtained the evidence. Sure enough, it was as expected. He had wanted to make a move on Han Ruoxue for a long time, but he couldn't find a suitable reason. After all, it was a family matter of Tianyi. Who would have thought, today, Han Ruoxue would take the initiative to offend him? After the banquet ended, Tongning left the venue with the editor of TQ as usual. Han Ruoxue and the others followed closely behind. Tongning could feel the hatred in their eyes. Not long after, the editor of TQ left early because he had something to attend to. Han Ruoxue walked up to Tongning and looked her in the eye. "I've underestimated you. Even after dragging you around like that, you still managed to appear. However, Tongning, no matter how smart you are, you still made a huge mistake. You actually took a photo with the CEO of Hai Rui. Did you think you could use him to raise your own value? Let me tell you, you'll only make enemies for yourself. If there's nothing else, I want to go home and get some rest." Tongning did not take Han Ruoxue's words to heart. "Did you really think you were Mo Ting's woman? You're just putting on a show. Do you really think you're something?" Hearing this, Tongning suddenly turned around and looked at Han Ruoxue with a sharp gaze. "Han Ruoxue, I really admire you for being able to maintain your jealous heart. With you around, Tianyi's destruction is just around the corner." Han Ruoxue looked at Tongning with ridicule. Her expression was twisted. Every time she thought about the news that was going to be released the next morning, her heart would be filled with excitement. Tongning understood what Han Ruoxue was thinking. There had been countless times in the past when Han Ruoxue had a frivolous smile on her face as she waited to bully Tongning. She wanted to see Tongning's fate. However, she had never gotten what she wanted. So, this time, it would be the same. Speaking of which, when are you going to leave Tianyi? Han Yufan interrupted and asked Tongning in seriousness. "Star Age has already tried to poach you so many times, why haven't you left? Haven't you had enough revenge? Because I want to see if you still have a shred of humanity left in you." After speaking, Tongning boarded the sports car Long Jia had sent to pick her up and left. At this moment, Han Ruoxue once again noticed Mo Euro as she carefully scrutinized her expression. "Why are you so quiet tonight?" "I'm not feeling well," Mo Euro replied with a pale face. She was pregnant and had an affair, how could she not be in trouble? "Then hurry back and rest. The awards ceremony is about to start, we can't afford to make any mistakes. Don't go to the hospital, stay at home and get some rest." "I understand, Ruoxue Jia. They should both get some rest. Otherwise, how would they have the energy to watch the show tomorrow?" Late at night, Hyatt Regency. Tongning and Mo Ting did not go the same way. After the banquet ended, they were surrounded by artists and paparazzi. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they decided to go their separate ways. As Tongning's distance was shorter, she arrived first. As soon as Mo Ting stepped through the front door, she immediately handed him a set of home clothes so he could change into something more comfortable. She also prepared some medicine to sober him up. He must have drunk quite a bit at the banquet. What exactly happened? No wonder your gaze was so strange at the dinner. Tongning gently rubbed Mo Ting's stomach, trying to soothe his discomfort. "What do you think?" Mo Ting pulled her onto the sofa and handed her a recording and a video. Tongning was a little confused, but after looking at the two items, her expression remained calm. She couldn't help but sneer. From the looks of it, Han Ruoxue does have some tricks up her sleeve. It's a pity that it wasn't used on the right path. don't get involved in this matter. Since it involves me, then I have no choice but to do what I can. Tongning understood what Ting meant. In reality, he had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Now that he had the upper hand, from this moment on, Han Ruoshiwa's fate no longer belonged to her. Since you have the evidence, why are you still angry? I've already been schemed against so many times. Do you think I'll care if it happens more or less? Ting took a deep breath and pressed Tongning's head into his embrace. I'm angry because my heart aches for you. Luckily, I have the ability to protect you. Tongning calmly wrapped her arms around Ting's waist and tried her best to inhale his scent. She then pulled out her phone and showed Ting the photo they had taken that night. Doesn't this look like a wedding photo? My wife is very beautiful. Ting's gaze softened a little. He knew Tongning didn't want to make him worry, so even though she had been framed, he couldn't show it. Since he had the guts to make Tongning work so hard. Tomorrow, he was going to make Han Ruoshiwa pay him back 100-fold. Han Ruoshiwa waited for Tongning to be attacked by Hai Rui because she knew how powerful Hai Rui was. However, because of how powerful Hai Rui was, she forgot about the person at the top of the entertainment pyramid. What kind of power did he have? If a king was so easily manipulated, how could he lead an entire empire? In reality, by taking a photo with Ting had already agreed to everything that Han Rui would do, including creating hype. However, Han Ruoshiwa couldn't see through his intentions and was determined to frame Tongning. In reality, Ting had purposely given her an opportunity to use Tongning's weakness to teach her a lesson. After all, Han Ruoshiwa's actions had always been within Tianyi Entertainment. If he wanted to cause trouble for her, he needed a good reason. Because of this, Han Ruoshiwa was excited all night. However, the next morning, the news was completely different to what she had imagined. Breaking news! Tianyi's director meticulously planned to harm their artist. Han Ruoshiwa disguised herself as Tongning and tried to frame Tongning to create hype. Tianyi's internal strife, Tongning used Hai Rui to create hype? The various media outlets acted like they were possessed as they came up with all sorts of news headlines. They even revealed how Han Ruoshiwa tried to frame Tongning, but ended up coming home shorn. They even included a video of the incident. The whole incident originated from the fact that a top-tier magazine had collated the contents of Han Ruoshiwa's phone call to the media at the banquet. It revealed how she had disguised herself as Tongning and then tried to frame Tongning and use Ting to create hype. If this was a matter of opinion and there was no evidence to prove Han Ruoshiwa was the culprit, then the following video was the final nail in the coffin. Although the video only showed Han Ruoshiwa's side profile from beginning to end, her face could not be denied, it was extremely recognizable. In the short 3 to 4 minute video, it clearly showed her pretending to be Tongning and talking to the media outlets to create hype, as well as various other matters. As soon as the video was released, Han Ruoshiwa had no way of dealing with her PR. The reports were overwhelming, practically all the media outlets were mobilized. Plus, this incident involved the mysterious and low-key CEO of Hai Rui Entertainment. It was too difficult to dig up news about him. So, as soon as there was a slight movement, the media would go crazy and report it with all their might. In just a short 2-hour period, Han Ruoshiwa's viciousness was already known to everyone. I really couldn't tell that the water in the entertainment circle is so deep. Fortunately, the heavens will punish those who are despicable. I support Tongning. She has always kept a low profile, yet Tianyi treats their own artist like this. How heartless. Han Ruoshiwa loves acting so much, why isn't she an actress? What a first-class slut. I'm so pissed off. How could there be such a shameless woman? Is there anyone who wants to team up with me to beat her up? Inside Tianyi's CEO's office, Han Ruoshiwa was on the verge of breaking down as she looked at the crazy news online. The person being scolded today should have been Tongning. But now, a shocking reversal had occurred. Han Ruoshiwa's face was deathly pale and her entire body was trembling. Because of this report, she was on the verge of collapsing. Her ears buzzed as she listened to Han Yufan on the phone beside her ear. As she held onto her phone, her hands trembled. She couldn't help herself as she dialed the wrong number a few times. Tongning, is that you? Did you set me up? Han Ruoshiwa, you have it the other way around. You were the one that wanted to set me up, Tongning pointed out the truth calmly. Come out, and help me clear my name. This was all your scheme, you wanted to set me up, it was all because of you. Han Ruashiwa's voice was ear-piercing and sharp, it sounded cruel and broken. She was too angry, even through the phone screen, she really wanted to tear Tongning to shreds. But Tongning remained calm. Her calmness was like she was in control of everything and was waiting to see Han Ruashiwa's fate. You already knew, didn't you? Tongning, I may be ruthless, but how much better are you compared to me? You are simply shooting arrows in the back, you are just one step ahead of me. Han Ruashiwa, it's time for you to see a doctor. After speaking, Tongning hung up the phone. She then turned her attention back to the email she had received. Was this enough to anger her? Not to that extent. Compared to the torture she had suffered at the Han family home, what Han Ruashiwa had suffered was nothing. How satisfying. That SL*T has finally shot herself in the foot, Long Jia danced beside her. Let's see how she'll survive in the industry from now on. There is no such thing as absolute black and white in the industry, don't be too happy yet, Tongning reminded Long Jia. If Han Ruashiwa wants to clear her name, she can still do it. After all, there are plenty of companies that have tried to set up their artists, it's just that they haven't done it in public. Have you forgotten? Boss Missouri still hasn't said anything. That's right, it's already been a few hours, why hasn't he said anything yet? Tongning looked at Long Jia and laughed, after a cat catches a mouse, will it immediately eat it? He had to play with her a little. He had to keep her on tenterhooks and make her unable to live. Han Ruashiwa had tortured Tongning so many times and for so long. If Mo Ting didn't take this opportunity to get back at her, then he wouldn't be Mo Ting. As soon as your big boss steps out of the house, he is like a king that no one can provoke. His black-bellied nature is one of a kind. Tongning maintained her smile, but her heart felt warm. The feeling of being protected and cared for could only be felt when she was with Mo Ting. As Mo Ting's closest lover, she would definitely give everything she had for him. Indeed. Tongning's guess was right. At this moment, Han Ruashiwa couldn't move at all because she was too scared. The reaction online was intense and the netizens were furious. But, most importantly, Hai Rui had yet to make an official statement. Before they made an official statement, there were two possibilities. 1. Hai Rui didn't care about the news and Mo Ting didn't have the time to deal with a small character like her. 2. Hai Rui was currently making preparations. Han Ruashiwa was leaning towards the first possibility. After all, there were too many people that wanted to use Mo Ting to create hype. He couldn't possibly have the time to deal with everyone. If this was the case, as long as Hai Rui didn't make a move, she still had a chance to make a comeback. This was the entertainment industry. That's right. She shouldn't despair just yet. Who knows, there might still be a chance for her to survive. However, just as she was filled with hope and thought she could be pardoned, Hai Rui's PR news was finally released. It was pinned at the top by Hai Rui. It was just a few short sentences. Hai Rui will use all their power to ban Han Ruashiwa both domestically and internationally. No matter how Han Ruashiwa appears in the entertainment industry, if anyone dares to contact her, they will be going against Hai Rui and encouraging unhealthy practices in the entertainment industry. According to Hai Rui's understanding through the media, Tiany's model, Tongning, has never tried to use this opportunity to create hype. In order to regain the artist's confidence in the industry, Hai Rui has decided to prove Tongning's innocence. As soon as this news was released, the entire entertainment industry was shaken. Hai Rui had never dealt with a situation like this so severely. Han Ruashiwa was completely banned. In other words, Han Ruashiwa could no longer survive in the entertainment industry, no matter what her identity was. The public began to speculate that Mo Ting was making an example out of her. He wanted to use the most ruthless method to tell everyone that in the industry, if anyone tried to use him to create hype, only death awaited them. Of course, this was only on the surface. Compared to the outsiders that were watching the show, the insiders were even more frightened. The reason why Mo Ting was able to stop Han Ruashiwa from framing him was obvious. The mainstream media was under Hai Rui's control. Whether it was framing or creating hype, as long as it involved Hai Rui, they would be able to find out the truth and make the culprit fall beyond redemption. As soon as this announcement was released, Han Ruoxue was done for. Completely done for. But, why wasn't Tianni implicated? Everyone assumed Hai Rui was only targeting the parties involved. They were clear about their debts. But, Tongming knew deep down, she was still an artist of Tianni. If Mo Ting also announced that he was banning Tianni, then her activities would definitely be affected. This man seemed to take care of everything, he had considered everything for her. Hai Rui is indeed a top entertainment company, they are fast, accurate and ruthless. So cool. That's why so many people are trying so hard to get into Hai Rui. Hai Rui has indeed provided a fair platform for everyone. Not only did they punish Han Ruoxue, they also cleared Tongming's name. A big company is indeed a big company, they have style and magnanimity. We all believe in Tongming. If she wanted to create hype, she wouldn't have put up with so much from Tianni. I suddenly love Tongming so much. She is indeed an artist that has both talent and beauty and character. Han Ruoxue can go die. Good job, Hai Rui has put an end to the unhealthy practices in the entertainment industry. Han Ruoxue, go die. In an instant, Hai Rui's statement was published on every major media outlet. Many famous people even stepped out to express their support for Hai Rui and Tongming. Even so, Han Ruoxue wasn't pitiful enough. An insider revealed that Han Ruoxue had been blacklisted in the US, as well as all sorts of scandals about her. Anyone that had anything to do with her in the past stepped out to trample on her. This was called everyone kicking a wall when it was down. Han Ruoxue locked herself in her office the entire day. From the moment Hai Rui made their announcement, it was impossible for her to step into the entertainment industry again. This time, she had been completely destroyed. She locked herself in a dark corner without eating or drinking. However, her ears were filled with noises. At this moment, there were too many people who wished for her to die. Sis, are you inside? Han Yufan knocked on her door and said worriedly, you haven't eaten for the whole day. If you continue like this, your body will collapse. If you can't be a manager, you can still find other jobs. Don't be so desperate. Destroyed, everything is destroyed. Han Ruoxue mumbled. The Han family had never been a wealthy family. If she were to change careers, not only would she not have the ability, she was already used to wearing custom-made clothes and carrying limited edition bags. If she couldn't be a manager, she would have to return to a life of poverty. How could she let that happen? Oh right, let me go beg Tongming. Tongming. Han Ruoxue grabbed onto her last straw as she searched for her phone and gave Tongming a phone call. Tongming, Tongming. I want to see you. If you have something to say it over the phone, Tongming rejected straightforwardly. Please. I beg you, help me put in a good word. I don't want to leave the entertainment industry, I don't want to. At this moment, Han Ruoxue finally shed off her usual arrogant facade and became pitiful and pitiful. I know, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have gone against you. I can kowtow and kneel to you, but can you let me live? On the other end of the phone, Tongming let out a gentle laugh and asked straightforwardly, if this morning, I had been the one being blacklisted by Hai Rui and not you, what would you have done to me? Would you have used Hai Rui to announce that they were going to freeze me? Or would you have used the opportunity to introduce a newcomer and mercilessly kicked me out of the agency? Han Ruoxue, the reason you are apologizing now is because you are not willing to be caught in the act. You are not regretful, you are simply unhappy that you didn't manage to bring me down. Han Ruoxue, the debt you owe me has been repaid today. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Of course, that is, if you are honest. Han Ruoxue was speechless. Everything Tongming said was the truth. If their positions were switched and Tongming was blacklisted by Hai Rui, she would have already found someone to beat her up and kick her out of the agency. She wouldn't have even the slightest bit of sympathy. Han Ruoxue couldn't find any reason to convince Tongming to help her. In the end, she could only go to a hotel to get drunk. She had never thought that one day she would fall so miserably and hurt so much. Han Ruoxue was completely drunk at the nightclub. Seeing that she was defenseless, the men who frequented the nightclub took the Opportunity to take advantage of her and almost booked a room with her. Luckily, Han Yufan arrived just in time to stop them. Otherwise, she would not have been as simple as being banned today. Sis, you can go to England tomorrow. I've already booked a plane ticket for you. Even you are going to abandon me? Han Ruoxue grabbed onto Han Yufan's shirt and sneered, are you afraid of being dragged down by me? Sis, I'm sorry. I have to look at the bigger picture. Tomorrow, the agency will publicly announce your dismissal. Han Ruoxue continued to sneer as she pushed Han Yufan away, don't make it sound so righteous. What do you mean by looking at the bigger picture? Everyone says I'm ruthless, but you, Han Yufan, are even more ruthless. You've taken advantage of others. As soon as something happens, you'll immediately turn your back on them. Did you think without me, Tianyi would return to normal? Let me tell you, by blacklisting me, Hai Rui has indirectly blacklisted Tianyi. The only one to benefit from this is Tongning, she is the only one that isn't affected. I should have known. Tongning has been with you for 4 to 5 years. How could you just throw her away like that? I thought my sister would be spared. It turns out, in your eyes, we are not as important as your interests. Did you think if I lose, Tongning would let you and Mo Euro off? I'm not leaving. Even if I am to leave, I will first wait and see what happens to you. Han Ruoxue was right. From the entire incident of her framing Tongning, Tongning had benefited the most, followed by Hai Rui Entertainment. With Hai Rui's support, Tongning's fame had increased by a large margin and she had gained a lot of fans. At the same time, Hai Rui had solidified their position in the entertainment industry. It was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. That night, Tongning returned home. Seeing Lu Che pacing back and forth in front of the door, she approached him suspiciously, Lu Che, why aren't you coming in? Madam, you're back. As soon as Lu Che saw Tongning, it was like he had seen his savior, his eyes lit up. What happened? The president isn't in a good mood today. Why is it? Tongning looked at Lu Che. She knew he was afraid of being scolded by Mo Ting, so she tried to comfort him, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. It's because of Hai Rui's announcement. The higher-ups don't think it's necessary to mention your name and help you gain more exposure. They don't agree with the president, Lu Che explained in seriousness. Of course, they don't have the guts to stop the president, but... Tongning's heart sank as she understood what Lu Che meant, it's okay, I will comfort him. Even a small agency like Tianyi had its share of power struggles, let alone Hai Rui. Obviously, Mo Ting's authority as the emperor was being challenged and she was the fuse. After Lu Che left, Tongning calmed herself down and entered the house. Seeing Mo Ting standing by the window in the study room drinking, she gently approached him from behind and wrapped her arms around his waist. President Mo, you don't seem very happy. Did Lu Che blabber? Mo Ting guessed. It's not a big deal, it's not a big deal. In your heart, I am your wife, so it's normal for you to side with me. But, in the eyes of the staff at Hai Rui, I have nothing to do with you, so it's normal for them to have an opinion, Tongning explained gently. That's not the root of it, Mo Ting turned around, put down his wine glass and pulled Tongning into his embrace. Is it because someone is trying to seize power? Thinking of this possibility, Tongning hugged Mo Ting even tighter. You obviously know there are so many people eyeing your position, yet you still helped me in such a high-profile manner. Mo Ting, I won't allow you to do this. This time, I've made you unhappy, but what about next time? I know you already knew what was going on with Han Ruoxue and you've been waiting for this opportunity. The photo at the Bright Night Gala gave you this opportunity. But, Hai Rui's statement, you really don't need to help me clear my name. Don't do it again. Are you complaining that I'm being a busybody? Mo Ting's eyes flashed with disappointment. Tongning was stunned for a second. She then grabbed onto Mo Ting's hand and placed it on her chest. She looked at him seriously and said, this will hurt. Everyone knows you are like an unreachable king, but I am well aware that behind the king lies an abyss beyond redemption. How can I, Tongning, deserve this? Even if I were to accept your help, I would have to wait until the day everyone agrees with me. The entertainment industry is so dark. I can't just take it for granted that you're protecting me. When others shoot arrows at you, how can I sit back and do nothing? I might not be able to do anything else, but at least I can protect your heart. After hearing Tong Ning's words, Mo Ting was stunned. He was stunned and shocked. However, a second later, he suddenly grabbed onto Tong Ning's cheeks and wrapped his arm around her waist as he passionately kissed her. The reason why his feelings for Tong Ning grew deeper and deeper was because their souls were clashing. Thinking of this, his arms wrapped around Tong Ning tighter, until her lips were swollen and red from being sucked on. Afterwards, he regained his usual calm and confidence as he whispered into Tong Ning's ear, "I've realized I need to thank those old geezers for giving me the opportunity to hear your true thoughts. But, Ning, you've underestimated your man. In the entertainment industry, there's nothing I can't do. Do you think anyone that dares to challenge the king's authority will have a good ending? Then why were you unhappy a moment ago? You've been tricked by Lu Che." Mo Ting laughed. Tong Ning froze for a moment before she let out a gentle laugh. "It's good that he gave me a warning like this. At least I know your difficulties." After hearing this, Mo Ting smiled as he lifted Tong Ning in his arms and carried her into the bathroom. "I want you." Tong Ning blushed a little, but she still lifted her hands and helped Mo Ting unbutton his shirt. Seeing this, Mo Ting couldn't help but think back to the words she had just said. She wanted to protect his heart. So, he couldn't help but lift Tong Ning's chin and place a passionate kiss on her earlobe. "Not only do you need to protect my heart, you also need to protect my body." The white shirt was thrown to one side, overlapping with Tong Ning's printed A-line dress. As the clothes fell to the ground one by one, the couple stared at each other. They only had eyes for each other. Their passion was immediately ignited. Tong Ning was a model, so every part of her body was important. So, Mo Ting never used too much force. Tong Ning could sense his restraint, so she hooked her arms around his neck and said, "I'm not a piece of porcelain that will shatter with one touch. Wifey, are you reminding me? You want me to use more force?" Mo Ting entered the depths of the bathroom and fulfilled all of Tong Ning's requests. After the couple made love in the bathroom, Tong Ning was so tired she fell asleep. Mo Ting looked at Tong Ning's tired expression and gently leaned over to place a kiss on her lips. "With what you said, anything you ask me to do is worth it. No matter what you want to do, I will accompany you until the end of time." After the Han siblings had a huge argument, Han Ruoxiwe was nowhere to be found and Han Yufan had a gloomy expression the entire night. However, Mo Yuro didn't seem to care. She didn't try to comfort Han Yufan like she used to, she simply focused on watching the entertainment news. "Mo Yuro, haven't you been acting a little strange lately? Yufan, it's been so hard for me to carry a child. Do you really want me to get involved in the fight between you siblings?" Mo Yuro asked in disdain. "However, I don't think giving up on your sister is the right thing to do. After all, Tianyi is currently being suppressed by Tong Ning and she has been blacklisted by Hai Rui. You are simply doing what you should do as the CEO. How long has it been since you've been intimate with me?" Han Yufan asked Mo Yuro. Mo Yuro's recent behavior was quite different. In the past, she would always cling to his embrace and act coquettishly. But now, she was treating him like he didn't exist. "Yufan, the child is slowly growing up. I really don't feel well." Han Yufan thought of the child and did not say anything else. He simply stood up and headed for the bathroom to take a cold shower. It was normal for men to have needs, but Mo Yuro was obviously not normal. After the Bright Night Gala, Tong Ning's reputation once again rose. However, her management agency continued to drag her down. The higher-ups of Tianyi were extremely unhappy with Han Yufan. They couldn't suppress Tong Ning, nor could they rope her in. They pointed out Han Yufan's incompetence. He couldn't even compare to the security guards at the entrance. That's why Tianyi Entertainment was in such a mess. There were also a few shareholders who expressed their desire to withdraw their shares because they couldn't see any hope in Tianyi Entertainment. Han Yufan was ridiculed by the shareholders. After returning to his office, he was so angry that he smashed everything on the floor. His hatred towards Tong Ning had reached the bone. Coincidentally, a few of the new models that Han Ruoxiwe had found had arrived at the agency to sign a contract. When Han Yufan saw the girl called Lan Yu, he immediately called out to her, "Have you ever walked a show before?" "Yes, I am the champion of the new model competition," Lan Yu replied respectfully. That's right, Han Ruoxue had previously discovered this girl at the model selection competition. Then there's no need for any training. Han Yufan replied straightforwardly. He remembered, in order to work with Tongming, many companies would go through the management process. He was afraid of a contract dispute, so he had Tongming's resources in his hands. He decided to choose one and recommend Lan Yu. If the other party didn't agree, he would destroy the contract and make it impossible for Tongming to work with them again. Lan Yu, I will appoint a manager for you. She will be in charge of your development. Thank you, Mr. Han. After all, Lan Yu was only 16 years old, it was impossible for her to be as mature as Tongming. So, she still revealed a smile like a little girl. Seeing this, Han Yufan was a little dazed. Once upon a time, Tongming was also like this, but... Thinking of the Tongming today, Han Yufan wanted nothing more than to crush her. Looking at Lan Yu, Han Yufan's emotions were complicated. She was too similar to Tongming, so he couldn't help but feel angry. But, if he wanted to make a newcomer famous as soon as possible, he had to copy Tongming. Only then would he be able to take advantage of Tongming's popularity. Alright, you can leave now. Outside the door, Mo Yuro overheard the conversation between Han Yufan and Lan Yu. She immediately pushed open the door and asked Han Yufan, "Are you really going to use this fake?" "I plan to give Tongming's resources to her so she can give it a try," Han Yufan explained calmly. Although Tongming is currently lacking in awards, her treatment and resources have already reached the standard of an A-grade model. How could you give such good resources to a newcomer that hasn't even officially debuted? Yufan, why didn't you give it to me? Mo Euro became a little emotional. Think about it, I'm about to receive an award and I'm pregnant with your child. No matter what, you should protect me. Enough. At Tiany's regular meeting, the shareholders are already unhappy that I have been spoiling you. Han Yufan, you're really hypocritical. Is it because you found a woman younger than me that you plan to abandon your second woman? Mo Euro suddenly sneered, your sister is right, you are a heartless person who prioritizes profit above all else. As long as you can achieve your goal, you can sacrifice anyone. Hearing Mo Euro's words, Han Yufan suddenly revealed a self-mocking expression, everyone has the right to say this about me, but you don't. Mo Euro, I sacrificed Tongming for you. Then you should give me the resources you want to give to Lan Yu. Han Yufan looked at the greedy Mo Euro. Seeing her completely disregarding her own situation, he suddenly felt like laughing. Are you going to be satisfied after I'm kicked out of Tiany? Mo Euro was stunned. The two argued loudly. Meanwhile, outside the door, a tall figure was eavesdropping. Her childish face carried a look of ridicule as she walked downstairs and knocked on the door of Tongming's private resting room. Come in. Tongming's voice drifted out from the room. Every 2 days, she would come to the agency to look at the gifts from her fans and understand the situation at Tiany. Lan Yu pushed open the door and entered. Her expression was still a little timid. Seeing Tongming's calm and collected demeanor, she was momentarily distracted before replying, I am a model that just signed with the agency today. My name is Lan Yu. Tongming had a deep impression of her, I remember you. Han Yufan had found her to be a substitute. Can I discuss a deal with you? Were all 16 or 17-year-old kids this mature so early? Tongming couldn't help but smile. First, tell me what you want me to agree to. Actually, President Han has arranged for a manager to give me the resources that originally belonged to you. But, I know it's impossible for me to grab hold of this opportunity. Since you don't lack a runway, can you give this opportunity to me? I can report to you about President Han and Mo Euro at any time. I don't need it, Tongming replied calmly. I'm already used to Han Yufan doing things like this. Even if he asked you to be my substitute and asked you to steal my resources, I would never do such a thing. Lan Yu was silent. Her expression was a little disappointed. You are still young, I don't want you to get involved in an adult's battle. Of course, if you can successfully secure that runway show, then you are truly capable and I won't stop you. Right now, her runway shows and magazine covers were all chosen by Mo Ting. As for the partners that went through the proper procedures, they didn't understand the situation and were afraid to seek benefits. How could there be such a good deal? Thank you, Miss Tang, Lan Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Tongming smiled disapprovingly. She knew, for someone to know how to trade benefits at such a young age, how could she be so simple-minded? However, she remained calm and collected. She wanted to see what this 16-year-old kid could do. After Lan Yu left, Mo Euro stormed into Tong Ning's waiting room angrily and glared at her with hatred. I never thought you would be willing to help a newcomer. Mo Euro, you need to be careful. This Lan Yu seems even younger and prettier than you. If Han Yufan can abandon me because of you, then he can also abandon you because of her. Mo Euro looked at Tong Ning's back and sneered. Tong Ning, the only reason you've gotten to where you are today is because you have someone backing you up, right? I've had my suspicions since a long time ago. It's like you've been using hacks all along the way. Don't tell me it's all because you have the ability to pull strings. The CEO of Star Age has already tried to poach you multiple times. You aren't necessarily clean. Why are you acting all innocent and virtuous in front of others? You said I bribed the judges. What about you? What did the CEO of Star Age promise you? Was his bed soft? Tong Ning turned around. Her eyes contained a fearsome coldness as she stared coldly at Mo Euro. Her gaze was filled with ridicule and disdain. Not everyone is like you, but... Tong Ning couldn't be bothered to say these words. She knew, no matter what she said, Mo Euro would always misinterpret it. At the door, Han Yufan looked at the two with a frosty expression, especially after hearing the last sentence. Was it really because of Star Age that Tong Ning got to where she was today? Han Yufan was not willing to give up, so he said coldly to Tong Ning, come to my office for a moment. Tong Ning stood up from her chair and followed behind Han Yufan. The two of them entered the office one after the other. Han Yufan bent over and placed his hands on the office table. Without turning his head, he questioned Tong Ning, is what Euro said true? Do you have an unexplainable relationship with the CEO of Star Age? No, Tong Ning replied straightforwardly. How dare you lie to me? That day at the Bright Night Gala, the CEO of Star Age personally told me that he had tried to poach you multiple times. Tong Ning, I can't believe you have been pretending to be innocent and virtuous in front of me. I can't believe I once felt guilty towards you. Since everything Mo Euro says is true, then why are you asking me? Tong Ning's voice was emotionless. When it came to Han Yufan, her heart was as cold as ice. Good, very good. Tong Ning, you have been targeting me and Euro at every turn. It turns out, you are the real expert at cheating. Han Yufan turned around, filled with hatred towards Tong Ning. He really wanted to know when Tong Ning had hooked up with the CEO of Star Age. Was it when they were still together? 3 years ago, Star Age had already tried to poach Tong Ning. 3 years. Yet, because he was afraid of hurting her, he had been hiding Mo Euro. *TCH. Although Han Yufan had thought of these words countless times, this was the first time he had actually scolded her. In fact, it was right in front of Tong Ning. Tong Ning's eyes suddenly turned cold as she glared at Han Yufan. Slowly enunciating each word, she said, because of these 2 words, I swear I will speed up Tiany's destruction by 10 times. Han Yufan, not everyone is as shameless as you. Mo Euro and Han Ruashua couldn't do anything to you, but do you think I can't either? Half a month. I'll let you know what it's like to have nothing. Han Yufan looked at Tong Ning. As he watched her make a vow, he suddenly felt a little scared. After this period of confrontation, he already understood that Tong Ning was a person that wouldn't give up until she reached her goal. Above all, she didn't make a single move, no one knew what her next step was. Just when you thought you had her in your trap, she would miraculously turn the tables. Han Yufan regretted the words he had just said. But Tong Ning had already disappeared into the distance. He actually called Tong Ning a SL*T. He must have lost his mind from anger. Downstairs, someone from Star Age actually showed up to pick Tong Ning up. The CEO of Star Age had invited Tong Ning to dinner, but Tong Ning had rejected him the same way she had for the past 3 years. She didn't even give him a chance. Sorry, President Zhou, I have my own car. The man once again hit a wall. All he could do was watch as Tong Ning drove off into the distance. At this time, Lan Yu appeared out of nowhere and blocked the man's path with her arms wide open. Her expression and appearance were 70% similar to Tong Ning's. If Tong Ning doesn't want to go, can I go instead? Zhou Yanqing furrowed his brows. This woman was too brave, she actually dared to block his car. But, he couldn't deny that, although Lan Yu wasn't as professional and elegant as Tongning, she was young, youth was an advantage. If he really couldn't poach Tongning, then picking up Lan Yu wasn't a bad deal. It was just that he had to invest a lot in the beginning. But, he still wanted more from Tongning. On the way home, Long Jia noticed Tongning's expression was a little off and noticed something was wrong. She immediately asked, what happened? Did Tongning get into an argument with those SL*TS again? SL*TS. Hearing these two words, Tongning was reminded of Han Yufan's insults from a moment ago. It seemed she had been too gentle towards Tanny. Luckily, the awards ceremony was just around the corner. If she didn't destroy Mo Euro, then her surname wouldn't be Tang. Although the past was in the past, what Han Yufan and Tongning owed her, she was not going to go easy on them. She was going to get them back. Seeing Tongning's gloomy expression, Long Jia did not probe any further. She simply escorted Tongning back to Hyatt Regency and told her to get some rest. After all, TQ Magazine's shoot was about to start, so she needed to rest up. By the time she arrived home, Mo Ting was already there. Beside his hand was a few drafts of their collaboration plans. Without exception, they were all for her. Looking at Mo Ting's handsome and charming face, Tongning took a deep breath. She already had such a good person by her side, she couldn't expect everything to go smoothly. So, she tried her best to calm herself down. What are you looking at? Tongning asked as she walked over and sat down beside Mo Ting. I'm helping you choose the most suitable management agency. Although I can help you, no one has stepped forward to negotiate with you. So, after leaving Tanny, you need a better and stronger team, Mo Ting explained before placing one of the contracts in front of her. Tongning thought Mo Ting would ask her to join either Star Age or Creative Century. But, Mo Ting actually pushed Qing Tian's name in front of her. Although Qing Tian wasn't considered a leading entertainment agency and was still quite a distance away from top companies like Hai Rui and Star King, it was still considered top-notch within its industry. Above all, Qing Tian had a wealth of experience in creating international models. However, according to Tongning's current status, going to Qing Tian seemed like she was trying to climb up the social ladder. Did someone from Qing Tian send me an invitation? No, it's up to you to fight for it. There will be an interview soon. When the time comes, I'll take you to try it out. Tongning nodded her head. She never had any objections to Mo Ting's plans. It was just Mo Euro wanted to join Creative Century and Lan Yu was trying their best to steal Star Age from Tongning's hands. However, Mo Ting wasn't interested in either of these companies. He wanted Tongning to join the higher-tier Qing Tian Entertainment. If she succeeded, by the time the news was announced, there would be another bloodbath. Thinking about Mo Ting's good intentions, Tongning held on to Mo Ting's hand and intertwined her fingers with his. You have to deal with company matters during the day and at home at night, you still have to help me look after my books. Aren't you tired? But, no matter how tired I am, I don't want to see you suffer. I can't let my wife suffer. Mo Ting placed a kiss on Tongning's lips. Does the way I am, you single-handedly created me? Tongning suddenly remembered, Mo Ting had been supporting her from behind the scenes. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Mo Ting had created her. Wifey, I'm waiting to be your personal manager. Mo Ting smiled. Being her personal manager was Tongning's dream and goal. But, seeing how tired Mo Ting was, Tongning rubbed his shoulders and noticed his muscles were tense. Her heart ached as she remembered she would be going to France in a couple of days. So, she immediately mentioned to Mo Ting, in a couple of days, I will be going on an outdoor shoot, do you want to come with me? Where will it be? In France, you work so hard. I don't want you to be so tired. Ting. Let's make a deal. As long as I go to a country, you will accompany me. That way. Wherever I go, your footprints will be there. Mo Ting was silent for a moment. In the past, he had also been rushing around the world, but he had always been busy with work. He had never thought of stopping to rest. At the same time, accompanying Tongning to work would also allow him to relax. Most importantly, Tongning was the most beautiful scenery in the world and he could stay by her side to take care of her. just the thought of it made him feel good. So, he nodded his head. I'll listen to you, I'll get Luce to arrange it. Tongming was satisfied. She then turned her attention back to Qingtian Entertainment's profile. Whether it was for herself or Mo Ting, she was going to give it her all. A few days after the Hanruoshui incident, news of a male actor taking drugs was released online. In an instant, it became the focus of the netizens. Due to the various awards ceremonies being held at the end of the year, the industry was filled with infighting and competitors exposing each other. The annual Model Awards ceremony was just around the corner. Tongming was only a guest presenter, so she didn't have to worry about other people plotting against her. However, Mo Euro was used to being arrogant and domineering. Now that she was going to win the top 10 model awards, how could she not make a move? Tongming, do you still remember what day tomorrow is? On the way to TQ headquarters, Long Jia suddenly asked. Tongming flipped through the magazine in her hands and replied without lifting her head, Han Yufan's birthday. Do you need to do something about it? Long Jia asked. If you have the money, you might as well do some charity, Tongming replied calmly. Yesterday, she had said such harsh words in front of Han Yufan. Perhaps, Han Yufan would treat it as a joke and laugh it off. Little did he know, the awards ceremony would be the end of Mo Euro's modeling career. You're right. Then let's just let him die this year. Long Jia smiled from ear to ear. Every time she thought about how Tongming had tried her best to celebrate Han Yufan's birthday in the past, only to be stood up by him, her heart ached. Luckily, Tongming had already come to her senses. Also, I'm sure you won't be able to stay at Tianyi any longer. It's only a matter of time before you terminate your contract. What are your plans? I heard that the newcomer Han Yufan stabbed you in the back and stole Star Age's contract. Tongming, what do you and Big Boss think about it? Are you going to sign with Star Age or Creative Century? Neither, Tongming replied calmly. Mo Ting wants me to go to Qingtian. Long Jia froze for a moment before laughing. Big Boss believes in you, and so do I. As for the resources that Lan Yu and Mo Euro have their eyes on, they are all resources that Mo Ting has already eliminated. If they want to snatch them, they can go ahead and snatch them. For me, there is no loss at all. Tongming flipped through the pages of the magazine, but Long Jia did not miss the sharp glint in her eyes. Those two people were still feeling smug, thinking they were capable enough to snatch something from Tongming's hands. In reality, Tongming didn't even look at them. Qingtian Entertainment was the place that Tongming wanted to go to. She was originally a superstar, so it was normal for her to be promoted step by step. TQ Magazine's shoot was scheduled to start in 2 days, but Lin Weisin had asked Tongming to drop by the headquarters. Tongming had a few guesses in her heart, but when Lin Weisin told her that he was inviting her to attend a French fashion show and walk the opening of Luxury, she was so surprised that she froze. Tongming, actually, for TQ's October issue, I was planning to use your appearance on the cover. This is a rare opportunity for you and will be a great help in your return to the international scene. This was suggested by your manager, who has never shown his face before. I think he is right, you have the talent. So, I am willing to recommend you. Consider it as me fulfilling the promise I made to the media at the Bright Night Gala. Tongming looked at Lin Weisin, not sure what to say. She knew, TQ's shoot would be the most important turning point in her comeback. And, this turning point was given to her by Mo Ting. Don't get too excited. If you really want to thank me, then show me your most professional attitude. The best resources are only given to the best models. Tongming held back her tears as she gave Lin Weisin a hug and nodded her head. I will definitely not disappoint. Your current agency is too complicated, so I will keep the news under wraps for now. Thank you, Chief Editor Lin. The harder you work, the luckier you will be. This is the saying that suits you. Tongming smiled, she was grateful to the man. This was the type of person she was, she would take revenge and repay kindness with kindness. Returning to the international runway. This was something Tongming had never even dreamed of. But now, she finally had the chance. While Mo Euro was trying her best to seduce the judges, while Lan Yu was trying her best to hook up with the CEO of Star Age, she had once again found herself a crucial chess piece. Of course, this was all because of the Mo Ting that doted on her. She worked hard, but she was even luckier because she married the best husband in the world. Han Yufan had no idea, Tongming's status had risen another level. Tiany's office. Han Yufan was watching a video of Lan Yu's audition. This was originally Tongming's resource, but the other party did not seem angry. It seemed he was quite satisfied with Lan Yu's performance. Mo Euro sat beside him and sneered. Lan Yu was merely a small character, yet she managed to take over Tongming's project and receive the attention of the entire Tiany. Euro, do you know what day it is tomorrow? Han Yufan suddenly turned his head and asked the woman beside him. Mo Euro thought for a moment as she suddenly felt nervous. Tomorrow was the day she was supposed to meet Mr. Li in private. Why did Han Yufan suddenly ask her this? Did he already know? No, that's impossible. If he knew, he wouldn't have used such a tone. Yufan. It's not like you don't know, I've been having a lot of reactions to my pregnancy and my memory isn't good. You should have just told me. Mo Euro used the child as an excuse. Tomorrow night, I booked a room at Champagne Hotel. Let's have a big celebration. Champagne Hotel? Mo Euro suddenly felt nervous. That was the place she had previously had an affair with Mr. Li. Tomorrow night was also booked there. Plus, because she was nervous about being discovered, she completely forgot about Han Yufan's birthday. The next morning, as Han Yufan and Mo Euro walked into his office, Han Yufan's desk was filled with birthday presents. Mo Euro glanced at them and realized she had forgotten about Han Yufan's birthday. In the past, on Han Yufan's birthdays, she would always come up with a few tricks to make Han Yufan stay, making Tongming wait like a fool. But, things were different now. After experiencing the joy of cheating, Mo Euro realized there was no turning back. Yufan, I haven't been feeling well for the past few days, so I haven't prepared a present for you. Mo Euro took the initiative to climb onto Han Yufan's shoulder. Her slender fingers circled around his chest. She knew this was Han Yufan's weakness. As expected, Han Yufan held on to her right hand and showed his generosity. I know your pregnancy has been tough. But, tonight, you need to make it up to me. His flirtatious words entered Mo Euro's ears. Han Yufan's hot breath also entered her earlobe. Mo Euro smiled shyly and nodded her head, okay. After all, they still had a few years of feelings between them. It was impossible for her to completely ignore it. But, thinking about how Tongming might grab hold of this opportunity to get back at Han Yufan, she felt a sense of pride. Even if she didn't want it. She couldn't let Tongming get it back, so, she decided to cancel her date with Mr. Li and spend the night with Han Yufan. Yufan. Do you think Tongming's belongings are mixed in with all these presents? In reality, Han Yufan had already guessed this before. Would Tongming still care about his birthday? In the past, on this day, Tongming would always try her best to prepare a present for him. But, he would always stay by Mo Euro's side and make her wait the entire night. At that time, he felt like Tongming would forever be in his hands. I'll go have a look. Mo Euro was determined to humiliate Tongming, so she flipped through the pile of presents. In the end, she was disappointed. It seems, the SL*T has learned her lesson. But, Yufan, it's been a while since we've had a meal together with our colleagues. Why don't we call Tongming over for lunch? Han Yufan understood her motive. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, but he still nodded his head. Give her a phone call. Mo Euro smiled gently as she pulled out her phone from Han Yufan's pocket and gave Tongming a call. Tongming, today is Yufan's birthday party. Do you want to come? Mo Euro asked sweetly like a winner because she was using Han Yufan's phone. Oh, our Tongming isn't free, she is currently filming a TQ film. Long Jia's cheerful voice came through the phone. Are you busy or afraid to come? Miss Mo, I know you want Tongming to watch the two of you flaunt your love, but Tongming doesn't have the time to celebrate a random person's birthday. You don't have a job, but her schedule is full. You. Long Jia sneered. She did not continue speaking to Mo Euro as she directly hung up the phone. Seeing the smile on Long Jia's face, Tongming also smiled back. She was treating this gathering as Tiany's last party. That night, Han Yufan and Mo Euro entered Champagne Hotel together. Han Yufan was unconscious from drinking too much, so Mo Euro placed him on the bed and helped him remove his shirt. At the same time, she received a phone call from Mr. Lee. Mo Euro nervously rushed into the bathroom to pick up the phone. Mr. Lee, didn't we agree not to meet tonight? Do you still want your contract with Creative Century? I am in room 3029. Hearing the words, Creative Century, Mo Euro's heart raced. This was an opportunity she had waited so long for, she couldn't let it go like this. Plus, Han Yufan was currently dead drunk, he shouldn't have noticed where she had gone, right? After weighing the pros and cons, Mo Euro did not hesitate. After comforting Han Yufan, she boarded the elevator to the 30th floor. However, she never expected Han Yufan to be awake in the middle of the night. Sensing Mo Euro was not in the room, Han Yufan immediately sat up and called Mo Euro on her phone. However, Mo Euro did not pick up. It was the middle of the night, where could she go? Afterwards, he asked the counter and went to the surveillance room, afraid Mo Euro was in danger. However, when the hotel pulled up the surveillance footage for him, he discovered Mo Euro had gone to the 30th floor and sneakily entered room 29. Mr. Han, do you want us to send someone to help you look for her? The hotel security asked Han Yufan. No need. Han Yufan's face turned pale. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he could already guess what was going on. So, in a place where no one could see, he clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. Normally, the hotel was secretive. A scene like this was nothing to them and they didn't dare to expose it to the public. But, they had been caught red-handed. Everyone looked at Han Yufan sympathetically. The humiliation made Han Yufan's heart feel like it was going to explode. Mr. Han, are you okay? Han Yufan's face was pale and his legs were weak. However, he maintained his composure and walked out of the control room step by step. Then, he took the elevator to the 30th floor. He didn't know how he managed to knock on the door of room 29. He disguised himself as a hotel staff and waited until the door opened and Mo Euro appeared in her pajamas. He threw a slap across the face like an enraged lion, causing Mo Euro to fall to the ground. Meanwhile, the man that Mo Euro had been having an affair with was lying on his side, sleeping soundly. Yufan. Yufan, don't offend him. You can't offend him. Mo Euro grabbed onto Han Yufan, forcefully pushed him out of the room and closed the door. Get lost. Han Yufan pushed Mo Euro away angrily. His tall figure quickly disappeared down the red carpet. Mo Euro fell to the ground, her eyes were filled with fear and trembling. Because all of this happened too quickly and too suddenly, after quite some time, the room door opened and Mr. Lee helped Mo Euro into the room. He then comforted her. What do you want a man like that for? After all, you are about to leave Tianyi and the top 10 model award is yours. It doesn't matter if you fall out now. As for that Tongning, she is so noble and virtuous, do you think she can survive? Sooner or later, she will be stepped on by you. Hearing these words of comfort, Mo Euro slowly calmed down. It was the truth. Han Yufan, it's all your fault for being useless, don't blame me for being heartless. But, he has something on me. Babe, exposing it won't do him any good. If he's smart, he will obediently keep his mouth shut. Mr. Lee sneered. However, he was going to find someone to clean up the mess tonight and erase all the hotel records. After Han Yufan left the hotel, he dragged his heavy body and wandered on the busy street. It turned out, this was how it felt to be betrayed. Shame, embarrassment, humiliation, despair, thousands of different feelings intertwined into a web. For Mo Euro, he had given up everything. Even Tongning had been exhausted. Yet, he ended up like this. Captured. Raped. In bed. It turned out, his sincerity, in Mo Euro's eyes, was just an act. Huh. It turned out, when Tongning found out about his affair with Mo Euro, this was how she felt. She wanted to crush Mo Euro to pieces, she wanted to skin her alive and pull out her tendons. Yet, she couldn't vent her anger. This was his sacrifice, his youth. For Mo Euro, he had abandoned Tongning, abandoned Han Ruoxue, he had given up everything he had. Yet, all he got in return was Mo Euro making love to someone else in bed. That kind of unspeakable pain seemed to suddenly take root in his heart. Furthermore, it was able to erupt with anger and other messy fruits, completely swallowing him up. 3 years of love, in the end, was actually nothing. Tongning. he had also treated Tongning the same way. Thinking of Tongning, Han Yufan also thought back to the humiliation and punishment he had given her. If this was the cruelest retribution in the world, then at this moment, he felt he was better off dead than alive. Han Yufan knelt on the ground and collapsed on the street. This kind of humiliation was something he would only experience once in his life. Finally, Han Yufan gave Tongning a phone call and calmed down. "Tongning, can you come back?" On the other side of the phone, Tongning was packing their luggage. Hearing Han Yufan's question, she was a little surprised. "What do you mean?" "Come back to me. I will give you the best." Tongning stopped what she was doing. Her eyes were filled with ridicule, but Han Yufan couldn't see this. "I will fight for what I want. I don't need you anymore. President Han, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Can you not leave Tianyi?" Tongning did not respond. She directly hung up the phone and continued to pack her luggage. In reality, she had already guessed that something must have gone wrong between Mo Euro and Han Yufan. She thought she would be looking forward to this moment. But this wasn't what she wanted. Han Yufan's turning back wasn't because he was truly remorseful, but because of the possibility of being betrayed. A moment later, Mo Ting closed the documents and returned to the bedroom. Seeing Tongning standing by the bedside in a daze, he stretched out his arms and pulled her into his embrace. "Sorry, I was busy until late." Tongning wrapped her arms around Mo Ting and tried her best to absorb the warmth from his body. "You are doing this to make time to go overseas with me." "What happened?" Mo Ting sensed the slight change in her tone. This was a tacit understanding that they had slowly developed between husband and wife. Although Tongning wasn't normally a person of many words, Mo Ting could still sense the change in her emotions from her expression. "I'm guessing Han Yufan and Mo Euro have already fallen out. It's just that I suddenly have a feeling that I'm trying so hard to differentiate whether I'm trying to take revenge on them or for myself. Now I understand that it's important to make them pay the price, but, more importantly, I want to stand by your side." Mo Ting gently stroked her hair, silently comforting her. He then lifted her in his arms and placed her on the bed. "Be good, close your eyes. Tomorrow, we are going overseas. I will be by your side." Tongning peacefully closed her eyes and fell asleep in Mo Ting's arms. Deep down, she knew, the day she returned to China, would be the day she dealt with Mo Euro. However, the next morning, before Tongning could board the plane, Creative Century released a rumor that the other model they had been fighting over at Tianyi wasn't Tongning. Everyone began to speculate that Creative Century had repeatedly been rejected by Tongning, so they decided to use this method to regain their pride. As for the other model, it seemed it could only be Mo Euro. Was Mo Euro going to make a comeback again? Did she want to steal a contract from a big agency that belonged to Tongning? *TCH. She didn't deserve it. Netizens snorted in disdain. They didn't dare to compliment Mo Euro's character. If Creative Century actually dared to sign her, who knew how many connections she had, how many tricks she had used and how many higher-ups she had slept with? However, this didn't stop Mo Euro from appearing on the trending topics. "Tongning, do you want me to find out what exactly is going on?" Long Jia looked at the news and felt uncomfortable. What Mo Euro wanted to do was her own business, but she didn't like the way Mo Euro used Tongning to create hype. "This might not be a coincidence," Tongning replied calmly. "Long Jia, I have a feeling Han Yufan and Mo Euro have fallen out. If this is the case, you need to make sure Mo Euro has an abortion. At the very least, you need to keep her safe until after the awards ceremony." Long Jia froze for a moment before nodding her head. "I understand. I will think of a way. No matter what happens between her and Han Yufan, since she owes me, I will make her pay." At the same time, Han Yufan also saw the news online. His handsome face turned frosty. It seemed Mo Euro had really slept with a big shot. That's why she was able to bring home the top 10 model awards and was even able to successfully join Creative Century. She wants to leave just like that. How could it be so easy? Just as Han Yufan was about to make a move, Mo Euro pushed open his office door as usual. She looked tired and her eyes were red and swollen. "What are you doing here?" Han Yufan's voice was a little hoarse. It seemed he was trying his best to control himself. "Yufan, I am here to beg for your forgiveness." Mo Euro suddenly burst into tears. Her eyes were filled with grievance, but, I really have no choice. That man has his eyes on me. He used you and Tianyi to threaten me. I have no choice. Can you give me 5 minutes to explain? Han Yufan looked at Mo Euro with ridicule like he was looking at an enemy. Did you think I would believe your words? Didn't you already join Creative Century? What? How could you be interested in my small agency? Mo Euro, you really disgust me. Mo Euro saw Han Yufan had no way out, so she immediately held back her tears and smiled coldly. Who can you blame for this? If you had the ability to protect me, if you had the ability to step all over me, I wouldn't have to go down this path. I've been your lover for 3 years. But, what have you given me? All you've given me is a crushing defeat. Han Yufan. Don't forget, I still have your child in my stomach. What do you plan to do with this child? Mo Euro wanted Han Yufan to personally say that he had aborted the child. She wanted him to voluntarily give up on their relationship. Deep down, she understood that after being with Han Yufan for so many years, it was impossible for her to completely cut off all ties. All those secrets from the past had now become leverage. If any one of them came out of Han Yufan's mouth, she would be consigned to eternal damnation. However, Han Yufan stared at Mo Euro in silence. It was like he was trying to see through her soul. Of course, I will give birth to it. This is my child. I've done so much for this child. Did you think I would give up so easily? Mo Euro, let me tell you, if you dare to abort my child, I will do whatever it takes to destroy your reputation. Han Yufan's words were deep and vicious, carrying a strong sense of warning. Did Mo Euro really think she could get rid of him and Tianyi so easily? How could it be so easy? Mo Euro looked at Han Yufan in a daze. She thought, according to Han Yufan's temper, there was no way he would allow the child to exist. But he actually wanted her to keep the child. If she kept the child, how was she going to sign with Creative Century? The news was so heated up. If she couldn't abort the child, how was she going to explain herself to Mr. Li and the people at Creative Century? Han Yufan looked at Mo Euro's speechless expression and his lips curved into a sneer. She had betrayed him, yet she wanted to get away with it? He wanted to see what more disgusting things Mo Euro, who was in a difficult position to back down, could do. Thinking of this, Han Yufan was once again reminded of Tongning. How she felt in the past, how she felt in the past. At this moment, he understood everything. It turned out, being betrayed by someone could be so hateful and want them to die. Afterwards, Han Yufan pulled out his phone and gave Long Jia a phone call right in front of Mo Euro. Send me Tongning's schedule in France, I will book a plane ticket for tonight. On the other end of the phone, Long Jia froze. Han Yufan actually wanted to come to France. It seemed, he was indeed dreaming of getting Tongning back. Seeing Long Jia remain silent for a long time, Han Yufan's voice became colder and fiercer. Long Jia, I am still the CEO of Tianyi and Tongning is still my artist. I have the right to know her work schedule. In reality, Tongning had already heard Han Yufan's voice through the phone. So, she replied, send it to him. But, Tongning shook her head, reminding Long Jia that there was no need to clash with Han Yufan. Long Jia nodded her head and replied unwillingly, I will send it to your phone immediately. Afterwards, she hung up the phone and looked at Tongning confusedly. You were supposed to accompany Big Boss. Why did you agree to Han Yufan's request? Can't you tell? With Mo Euro by his side, he just wanted to provoke her. With Creative Century eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey, did you really think he would come over? Don't worry. Plus, we didn't stay in the hotel we originally booked, Tongning explained as she packed Mo Ting's clothes. After hearing this, Long Jia relaxed as she sent Tongning's schedule to Han Yufan. Alright, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. You can spend some time with the big boss first. Long Jia blinked as she left the exhausted couple alone. She then turned around and returned to the hotel arranged by TQ. A moment later, Mo Ting came out of the shower wearing only a white towel. Tongning quickly stood up to help him dry his hair as she leaned her body against his and asked for his opinion. Do you want to get some sleep first, or do you want to go for a walk with me and watch the sunrise on the beach? Of course, I want to watch the sunrise, Mo Ting replied gently. In reality, from the moment he took over Hai Rue, he had never felt so relaxed before. because Tong Ming had never asked him to handle any work. Tong Ming smiled as she pulled out the clothes she had prepared and helped Mo Ting put them on. She then intertwined her fingers with his. The couple stayed in a villa by the sea. The surroundings were very quiet. Tong Ming changed from her model look and wore a yellow A-line dress and a straw hat. She even had a video camera around her neck. Mo Ting held on to her the entire time as they walked barefoot on the beach. The sound of water filled their ears as the sun began to rise from the horizon. The couple sat side by side on the beach as they admired each other's perfect side profile. Tong Ming couldn't help but lift up her camera and take a photo of Mo Ting's side profile. Mo Ting turned his head and smiled at her. He then pulled her in his arms and took a selfie for the couple. I don't think we should keep a photo like this. What if the paparazzi find it? Tong Ming said as she looked at the photo regretfully. Of course we can keep it. Mo Ting hooked his arm under her chin and kissed her passionately. This is a footprint that belongs to both of us. Be careful, there are people around. How are we supposed to find people at this time? Mo Ting laughed as he looked at her and continued to kiss her. Their tongues danced together as an indescribable sweetness filled his heart. Watching the sunrise with the person he loved and accompanying the person he loved for a walk on the beach, everything around him seemed to have frozen in time. He wished the sun would rise a little later. Unfortunately, Luxury's show was scheduled for the morning and Tong Ming played an important role as the opening model. After making out on the beach, the couple tidied up a little and headed to the fashion show. Tong Ming looked at the foreign faces and was suddenly reminded of the time when she was 18 years old and struggling in France. She was still nervous, but she was no longer a naive girl. It was because of her calmness that the makeup artist looked at her in a different light. Luxury's show is filled with newcomers. It seems you are the only one that doesn't have stage fright. Tong Ming smiled and turned to look at the other models. By the way, the opening model was originally booked to be an Asian model, but because she was too nervous, she decided to change it to you. She's over there. The makeup artist gestured for Tong Ming to look to the left. She saw a woman in her early 20s sitting on the sofa in a defeated manner. She has now become a substitute. Tong Ming glanced at the model. She didn't seem to have any impression of her. She then changed her clothes and sat quietly in her chair. Through the mirror, Tong Ming looked at herself. This show was related to whether or not she would be able to present an internationally influential report before her interview with Xianxia. So, it was extremely important to her. It was related to whether or not she would be able to skip over Creative Century and Star Age and step on everyone else's heads. Luckily, Mo Ting was also present. Just thinking about it made her feel warm and fuzzy. Not too far away, a figure glared at Tong Ming with hatred. She didn't want to give up on the opening show. She was pushed away by Tong Ming. Of course, she recognized Tong Ming. She had recently become slightly popular in Beijing. But, what right did she have to steal someone else's work? She was just an old model from a small agency. Behind the young woman stood her manager, a woman wearing black-framed glasses. She crossed her arms across her chest and looked at Tong Ming with a sharp gaze. Of course, she was aware that Tong Ming had tricks up her sleeve. Otherwise, an outdated model that had been banned by Star King would not have been able to compete with Mo Euro and get to where she was today with an absolute advantage. But, she had actually managed to snatch an artist from Xianxia. If this wasn't stopped soon, Tong Ming's threat would only get bigger and bigger. Of course, the manager had no idea that Tong Ming's next goal was to enter Xianxia. The manager looked at Tong Ming and used her contacts to find out how Tong Ming had managed to secure a spot in Luxury's opening show. It turned out, it had something to do with Lin Weisin. He was quite a character. But, since Tong Ming had entered the industry, she could forget about climbing the ladder and enjoying her reputation at the same time. Since she was in cahoots with the infamous Han Yufan and Mo Euro, she was going to end up with them. Not long after, the opening show was played with vintage music. As the first model to step onto the stage, Tong Ming immediately became the center of attention. Her professionalism, charm and elegance played a huge role in leading the way for the newcomers. It also allowed the foreign media to witness the limitless charm of an Asian model. As for some of the guests, they even recognized Tong Ming as the model that had won many awards in France many years ago. They were both shocked and pleasantly surprised. Because, on the runway, Tongming's brilliance was unmatched. Dazzling and eye-catching. This was the first time he had watched Tongming walk a show from such a close distance. It was hard to imagine that this model that was the center of attention was actually his wife. Lin Weisan was also standing not too far away. TQ's cameraman was also following along the entire time. Every frame and every image was perfect, everyone was amazed by Tongming's perfect performance. Afterwards, the model made a curtain call and exited the stage perfectly. At this time, Lin Weisan also arrived backstage to congratulate Tongming. "You are the best." Tongming smiled and shook Lin Weisan's hand politely. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. I'm already looking forward to TQ's October issue." After greeting Lin Weisan, Tongming changed back into her clothes with Long Jie's help and left the venue. She couldn't wait to walk the streets of France hand in hand with Lin Weisan. However, not long after the show ended, Long Jie received a phone call from Tanny. It was Han Yufan asking what had happened. As soon as Long Jie looked up the news, the most popular news about Tongming immediately popped up: Tongming PKMO Euro, full analysis of scheming incidents, and the men behind Tongming. The main content of each news article was about how Tongming and MO Euro had been pitted against each other and how MO Euro had been tarnished while Tongming had been able to rise to the top. It wasn't just because Tongming was more ruthless and had more men backing her. One of the posts even cited Star Age, as well as Lin Weisan, who was now helping to pull strings for her. Meanwhile, the majority of the netizens still believed in Tongming. Especially her fans. They immediately directed passers-by to her runway shows and magazines. She had relied on her own abilities to get to where she was today. But, there was also a group of haters who directly admitted that from the start, they felt Tongming's EQ was too high, her IQ was scary and she was too slick, which made people tremble in fear. All this time, the internet was in a bloodbath. Even someone with a high EQ can be tarnished. "I have to give up." Long Jie looked at the comments, she was so angry she was about to explode. Tongming looked at the comments and dismissed them with a laugh. After a simple disguise, she and Long Jie entered the car park and boarded Mo Ting's car. "I saw the news." Mo Ting said to Tongming before starting the car, "Your fame is getting bigger and bigger, so there will be more and more hidden attacks from all sides. If there is competition, then you will have to resort to underhanded methods. Do you understand what I'm saying? Of course, it's just that this time, Mo Euro has found another opportunity to step on me." Tongming, of course, understood. But, at the same time, she wasn't going to step out and say anything. The more she tried to explain, the more people would think she was trying to cover up. If someone was helping her gain popularity, she would just accept it. This was the cruel reality of the entertainment industry. "Aren't you going to control it?" Long Jie asked. To be exact, she was asking her big boss. However, Mo Ting and Tongming had an agreement beforehand: he wouldn't interfere with Tongming's career. The incident with Han Ruoxue had already broken their agreement, so this time, he had no reason to interfere with his wife's business. "Long Jie, don't forget, my management agency is still Tanny." Seeing the two were still calm, Long Jie relaxed. "Okay, you guys go have fun. I will keep an eye on things in Beijing." Tongming smiled at Long Jie, gesturing for her to relax. "Help me comfort my fans. Tell them I haven't been affected." Meanwhile, it was almost nightfall in Beijing. Under Han Yufan's coercion, Mo Euro agreed to keep the child. Of course, this was just a stalling tactic. With the sudden news of Tongming being exposed, Mo Euro sat in Han Yufan's office and sneered, "I've said it before. Tongming can't be completely clean. Now that the matter has been exposed, are you going to help her with PR or step on her?" "Shut up!" Han Yufan yelled. After the incident with Mo Euro, Han Yufan was more cautious than ever. He had thought about trying to get Tongming back, but when he thought about the CEO of Star Age and Lin Weisan, Han Yufan's heart felt like it had been thrown into an ice house, cold and hard. Mo Euro was disgusting, but wasn't Tongming also disgusting? It seemed, he couldn't place any hope in either woman. "If you don't do PR, I won't be able to resist slandering her." It wasn't easy for me to find an opportunity like this, Mo Euro laughed. Han Yufan did not say a word. Killing Tongming's spirit was a good idea. Afterwards, Mo Euro gave her assistant a phone call, released the information. Back when she was shooting for a magazine in the US, Tongming disobeyed the arrangements of the magazine and was fooling around with an unknown man. Now that news like this has been released, it's no surprise at all. Remember, release the information secretly and don't let anyone find out. Seeing Mo Euro's ugly expression, Han Yufan's heart turned colder and colder. However, he had no idea he was just the pot calling the kettle black. Of course, Mo Euro's slandering of Tongming was understandable. Tongming simply treated it as her last bit of publicity. The annual Model Awards ceremony was just around the corner. Mo Euro was only one step away from falling into the abyss. Although she had been inexplicably splashed with dirty water and was being torn apart online, Tongming's mood was not affected in the slightest. She changed into a long bohemian dress and sat on a yacht with Mo Ting, who was also dressed in a white suit. All she had on her was her camera, even her phone was left in the hotel drawer. Mo Ting hugged her and looked down at her. He originally thought she would be a little reluctant, but Tongming remained calm. It was like she had completely thrown away her identity as a model. Really? You're not going to return to China immediately? Why should we return immediately? Tongming turned and asked Mo Ting. President Mo, did you think I would give up on the holiday that I made you work so hard for so long because of a small matter like this? My career is important. But right now, you are the most important. Mo Ting looked into Tongming's eyes and placed a kiss on her lips. So, you don't need to feel pressured. Trust me, I can handle it. Mo Ting nodded his head as he hooked his arm around the back of Tongming's head. He couldn't help but deepen the kiss. Right on the beautiful river Seine, the couple left behind a lingering kiss as their figures intertwined with each other. At that moment, there was no big boss of the entertainment industry nor any outdated models. There was simply a husband and wife holding hands as they strolled through the romantic streets of France. Before they knew it, Tongming and Mo Ting had walked past a street and found themselves surrounded by couples kissing. The couple froze for a moment before they looked at each other and smiled. There was no trace of awkwardness in their eyes. This was what it meant to be a husband and wife. Their relationship wasn't spectacular, but it was steady. The couple strolled around for an entire day. By the time they returned to the hotel, not only was Tongming's camera almost full, Mo Ting's hands were also full of his wife's belongings. But, without a doubt, this was the most relaxing moment of his life. He was so happy that it made him dizzy. This was a magical woman. Because of her, life once again seemed to have meaning. That night, Mo Ting hugged Tongming as they lay in the large bathtub. The couple closed their eyes and enjoyed this moment of peace and tranquility. Mo Ting remained silent for quite some time before he finally reached out his hand to stroke Tongming's wet hair and pulled her into his embrace. Let's go back tomorrow. Huh? Tongming's eyes were still drowsy as she let out a confused sound. One day is enough for me. I know what kind of situation you're in right now, but you won't let me get involved. That's why I'm worried about you. Miss Tang, don't you know that I'm your fan? It wasn't easy for Tongming to build her empire, that was why Mo Ting cared. She had walked on thin ice to get to where she was today. She had put in so much effort and energy, he couldn't bear to see her use up all her energy. There's a saying that goes like this: the number of people that like you, the number of people that hate you, the number of people that worship you, the number of people that wait to see you make a fool of yourself. Mo Ting, I know this. After Tongming fell asleep, he finally got up and gave Lu Che a phone call. Have you found out who leaked the information? Lu Che seemed to know Mo Ting would ask, so he immediately replied, Qingtian Entertainment's manager, Yang Jing. Her sister is also a signed model of Qingtian Entertainment and was invited to attend the fashion show. Unfortunately, her opening act was changed to that of a madam. Afterwards, Tianyi Entertainment added in some false reports. Since it's Qingtian, then let's ignore it for now. As for Tianyi, they didn't have much time left. After all, after Tongming signed with Qingtian, she would have plenty of opportunities to teach these arrogant people a lesson. Above all, Tongming's main goal was to completely destroy Mo Euro and Han Yufan. If she held back now, the other party would have some reservations. Tongming seemed to have guessed that Mo Ting would give Lu Che a phone call because of her, so she wasn't in a deep sleep. As expected, She got up from the bed and wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's waist from behind. Are you not going to listen to anything I say? I just need to get hold of some important information so I can be at ease, Mo Ting smiled. President Mo, I don't think you're tired enough. Tong Ning said to Mo Ting with a double meaning. Her nimble nose brushed across his back muscles, leaving behind a heart-wrenching sensation as she immediately woke him up. Come on, let's go do some more exercise in bed. 10 p.m. in France, 4 a.m. in Beijing. Han Yufan awoke from his sleep in shock. He angrily jumped out of bed and headed to the guest room. With the help of the moonlight, he could see Mo Euro lying flat on the bed. But every time he thought about this woman betraying him and lying with another man, his heart would fill with hatred. He was so angry his eyes turned bloodshot. The internet was abuzz with the news of Tong Ning using a man to get ahead. Now, Mo Euro had been caught red-handed in bed. Han Yufan endured for a moment, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He picked up Mo Euro's phone and looked at the message Mr. Li had sent her. He asked her to keep Han Yufan in check while he tried to think of a way to help her escape. Mo Euro's reply made Han Yufan feel like he was on the verge of breaking down. He actually wants this child. I wonder who he'll look like when he's born. Han Yufan clenched his fists and memorized the phone number. Rather than waiting to be abandoned, used, and taken advantage of, he might as well use Mo Euro in exchange for something practical. So, he took the initiative to give Mr. Li a phone call. Enduring the humiliation in his heart, he said, I can let Mo Euro go, but I have a condition. Mr. Li let out a sinister laugh. It was like he already knew what he was going to do. So, he asked calmly, go ahead. As long as you are a judge at a modeling competition, as long as Tianyi Entertainment participates, I want an award. Mr. Li was silent for a moment before laughing. It's just a mere Mo Euro. Did you think I would agree to something like that, unless? Unless what? I always thought Tong Ning was clean and innocent, but it turns out, she's just a lowly woman that uses men to get ahead. Since that's the case, why don't you give her to me to play with? I can give her some practical benefits. You even want Tong Ning? Han Yufan's voice was a little louder and rougher. Both of these women have betrayed you. Using them in exchange for an important opportunity for you to train new talent, I'm sure it's worth it, right? Han Yufan's eyes darkened as his maroon pupils revealed a hint of hatred. It turned out, not only did the old man sleep with Mo Euro, he also took advantage of the situation to fall in love with Tong Ning. The Bright Night Gala was because Mo Ting had some reservations. Now that he found out Tong Ning had used a man to get ahead, he no longer had any reservations. Do you agree? Words are no proof, we need to sign a contract. Han Yufan was afraid the man would blow him up. Sure. You can decide on the location. Inside Han Yufan's room, the sounds of Han Yufan talking to other people could be heard. At this time, Mo Euro was leaning against the door and had heard most of the conversation. However, she remained calm. She didn't know Han Yufan had also sold her out, but she heard the word Tong Ning. The next day, Han Yufan was not at Tianyi Entertainment's office. By the time he returned to his apartment in the evening, his entire body reeked of alcohol. Mo Euro approached him and gently pushed his shoulder. Yufan. Yufan. Han Yufan mumbled in his drunken stupor, but it was hard to hear what he was saying. Mo Euro opened his briefcase and found an agreement between Han Yufan and Mr. Li inside. Mo Euro didn't have time to look at it, she quickly took a photo of it and placed it back in its original place. After a while, Han Yufan opened his eyes. As soon as he saw Mo Euro, he immediately sobered up and pushed her away. Mo Euro, you are free now. You can beat the child if you want and you can move away at any time. You and I are even now. After speaking, Han Yufan stood up and entered his bedroom. He slammed the door shut with a loud bang, the sound was deafening. Mo Euro stared coldly at Han Yufan's disappearing silhouette before looking down at the contents of the agreement. Han Yufan was the party bee. The first condition he agreed to was to set her free and not to cause any trouble for her. The second condition was Tong Ning. Mo Euro let out a cold laugh. All of a sudden, she wanted to laugh at Han Yufan's naivety. How could that old pervert be so kind? He agreed to give Han Yufan an award because he wanted Tianyi to keep sending newcomers to his bed. Yet, not only did he betray these two women, he even betrayed his future artist. Fine. Tongming was so high and mighty, yet she was sold off by Han Yufan so cheaply. Thinking about it, it was quite satisfying. Plus, she was about to receive the top 10 model award and sign a contract with Creative Century. She also had the old man's weakness in her hands. As long as she could accomplish all these, getting rid of Mr. Li wouldn't be a problem. Tongming, this is the man you once loved. He betrayed you without mercy. Mo Euro's lips curved upwards as she looked down at her stomach. The child could finally be aborted. But, these few days weren't the best time to do it. The awards ceremony was just around the corner and everyone was in a tight spot. She had to wait until after the awards ceremony to carry out her secret arrangements. Everything seemed perfect. Who would have thought Mo Euro would be able to welcome a new life? Not long after nightfall, Tongming's flight landed at Beijing Airport. As her itinerary was kept a secret, not many people knew that Tongming was returning. Meanwhile, the news of her using a man to climb up the social ladder continued to spread. But, as the person in question, Tongming had no intention of showing her face. She had always done things the way she did not even give an explanation. Outside the airport, Lu Che drove the couple home. After leaving the airport separately, they boarded a Lincoln together. President, Madam, thank you for your hard work. Is the Madam really not going to respond to Qing Tian's news? Lu Che asked as he sat in the front passenger seat. Has there been any movement from Mr. Lin? Tongming lifted her head slightly and asked in a gentle voice. No, Mr. Lin disdains such gossip the most. Lu Che shook his head. As for Star Age, they are purposely being ambiguous. They want to create an ambiguous relationship with you to ruin your relationship with Tanny. From what I know, Star Age is also very close to Tanny's newcomer, Lan Yu. Tongming let out a gentle laugh and took a deep breath. In that case, let's not bother with this scandal. When the time is right, the truth will naturally come to light. If someone is defaming you, it means you are in their way, and it also means you have a status, Mo Ting said as he hugged Tongming a little tighter. After 9 years of experience, Tongming no longer had a fragile heart that was easily shattered. This level of slander was nothing to her. After all, even more sensational news was about to be released. How could this little revelation of hers be enough for the audience to talk about after dinner? Thinking of this, Tongming turned her head and asked Long Jia, who was browsing through the news, is Mo Euro's child still around? Of course, I guarantee. Long Jia quickly nodded her head with an obvious smile in her eyes. I have been keeping an eye on her. During this period of time, the situation has been quite tense and the awards ceremony is just around the corner. Even if she wants to take a risk, it will be after she receives an award. That's good to hear. Tongming said calmly with a deeper meaning in her eyes. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Mo Ting looked at Tongming and suddenly realized his worries were unnecessary. Even so, he still told Lu Che to keep an eye on the aftermath of the incident, the annual model awards ceremony. So, he held on to Tongming's right hand tightly and comforted her gently. Don't worry, you will get what you want. If the entire world is against you, I will defend. Against the entire world for you. Tongming held on to Mo Ting's warm hand and smiled gently. She knew Mo Ting would do what he said he would. Sitting in the back row, Long Jia watched the couple's display of affection. She realized Tongming only revealed such a gentle expression when she was with Mo Ting. Although she normally smiled at everyone, the feeling she gave off was one of politeness and coldness. When she was angry, she was ruthless. Of course, Lu Che was already used to this. Everyone knew what Mo Ting was like to the outside world. However, when he was with Tongming, he was a gentle and responsible husband. It was like he couldn't wait to give the best things in the world to Tongming. The two of them were like extremes meeting extremes. Over the past 2 days, the entertainment news had been reporting about the awards ceremony. However, Tongming was only a guest presenter. Mo Ting looked at her staring at the television in a daze and quickly comforted her. If I remember correctly, you have received this award a long time ago. So, I'm sure you are familiar with this feeling. That was many years ago. Tongming turned her head and replied, plus, at that time, the annual model awards had just been held. The conditions weren't as mature and the value of this award couldn't be compared to what it is today. Do you still feel regretful? Mo Ting asked as he massaged Tongming's shoulder. Tongming shook her head and smiled, of course not. Although the value of the award is different, look at Mo Euro, she was still able to use her connections to get this award. This means the award is no longer fair. If it's not fair, what's the use of it? Plus, this award ceremony is my battlefield to take down Mo Euro. It will be held tomorrow night. I am even more nervous than when I received the award. Mo Ting smiled as he pinched Tongming's nose. I won't be attending this award ceremony. But, I am still looking forward to your spectacular performance because it will be broadcast live to the entire nation. Tongming nodded her head, stood up and kissed Mo Ting. When have I ever disappointed you? It was the last day of September and the annual Model Awards ceremony would be held at 7 p.m. that night. As the guest presenter, Tongming would walk the red carpet with the famous artist and judge of the top 10 model awards, Li Yu. Hearing Long Jia mention Li Yu's name, Tongming's first thought was of the middle-aged man with dirty eyes at the Bright Night Gala. Li Yu, how could it be him? Beside her, Long Jia continued to chatter about the things to take note of at the awards ceremony. However, deep down, Tongming felt a strong sense of rejection. Long Jia, can you prepare a hidden camera for me? Hidden camera? I don't have such a thing, but I do have a brooch with a recording function. What's wrong with that? This Li Yu is up to no good. Tongming lifted her head and looked at Long Jia. The industry has been reporting about him for a long time. Since the organizing committee has arranged for me to attend the ceremony with him, I have to be careful. Okay, I will prepare it for you in a moment. Long Jia quickly regained her senses. She scratched her head in annoyance. Tongming, you deserve a more capable and attentive assistant. I have realized, I am only a burden to you. Over the past few years, you have been good to me, I have nothing else to ask for. A smart manager team was always successful, but they might not always be on the same side as her. Long Jia, on the other hand, was perfect. All she needed was a capable manager to take over Mo Ting's work. She didn't want Mo Ting to handle everything himself, it was too tiring. The couple looked at each other and smiled, understanding each other. At this time, Lu Che gave Long Jia a phone call and told her to watch the entertainment news. Long Jia turned on the TV with a confused look. Soon after, she saw Mo Euro being interviewed in front of the camera in high spirits. Mo Euro signs a new contract with Tanny, ends her relationship with Tanny. Creative Century's new artist revealed, it really wasn't Tongming, it was her. Mo Euro announces high-profile termination of contract with Tanny, makes a big accounting of the cheating incident with Han Yufan. Seeing this headline, no matter when it happened, one thing was certain, Han Yufan and Mo Euro had completely fallen out. Mo Euro can be proud again, Long Jia scoffed as she shook the remote control in her hand. Can she still be smug tonight? Tongming looked at Mo Euro who was being interviewed on television. Towards this woman, she had long lost her patience and sympathy. Now that I think about it, it's really pitiful. He just signed a contract with a new club and he's about to fall from such a high position. Mo Euro was in such a rush to make the announcement because she was afraid the baby in her stomach was a hidden bomb. How could Han Yufan tolerate this and willingly let Mo Euro leave Tanny? Here, I would like to thank two people. The first is the CEO of Tanny, Mr. Han Yufan, for all his help and protection over the years. The second is my colleague, Tongming. Without you, I would not be where I am today. After Mo Euro finished speaking, the artist's director of Creative Century stepped out to help her and played Tai Chi with the media. Our Creative Century has always been dealing with Miss Mo Euro. In regards to the crazy rumors being spread, we would like to express our regret. As for the false reports, we would like to ask the media to differentiate between them. Lastly, we would like to welcome Miss Mo Euro to the Creative Century family. It was obvious what the crazy rumors were referring to, they were referring to the fact that they had been dealing with Tongming. Recently, Tongming had been trampled on and was surrounded by scandals. On top of that, she had nothing to do with the top model competition, so of course, they had to step out and clear their name. How shameless. Did the people from Creative Century forget about the invitation they sent to our work email? You simply have a little bit of trouble, yet these people are already trying to clear their name. Mo Euro has so many scandals, how could they dare to accept her? That's because, as soon as Mo Euro receives the top 10 model award, no matter how many scandals she has, they will be able to turn the tables. There is no such thing as absolute black and white in the entertainment industry. Tongming looked at Mo Euro on television. She watched as she smiled sweetly and answered the media's questions. As long as she could climb up, what was the use of being shameless? Miss Mo, when you thanked Tongming just now, did you mean it? That's right. Everyone knows that you and Tongming have a lot of competition. How do you see the future of the two of you? The people from Creative Century glanced at Mo Euro, reminding her that she needed to think before speaking. If the director hadn't stepped out to distract the media, Mo Euro would have been in the eye of the storm again. Mo Euro froze for a moment before smiling. I am Mo Euro. I don't know how to say beautiful things. I hope the media can stop making things difficult for me. In other words, Tongming's words were all high-sounding. In reality, Tongming didn't face the media often. Most of the time, she was working hard and trying her best to avoid them. However, the haters took advantage of this point and pointed out that Tongming wasn't sincere enough. Mo Euro's honesty was actually quite cute. In that case, are you saying you have backed out of Han Yufan and Tongming's relationship? In that case, do you think Tongming and Han Yufan will ever get back together? Is Tongming refusing to leave Tianyi because she wants to get Han Yufan back? We will have to ask Tongming to find out. Mo Euro directly pushed the hot topic out of the way and the media silently agreed. Mo Euro's answer seemed to confirm that Tongming still loved Han Yufan and still thought about him. Most importantly, the media speculated that the reason Mo Euro left Tianyi was because Tongming was too ruthless. She was forced to leave. In an instant, Tongming went from a pure and innocent artist to an insincere one. It was like every word Mo Euro and Creative Century said was targeted at Tongming. They were trying to prove how ruthless Tongming was. Tongming didn't continue watching the rest of the interview. After all, no matter what they said, it was all about the same dirty water. Long Jiao looked at Tongming's expression and noticed her bright eyes were filled with patience and wisdom. Tongming liked to do this. She liked to defeat her opponent without saying a word. Yet, Mo Euro wanted to fight with her. There was still a distance of 108,000 miles between them. Let's get ready, we are about to head to the awards ceremony. Long Jia reminded as she looked at the quartz watch on her wrist. Don't worry, as for the evidence and connections that can be used to report Mo Euro, I have already prepared everything. Tonight, we just have to wait for a good show. Tongming, let Mo Euro pay you back for everything you've been through. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office of Hai Rui Entertainment, Mo Ting sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. He looked at the time. It was already 6 p.m. and the celebrities had already started to enter the venue. Mo Ting watched as the models competed with each other. Amongst them, there was no lack of artists from his agency, but his gaze did not linger on them. Until Tongming appeared at the head of the red carpet. Dressed in a long red dress, she elegantly held on to the wrist of a 40-year-old man. The man was a well-known scumbag in the entertainment industry. Mo Ting paused the image at the moment Tongming stepped out of the car. His long and narrow eyes carried a deep and profound glow, sharp and frightening. He then called Lu Che over. Give me some information on this man. President, should we warn the madam? No need, she knows what she's doing. Plus, I trust her. I'm just worried that someone will try to harm her behind her back. Mo Ting pressed the remote control to resume the broadcast. As he turned his head, the black mole on his right ear was revealed. It was like a diamond. It was extremely eye-catching. He noticed the unique brooch on Tongming's chest. She didn't have the habit of wearing accessories on her clothes. So, Mo Ting guessed, his wife had already prepared for this. 6:10 p.m. The venue of the annual Model Awards. The stars were dazzling and the spotlights were flashing. Tongming endured the disgust and repulsion in her heart as she hooked onto the artist's arm and stepped onto the red carpet together. This was the first time Tongming had appeared in public since her scandal. She did not seem affected by the rumors. She remained calm and composed with a smile on her face. She was this cold, yet she was holding on to the arm of a jerk that everyone in the industry knew was a jerk. Was she trying to use this opportunity to rise again? The media began to speculate. First there was Star Age, now there was Lin Weisun. Was she still not satisfied? The host used an exaggerated and excited tone to introduce Tongning and the artist beside her. Afterwards, the two walked over to the autograph wall for an interview. Miss Tongning, have you been paying attention to the recent news? Do you have any plans to counter the rumors that have been circulating around you? Your classmate, Miss Mo Euro, has already announced that she is signed with Creative Century this afternoon. What is your opinion on this? An insider revealed that you have a big shot backing you. What do you think about this? The reporter's questions were like cannonballs bombarding Tongning without giving her a chance to catch her breath. But Tongning did not panic in the slightest. She simply listened to the reporter's questions and smiled. I am a public figure. In front of society, I have the responsibility to restrain my words and actions. I don't know which word or sentence I say will affect my fans. Perhaps to you, it may only be a word, but to them, it may affect their view of the world. So, I have to be careful. I've seen the netizens' comments, but I feel that they have the right to speak. As for the rumors, I'm sure everyone has the ability to differentiate between them. I also believe that these rumors will not affect my fans. I feel the reason why everyone likes me is because I have something special about me that can move people. The reporters never expected Tongning to respond to their questions. In fact, she responded in such a sincere and flawless manner. Her high EQ was accused of not being sincere, so Tongning used her responsibility as an artist to defend herself. As for the netizens' malicious comments, she responded with the netizens' right to speak and generously respected the truth. As for the comments, she made sure her fans believed her from the start. She even pointed out that her fans weren't superficial, they only liked her because they saw something special about her. The reporters were blocked. They all looked at each other, unsure if they should continue to make things difficult for Tongning. Her heart was already laid bare in front of everyone. If they continued to slander her, it would be too much, so the reporters decided to keep their mouths shut and take a few more photos. Tongning was successfully let through. Beside her, Mr. Li looked at Tongning with admiration. This was enough to prove Tongning's EQ and EQ. Even in the entire entertainment industry, it was hard to find someone of her age. Miss Tongning is amazing. Liu stepped onto the stage and reached out his arm to hug Tongning. However, Tongning dodged his hand. Mr. Li, you're too kind. I wonder if Mr. Han said anything to you. Liu was testing Tongning. Tongning understood what he was trying to say. Although she couldn't guess what kind of verbal agreement it was, she still shook her head cautiously. He didn't say anything to me. Liu wanted to take another step closer, but the host approached the two and said to Tongning, Miss Tongning, your seat has been adjusted. Please follow me. Liu was a little surprised. Tongning was originally booked to sit next to him, why was her seat changed? Who was going against him? Tongning nodded her head. She knew this was probably Mo Ting's doing. So, she followed behind the host and sat down in her seat. The front row was occupied by the winning models. Tongning sat in the back row. Mo Euro had entered early and secretly placed her gaze on Tongning and Liu. Liu had made his move, Mo Euro sneered. She didn't know why, but Liu was allowed to walk the red carpet with Tongning, yet he couldn't sit next to her. What a shame. Tongning also lifted her head and looked towards Mo Euro's seat. The two of them were sitting in the front row and back row respectively, there was only one seat between them. Today, Tongning was going to present the Top 10 Model Award. In other words, Mo Euro was going to receive the trophy from her hands. But would she really be able to receive it? In reality, Mo Euro had requested Liu to ask the organizers to make adjustments. She wanted to receive the trophy from Tongning. She wanted to provoke Tongning and make her suffer. She wanted Tongning to know she treated Han Yufan like a treasure, yet she had thrown him away like trash. You've done so much for Tianyi, yet you've become a stepping stone for me. Tongning, in this lifetime, you will only be helping others. The two smiled, they each had their own thoughts. The winner would soon be revealed. On stage, the awards ceremony had officially started. The first few awards were not too important, the important ones were left for the climax. As for the Top 10 Model Award, it was nearer to the middle. Let's welcome our guests, the top model, Miss Tongning, and the artist, Mr. Li Yu, to the stage. Hearing the host announce her name, Tongning stood up from her seat. In her hands was the list of winners that had been prepared by the organizers. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, she walked elegantly towards the stage. She deliberately avoided Li Yu as the two of them walked onto the stage one after the other. They then stood in front of the huge screen in front of the microphone stand. Below the stage, the stars were shining brightly, all of the hottest models in Beijing were gathered. Because she had the opportunity to stand at the top, Tongning's mind was clearer. As a model, she still had a long way to go. Up close, Mo Yuro's gaze was sharp and proud, her eyes contained a hint of disdain and mockery. She had been waiting for this day for far too long. She was going to receive a trophy from Tongning, she was going to receive an important award from this woman that competed with her for everything. This was going to be the start of her path to glory. Miss Tang has recently become very popular in Europe and the US because of the Oriental trend. You are a model with great potential, I have high hopes for your professionalism, Li Yu praised as he turned to look at Tongning before he started presenting the award. I hope you can continue to work hard. Thank you, Mr. Li. Tongning was cold and polite, she was completely on guard against Li Yu. You are a miracle. Trust me, you will be lucky. Li Yu gestured to Tongning with a deep meaning, gesturing for her to announce the list of winners. Not only was he fulfilling Mo Yuro's request, he was also showing his respect towards Tongning. Tongning smiled sweetly as she opened the envelope and pulled out the list of winners, the 7th Annual Model Awards Top 10 Model Awards. Winners are. On the big screen, names and photos of the models appeared one after another, displaying their influential magazines and achievements. Mo Yuro was placed last. From her position, it could be seen that she had pushed someone down and climbed her way up. Amongst her achievements, there was also the cover of the Oriental trend. Everyone below the stage burst into laughter. As soon as the cover was revealed, Mo Yuro's neckline was once again a laughingstock. Tongning was too fresh, while she was merely a backdrop. Under the spotlight, the top 10 models went on stage in order. The 10 hostesses also presented their trophies and bouquets. According to the order, Tongning presented the trophies from left to right. As for Mo Yuro, who was last, her heart almost stopped. She was about to succeed. She was about to succeed. As Tongning's footsteps got closer and closer, her ears were filled with the buzzing sound of applause. Mo Yuro felt her chest tighten and her mind go blank. This huge feeling of joy was like a hurricane, it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Finally, Tongning arrived in front of Mo Yuro. After giving her a gentle smile, she extended her hand. Congratulations. Afterwards, Tongning handed Mo Yuro a bouquet of flowers before handing her the trophy. However, just as Mo Yuro's hand was about to touch the trophy, a young man hurriedly walked onto the stage. He approached Tongning and whispered something to her. Afterwards, Tongning's hand stopped as she pulled back the trophy that Mo Yuro was about to touch. When everyone saw this, they were shocked. What was going on? Why didn't they give out the award? Why did Tongning take back the award? Wasn't Mo Yuro supposed to win the award? Was Tongning jealous that Mo Yuro had won an award and signed with a new club? She couldn't be that stupid, right? Mo Yuro looked at the uproar below the stage. She looked at Tongning angrily and coldly. Tongning, what are you trying to do? Don't you understand what I'm trying to do? This award will not be given to you, Tongning replied with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Her voice was gentle, but her words were firm. Won't be given. Won't be given to you. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them, unsure of what was going on. Most of them looked at the two people on stage like they were watching a good show. What was going on? Just as everyone was confused and Mo Yuro was feeling humiliated, the man that had whispered something to Mo Yuro returned to the stage holding a document in his hand. However, he did not immediately show it to everyone. Instead, he announced in front of everyone, "We have decided to disqualify Mo Yuro from receiving an award." As soon as Mo Yuro heard this, she felt like she had been struck by lightning. What was going on? The trophy was already in her hands, why was she disqualifying? Subconsciously, Mo Yuro looked at Tongning with hatred as she complained loudly, "Tongning, was it you? Did you do something behind the scenes? What kind of ridiculous award is this? How could it be disqualified just like that? Where are the judges?" Mo Euro stood on the stage and vented her anger at everyone. She was in disbelief. The award that she had been longing for so long, the award that she had put in so much effort to receive and the award that she was so close to receiving, was suddenly gone? She couldn't accept it, she couldn't believe it. So, she stretched out her hand and grabbed onto Tongning as she shook her arm. Tongning, did you set me up? Was it you? Tongning allowed Mo Euro to shake her and did not resist. Even when Mo Euro grabbed onto her arm, she did not struggle. It wasn't until Mo Euro tripped on her dress and fell to the ground that no one stepped forward to help her up. She was still in a state of agitation. What do you mean by the annual model awards? You don't have the slightest bit of authority. How could you disqualify me just like that? I want to sue you. I want you to apologize. Apologize? Most of the people below the stage looked at Mo Euro with a playful smile. She was way too arrogant. I want to sue you. Mo Euro's piercing scream echoed throughout the hall. Before Miss Mo sues us, I would like to announce on behalf of the annual model awards. On the big screen behind me, we have clearly stated the rules and standards of the awards. Pregnant models are not allowed to apply for the awards. However, please take a look at the pregnancy report in my hand. It clearly states that Miss Mo Euro was pregnant in July. In other words, even though she knew she was pregnant, she still applied for the top 10 model awards. This type of behavior is called cheating. So, after a discussion, the committee has decided to disqualify Mo Euro from receiving the award and will severely punish the model that has done such a bad thing, the man announced loudly. The man announced loudly, she will be the first model to be blacklisted in the annual model awards. In a moment, we will make a special announcement. In other words, from now on, Miss Mo Euro will no longer need to participate in any activities as a model. An artist with a bad track record like her has no right to lead the public. It was just a few words, but it was like a bomb had been dropped into the crowd, catching everyone off guard. So this was it, Mo Euro was pregnant. Stealing someone else's man and getting pregnant before marriage was bad enough, but she even tried to steal the top 10 model awards? Isn't she too despicable? Everyone in the industry knows about her previous affair with the CEO of Tianyi. I just never imagined she would be so brave as to receive an award while pregnant with a bastard child. The trophy that was in her hands has flown away. What a shame. But, this is perfect. People like her deserve this kind of lesson. Fall from the highest place and kill her. This is a national live broadcast. It's not just embarrassing. The whispers below the stage formed a stark contrast to the scene on stage. Mo Euro stared at Tongning with wide-open eyes. Her eyes were filled with hatred and a deadly chill. She had finally realized the only person that would hate her so much and would do anything to bring her down was Tongning. Only Tongning. Tongning must have known about her pregnancy a long time ago, yet she hid it so well and planned it so flawlessly. Tongning was too tolerant and too cruel. She didn't report Mo Euro when she was flaunting her strength, nor did she retaliate when she was stepping on her. Instead, she chose this kind of occasion, this kind of timing, to make her fall beyond redemption, to make her wish she was dead yet unable to die. What a clever method. Mo Euro covered her face and cried. She had underestimated Tongning. She was filled with regret and pain. How could she not have her guard up against Tongning? Tongning, how could you be so ruthless? Mo Euro squeezed these words out from between her teeth as she tried her best to suppress her anger and sob. Tongning looked at Mo Euro calmly. Her eyes were filled with a silent fire, like she was looking at a joke. Don't you think this is what you deserve? Mo Euro, you are completely out of the game. Mo Euro clenched her teeth as she looked at Tongning. Looking at this woman that was hiding her true colors, Mo Euro suddenly let out a shrill laugh as her body gradually became heavier and heavier. Blood. Look, Mo Euro is bleeding. Don't tell me she's having a miscarriage? Oh God, so the pregnancy was real. This is too disgusting. This kind of person stole someone else's fiancé and went around showing off. Serves her right to have a miscarriage. This is the cycle of the heavens. Even the heavens can't stand it anymore. Following the cheers of the guests below the stage, the organizers immediately called for a medical team to carry Mo Euro off the stage on a stretcher. Throughout the entire process, Mo Euro's gaze was fixed on Tongning as she mouthed, I may be in a bad situation, but you won't be getting off easy either. Tongning, you still don't know you've been sold out by Han Yufan? Mo Euro thought Tongning would at least reveal a little bit of fear, but she remained calm and unaffected by Mo Euro's expression. Afterwards, Mo Euro let out a bitter laugh. She was right, Tongning had used such a method to completely bring her down, there was no way she would be able to make a comeback. Why would she be afraid of Han Yufan's little tricks? Tongning, you are so scary that it makes one suffocate. This was a small interlude at the awards ceremony. Mo Euro was immediately sent to the hospital that the organizers were working with. In other words, news of Mo Euro's pregnancy and miscarriage had already been made known to the entire nation. Reporters began to arrive one after another. Afterwards, the awards ceremony was put on hold for 20 minutes. After the organizers arranged everything, they resumed presenting the other awards. However, by this time, Tongning had already returned to her seat. Liu was sitting on the far left. He watched as he passed through the rows of people and looked at the calm Tongning. A sense of fear began to form in his heart. He had always thought Tongning was at a disadvantage in the battle between Mo Euro and Tongning. But, after the scene just now, Liu finally understood, this woman was not someone to be trifled with. It was impossible to know how much she could endure and what kind of resources she had backing her. Now that Mo Euro had been brought down, he could only hope she would keep her mouth shut about the unspoken rules. Otherwise, she couldn't blame him for being ruthless. The awards continued to be presented one after another. After the highest award, the host stood on stage and revealed a mysterious look to everyone. This year, the annual Model Awards have added a special award, called the Special Contribution Award. This award was created by the judges based on the various qualities of the models, especially those that have contributed to the fashion industry. This award was created by anonymous votes from the judges. Next, we will be presenting the Special Contribution Award. Let's welcome our guest presenter, Xianxia Entertainment's CEO, Miss Lanxi, to the stage to present the award. Below the stage, a wave of applause filled the room. Everyone was filled with curiosity towards this Special Contribution Award. Afterwards, the CEO of Xianxia neatly walked onto the stage and opened the top secret envelope. Her lips curved into a smile as she said to everyone, I am truly honored to have been invited to present this award. Up until now, no one knows who the recipient of this award is. As for this person, it is one of the people seated here. Let us congratulate the recipient of the Special Contribution Award, Miss Tongning. Please come on stage to receive your award. Tongning, it was actually Tongning. Everyone looked at Tongning in shock. As for the person in question, she was even more confused than everyone else. Special Contribution Award. Tongning, hurry up and come on stage, they're calling for you. A person beside her gently nudged Tongning. Only then did she return to her senses. She had never expected this. Not only has the cover of A Secret redeemed the glory of an established magazine, it has also created a hurricane of Oriental trend in Europe and the US. It has promoted Asian culture and made an outstanding contribution to the spread of culture. According to the largest US news portal, Tongning's Oriental trend has broken many records in the American magazine industry and left her competitors in the dust. Her professional performance and the charm of the Oriental trend has caused foreigners to understand Asia and fall in love with the Oriental trend. So, she deserves this award. On the big screen, the sales figures of Tongning's magazines in Europe and the US were displayed, as well as the foreigners' fascination with the Oriental trend. This caused everyone to fall silent. No matter how famous a model was, they couldn't create such a sensation in the fashion industry like Tongning. Tongning walked onto the stage one step at a time. This was a result she never expected. The Special Contribution Award. She suddenly felt the urge to cry. Especially when the CEO of Xianxia placed the trophy in her hands, she couldn't hold back her tears as they flowed down her face. Come, give your acceptance speech, Tongning said as she approached the microphone. After quite some time, she finally suppressed her emotions and said, I never expected the committee to present me with this trophy. I feel a little guilty. When I was shooting for the magazine, I never thought about how much I could contribute. I simply wanted to do my job well. Tongning lifted her head and looked in front of her. She wanted the person in front of her to see her more clearly. Because, at this moment, she really wanted to see Mo Ting. There were so many things she wanted to tell him. Perhaps it was because the couple understood each other. After seeing the live broadcast, Mo Ting immediately grabbed his jacket and instructed Lu Che, postpone all of tonight's meetings. Yes, President, Lu Che smiled. Recently, it seemed, Mo Ting had been acting impulsively quite often. For a person that was once so self-controlled, when he acted impulsively, it was quite enviable. Driving his black Rolls-Royce, Mo Ting listened to Tong Ning's acceptance speech as he drove towards the awards ceremony. He could see through Tong Ning's desire, he could see it all clearly. This wasn't an important award, but it was the first award Tong Ning had received since her relaunch. He wanted to stay by her side and acknowledge her hard work. Tong Ning was dazzling on stage, but she couldn't say the most important part of her acceptance speech. She couldn't thank the most important person in her life. This was her biggest regret. I actually have a lot of things I want to say, but all of them can be summed up in one sentence. Thank you, I will become even stronger. Below the stage, a thunderous applause erupted. Of all the guests present tonight, the Special Contribution Award was the one they were most impressed with. Tong Ning had truly displayed her role as a model and was a well-deserved role model. It turned out, this was the true climax of the ceremony. Because of Tong Ning, finally, the awards ceremony came to an end. However, after receiving the Special Contribution Award, Tong Ning did not leave early. She remained in the audience until the ceremony was over. During this time, it wasn't that Liu didn't have thoughts of hitting on Tong Ning. Especially when she stood on the stage, her dazzling beauty was not something an ordinary model could compare to. But Liu knew, the most important thing right now was to go to the hospital and look for Mo. He wanted to make sure their relationship wasn't exposed. The night sky of Beijing had never been so bright as the stars twinkled. As Tong Ning stepped out of the TV station, she saw Long Jia standing quietly in front of her car. She smiled and quickly ran over to give her a hug. Tong Ning, congratulations. Honestly, I'm really happy for you. You've worked hard too, Long Jia, Tong Ning thanked her sincerely. After all, Long Jia had put in a lot of effort to successfully bring down Mo. Let's not talk so much. Big Boss has been waiting for you for a long time. I will bring the trophy back for you, but Big Boss needs to take you out for a spin. Long Jia let go of Tong Ning and winked at her. Tong Ning looked down at the man's side profile as her heart raced. With Long Jia's help, she boarded the car. The couple first took Long Jia home. Afterwards, Mo Ting and Tong Ning sprinted down the road. Tong Ning's heart was a sea of emotions as she gently leaned her head against Mo Ting's shoulder and intertwined their fingers. You're not going to ask where I'm taking you? I don't mind going anywhere. I'm just curious. Mo Ting, how do you know me better than I know myself? How did you know that the person I wanted to see the most was you? Because we are husband and wife. Tong Ning smiled as she tightened her grip on Mo Ting's hand. Find a secluded spot and stop the car. Because I really want to kiss you, Tong Ning said as she looked at Mo Ting's perfect side profile. Her eyes sparkled like diamonds. The corners of Mo Ting's lips curved upwards as he smiled at her. We're here. Tong Ning looked in front of her and realized they were on top of an unknown mountain. In front of them was the night view of half of Beijing. The stars twinkled like pearls. Don't worry, no one can come here apart from us. Tong Ning relaxed as she hooked her arms around Mo Ting's neck and kissed him on the lips. She carefully tasted his softness. Mo Ting held on to the back of her head and deepened the kiss. The couple were suddenly locked in an intense kiss until they were both out of breath. Wifey, I've won an award. What reward do you want? Tong Ning kissed Mo Ting's earlobe and nibbled on his mole. After quite some time, she finally replied, you. I don't care about anything else. Mo Ting chuckled, are you sure we want to do it here and not on a soft bed? I don't want anything. You are enough for me. After hearing this, Mo Ting lowered his seat and pulled Tong Ning onto his lap. He then closed the car window. His large and gentle palms gently unzipped Tong Ning's dress from behind. Wherever his fingers touched, her body trembled and Tong Ning couldn't help but moan. Tong Ning was still the same old Tong Ning. But, what was different was, tonight, she was extra proactive and extra seductive. This drove Mo Ting crazy and he couldn't help but want more from her body. Wifey, you've really changed. I told you from the start, I'm not a good person, Tong Ning replied in a lazy and raspy voice. I have too many things I want to do with you and too many things I want to say to you. But, when I see you, I can't say anything because I know you understand me. Mo Ting rubbed his hands against Tong Ning's smooth back, maintaining their position as he let out a deep laugh. Don't say anything else. I'm taking you home. Otherwise, you won't feel comfortable curled up like this. Okay, Tong Ning placed another kiss on Mo Ting's throat. Beijing Hospital. It had already been 3 hours since Mo Euro was sent to the operating theater. Creative Century had sent people to stop the reporters from leaving. Meanwhile, Mo Euro's assistant stood by her bedside with a worried expression on her face. Water. Water. Hearing Mo Euro's quiet moan, the assistant quickly handed her a glass of water. Be careful. Mo Euro finally woke up. Her eyes looked at the hospital ceiling blankly. You go, the awards ceremony has already ended, hasn't it? Yes, it's been a while. Don't think too much and get some rest, the assistant comforted. Tong Ning won. Mo Euro smiled, but tears rolled down her cheeks. Did Tong Ning win? Euro, don't be like this. I'll go look for President Han. No need. Did you think you would still want to see me? Mo Euro ridiculed as she grabbed onto her assistant's arm. He and that jerkly are the same. They are just playing around. Tong Ning is also a shameless B***tch. I don't know what methods she used to receive the Special Contribution Award. As soon as Mo Euro heard Tong Ning had received an award, she immediately woke up. Received an award? Ha ha ha, received an award? Since the world is so heartless, then. They can't blame me. I can't be the only one suffering. After speaking, Mo Euro pointed to her phone. You go, I have a photo saved on my phone. It's the contract between Han Yufan and Liu. Help me expose it and point out that Tong Ning received the award because Liu helped her get in touch with the judges. Since I'm going to die, then let's all die together. But if you do this, your relationship with Mr. Li will also be exposed. Euro. I don't agree. Her assistant tried to stop her. Even if we no longer exist in this industry, even if we return to our previous lives, at most it will be a little more difficult and tiring. We don't need to fight to the death. You go. Don't you understand this industry? Mo Euro's eyes were filled with sadness. Did you think if I failed, Liu would let me off? He won't. Don't forget, I have evidence against him. How could he let me off? Rather than that, I might as well take the initiative. You really want to do this? I want Tong Ning and Han Yufan to die with me. Mo Euro grabbed onto the white bedding, her eyes filled with determination. Her assistant took a deep breath. Towards Mo Euro, she felt helpless. Okay, don't get too worked up. I will go deal with it right now. It was hard to climb up the ranks like Tong Ning, but if she wanted to destroy herself, wouldn't that be easy? Mo Euro's assistant was afraid Han Yufan and Liu would come knocking on her door and threaten her, so she thought of a way to get Mo Euro out of the hospital. Afterwards, the couple found a secluded place and rented a small house. On one hand, her assistant took care of Mo Euro, on the other hand, she contacted a reliable paparazzi to ensure the news she released wouldn't be intercepted by a big company again. Shocking reversal, Tianyi Entertainment falls into an embarrassing situation. Special Contribution Award, Tong Ning climbs into bed with judge. Deal exposed, Tianyi accused of being the most promiscuous brothel in history. Early the next morning, the scandal between Tianyi Entertainment and the judge broke out in Beijing. The contents of the agreement were revealed. It involved Mo Euro, the newcomers, and of course, Tong Ning. The media started to speculate that Mo Euro and Tong Ning received their respective awards because of Judge Li. They suspected there was some sort of manipulation and that they didn't even have the right to receive an award. In an instant, the entertainment industry was in an uproar. Tianyi Entertainment was scolded for being a promiscuous brothel, Tong Ning and Mo Euro were scolded for being prostitutes and Liu was scolded for being a prostitute. Netizens attacked Tianyi and Mo Euro, they had always been notorious. But, they never imagined Tong Ning was also like that. Yet, last night, they were so excited for her to receive an award. As a result, their attacks on Tongning were the most severe. They claimed that Tongning was too good at pretending and it was a waste that she wasn't an actor. Seeing the news, Han Yufan was completely enraged as he sat in his office. Only he knew that the only person that had the chance to get close to him and obtain the evidence was Mo Euro. He never imagined that Mo Euro would choose to fight to the death. This time, the news came too fast and too shocking. It was completely different from the rumors in the past. This time, Mo Euro presented him with evidence. It was written in black and white with both parties' signatures. There was no way he could deny it. Tianyi was finished and so were all his years of hard work. His staff immediately handed in their resignations and the higher-ups of Tianyi were in turmoil. Han Yufan knew deep down that as soon as the board of directors held a meeting, he would be kicked out and he would be left with nothing. Mo Euro, UB*TCH, Han Yufan frantically called Mo Euro and even drove to the hospital to look for her. But Mo Euro had already gone into hiding and he had no chance of finding her. In the end, Han Yufan called Mo Euro's assistant and used his family to threaten him. In the end, Mo Euro grabbed the phone from her assistant's hands. Yufan. Where are you? Mo Euro, UB*TCH, come out right now. If the Han Yufan of the past was still pretending, then today, he had completely revealed his true nature. Come out right now, otherwise, I will kill you. Kill me? Did you think I would still be afraid after getting to this point? Mo Euro sneered into the phone, did you think you didn't need to pay a price for selling me out so easily? Han Yufan, thank you for your suspicious personality. By signing this agreement, you have given me the opportunity to grab onto your weaknesses. Whether it's you, Liu or Tongning, I want you all to die with me. You're a madman. Crazy? Last night, when I had a miscarriage and was undergoing surgery at the hospital, did you ever think about the fact that I was carrying your child? Did you feel even the slightest bit of guilt? I know you didn't. So, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Han Yufan, you deserve to die too. After speaking, Mo Euro hung up the phone. Her pale face carried a sinister and cruel smile. Han Yufan screamed as he smashed everything in the apartment to pieces. If he had not cheated and had chosen to marry Tongning, would the current situation be different? As for Tongning, she did not do anything, yet she had to bear the blame. She had to bear the blame of being a bed climber. Han Yufan was powerless to do anything. On the other hand, Liu also avoided answering the questions and couldn't be contacted. Was there a need to explain his actions? The under-the-table manipulations were all true. Tongning and Mo Euro's bed climbing was also true. The media could only guess like this. Hyatt Regency. Tongning sat on the sofa watching TV. As she watched the reports about her, she couldn't help but feel complicated. Mo Ting hugged her tightly, giving her warmth and telling her not to be afraid. Tongning, what should we do now? Long Jia asked worriedly as she watched the news. It seems Mo Euro was forced into a corner. That's why she decided to die together with you. She can be destroyed, but what about you? You are innocent. You deserved the award, yet you ended up like this. I forced Mo Euro into a corner, but I'm not innocent, Tongning replied in a deep voice. But, we can't find Mo Euro, Liu hasn't responded and Han Yufan obviously can't handle the situation. The evidence is already on the table, we are too passive. I was too inconsiderate. My journey has been too smooth, so I've forgotten about the pain of falling. Tongning felt a little helpless. Although she had her guard up against Liu, she never expected him to team up with Han Yufan. There are only two ways to resolve this situation. 1. We can look for Liu or Han Yufan. 2. We can announce our relationship, Mo Ting suggested beside Tongning's ear. Looking for Liu is the best option. But, from what I know, the jerk has already snuck out of the country to hide. In that case, we can only look for Han Yufan. Only the two of them will know if there are any verbal promises apart from a contract. 2. I understand. But, if I look for Han Yufan, he won't help me. Who told you to look for him? I'll be the one to look for him, Mo Ting replied in seriousness. Do you think, apart from me, there is a better way to resolve this situation? I won't be doing this as the CEO of Hai Rui, I will simply be doing this as your husband. End of chapter 88. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.